You have 108 kidney stones in your body, but you refuse to get treatment. Every day you hurt like hell, but you still enjoy it. To grow more stones, you not only eat 200 pounds of raw protein every day, but you also hold your pee for 3,600 hours. Everyone calls you crazy, so they put you in a mental hospital. But you don't care at all. Because only you know that after 3 days, the world will change big time. Spirit energy will wake up, and countless evil demons from other worlds will attack. In this big change, only one type of person will get the biggest benefit: kidney stone patients. Because they can turn their stones into golden pills right away. In your past life, your biggest regret was treating your kidney stones. Back then you had 36 kidney stones. Now you have grown them to 108 stones. But not all kidney stones can become golden pills. Only stones that reach a certain size can wake up as golden pills. You don't know how many of your 108 kidney stones can finally wake up as golden pills. In your past life, the person who woke up the most golden pills only had 12. Right now, in the mental hospital, you call your dad. You little bastard, what will it take for you to accept treatment? As soon as the phone connects, an angry voice comes through. Dad, I'm really not crazy. The day after tomorrow at noon, this world won't be peaceful anymore. While we still have time, quickly gather kidney stone patients. Their kidney stones are all golden pills. You little bastard, you can say such things and still claim you're not crazy. The voice on the phone gets angrier, then sounds begging. Chen Qingqing, you're my only son. I'm begging you, please accept treatment, then take over Star God Group. You hear your always strong dad begging like this now, and you smile bitterly in your heart. Dad, how about this? First gather a bunch of kidney stone patients, give each one a few million, let them, yes, we'll be grateful to them. If nothing happens after 3 days, I'll accept treatment. Deal? Deal. You said it, I'll go crazy with you once. I'll have my secretary gather kidney stone patients right away. If nothing happens after 3 days and you don't get treatment, I'll jump off a building for you to see. Good, it's a promise. Oh, one more thing, there's a student at Blue Cloud University named Lu Hao. Kill him for me. What do you want to do? Listen, are you telling me to kill someone? Gu Beichuan's voice changes completely. Listen to me, just kill him and be done with it. For you dad, just make some accident happen. Your voice carries killing intent. You want to kill Lu Hao because he seems to have gotten some heaven-defying inheritance, and Star God Group happened to deal with him back then. In the end, Star God Group was destroyed by his hands, and Dad also died by his hands. Even though it's hatred from your past life, you still can't let it go. Lu Hao must die. But Gu Beichuan shouts, I can agree to everything else, but this matter is not up for discussion. Fine, since Dad won't act, it doesn't matter if I solve it myself later. After saying this, you hang up directly. About killing Lu Hao, you're actually not in a hurry. According to what you know, Lu Hao only rises to power a year later. Once your golden pills wake up, killing such a small character will be easy as pie. 2 nights later, in the main hall of New Tooth Mental Hospital, over 100 men and women are gathered. Chairman Gu, what's the situation? How did you gather so many kidney stone patients? Kidney stone expert Dr. Lin looks at these 100+ people, full of confusion. Who knows, but I feel this is Gu Changqing's doing. So immature, really letting a mental patient mess around. Mental illness expert Shen Feng shakes his head, somewhat speechless. Yesterday they tried to leave Gu Beichuan, but he didn't agree, saying his son would definitely accept treatment in a few days. Since Gu Beichuan said so, the two naturally had to give him this face. Why did you bring us to a mental hospital? What's your situation? Were you also recruited by Star God Group? Yes, Star God Group gave me 5 million. The kidney stone patients present, seeing this as a mental hospital, all whisper to each other in confusion. Just then, you walk down from upstairs, staring at everyone present with a smile. Welcome everyone, I am Gu Changqing, future heir of Star God Group. You must all be curious why I brought you here. Actually, the kidney stones you have are all golden pills from cultivation novels. Hearing this, everyone present is stunned. Damn, this old lamp gave me 5 million to play games with a mental patient? What? You look down on 5 million? No work, no labor, just play with a mental patient and get 5 million, where can you find such a job? And you already signed the contract, you can't leave even if you want to. True, I'm actually happy about it. Young Master Gu, you're right, I've always believed what I have are golden pills, not kidney stones at all. Right, our kidney stones are all golden pills. What do you need us to do? Immediately many people come forward to flatter you. You light up a cigarette and speak slowly. I know you all think I'm crazy, but after tomorrow noon, you won't think so anymore. It's getting late now, everyone go eat first. As you finish speaking, several strong men walk in from outside and escort these people to the cafeteria. How's your body? Do you need me to examine you? Kidney stone expert Dr. Lin asks with a smile. My body has nothing wrong except for some golden pills. You look at him like he's an idiot. Just as you want to go eat too, your kidney stones act up, and you rush upstairs to your room. As screams come out, Sai feels hopeless. Dr. Lin sighs. Tomorrow, no matter how much Chairman Gu pays me, I don't want to stay around a mental patient doing nothing. Xin Feng nods. If he doesn't cooperate with me, I don't want to save him anymore either. They are both experts who lead their fields, and wasting half a year here has made them somewhat impatient. At the same time, in the 100-story Star God Group building, in the chairman's office, Gu Beichuan stares at an old man in traditional Chinese clothing with a dark, displeased face. The old man smiles bitterly. Chairman Gu, your son's condition has gotten so serious, this marriage arrangement is unnecessary. Gu Beichuan's eyes narrow slightly. What, your daughter looks down on my son? The old man waves his hand. It's not looking down, Chairman Gu, you have to be reasonable. Think about it, if you had to marry your daughter to a mental patient, would you be willing? You're sure you want to break it off? Gu Beichuan's voice is low. The old man nods. This is the Tang family's unanimous decision. Good, then it's broken off. Someone, show the guest out. Gu Beichuan's eyes almost flashed with killing intent as he coldly escorted the guest out. Mr. Gu, I am truly sorry. The old man secretly sighed with a bitter smile, stood up, and left. Chairman, they are bullying us too much. After the old man left, a burly man with an angry expression entered the room and said, should we use some special methods? Gu Beichuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and calmly said, the Tang family dares to act so confidently and break off the engagement, they must have some backing. Otherwise, if I make a move, I could bankrupt the Tang family in a month. Find out who the Tang family has been closely associating with recently. I need to know who is behind them. Got it, I'll be back with news. Chu Quan nodded heavily and walked out of the office. Upstairs, around 9 p.m., Gu Changqing's cries of pain finally stopped. The last day, after tomorrow, I won't have to endure this inhuman torture anymore. Gu Changqing, drenched in sweat, got up from the bed, his face pale with no color at all. After drinking several glasses of water, his face finally regained a little color. Just as he was about to take a shower, the phone rang. Seeing it was his father calling, Gu Changqing answered. Dad, was I really dumped? With his past life experiences, Gu Changqing knew that tonight, the Tang family had called off the engagement. The call from Gu Beichuan at this moment was undoubtedly because of this matter. How did you know, son? Gu Beichuan was somewhat surprised. Gu Changqing lit another cigarette and laughed. I not only know they are breaking off the engagement, I also know they have attached themselves to the Shen Yuan family in the capital. Really? The words of his son made Gu Beichuan a little confused. He had been in a mental hospital every day, how would he know what's going on outside? Gu Changqing took a deep drag of his cigarette and smiled lightly. The Shen Yuan family has long had their eyes on our new God Group's assets, but it doesn't matter anymore. After tomorrow, whether it's the Tang family or the Shen Yuan family, as long as I want, I can wipe them out with a wave of my hand. Are you sick again, kid? I'll investigate this. If they are really backed by the Shen Yuan family, then this will be difficult. Gu Beichuan's voice became serious. Why bother with that? Dad, sleep well tonight, and tomorrow you'll see your son's performance. Alright, I'll watch your performance. I heard your kidney stones acted up again tonight, son, I feel for you. Gu Beichuan truly felt sorry. He had only this one son, and he had spoiled him since childhood. Now, seeing him suffer, Gu Beichuan was deeply troubled. Gu Changqing didn't want to waste any more words. Good night, Dad. Go to bed early. Tomorrow at noon, your worldview will be refreshed. Chapter 3, The Sky Changes. Why is my golden core black? One night passed without incident. The next morning. In the room where Gu Changqing was staying, another painful scream echoed. This kind of pain, unable to live, unable to die. But, Gu Changqing had endured it for several years. If not for the various expensive nutritional supplements keeping him alive, he would have been as thin as a skeleton by now. His scream lasted for about an hour before stopping. Around 10 a.m., he finally left his room, still looking somewhat pale. In the dining room, a nutritious breakfast had already been prepared for him. After Gu Changqing finished eating, it was already past 11 a.m. At this time, he was lying in the pavilion on the rooftop, enjoying the autumn breeze. And over 100 kidney stone patients were either playing mahjong or playing cards, making the place quite lively. Young master, eat some fruit. A man in a black suit, looking to be in his 30s, brought several plates of fruit to the table. This man was a former Special Forces soldier, named Yilan, and had been by Gu Changqing's side for more than 4 years. Gu Changqing looked at him with a half-smile and said, Yilan, you've been following me for almost 5 years now, do you think I'm crazy like the others? How should I put it? I don't think you're like that, young master, Yilan said after thinking for a moment. Pity you don't have kidney stones, or you could soar to the skies. But don't worry, you have both the golden and fire spiritual roots. With my help, you will rise quickly. Gu Changqing chuckled softly. In his previous life, Yilan, with dual spiritual roots, accumulated power slowly but released it swiftly, reaching the peak of foundation building in just a year, reaching the golden core in a year and a half, and achieving nascent soul in 3 years. He dedicated himself to the new god group, only to die at the hands of Lu Hao. In this new life, Gu Changqing would never disappoint him. He had many high-level cultivation techniques, advanced spells, and even methods for pill refining and artifact forging in his mind. In his previous life, Gu Changqing had just obtained a method to refine the 10,000 souls incense from an ancient ruin, but before he could begin refining it, he perished in battle. Such a powerful weapon, in this life, he would definitely refine it first. Then, thank you, young master, Yilan said, his eyelids twitching. Seeing his expression, Gu Changqing knew that he actually thought of him as crazy, but he didn't say much. Gu Changqing glanced at the time. There was still half an hour. He lit a root cigarette, scrolled through music videos, and quietly waited for the world to awaken. Time ticked away. When the hands of the clock reached 11:57, Gu Changqing stood up and said to Yilan, I'm going back to my room. Don't worry about these people. Okay. Yilan nodded and escorted Gu Changqing downstairs. Gu Changqing returned to his room, stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, and gazed at the flourishing city with endless streams of cars, shaking his head. 5 years, a full 5 years. I have waited for this day for so long. Looking at the countdown with only a few seconds left, Gu Changqing took a deep breath, staring at the vast sky with excitement clearly visible on his face. As the countdown ended, in Gu Changqing's vision, the clouds began to stir and roll silently, as if being pushed by an invisible force. It's here. Seeing this, Gu Changqing clenched his fists in excitement. Boom! With his words, a golden thunder split the sky, opening a black, abyss-like scar in the heavens. The global atmosphere was, at this moment, split in two. Buzz! 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 At the same time, Mount Tai, Kunlun, the 5 great mountains, Purple Gold, Dragon Tiger, countless famous mountains around the world, began to release dazzling columns of spiritual light. The mountains roared, and the earth trembled. 81 light pillars pierced through the clouds, and then, above the heavens, they transformed into a flashing, majestic formation of runes, covering the global atmosphere. The formation resembled spider silk, golden in color, like an invisible giant net woven together. Oh my god, what happened? Hiss. What is going on? What kind of spectacle is this? Quick, take out your phones and record this. An overwhelming spectacle erupted, and only then did the people around the world realize something strange was happening, frantically pulling out their phones to record videos. Astronomers and experts from all countries were alarmed and gathered together, discussing in shock. Through satellites, it was observed that the entire atmosphere of Blue Star was covered by a golden barrier formation. As time passed, the golden barrier formation slowly faded into the void, no longer visible. The scar in the heavens that split the world also slowly began to heal. In less than 10 minutes, everything returned to calm. But on various online platforms, the strange spectacle had already exploded in views. The governments of all countries also spoke up immediately, saying that this was a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon and had no impact on humanity. Whoosh! A few minutes later, a silver rain, accompanied by thick white mist, began to pour down globally. Only Gu Changqing knew that this was not rain. It was the dense spiritual energy that couldn't be dispersed. The beasts and animals in the forests, bathing in this spiritual rain, all howled to the sky, their sizes rapidly increasing as they evolved into demonic beasts. Those with spiritual roots felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, reaching their limbs and bones. Their spiritual roots were automatically operating, absorbing the dense spiritual energy in the air. We have waited for this day, for 5 years. Gu Changqing showed a crazy smile. At this moment, he clearly felt that the 110 kidney stones in his body were actively absorbing spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he kicked the window open with a loud bang. Boom! Right now, he was like a vortex. As the window opened, the pouring rain outside all rushed toward Gu Changqing. But the moment it touched him, it was all absorbed by the 108 kidney stones inside his body. Gu Changqing stood under the raging storm. He was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing and devouring the spiritual energy rain pouring in. At this moment, Gu Changqing had fallen into a state resembling enlightenment. His consciousness appeared within his body. He saw a starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 108 black stars. Outside, a continuous stream of the Milky Way rushed in, absorbed by these 108 black and violent stars. As they absorbed the Milky Way, their size rapidly increased, growing visibly before the naked eye. Is this my Dan? See? The golden core, whether it is of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, cloud, or thunder, why is my golden core black? The scene before him left Gu Qingqing both shocked and confused. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone having a black golden core, especially one that emitted an extreme aura of destruction. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled something like a demon core. Unable to understand, Gu Qingqing decided not to think about it. No matter what kind of core it was, as long as it could bring him great power, what difference did it make? Without hesitation, he calmly absorbed the spiritual energy rain from outside to strengthen his golden core. A new book begins, asking for votes. And for continued reading is important. Chapter 4, Awakening. The calm before the storm. A rare spectacle emerged, coupled with a torrential silver rain, causing a sensation on major global internet platforms. What's going on? After the silver rain fell, it feels like there's a warm current inside my body. Could this be a virus? I'm feeling the same way. What's happening? I'm so scared. Count me in, I'm feeling it too. Should we go to the hospital and get checked? Under the silver rain, I feel like I've turned back 10 years. What's going on? Is this a flash of youth? Under the popular videos on major platforms, there were many comments claiming to feel a warm current inside their bodies. Some elderly people suddenly felt younger, and everything seemed very strange. This wave of spiritual energy revival swept through every corner of the globe. At the Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, on the rooftop, more than 100 kidney stone patients bathed in the silver rain, their bodies emitting brilliant golden light as they sat cross-legged in the rain, absorbing spiritual energy. What's going on with these people? Shinfeng and Linny looked at this scene with confusion and shock on their faces. Could it be that they really have golden cores inside them? Looking at the golden light emitting from their bodies, Linny swallowed hard. What's happening to this world? Shinfeng muttered in disbelief. They hadn't felt any warm current, meaning they likely didn't have spiritual roots. But even so, they could sense an indescribable pressure coming from those more than 100 people. Damn it, why do I feel a warm current inside me too? Outside the door of Gu Qingqing's room, Yilan, who was scrolling through his phone, also felt a massive warm current inside his body, which made him nervous and worried it might be a virus. Young master, are you alright? Do you feel a warm current inside? Should we go to the hospital and get checked? Yilan knocked on the door, shouting. Don't panic. It's not a virus. It's your spiritual root autonomously absorbing the world's spiritual energy to cleanse your body. After that, you'll be able to enter the qi refining stage in one go. After a while, Gu Qingqing's voice came from inside the room. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yilan stood frozen, unable to believe it. Is that true? But he got no reply from Gu Qingqing. If that's the case, would I absorb it faster if I go out and bathe in the silver rain? Yilan thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and left the building to stand in the rain. Sure enough, bathed in the heavy rain, the warm current inside his body became even more fierce and vast, sweeping through his limbs and bones. Feeling the changes in his body, Yilan gasped in shock. Could it be, this really is spiritual energy, and the kidney stones in young master's body are actually a golden core? So we all wrongly blamed the young master, he was never mentally ill. He had foreseen this day all along. Yilan's current mood was both excited and complicated. The Great Xia Dragon Nation, Virus Department. In the department building, inside the top floor meeting room, a grand meeting was held, with dozens of experts gathered here. They were all afraid the virus would sweep across the world. After the meeting ended, they immediately invited several people who had warm currents appear in their bodies for research. This is actually a harmless, and even incredibly beneficial mysterious substance to the human body. Moreover, these mysterious substances are unlocking this person's 8 extraordinary meridians, my heavens. Hiss. What on earth is happening to this world? Quickly report this matter. The research results shocked all the experts, and they didn't dare delay even a second, immediately reporting the matter. After the results were reported, the Great Xia Dragon Nation quickly held a public news conference. Welcome to this LongNet News press conference. Actually, the miracle revealed today, and the ongoing silver rain, bring no harm to us humans. On the contrary, it brings huge benefits. According to authoritative experts from the nation's top virus department, those who feel warm currents in their bodies, you are not infected with any virus, but due to your unique physique, you have received the favor of heaven. A mysterious substance has appeared in your body, washing your flesh, unlocking your 8 extraordinary meridians. Very soon, you will become cultivators from the novels. With great power comes great responsibility. After becoming cultivators, we hope you do not commit crimes. Please first go to the nearest constable hall to register your information, and do not harm ordinary people. As long as you are willing to serve the country, the nation will never treat you poorly. while the news conference was happening. Capital City. Official meeting hall. The consequences brought by this heavenly change and miracle might be very serious. Everyone speak, how should we deal with this? Xian Yuan Tuasan was the first to speak, an old man standing tall, naturally commanding authority without anger. Those who can become cultivators must be controlled. Let them form a cultivator alliance. Anyone who refuses to join must be imprisoned. Nangong Chang Feng said in a deep voice. Indeed, we must form a cultivator alliance, but it needs an absolutely powerful figure to sit in command. Where can we find such a strong person? Shen Tuquanyin shook his head and said. Tang Gui thought and said, I think we can do this, issue an announcement to form a cultivator alliance, then hold a martial arts tournament, and the one who wins the championship will be the leader. That's a good idea. Notify everyone and prepare to issue the announcement. The date will be set for 3 days later. All the leaders nodded one after another, agreeing with this decision. Meanwhile, inside Gu Changqing's room. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His head full of gray and white hair swayed with the wind blowing in through the window. All around him, black, extremely evil and violent true energy was spreading. At the center of his brows, a strange pattern was flickering. At this moment, Gu Changqing was merging all the spells and techniques he had learned in his past life. To absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one needed techniques to guide it. In this way, the true energy cultivated would be more powerful. Of course, one could also absorb it through their own spiritual route, but that would be much slower. And spells were methods of attack. Outside, the spiritual energy rain had already stopped. In the mountains and forests, the roars of demon beasts echoed. Vegetation began to grow wildly, covering the mountains densely, incomparably lush. In human cities, one after another, cultivators in the qi refining stage appeared. At the same time, the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep raised by humans also became incredibly powerful after the spiritual energy rain, and began to attack humans. Therefore, human cities. The town was not peaceful at this moment. Everywhere, animals and livestock were attacking humans. Luckily, many cultivators in the qi refining stage had appeared among the humans. Moreover, the official response was fast, dispatching the military into the city, preventing the newly transformed animals and livestock from wreaking havoc on a large scale. Time passed quickly, and when nightfall arrived, Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a brutal black thunder flashed in his gaze. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the 108 golden pills slowly rotating in his danci, bringing him endless power. On his handsome face, which had a touch of evil, a look of satisfaction appeared. Through the window, looking at the peaceful city, he sighed softly, 1 week from now, I wonder how many people will die in battle. The 6th district of Qingyun City will become a hell on earth. Not to mention the demon beasts in the forest. Chapter 5, I said my kidney stones are golden pills, now do you believe it? Spiritual energy revived, and the world was in turmoil. Batch after batch of cultivators emerged, and groups of demon beasts rampaged. In the city, gunshots echoed everywhere. The streets were desolate, and ordinary people stayed home to hide. In just one day, the government mobilized over 2 million troops into cities across the country. With the help of cultivators responding to the national call, the newly transformed demon beasts and livestock were unable to stir up much chaos. That night, at Qingya Psychiatric Hospital. In the lobby, a large number of over 100 golden core cultivators gathered. After awakening their golden cores, they did not choose to leave. They were all waiting for Gu Changqing. At this moment, no one dared to call Gu Changqing crazy anymore. He was a prophet. He had been treated as a madman. This, my worldview is shattered. Young Master Gu was a prophet, and we actually treated him as a madman. Linny was also in the lobby, looking at the more than 100 non-humans in front of him, his face full of bitter smiles. I am really foolish. Why didn't I believe in young Master Gu? If I had believed that his kidney stones were golden pills, I should have at least had a few. Shen Feng pounded his chest and stamped his feet. But in this world, there were no pills for regret. Yilan stood at the door, looking at the more than 100 golden core cultivators inside, with a slightly bitter expression. He was only at the 2nd level of the qi refining stage, and these guys had already reached golden core. It really made him envious and jealous. At around 8 p.m. that night, steady footsteps echoed from upstairs. Hearing this, everyone looked over. Gu Changqing had finally come down. He was wearing a set of black pajamas, and under his grayish-white messy hair, his sharp features exuded a trace of evil. With every movement, an indescribable sense of pressure spread, making all the golden core cultivators present tremble. Young Master Gu. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they respectfully called out. Gu Changqing sat down on the sofa at the top, revealing a faint smile and said, How is it? Do you still think I'm crazy? Cough cough. We were foolish. We are at fault. Young Master Gu was clearly a prophet, but we treated him as. Everyone felt a bit ashamed. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly and said calmly, actually, it's not your fault. Anyone would think I'm crazy. But how about my golden core cultivation? Strong. Unbelievably strong. We can already fly through the air. It's ridiculous. I just flew a little while ago, and it was damn enjoyable. Everyone present was extremely excited, their ambitions stirring. Someone said, young Master Gu, with our abilities, looking around the world, who can stop us? Do you want to become the emperor of humanity? Good heavens, they even said something like that. It shows just how inflated their confidence had become. Looking at their eager expressions, Gu Qingqing spoke in a deep voice, don't be too happy too soon. A disaster for humanity is coming soon, and 1 week from now, some of you present here may die in battle. Young Master Gu, what kind of disaster is it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face showed shock. Gu Qingqing lit a cigarette for himself and slowly said, it is a catastrophe for humanity. Don't think you're strong now, in that disaster, you could still fall. Do you believe me? Believe. Everyone dared not doubt his words, unanimously nodding in agreement. Good, I have some cultivation methods and spells. Reflect and practice them well within this week. After 1 week, come and fight alongside me. After saying this, Gu Qingqing's forehead mark rippled slightly, and then a stream of soul light flew out, entering the sea of consciousness of over 100 people present at the Golden Core stage. This is... Everyone's spirit trembled, and they carefully sensed. Gu Qingqing said, go back and comprehend it. Okay, thank you, young Master Gu, for granting us these methods. From now on, we will all follow you, young Master Gu, without hesitation. Everyone was very excited, leaving in groups of 2 or 3, eager to cultivate the methods and spells in their sea of consciousness. Young Master Gu, there is no warm current in our bodies. Can we still become cultivators? After everyone had left, Shinfeng and Linny approached with hopeful expressions. Gu Qingqing glanced at them and said indifferently, without spiritual roots, how can you become cultivators? Unless, before this heavenly change, you both had kidney stones. Otherwise, you will never become cultivators in this lifetime. You can leave now. All right. Upon hearing this, their faces darkened, and with a sigh, they left dejectedly. Young Master. At this moment, Yi Lan walked over. You're at the 2nd level of qi refining, don't envy them or get discouraged. With my help, you will soon establish your foundation and form your core. After Gu Qingqing finished speaking, he pointed at Yi Lan's forehead and gave him a complete earth-level inheritance. This inheritance fits your gold and fire attribute spiritual roots. With some effort in cultivation, you will rise quickly. Young Master, you really are omnipotent. Yi Lan looked at him with growing admiration. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, my abilities go beyond this, you will slowly see that in the future. Has my father contacted me today? My phone was broken by the true essence. Yi Lan nodded, he has contacted me. I've explained the situation to the chairman. He's very happy. Good, go and cultivate well. Gu Qingqing patted his shoulder. If I go and cultivate, then no one will be here to serve you, young master. I don't need anyone to serve me. Right now, I need to go see my dad. I haven't seen him for a long time, and then I'll go kill someone. Alright, then I'll go cultivate first. Yi Lan nodded and turned to leave for his residence. Lu Hao, you deserve to die. A strong killing intent flashed in Gu Qingqing's blood-red pupils. After changing into a set of black casual clothes, he flew out of the window and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. In the night sky over Qingyun City, one could occasionally see several giant birds soaring through the air. On the ground, rats in large groups had grown to nearly half a meter long, which was terrifying. In the city, military patrols were everywhere, cultivators appeared here and there, clearing out the rampaging beasts. In the city center, at the new God Group building. In the chairman's office. Xiao Kuang, how many people from our group have become cultivators? Has the count been done? Gu Beichuan, who sat with an imposing presence in front of the desk, was on the phone with Chu Kuang. He had also become a cultivator, a powerful thunder root, currently at the 2nd level of qi refining. Chairman, I just finished the count. A total of 380 people, but 36 of them went berserk, and I killed them. A rough voice came from the phone. Good, stabilize them. I'm going to meet Chongqing now. The group's matters will be left to you. Dad, I'm here. Just as Gu Beichuan finished speaking, Gu Chongqing entered through the half-open window of the office. Kid, did you fly in? Gu Beichuan looked at him in shock. Golden Core stage, flying through the sky and earth is nothing. Gu Chongqing lazily sat down on the sofa, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smiled. I told you my kidney stone is the Golden Core, now you believe it, right? How does this kid know so much? Father and son sat across from each other at the tea table in the office. Gu Beichuan only had this one son. His mother passed away during childbirth. These years, it was Gu Beichuan who raised him, dealing with both the filth and the tears, never marrying again. As for this son, he held him in his palm, afraid he'd break, and held him in his mouth, afraid he'd melt. I had a very long dream, Dad, do you believe it? Gu Changqing took a sip of tea and laughed softly. You really just had a dream, and you're going to endure 5 years of kidney stone pain? Gu Beichuan squinted and looked at him. Gu Changqing laughed, what else? I'd rather believe it. Gu Beichuan took another sip of tea and asked, so in your dream, was this great change for humanity good or bad? Both good and bad. Gu Changqing whispered, the good is that humanity has entered the cultivation era, and immortality is no longer a dream. The bad is that the coming disaster will drastically reduce the human population. Hearing this, Gu Beichuan's expression became serious. Is it that severe? If it were before, he would have dismissed it as nonsense from Gu Changqing. But now, with so many things coming true, he had no choice but to believe that his son had indeed had a dream that foresaw the future. This is the disaster that humanity must face. To rise, destruction is inevitable. I will make the new God group an unshakable existence in this disaster. Gu Changqing's ambition was naturally not small. Many fold space relics would soon emerge, some filled with spiritual herbs, some with inheritances, some with materials for weapon crafting. Relying on his experiences from his past life, he could seize the opportunity. Gu Beichuan laughed loudly. Good, from now on, the new God group will be left to you, kid. I need to focus on cultivating. Leave it to me. I have a set of inheritance that matches your thunder attribute spiritual root. Gu Changqing said, pointing his finger toward Gu Beichuan's forehead. Good, such a profound inheritance. Feeling what kind of inheritance this was, Gu Beichuan showed a look of surprise. The thunder spiritual root is an extraordinary spiritual root that surpasses the 5 elements spiritual roots. Gu Beichuan's future achievements would certainly be high. Gu Changqing took a sip of tea and smiled. Of course, from today on, the new God group is mine. Dad, you can rest easy and cultivate. But before that, I need to go kill someone. Lu Hao. Exactly. This person must die. Gu Changqing nodded. You should have found his address by now, right? 4th District, Xuanwu District, Building 3, Room 304. He has a sister at home, don't kill any innocents. Gu Beichuan said. Don't worry, I'll only kill him. By the way, how many cultivators have appeared in our group? Has there been any riot? Gu Changqing asked. Over 300, a few troublemakers, but they were all dealt with by your crazy uncle. Gu Beichuan smiled. Your crazy uncle is something, 3 spiritual roots plus a wind spiritual root, now he's at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. I know, and I also have a set of inheritance suitable for crazy uncle. I'll give it to him after I return from killing Lu Hao. Gu Changqing stood up and said, I'll be back soon, I won't be long. Saying that, he flew out of the window. In his past life, the new God group had gained a lot of inheritances from the major relics. Gu Changqing remembered them all. Unfortunately, such a large group eventually perished at the hands of Lu Hao. Flying and escaping the earth really makes people envious. Looking at Gu Changqing disappearing into the night, Gu Beichuan showed a longing expression, then contacted Chu Kuang. Soon, Chu Kuang arrived. Chairman, did the young master come by? Yes, he came by and just went out to kill someone. Gu Beichuan raised his hand to gesture for him to sit and said, he said he has a set of inheritance to give you. Gu Beichuan briefly explained to Chu Kuang what Gu Changqing had told him. Gu Beichuan absolutely trusted Chu Kuang. He was his brother for life, the second in command of the new God group. Upon hearing the truth, Chu Kuang smiled bitterly. So it's like this, we've misunderstood the young master. Who said not, but we can't blame ourselves. Gu Beichuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, handing a cigarette to Chu Kuang. While they were chatting, Gu Changqing had already arrived at the 3rd District. Building 3, Xuanwu Residential Complex. He stood above the night sky, his divine sense covering the entire residential complex, finally settling inside room 304. Moments later, he frowned, having not seen any sign of Lu Hao. Within the range of his divine sense, only Lu Hao's parents and younger sister were at home. In Gu Changqing's mind, he began to recall the details of Lu Hao's sudden rise. In the first year of the great upheaval, there was no news of this person at all. He had appeared out of nowhere. He's not at home at this time. Is he outside helping the official army clean up the city's monsters, or has he already vanished? But if he were helping the military, it wouldn't make sense for him to remain unknown for so long. Gu Changqing fell into deep thought, then shook his head and turned to rise into the sky. He did not choose to wait. As long as he remained in this city, Gu Changqing had ways to find him. If he wasn't here, no amount of searching would matter. Back at Gu Beichuan's office, he saw him chatting with Chu Kuang about the current situation of the group. So?
Did you kill him? Seeing Gu Changqing return, Gu Beichuan asked. No sign of him.
He should have been killed a few days ago, but Dad, you were too soft-hearted. Gu Changqing sighed. This man, in my prophetic dream, was the one who brought down the new gods group.
What? Both Gu Beichuan and Chu Quan were slightly shocked upon hearing that.
Forget it, it's not a big deal. Let him live a little longer. Now that Gu Changqing had absolute power, he was not that afraid of Lu Hao. Sitting down on the sofa, he said, what we must do now is train madly this week, raise our strength, and prepare for the demonic invasion 1 week from now. Only by repelling this wave can we catch our breath. At that time, many relic spaces will appear around the world. So that means, during the first wave of demonic invasion, the pressure we face is very high, but later we can quickly increase strength through the things found in the relic spaces.
From Gu Changqing's words, Gu Beichuan immediately pointed out the key.
Gu Changqing lit a cigarette and slowly said, yes, the first wave of the demons will pressure us the most. At that time, the entire 6th district will become a battlefield. Should we report this to the officials?
Chu Kuang asked hesitantly. Gu Beichuan thought for a moment and said, I think we should.
After all, the 6th district has over 1 million people. You decide for yourselves.
This week, I will craft something. These are the materials I need. They can all be found right now.
Gather them within 2 days. Gu Changqing took out his phone and opened a file. Inside, a dazzling list of materials was displayed. All were for crafting the 10,000 soul banner. Though all were the lowest grade materials, with his 108 golden core cultivation level, he could still craft it. Chapter 7, Those Beasts, They Cannot Be Relied Upon. Lu Yuan chatted with his father in Chu Kuang for several hours. After handing over Chu Kuang's inheritance, he returned to the mental hospital, then sent a golden core cultivator to sit in at the group's headquarters. After Chu Kuang left, he immediately ordered someone to collect the materials Gu Changqing needed.
Once they were gone, Gu Beichuan contacted the city lord of Qingyun City. Chairman Gu, what do you need from me? I'm overwhelmed with work right now.
The call connected, and a deep voice came through.
Gu Beichuan said in a deep voice, City Lord Du, I have very important news to tell you. It concerns the life and death of 1 million people.
Oh? Please speak, Chairman Gu.
Du Han's tone turned serious. Gu Beichuan was the richest man in Cloud City, his words could not be baseless. Du Han had to take it seriously.
Seeing Du Han so serious, Gu Beichuan did not hold back and revealed everything about the upcoming demonic disaster in the 6th district.
After hearing such grave words, Du Han's heart tightened, and he asked, is this true? A large-scale evacuation, that's not a simple matter. City Lord Du, I've passed the message. It concerns 1 million people.
I hope you take it seriously.
I have other matters to handle. Think carefully.
Also, it's best to take action immediately, deploy the best weapons and equipment, defend the 6th district, and minimize the losses. The headquarters of the new god group is in Qingyun City, and Gu Beichuan doesn't want Qingyun City to suffer too much damage.
Mr. Gu, where did you get this information, and how reliable is it? Du Han asked, frowning.
Mayor Du, it's better to believe it, after all, it's about the lives of millions of people.
You should have a meeting and discuss it properly.
There's no need for me to lie to you. Gu Beichuan didn't want to say more, hung up the phone, and whether the other party believed him or not was none of his concern. He was just a businessman, he couldn't care about too much.
It's a pity for the more than 1 million people in the 6th district. Throwing the unimportant matters to his secretary, Gu Beichuan went to practice.
The times had changed, power was the way to go. He didn't care, but Du Han was hesitant. He immediately called for a high-level meeting.
The result discussed in this meeting was chilling.
The senior executives all felt that Gu Beichuan was making a mountain out of a molehill and didn't take this matter seriously. This also sealed the tragic fate of the 6th district, which was about to turn into a human hell.
At dawn,
the headquarters in the capital issued a nationwide announcement.
This announcement is for all cultivators in the country.
Dear cultivators, hello, I am the first elder of the Daxia Dragon Kingdom. The purpose of this announcement is to establish a cultivator alliance. This cultivator alliance is called the Cultivators Alliance. The country needs stability in order to prosper and develop. As you all become cultivators, there are many fierce beasts in the mountains and forests that have turned into demon beasts, and the country needs your strength to protect it. Any cultivator who joins the Cultivator Alliance will receive the best resources from the country.
We will never mistreat the heroes who protect humanity.
As for how to choose the position of the alliance leader, we will hold a martial arts competition at 10 a.m. on the 23rd of this month in Kyoto Square. The winner will become the leader of the alliance. We hope everyone will actively participate. Once the announcement from the headquarters in the capital was released, it immediately stirred the Golden Core cultivators nationwide. Gu Changqing, who had just finished bathing, lay on the bed and looked at this announcement. He was neither surprised nor planning to participate in the competition to become the leader.
He sat cross-legged and began his cultivation.
As he circulated the 8 desolate demon art he had practiced, the 108 golden cores in his body began to rotate and absorb the spiritual energy floating in the world.
Boom!
In an instant, the spiritual energy within several dozen miles of the space where Gu Changqing was located seemed to encounter an irresistible force and surge toward him like a massive tsunami. In the midst of the rumbling of heaven and earth, a huge vortex of spiritual energy appeared above Qingya Mental Hospital, violently sweeping toward the room where Gu Changqing was. The other people who were also cultivating in the building experienced a sudden increase in the speed of absorbing spiritual energy several times over. Time passed quickly, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the materials needed for Gu Changqing to refine the Wan Soul's banner were finally delivered to Qingya Mental Hospital. In the hall, after checking the materials, Gu Changqing confirmed that nothing was missing and asked, puzzled, Uncle Kwang, why hasn't the Qingyun city government made any move yet? If they don't evacuate the people from the 6th district, in a few days, they'll all die inside. After 2 days of cultivation, Gu Changqing was still at the initial stage of forming the golden core. He possessed 108 golden cores, and they were special golden cores. The amount of spiritual energy required for each step of his advancement was enormous. But the combat power he gained was unparalleled. Chu Kuang said in a low voice, if there's been no movement for so long, it means they don't believe it, they're truly a bunch of beasts. Send out an announcement under the name of the new God group. Every life saved counts. Gu Changqing sighed lightly, those beasts can't be relied upon. The chairman also has this plan. By the way, are you not interested in the alliance leader selection competition in the capital? After 2 days of cultivation, Chu Kuang had already reached the 6th level of qi refining. At this moment, he curiously asked. Boring. In my eyes, it's nothing more than playing house. Gu Changqing shook his head and said, Uncle Kuang, if there's nothing else, you should go back for now. I need to forge a magical treasure, it will take some time, and I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a while. If you encounter any difficulties you can't solve, come here to ask for help. Got it, I'll leave now. Chu Kuang strode out. After he left, Gu Changqing took the materials for forging the Wansoul flag and returned to his room to begin the forging process. The process of forging was dull and boring, but Gu Changqing enjoyed it. Although the materials were ordinary, they could be slowly strengthened later. The next day, in the capital city, the storm gathered. The central square, which could accommodate over 100,000 people, was crowded on this day, with a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. The humans of today regarded this celestial change as the beginning of humanity's rise, believing that immortality was no longer a dream. But they had no idea, nor would they believe, that a catastrophe was approaching. At the brink of the upcoming disaster, even those in the golden core stage would die just as easily. Today's contest for the position of the alliance leader was the main event for those in the core formation stage, while those in the qi refining stage could only watch the spectacle. Thousands of cultivators in the core formation stage from all over the country were extremely high profile, standing proudly in the air, looking down on the crowd. There may be many with kidney stones, but if they're too small, they won't awaken into a golden core. Not all kidney stones can awaken into a golden core. There were about 6,000 or 7,000 cultivators in the core formation stage present. The total number across the entire country was certainly much higher, and there were probably many who hadn't come, not intending to join the cultivation alliance. For example, Gu Changqing. Previously, the kidney stone patients Gu Beichuan found for Gu Changqing were all in severe conditions, so they all awakened golden cores, and their golden cores were far from ordinary. Vote, please. Chapter 8, My Wansoul Flag, the last material, just missing the demon core in your body. While the competition for the alliance leader was in full swing in the cultivation alliance of the capital city. Outside the city of Qingyun, in a certain mountain range within the territory of the Great Xiao Dragon Kingdom. Buzz. Here, the void struggled to open a crack. Once the crack, over a person's height, stabilized, 2 figures slowly emerged. They had fierce appearances, their bodies covered in crimson red cloaks, horns growing from their heads, wings rising from their backs, and their blood-red eyes occasionally flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Ha ha ha. Not bad, this is the planet. Finally found it. These 2 grotesque creatures, feeling the magnetic field of the blue star, grinned and laughed excitedly. Has this planet already developed civilization? When they looked up, they happened to see the prosperous city of Qingyun, and they couldn't help but show surprise. Interesting, very interesting, I wonder what kind of species this is. Who cares what species it is, when our people come in large numbers, we'll enslave them to mine. For safety, let's infiltrate the city of this species first and investigate. After saying this, they soared into the air, flying directly toward the city of Qingyun. Once outside the city, they expanded their divine senses, covering a small area within the city.
Ha, what a weak species, they're all just refining stage little insects, we could slaughter this entire city. So, what do you think? Do we kill them outright or wait in hiding for our people to arrive? Why wait? Let's conquer the city first, then welcome our people. Good, then let's kill. Boom.
The two outer world creatures reached a consensus and unleashed terrifying cultivation power at the core formation stage, charging directly toward the city of Qingyun.
You two, you've waited long enough.
However, just as they crossed the city moat, suddenly a figure appeared, blocking their path.
The newcomer had white hair and blood-red pupils, dressed in a specially made black suit.
His figure was tall and straight.
It was none other than Gu Changqing.
The figure of Gu Changqing appeared out of nowhere, forcefully halting the two outer world demons from charging forward.
Core formation stage? No. How could someone in the core formation stage possess such thick and powerful true essence? It was like a bottomless pit, impossible to see through. Damn it, we hit a steel wall, retreat. They were not fools.
Knowing the man before them was not someone they could fight, they split without hesitation, turning into two streaks of light, fleeing in opposite directions.
If even one could escape, that would be something.
Since you're here, why rush to leave? My 10,000 souls banner only lacks your demon cores as the final material. Gu Changqing lifted his eyelids slightly, looking at the two fleeing outer realm demons, a mocking gleam in his eyes.
Aid desolate finger.
He flicked two fingers in a flash. Black lightning coiled around his fingertips, spitting destruction, turning into two black lightning beams with swishing sounds, chasing after the two demons like bolts of lightning. The speed was so fast, it reached behind them in the blink of an eye.
Damn it!
Under the aura of that finger strike chasing from behind, the two demons felt death hit their souls directly. Their hearts turned cold, and they roared as they turned around. Without their weapons and treasures, they could only use their strongest spells to fight back.
Boom! Put!
But their spells were like paper before Gu Changqing's strike. The finger beams did not lose power, piercing through their throats in one motion.
Instantly, two fierce heads flew high into the air.
Their souls had not yet perished and rushed out from the heads, trying to escape.
Stay behind and become evil spirits for my 10,000 souls banner.
Seeing this, Gu Changqing gave a faint smile. The soul mark at the center of his brows lit up, releasing two terrifying soul lights, which chased and captured the two fleeing souls. At the same time, he remotely summoned the two demons' falling corpses, took their demon cores, and disappeared from the high sky with a few flickers. To refine the 10,000 souls banner, the most important material was golden cores or demon cores. Gu Changqing knew that today two outer realm demons would attack Qingyun City, so he had waited here in advance. Luckily, things had not veered from the path of his past life, or else Gu Changqing would have had to hunt down a golden core cultivator.
Qingyun City Satellite Department. Did you see that? Wasn't that Gu Changqing, the heir of the new god group?
It must be him, that was Gu Changqing.
Heavens!
He killed two beings at least in the core formation stage with just a finger.
Isn't he rumored to be insane?
He took the inner cores of those two mysterious beings.
Report this to the city lord now.
The staff at the satellite department had already noticed the two outer realm demons, but just as they were about to report it, Gu Changqing appeared and dealt with them. The power he showed deeply shocked them. They did not dare delay even a second and reported the matter immediately.
City Lord's office. Du Han was watching the Alliance Leader contest held in the capital.
City Lord, our satellite just captured something shocking outside the city.
This is the video, please watch it.
At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with a video report.
Du Han let out a soft sound and took the tablet from his subordinate.
This is.
After watching the less than 3-minute video, his face showed shock. Gu Changqing is this powerful? Who are these two mysterious beings?
Suddenly, he remembered the words from Gu Baichuan a few days ago. His heart tensed without reason. Just then, Du Han's deputy called, City Lord, just now, the new God group issued a public announcement.
Please read it immediately. What announcement? Du Han clicked the link sent by his deputy and saw the following message. New God group, to all citizens of District 6.
Next Monday, District 6 will face a massive invasion of demons.
This place will become a battlefield. Please evacuate as soon as possible. The following video shows the corpses of demons who have already infiltrated Blue Star.
Attached to this announcement, there was also a video. The content of the video. It was exactly the two evil demons that Gu Changqing had killed earlier.
No way. Could it really be an invasion by evil demons?
Du Han's face was very serious, and he immediately called his assistant, saying, Gather all department members now, we're having a meeting. After speaking, he got up and quickly walked to the conference hall. The new God group had already issued a public announcement. As the city lord of Qingyun City, he had no choice but to prepare carefully.
If what the new God group said was true, that evil demons from outside the domain had really come to the 6th district, and he knew but did nothing. Then if millions of people died because of him, not only would he lose the position of city lord, he might even have to die to apologize. And after the new God group released that announcement, it caused a great uproar in Qingyun City. Especially in the 6th district. Many people would rather believe it's true, and had already begun leaving with their whole families. Because the prestige of the new God group was still very high in Qingyun City. Many people were willing to believe them. Chapter 9, The Alliance Causes Trouble. Kill. Gu Changqing, who was focusing on refining the 10,000 souls banner, didn't care at all about things happening outside. What alliance leader, what official believes or not about evil demons appearing in the 6th district, he didn't care one bit. All rise begins from destruction. Besides, worrying about it was useless. If he tried to seize control of Qingyun City, he might even be seen as anti-human. Why do something that brings no benefit and only trouble? And after the new God group released that announcement, the entire group went quiet. All cultivators were now in seclusion for training. For the foundation building stage cultivators of the new God group, Gu Changqing had also given them inheritances. With the inheritance techniques, their training speed increased very fast. At this rate, by next Monday, more than 1,000 cultivators from the new God group would at least reach level 8 of the foundation building stage. Lately, the new God group had been recruiting cultivators non-stop. There were still many people coming to join. Especially after this announcement, another large group of cultivators came to join. They were growing stronger and stronger by the day, and you could see it with your own eyes. On this day, after the competition, the leader of the Cultivation Alliance showed up. Lin Beixian. 27 years old, a longtime kidney stone patient. He had awakened 12 powerful golden cores. In the competition, he defeated all opponents, and no one could last one move against him. As the saying goes, a new official lights 3 fires. The first thing Lin Beixian did after taking office was to hold a press conference. Wearing a white suit, tall and straight, and quite handsome in appearance. At this moment, he stood confidently in front of the camera, slowly speaking. Fellow cultivators, this great change in the heavens has given us all huge benefits, and we have become cultivators with strength to lift mountains. But the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I have found that many of you still haven't registered your identities. Please, make sure to go to the nearest patrol hall as soon as possible and register yourselves. In the future, we will set up branches of the Cultivation Alliance across the country. Once all the branches are established, you will be the guardians of every major city and town. Do not use your non-human powers to do whatever you want. Any criminal caught by the Alliance will be sentenced to death. Watch yourselves. Also, if within 3 days you still do not go to the nearest patrol hall to register, the Alliance will consider you dangerous and detain you. This press conference lasted more than an hour before it ended. The Cultivation Alliance was now roughly established. But many cultivators still didn't plan to join. Some rebellious cultivators, knowing that the new God group was recruiting on a large scale and offering great benefits, all came to join the new God group instead. And the new God group accepted everyone, not even requiring their cultivators to register. As for whether the authorities would cause trouble, with Gu Changqing there, the new God group feared nothing. Sure enough, on the morning of the 3rd day, people from the Cultivation Alliance arrived. They claimed to be the 3rd of the Alliance. The 4th elder is a cultivator in the core formation stage. They were greeted by Secretary Gu Beichuan, Gu Jiaojiao. Senior elders, both the chairman and the young master are currently in seclusion. Please wait for them to emerge before coming again. In the reception hall, the mature and enchanting Gu Jiaojiao, with a voluptuous and outstanding figure, dressed in a professional office outfit, served them tea and politely spoke. Ha! We, as Alliance elders, are treated by such a small secretary from your new God group? The two of them sneered coldly, and the pressure of their core formation stage cultivation burst forth. The impact caused Gu Jiaojiao to stagger back several steps, her face turning pale as she angrily shouted, "Such rampant behavior, do you want to start a war with our new God group? Start a war? In front of our Alliance, do you even have the right?" The two were both in their 30s or 40s, average in appearance, and without this change in the heavens, they would have been low-level figures. Now, soaring to the skies, their confidence was inflated like never before, looking down on everyone. "Elder Huang, please make your move." Gu Jiaojiao's face darkened as she took a few steps back and spoke. The young master was right, you are all a bunch of misfits. From behind, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit slowly walked out. Oh, you're also in the core formation stage? The two Alliance elders, their noses in the air on the couch, looked at the old man Huang as he walked out, their faces showing no fear, threatening. "What, do you want to oppose the Alliance?" "I, this old man, have no intention of opposing anyone, but anyone who dares to lay hands on the new God group is my enemy." Boom! After saying that, Elder Huang's true essence erupted from his body, like a raging river. Such a thick true essence. The two alliance elders changed color as they felt the terrifying force.
The young master said, anyone who causes trouble will be killed.
I'm sorry, but you are doomed.
Elder Huang's gaze turned cold, and intense killing intent burst forth.
Starfinger. In the next moment, he struck fiercely.
His movement was as fast as a gust of wind. His hands rose, and terrifying starlight flickered at his fingertips, instantly striking the foreheads of the two alliance elders.
Puff. Bang. Then, two heads exploded like watermelons. Instant kill.
This was the difference between someone who had cultivated spells and techniques and someone who had not.
Moreover, Elder Huang was the third strongest under Gu Changqing, possessing 3 golden pills.
After killing the two, Elder Huang took their golden pills and looked at the pale Gu Jiaojiao, saying, call someone up to take their bodies and throw them out.
After saying that, he left. Not long after,
the two corpses were thrown out by the staff of the new god group.
What's going on here? My god, not only are their heads gone, but their stomachs are also ripped open? Ugh.
Immediately, many people gathered around to watch. Looking at the two headless corpses on the ground with their stomachs opened, everyone felt a chill.
Several people even vomited on the spot. Within 10 minutes, a patrol car came rumbling. The crowd whispered and made way.
From the car in front, the city lord, Du Han, stepped out from the passenger seat.
You guys handle the bodies, then wait outside.
Du Han's expression was very serious as he signaled the officers to deal with the bodies. After the officers stood by, he led Director Zhu toward the new god group's building.
But before they could enter, Gu Jiaojiu walked out from inside, asking knowingly, City Lord Du, Director Zhu, what brings you here? Du Han smiled wryly, Secretary Gu, people have died, and you're still asking what brings us here? It seems that disputes between cultivators are not something the patrol can manage, right? If you want an explanation, it's better to ask the cultivators from the Alliance to come over. Gu Jiaojiu said forcefully, then turned to go back inside.
Director Zhu shook his head and said, City Lord, the new god group now is no longer something we can handle.
Let's return and report this to the Cultivation Alliance in Shanjing. Let them deal with it.
The new god group now had 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators, and with the unfathomable Gu Changqing, their fangs were starting to show.
Let's go back first. Du Han nodded.
He had only come here as a formality and dared not truly provoke the new god group.
Ask for some recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 10, Soul Banner complete. A bloody massacre is about to begin. Today is already Friday. Capital City, headquarters building of the Cultivation Alliance. The 100-story building stands tall and proud. New God Group, how dare you? Inside the Alliance leader's office, a voice filled with extreme anger echoed out.
Lin Beixian was still on a phone call, his face very gloomy, and finally hung up with a loud snap.
His eyes revealed a trace of viciousness, and he sneered coldly, New God Group, huh? You don't need to exist anymore.
Then, he called the first elder, Xianyuan Tuasen.
Little Lin, are you in some trouble?
As the call connected, Xianyuan Tuasen's deep voice came through.
Elder Xianyuan, the situation is like this.
Lin Beixian explained what had happened. Xianyuan Tuasen said in a low voice, grudges between cultivators, you take full charge.
Remember, I don't want to see ordinary people oppressed by cultivators. Elder, rest assured.
If any cultivator harms ordinary people, no matter who, I will punish them severely without mercy.
Lin Beixian firmly promised. Good. How to deal with the new God group, it's up to you.
After saying that, Xianyuan Tuasen ended the call.
New God group, prepare to face destruction.
Lin Beixian sneered, then said, Xiaolin, send a notice to gather all members at the hall master level and above to the meeting hall.
Yes.
Outside the door, a respectful female voice sounded. A meeting targeting the new God group thus began.
Saturday, at night. Boom.
Inside Gu Changqing's room, a wave of terrifying, evil energy that shook the soul suddenly erupted.
What's going on? Has the young master finished refining the magic weapon? Such a big commotion immediately woke all the core formation cultivators still cultivating inside Qingyao Mental Hospital.
They all walked out of their rooms, came to the spacious hall on the first floor, all wanting to see the power of the magic weapon Gu Changqing refined. The core formation cultivators present all possessed at least 2 golden cores, and all practiced with techniques and spells, their combat strength extremely strong, able to fight 100 of the same realm alone. Who would have thought that such a mental hospital was full of hidden experts?
About an hour later,
Gu Changqing, after bathing, slowly walked down from upstairs, still wearing a specially made black suit, his figure tall and upright.
Young master. Young master, is the magic weapon completed? Young master, can you let us have a look? What does the magic weapon look like?
Seeing him come down, everyone couldn't wait to come forward, talking all at once, all wanting to see what the magic weapon looked like. Although they were all core formation cultivators, they were extremely curious about magic weapons like those in novels.
Since you all want to see, then take a good look.
Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, black mist surged in his palm. Then a 150-centimeter long black banner appeared, with demonic patterns flowing on the surface, thunder interwoven, and demonic might surging to the sky. Black mist surged within the banner, and from time to time, two great demon heads could be seen wandering inside, letting out earth-shaking roars. With the appearance of this banner, the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura that made people's hearts unsteady and their whole bodies cold. Hiss. So this is a magic weapon, it feels like it greatly boosts our combat power.
Young master, is refining magic weapons hard? When you have time, can you make one for us too?
Feeling the power released by the magic weapon in Gu Qingqing's hand, over 100 core formation cultivators present showed fanatic expressions, their eyes full of greed. It's very hard to refine now, needs a lot of effort and energy, but I promise, in the future, each of you will have a magic weapon. Gu Qingqing smiled lightly. The magic weapon in my hand is called the Black Abyss Banner. It has two forms.
This is the banner form.
It can currently hold 90,000 demon heads. Refining demon heads is easy, just kill the enemy, and the Black Abyss Banner will directly suck in their soul. The other form is the Long Yuan Demon Spear form. This magic weapon cost me a lot of energy and even a few drops of my essence blood were melted into it. This is my future's destined treasure. As he spoke, Gu Qingqing willed it, and the treasure in his hand transformed instantly, morphing into a black thunderous long spear, brimming with the aura of slaughter. Gu Qingqing was very satisfied with this treasure. Although the materials were somewhat low-grade, they could be enhanced later with better materials, making it full of potential. So powerful. Just like in the novels, the enhancement of treasures to cultivators is truly terrifying. Possessing a high-grade treasure makes it easy to defeat enemies of a higher level. Young master, when can we also have our own destined treasures?
Everyone's eyes sparkled with envy.
The enhancement provided by treasures to cultivators is indeed significant, but do not rely too much on them. One's own cultivation foundation is also very important. Gu Qingqing retracted the Long Yuan Demon Spear and said calmly, on Monday, we are facing a life-and-death blood battle. I promise here that for the top 10 who kill the most evil beings, I will personally forge a destined treasure for you.
Really? Ha ha.
Great. Upon hearing this, over 100 core formation cultivators present had their eyes light up, wishing that the evil beings would come faster.
Young master, bad news.
A large number of core formation cultivators from the Alliance have surrounded the headquarters. At this moment, Yilan hurriedly ran in, his face serious. Hearing this, everyone calmed down, their gazes all falling on Yilan.
What happened? Gu Qingqing's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice.
It's like this. Yilan did not dare to hide anything and told about how old Huang had killed 2 cultivators from the Alliance yesterday.
How dare they?
Yes, young master, let's wipe them out. What kind of cultivation alliance is this, just a pile of rubbish? Knowing the background of the incident, everyone was filled with murderous intent.
How many people came?
Gu Qingqing's expression was flat, but everyone could see the killing intent in his eyes. Secretary Gu said there are about 300 core formation cultivators, led by the vice leader of the Cultivation Alliance, and they have also initiated a nationwide livestream, claiming that we are rebels and independent, not cooperating with the official authorities, and they want to eliminate us all at once.
Yilan gritted his teeth and said, a group of rabble, do they really think that having core formation strength makes them superior? Gu Qingqing was radiating an oppressive killing intent, sneering coldly, if we don't teach the so-called Cultivation Alliance a lesson today, do they really think my new god group is made of mud? Let's go, follow me to slay this batch of core formation cultivators and take their golden elixirs for cultivation. After speaking, he took the lead and flew out with Yilan. Kill them, wipe them all out.
Yeah, who do they think they are to interfere with us? Charge, let them not return today, and then kill our way to the capital, flattening this so-called Cultivation Alliance. The more than 100 core formation cultivators present were all filled with fierce expressions, sweeping out in a mighty torrent, closely following Gu Qingqing, heading towards the new God Group headquarters.
A bloody massacre was about to begin.
Gu Qingqing was by no means soft-hearted. Even as they faced an impending invasion of evil beings, the power of core formation cultivators was crucial. But he wouldn't spare anyone who deserved to die. At this moment, the new God Group headquarters was bustling. At the entrance, over 400 core formation cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance were surrounding it tightly.
Do you believe that the new God Group are rebels and independents?
Who knows? There are too many ambitious cultivators out there. This new God Group might also have grand ambitions. Who cares about their ambitions, as long as they don't harm us ordinary people, and recently the new God Group hasn't oppressed us regular folks.
In the distance, a crowd was watching, murmuring and pointing.
At the scene, some journalists were live reporting. These official reporters were incessantly describing the so-called sinister ambitions of the new god group.
Killing hearts, it was nothing like this.
You all come here so ostentatiously, do you wish to start a war with my new god group? In front of the main gate, old Huang stood alone, one hand behind his back, gazing with amusement at the 400 core formation cultivators across from him.
He. A battle? You think you're worthy? On the side of the Cultivation Alliance, Vice Leader Wu Rui showed a scornful sneer and said, "Your new God Corporation has been recruiting cultivators in large numbers lately, are you planning a rebellion? Just yesterday, you even brutally killed one of our Alliance elders. Thugs like you should all be executed, but our leader is merciful and wants to give you a chance. Let your chairman step out and join the Alliance with the new God Corporation, and we won't pursue this matter further." Hearing Wu Rui's words, old Huang burst into laughter. Young master was right. You so-called Alliance cultivators are the real parasites destroying humanity. So eager to swallow our new God Corporation, aren't you? Wu Rui's eyes filled with killing intent. Who is your young master?
If he really said this, then even if New God Corporation joins the Alliance today, he must die.
What, the mask is off, and now you're angry out of shame? Old Huang gave a playful smile. Do you know why so many cultivators refuse to join your alliance?
Because they truly care about the nation.
You Alliance cultivators, the first thing you did after gaining power was to squeeze the people. During all this time, did our new God Corporation ever harm the people? Ever squeeze the people? Ever exploit the people?
But you, hiding behind claims of working for the people's good, have secretly forced many corporations to give you shares in just a few days.
Don't think we don't know. Fellow board members, it's your time to step up.
After speaking, old Huang gave a cold laugh and stepped aside. As his words fell, Gu Jiajiao led out more than 10 corporate board members, all quite influential in the great Xiao Dragon nation. When Wu Rui saw these people, his pupils shrank, and he felt something was wrong in his heart. Before he could speak, a noble-looking woman stepped forward in anger and shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by these hypocrites, the so-called Alliance who claim they don't oppress the people. Just 3 days ago, a beast who called himself the 9th Elder of the Alliance came to my door and forced me to give up 10% of my Haoyue Group's shares. He even threatened me, saying if I didn't, I'd better watch out for demon beasts when I went outside. If you don't believe it, the contract is right here." Saying that, she pulled out a contract from her bag and unfolded it before millions of livestream viewers. My Long Group was also threatened by the 12th Elder of the Alliance to hand over 10% shares. This is the contract. My Ting Yue Group too, here's the contract. What alliance? They're all beasts. The 18th Elder came to my house the day before yesterday and took my daughter away. Get out here. Where is my daughter? Give her back to me. A middle-aged man with a beer belly stepped out holding a contract, his face full of grief and fury, roaring at the 400 core formation cultivators across from him. As one board member after another stepped forward with contracts, the scene was in an uproar. Even in the official livestream watched by tens of millions, the audience was stunned, then began cursing the Cultivation Alliance like mad. My God! There was such a dirty secret behind it all. Beasts. They're all beasts. If New God Corporation hadn't brought out these board members, I really would have thought the Cultivation Alliance were heroes protecting humanity. Terrifying. Using the name of protecting the people, but doing such shameful deeds in the dark. Behind Wu Rui, the 400 core formation cultivators showed awkwardness and rage as their disguise was torn off. None of them felt they were wrong. They wanted to kill those board members, but couldn't act here, which made them feel stifled. Slander. You're slandering us. Wu Rui's eyes were full of killing intent as he suddenly shouted, "How dare you slander our Cultivation Alliance? Today, I will make the New God Corporation bathe in blood. Kill them all. You slanderers, who blacken our alliance's name. Damn it!" At this moment, 400 furious and humiliated cultivators from the True Immortal Alliance erupted with their inner energy, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, ready to tear apart more than 10 directors. What, you want to fight just because you can't win the argument? Boom! But at that moment, a calm voice, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of demonic power, descended with a loud boom, enveloping the 400 cultivators of the Alliance. Who? Under this vast pressure, all 400 cultivators trembled, their inner energy riotous, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths as they looked in shock toward the source of the voice. With a swoosh, at the entrance of the New God Group building, 2 figures descended from the sky, appearing here. The newcomers were none other than Gu Changqing. With white hair and blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of evil. Beside him was Yi Lan. As for the others, they were still behind and couldn't catch up with Gu Changqing's speed. Young master! Seeing this, Gu Jiajiao and Elder Huang rushed forward, shouting. Gu Changqing nodded slightly to them, then turned his gaze toward the 400 cultivators of the Alliance. Under his gaze, Wu Rui's body trembled slightly, as if facing an ultimate demon, his heart gripped by an invisible hand.
Who are you? Wu Rui suppressed his inner fear and asked in a deep voice. Gu Changqing raised his eyes, calmly saying, "Didn't you hear them call me young master? You think you can establish your reputation by threatening my new god group? Do you really think we are made of mud?"
His voice was bone-chilling, filled with intense killing intent.
"Why didn't you let the cultivators under you register? Why did you kill my alliance's elder? If this isn't rebellion, what is?" Wu Rui questioned.
"Ha!" Gu Changqing sneered dismissively, "I don't want to hear your filthy animal nonsense.
Next, please die."
Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow suddenly shot out from Gu Changqing's blood-red eyes, piercing through Wu Rui's head at lightning speed.
Not only that, the red glow continued unabated, piercing through the heads of dozens of cultivators behind Wu Rui.
With a series of splattering sounds, one after another red and white flowers bloomed. Their soul lights tried to escape, but were reined back by the soul mark in the center of Gu Changqing's brow.
Run!
Seeing this scene, the remaining cultivators of the alliance were all scared out of their wits.
Coming to their senses, they didn't care about anything else and took to the sky, fleeing in all directions. Ha ha ha! Did we let you run away?
At this moment, over 100 cultivators under Gu Changqing's command charged in. Seeing the escaping cultivators of the alliance, they howled as they chased after them. Thus began a massacre. The first chapter of today is done. There are still 2 to 3 chapters to come. Please recommend votes.
Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 12, Notorious.
Lu Hao appears. In the high sky above the new god group, a massacre was unfolding. The remaining 200 cultivators of the true immortal alliance were all terrified by the horrifying power Gu Changqing had just displayed. In their minds, there was only one thought: run. However, Gu Changqing's over 100 cultivators had no intention of letting them go, madly chasing and killing. They had all practiced spell techniques and had at least 2 golden cores each. Their combat power was shockingly powerful. The pursuit was 1 strike, 1 kill, absolutely no need for a second move, overwhelmingly strong. Gu Changqing witnessed this massacre, the soul mark on his brow glowing, imprisoning one falling golden core true soul after another.
My goodness, are all these cultivators from the new god group? Wow!
I really didn't expect the new god group to have so many golden core cultivators. They have hidden too deeply.
Their strength is incredible, killing their opponents of the same realm in an instant. Isn't that too absurd?
Whether it was on site or in the live broadcast room, everyone witnessing this scene was left in shock. Young Master Gu, thank you for stepping in to help. At this moment, the 13 directors behind Gu Jiajiu all stepped forward to thank Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing smiled mildly and said, "You dared to stand up and expose the ugly face of the alliance before you knew my true strength, you.
Actually, you don't need to thank me, you should thank your courage and resilience."
The 13 directors present, even though their groups are not as large as the new God group, are still major corporations valued at over hundreds of billions.
Mr. Gu, my daughter has been kidnapped by the Beast Alliance's 18 elders. I beg you to help.
If you can save my daughter, from now on, the Qi group will follow the new God group. The middle-aged man with a beer belly, slightly overweight, stepped forward and pleaded with Gu Changqing.
Gu Changqing, having experienced a past life, shook his head and said, "Your daughter may already be dead."
According to the events of his past life, the overweight Qi Tao would hold a press conference tomorrow due to his daughter's continued absence, making the matter very public. But what resulted was the return of his daughter's corpse and the accusation from the Cultivation Alliance, claiming that his daughter bullied ordinary people and had been executed.
How could this happen?
Hearing this, Qi Tao's heart sank, and he felt as if his soul had left his body. He fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Changqing continued, "Perhaps she is not dead yet, but I need to see for myself. Mr. Gu, I plead with you, if you can save my daughter, my life belongs to you, and the Qi group is willing to hand itself over."
Upon hearing this, Qi Tao suddenly hugged Gu Changqing's thigh tightly, begging desperately.
His daughter was more important to him than his own life. He had promised his deceased wife that he would never let their daughter suffer any injustice.
But now.
Fine, that's what you said, but regardless of life or death, I want your group.
Gu Changqing agreed readily. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gu. Qi Tao nodded heavily, his face filled with hope.
Mr. Gu, we hope to ally with your esteemed group. Seeing this, the other directors voiced their requests in unison.
This matter will be discussed with Secretary Gu.
Gu Changqing didn't want to deal with these matters at all. After retrieving the corpses of dozens of late-stage golden elixirs from the ground, he soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant.
Linger, you cannot be in trouble.
Watching Gu Changqing's figure fade into the horizon, Qi Tao prayed continuously in his heart.
Gu Jiajiu stepped forward and smiled, "Gentlemen, let's discuss the alliance inside."
After saying this, she led the directors back to the new God building. The chase in the sky had ended, the 400 golden elixir cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance left without a single survivor. After killing these alliance cultivators, under old Huang's leadership, everyone moved into the new god building.
Gu Chongqing was to take charge of the new god group, and they no longer needed to stay at Qingya Mental Hospital.
Outside the new god group building, everything returned to calm, but online, it was a different story. One after another, videos of the earlier events outside the new god group were uploaded to major video platforms.
In less than half an hour, it shot up to trending topics. Wow! This cultivation alliance is too.
I don't find it surprising, the dragon-slaying youth can become an evil dragon.
The cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance were ordinary people, and now that they are in power, how can they remain true to their hearts?
The person above speaks reason, but I will not trust this Cultivation Alliance anymore. I support the new God group and Mr. Gu. The new God group is indeed impressive, it seems to know a lot about this heavenly change. I just searched for some information online, and they all say Mr. Gu is mad, but these are just rumors. Hehe, I also want to join the new God group. I'm currently on my way to Qingqing City.
Is anyone interested in joining?
Count me in. What a ridiculous alliance. The new God group is the best choice. The benefits are pretty good, and I heard they even offer the legacy techniques. On various online platforms across the country, there were discussions, debates, and curses directed at the Cultivation Alliance, along with topics about how great the new God group was. Starting today, the Cultivation Alliance's reputation was utterly ruined, no one would believe them again. Meanwhile, the new God group rose due to this wave. On this day, countless cultivators flocked to support them from all over the country.
In the capital, at the Alliance headquarters building. In the leader's office. Shaolin, is this the Cultivation Alliance you manage?
Lin Beixian had just completed his training when he received a call from Xianyuan Tuasan.
Elder Xianyuan, what happened?
Lin Beixian, who had just emerged from his retreat and was unaware of what was happening outside, asked in confusion, hearing Xianyuan Tuasan's grim voice.
Oomph, you still don't know? Go check the internet for yourself, then give me an explanation. Xianyuan Tuasan snorted coldly and hung up the phone.
Lin Beixian frowned and entered the Luin platform.
Damn it, how could this happen?
As he saw the trending topics online, his face instantly turned pale.
New God group. Gu Chongqing, you bastards.
The more he read the content online, the darker Lin Beixian's expression became. How am I going to explain this to the 6 elders? I can only abandon the car to save the commander. Then, he dialed Xianyuan Tuasan's number, angrily saying, Elder, I really didn't expect there to be so many pests in the alliance.
They are all damn bastards. Give me a day, and I promise to execute these animals.
Xianyuan Tuasan said coldly, you know the truth, and you are very clear.
Your position as the alliance leader needs to be replaced.
Someone has already come to take over your position, and you can just be a deputy leader.
Bastard, are you stripping me of my leader position?
Where I won't be welcomed, there will surely be a place for me. I'll kill the one replacing me first, then deal with you 6 old bastards. Lin Beixian's face twisted with fury, his whole countenance full of menace, the anger in his eyes was about to explode.
Who do you want to kill?
Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from outside the window.
Who?
Lin Beixian quickly turned to look, and saw a young man standing outside the window. He was looking at Lin Beixian with a playful expression on his face.
Gu Chongqing must recognize this person.
It was indeed Lu Hao, who had disappeared for a few days. However, this Lu Hao exuded a calm demeanor that was uncommon for his age.
Die.
Lu Hao smiled coldly and flashed past Lin Beixian, and the latter's head separated from his body.
Chapter 13, From today on, I am in charge of Qingqing City. Lu Hao sat in the office. On the floor lay a headless corpse and a head that could not close its eyes. Insect-like things. Lu Hao glanced at the corpse on the ground, then dialed Xianyuan Tuasan's number.
Elder, is it resolved? A respectful voice came through. Such insects easily extinguished with a wave of my hand. The Cultivation Alliance is entrusted to me, and I will ensure humanity is safe. Lu Hao said with a light smile.
What are your plans for the new God group? Xianyuan Tuasan asked.
Lu Hao replied, Gu Chongqing is quite interesting, I find it hard to see through this person.
Let's not act rashly for now. I want to observe Gu Chongqing's background first.
Matters between cultivators will be handled by you, Elder. Subsequently, we need to eliminate a group of core formation cultivators to calm public discontent. Xianyuan Tuasan showed both respect and fear towards Lu Hao, addressing him as Elder. Lu Hao said casually, I know what to do, but now is not the time to resolve this. The disaster for humanity is about to come, I suspect it will happen in these few days.
Extraterrestrial demons?
Qingqing City has reported this matter, supposedly from Gu Beichuan of the new God group. The corpses they exposed that day, were they from the extraterrestrial demons?
Xianyuan Tuasan asked curiously.
Exactly, those are indeed corpses of extraterrestrial demons. Within the new God group, there may also be someone like me.
This person could be Gu Changqing. Lu Hao pondered and said, they could accurately predict the day and place of the extraterrestrial demon's descent. I wonder if it is true.
Besides, you all need to be prepared. Humanity's firearms do have the capability to harm the small insects of the qi refining stage. Be ready to mobilize the army to resist.
Xian Yuan Tuasen hesitated. Can firearms be effective against the extraterrestrial demons?
Lu Hao slowly said, you should have seen the barrier formations that appeared during the changes in the blue star. In front of this formation, I estimate that the level of extraterrestrial demons that can descend will only be core formation at best. Moreover, they cannot descend in large numbers at the core formation stage. At most, it should be the small insects of the qi refining or foundation establishment stages. Your human firearms can cause damage to qi cultivation and foundation establishment.
However, the number of foreign evil demons descending may exceed our imagination.
This is a catastrophe for humans, but also an opportunity for rising. This Lu Hao does not know where he comes from, but he knows so much. As dusk approaches, Gu Changqing arrived at the capital city and appeared outside a villa. When his divine sense enveloped this villa, he immediately saw an extremely shocking scene.
A fat middle-aged man was ravaging a stunning woman.
The woman was already dead, but the beast still did not let her go. What a beast! Seeing this scene, Gu Changqing's eyes brimmed with killing intent, looking at the woman's corpse, somewhat shocked. So much resentment, forget it, my Black Abyss banner just lacks a few subsouls full of resentment, I'll count you as one. After speaking, the soul imprint on Gu Changqing's forehead glowed, shooting a beam of soul light into the woman's corpse, bringing back her shattered soul. Within Gu Changqing's soul sea space, the woman's shattered soul, devoid of consciousness, wandered about. Buzz!
At this moment, countless black mist threads suddenly appeared in the space, penetrating into her body.
Ah! As the black mist entered her body, the shattered soul instinctively let out a tragic scream. Endless black mist began to spread inside her body, and infinite pain made her unable to survive, unable to die. Her shattered soul seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. At the same time, the resentment accumulated in her corpse was also gathering invisibly. Gu Changqing, seeing this scene, casually tossed in a few golden pills. The first subsoul of the Black Abyss banner was about to be born.
About half an hour later.
Buzz! A black mist surged in front of Gu Changqing, and a woman, shrouded in black mist, appearing like a soul body yet seeming physical, emerged. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. I beg Master to let me devour that beast alive and skin him. She knelt in front of Gu Changqing, lowering her head and pleading. Go! I'll wait for you.
Gu Changqing waved his hand and said indifferently, from now on, you'll be called 01. 01, thank you, Master. With Gu Changqing's permission, 01 immediately swept into the villa.
Ah! Then, the sound of incredibly tragic screams echoed out. She no longer had memories of her past life, only knowing she died at the hands of that fat man, and it was her instinct to seek revenge. About 10 minutes later, 01, her mouth full of blood, came out. The core formation stage fat man had been completely devoured by her. Gu Changqing took her back into the Black Abyss banner, then left with her corpse. Not long after he left, Lu Hao's figure appeared here. Interesting. Even such ancient soul refining techniques exist, it seems I need to find an opportunity to probe into your depths. Looking at the direction Gu Changqing left, Lu Hao muttered to himself, this Gu Changqing was difficult to fathom, yet filled with danger.
Around 9 o'clock that night, Gu Changqing returned to Qingyun City, to the new god building.
When Shi Tao saw his daughter's corpse, he couldn't accept it and fainted. Gu Changqing did not tell him that he had turned her daughter's shattered soul into a demon. In the chairman's office, Gu Changqing stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling night market, waiting for someone's arrival. Young master, Lord Du has arrived. Soon, Gu Jiaojiao brought Du Han and knocked on the door. Gu Xiao, you summoned me, what is the matter? Du Han stepped forward a few steps and asked in confusion. For Gu Changqing, he was now very afraid. Sit. Gu Changqing sat at the desk and raised his hand to signal. Du Han sat on the sofa, silently watching Gu Changqing. The Chaotic Cultivation Alliance, I'm sure Lord Du has seen it. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and said indifferently. Du Han frowned and said, I've seen it, but I don't know what young Master Gu wants to say. Since Lord Du is so eager, then I won't hide it. The headquarters of my new god group is here in Qingyun City, and in this land, I will never allow the Alliance to intervene in management. I wonder what Lord Du thinks. Gu Changqing said with a faint smile. Du Han narrowed his eyes, you want to take control of Qingtian City? Gu Changqing smiled faintly, you can understand it this way, since I will guard Qingtian City, naturally I should also control it. What do you think, City Lord Du? Du Han said softly, although that's the case, the Alliance won't sit idle. Just tonight, I received insider information that the previous leader, Lin Beixian, has already been killed by the new leader.
This new leader is not ordinary. No matter who he is, it's best if he doesn't interfere with Qingtian City. The reason I invited you here is to have you convey my message to the higher-ups. From today on, Qingtian City is mine to command. Gu Changqing lowered his gaze, staring at Du Han, speaking with an overwhelming dominance. Faced with such a strong and domineering Gu Changqing, beads of sweat appeared on Du Han's forehead. He steadied his mind and said, "I will convey the message." "Is there anything else, Gu?" Gu Changqing replied lightly, "Since the citizens of the 6th district have already evacuated, when you return, immediately mobilize all the troops and weaponry in the city to prepare for the arrival of the evil beings." Du Han stood up and said, "Okay, there's nothing else. I will go back to deploy and convey your wishes. See you out." Gu Changqing did not keep him, calling out coldly, "Looking for some votes." Chapter 14, A Storm is Approaching. The rise of the new God group is unstoppable. After Du Han returned, he immediately conveyed Gu Changqing's words to the senior executives at the Beijing headquarters. The reply from above surprised Du Han, as they actually agreed and instructed him to follow Gu Changqing's arrangements. This left Du Han a bit confused. However, he didn't think too much about it. The games at the top were beyond his control as a small player. Immediately, he called an overnight meeting to mobilize all military forces and weapons to deploy to the 6th district. By the next morning, the entire 6th district was sealed off, and millions of citizens had evacuated over the past few days. At the same time, the new God group held a press conference this morning. Gu Changqing stood in front of the camera dressed in a specially made black suit. His tall and straight figure spoke slowly. "Good morning, everyone. I am the new director, Gu Changqing. I have something to say to all practitioners in Qingtian City. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, the 6th district will face a large-scale invasion by evil beings from another realm through the Void Rift. My new God group is ready to deploy 80,000 practitioners. I, Gu Changqing, along with all the practitioners in the group, will participate in this defense battle. Even if the 6th district is stained with blood, we will not take a step back, letting those soulless evil beings harm and kill our families. If there are still loose practitioners outside Qingtian City, this crisis concerns the lives of tens of millions of citizens. You don't need to join the new God group, but I hope you can rush to the 6th district to participate in this battle to defend our homeland. If anyone unfortunately dies in battle, their families will be supported by the new God group. As expected of the new God group, this is truly serving the people. How frustrating. Why can't I become a practitioner? Otherwise, I would definitely respond to Director Gu's call. Brothers, don't complain. This defense battle will be entrusted to us. Yes, if evil beings truly invade, we will not fear death. With the broadcast of this press conference, the prestige of the new God group in Qingtian City reached an unprecedented height. Outside the already sealed 6th district, many people gathered to watch on this day. Here, is it really going to become a battlefield tomorrow? Sigh. I hope we can eliminate the evil beings mentioned by the new God group in the 6th district. What a pity we are just ordinary people and cannot fight. Otherwise, I would go right now. A war that could make the new God group so highly alert made every onlooker frown with deep concern. Qinghai City, Tang Family Villa. Grandpa, is this the crazy person you mentioned? In the hall, a petite and cute girl who looked around 15 or 16 was staring discontentedly at her grandfather, Tang Qianlong. This. Tang Qianlong watched the content being broadcast on the television, an old face twitching repeatedly. At this moment he also regretted breaking off the engagement. No, to be precise, he had already begun to regret it since yesterday when he saw what happened outside the new God group's gate. Humph. Grandpa, you are confused. I am still a minor. Can't we wait a few more years to break off the engagement? And you don't even know if he is really insane, yet you blindly went to break off the engagement. Now look, you have completely offended him. When he comes to settle the score, do you think the Xianyuan family can protect us? Tang Yue's small face flushed red with anger, her high chest heaving violently. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Tang Qianlong's face turned dark, saying, "Then what shall we do now? Even the officials can't do anything to the new God group if they want to target us." Tang Yue took a deep breath and said, "The only way now is to sever ties with the Xianyuan family, then I will join the new God group. I possess 5 spiritual roots and am already at the 9th level of Qi training. The new God group will definitely value me." Upon hearing this, Tang Qianlong's eyes lit up. "This method is very good, Yue. You should set off to Qingyun City now. I will handle things with the Xianyuan family." Grandpa, for the sake of the Tang family, please don't stand on 2 boats. We must completely break ties with the Xianyuan family now, Tang Yue said very seriously. Tang Qianlong smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa understands. You hurry and head to Qingyun City." Tang Yue nodded. She had said all she needed to say. If her grandpa remained stubborn, she would have to announce her separation from the Tang family to seek self-preservation. She was a very smart girl. She clearly saw the current situation. The rise of the new God group was unstoppable, and it would undoubtedly lead this era if nothing unexpected happened.
On this day, not only Tang Yue but many cultivators were also planning to serve the new god group. However, they were soon interrupted by an announcement released by the new god group. New god group, to cultivators in other cities across the country. Your cities will also face the invasion of evil. Please stay in your respective cities and be ready to follow the orders of the city lord, and guard to the death. Although the announcement was short, it won countless hearts for the new god group. This also relieved the city lords of other cities, as they were truly afraid that all the cultivators from their cities would run to Qingqing City. With the release of this announcement by the new god group, it indeed prevented many cultivators from heading to Qingqing City. In recent days, a large number of cultivators have been pouring into the new god group every day. By 10 o'clock tonight, the number of cultivators registered with the new god group had surpassed 100,000, among them was Tang Yue. With 5 elemental spiritual roots and at the 9th level of Qi training, she quickly attained the position of a captain upon joining the new god group. Each captain could manage 10 people. The night was as dark as ink, there was no moon tonight, the sky was gloomy, as if foretelling that a storm was about to arrive. In the chairman's office, Gu Changqing was on the phone with Du Han. Du Han asked, Gu Shao, how should we fight tomorrow? If the evil appears, should we first cover them with artillery fire? Gu Changqing lit a cigarette, calmly saying, that's what I wanted to say. Once the satellite detects that a void crack appears in the 6th city district, when they appear in large numbers, have all your army's long-range missiles fired. The number of evil beings that descend will far exceed our imagination. Du Han replied, okay, what about the 200,000 troops in the city? What should they do? Gu Changqing said in a deep voice, firearms can also harm evil beings at the Qi training stage. Ask them about their willingness. If they dare to rush into battle, then they can go to the battlefield. For those who die, the new god group will take care of the bereaved families. If they are afraid of dying, let them retire on the spot. To defend the homeland, I believe they will not flinch, Du Han said with certainty. I hope we can minimize the losses, otherwise, when the ocean monsters outside Shanghai City come ashore, we may be powerless to cope. The city of Shanghai is very close to Qingqing City, just over 100 kilometers apart. Gu Shao, if you don't say it, I almost forget, there are so many marine organisms, if they come ashore. Du Han's heart shivered. Gu Changqing said lightly, when the soldiers come, the generals will resist, and when the floods come, the earth will cover, go prepare. Chapter 15, Turbulent Winds and Rains. The great battle approaches. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The 200,000 army of Qingqing City are fully armed, equipped with the most advanced gear, and are all gathering towards the 6th district. People sleeping at home can hear the sound of tanks advancing on the street. Mom, is a war about to break out? A child looked out the window at the mighty army passing by, asking his mother in a baby voice. Yes. This is a battle to protect our home and country. Your dad is not a soldier, but he is a cultivator, and he will go to the front lines to protect Yaya. A woman rubbed her daughter's head, but her face showed some worry. Her husband is a cultivator who has joined the new god group. If there is indeed an invasion by foreign evil spirits tomorrow, her husband very likely won't return. This scene happened in many places in the city. Many cultivators have wives and children or parents at home. Their parents and wives are worried about the war that is about to come tomorrow, afraid that their sons and husbands will go and never return. Alas! Gu Changqing stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking at the night lights of Qingqing City, and sighed softly, tomorrow, who knows how many children will lose their parents, and how many parents will lose their children. Although he has lived again and gained powerful cultivation with 108 golden cores, and is a mysterious and powerful black core, he still cannot change the course of the battle by himself. The number of evil spirits is incalculable. In his previous life, on the battlefield, no matter how he killed, it felt endless, he didn't even know how he survived. Shaking his head, Gu Changqing went back to his room to cultivate. At present, he is still at the early stage of golden core, and it is very difficult to advance, but with cultivation, although he has not yet advanced, his strength is steadily improving. The night passed amid countless worried people. The next morning, the 200,000 army of Qingqing City have already gathered and stationed outside the 6 entrances to the 6th district. Each entrance has been sealed off by the military within a radius of 5 kilometers. Various advanced missile launch systems have also been lined up. The military has mobilized all the ammunition reserves of Qingqing City, preparing to put everything into this war. Additionally, the long-range rocket launch base in the suburbs has also moved all stored missiles, ready for battle. Except for nuclear bombs, everything that can be used has been used. If it really can't be held back, even nuclear bombs will have to come into play. At the same time, a grand satellite live broadcast has also been directed towards the citizens of Qingqing City. In the live broadcast room's bird's eye view, there are 6 cameras covering the entire 6th district. The empty 6th district has long become a paradise for rats. This day, not only in Qingqing City, but major cities across the country are on high alert, but they do not know where the evil spirits will appear. The reason Gu Qingqing didn't say anything is that no one asked. Of course, he wouldn't lick his face to speak. Moreover, Qingyun City is the first to be invaded because the two evil spirits were killed, allowing the foreign evil spirits to locate here first. In other cities, the foreign evil spirits would only begin to arrive 6 or 7 hours after Qingyun City was invaded. Around noon, batches of cultivators from Qingyun City arrived at the 6 battlefields. On the rooftop of the new god group, Gu Qingqing and 33 of the strongest golden core cultivators are here. Young master, all the cultivators and military in the city are in position, just waiting for the foreign evil spirits to arrive. At this moment, Secretary Gu Jiaojiao hurriedly came in to report. Still dressed in a specially tailored black suit, Gu Qingqing nodded at the words and said to the people behind him, including Elder Huang, "Everyone, we are heading to the 3rd battlefield, where the number of evil beings that have descended is the highest. Your pressure will be immense. Fight!" Everyone's faces showed no fear, and they responded with a resounding voice. "Good, follow me into battle." Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, his figure leaping into the air, flying towards the direction of 6th City, where the 3rd battlefield was located. Elder Huang and the others followed closely behind. Outside the entrance of the 3rd battlefield, 40,000 soldiers, 20,000 cultivators, all preparing to set out in this grand assembly. There were no fewer than 1,000 cultivators at the core formation stage. They stood high in the sky, their faces full of seriousness as they looked at the 6th City. This was already the highest combat power of humanity, relying on them to turn the tide of battle. Outside the centrally built temporary military camp, the general in charge of the 3rd battlefield, Chen Qingqing, looked at the 6th City across the bridge, his face full of solemnity. He was also a cultivator, but currently only at the 3rd level of qi refining, with a pseudo-spiritual root. And within the army, there were quite a few cultivators, not all were ordinary people. "General Ba, everything is ready, we can engage in battle at any time." At this moment, his deputy flew in to report. The new god group has provided support of 15,000 cultivators, along with other cultivators from Qingyun City, excluding the cultivators in our army. The total number of cultivators guarding this side is 36,131. General Ba, do you think this might be a farce? At the last moment, the deputy hesitated to speak. Chen Qingqing sighed, the headquarters in the capital has issued orders for all cities to prepare for battle. I feel this is mostly true, but I hope it is false. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, sounds of breaking air came from the sky. Hey, that's General Gu. General Gu actually came to the 3rd battlefield. It seems we are facing the greatest pressure in the 3rd battle zone. With General Gu here, I dare say the 3rd battle zone will definitely hold. As the cultivators on the battlefield saw who was coming, they couldn't help but cheer. Where can we find such a husband? At the camp of the new god group's cultivators, outside a small squad's tent, Tang Yue, dressed in black attire with a curvy figure and a delicate, fair face, looked at Gu Qingqing leading over 30 core formation cultivators descending from the sky and couldn't help but sigh quietly. Look, General Gu has appeared in the 3rd battle zone. I don't think this is a good thing. Wherever General Gu appears, it is absolutely the most serious place. The 3rd battle zone may be the most brutal. At the same time, as Gu Qingqing appeared in the 3rd battle zone, the official live streaming room was also in an uproar. General Gu, why have you come to the 3rd battle zone? Could it be that the situation here is very dire? Seeing this, Chen Qingqing rushed over at the fastest speed to welcome him. I don't know if it's the most brutal, but I do know that there may be 3 false infants about to appear here. There are 2 hours left, let the soldiers eat and drink well, and prepare to fight to the death. Gu Qingqing slightly nodded, looking at Chen Qingqing, and suddenly said, "Do you want to become stronger before the great battle arrives?" Hearing this, Chen Qingqing was taken aback and asked, "General, what do you mean by this?" Gu Qingqing said lightly, "In your journey of qi refining, you will not achieve anything, but I can offer you another path." This Chen Qingqing, as his name suggests, had a powerful physique, the Ba body, excelling in body refinement. Really? Chen Qingqing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Please, General, assist me. Since I have spoken, I will naturally help you, come with me." Gu Qingqing said calmly and headed towards the central tent. Chen Qingqing, filled with excitement, followed closely behind him. Please give some votes. Chapter 16, Chaos in the Void. The foreign evil beings descend. The atmosphere in Qingyun City was extremely oppressive, and there seemed to be an invisible gloom permeating the air, as the entire city seemed to be quietly awaiting an impending storm. Tens of millions of citizens of Qingyun City were gathered at home, watching the live broadcast. The monks and army of the 6 battle zones are methodically distributed at their respective combat positions, their gazes filled with determination and resolve. The sky is overcast with dense clouds, shrouding the entire Qingyun City in darkness. Only the fighting spirit in the warrior's eye shines with a flicker of light. Gu Qingqing stands inside the tent, beside him is Chen Qingqing. Looking at the hopeful gaze of Chen Qingqing, Gu Qingqing calmly says, "Time is short, sit cross-legged, and I will awaken your Ba body."
Yes, Chief Gu.
Shintoba responds firmly, his tone full of expectation and trust, immediately settling down cross-legged. Gu Changqing then extends his right hand, and a layer of dark light gradually appears in his palm.
The dark light contains a powerful energy, full of intimidation and mystery.
As he circulates the black Dan power within him, a strange glow instantly emanates from his body.
Open your mind, do not resist.
I will use my golden Dan power to awaken your body. Gu Changqing's voice is steady and powerful.
Hearing this, Shintoba closes his eyes, relaxes his body, and fully accepts Gu Changqing's power infusion. His heart is filled with a firm belief that Gu Changqing can lead him down the path of strength. Good, that's it.
As the black light in Gu Changqing's palm gradually spreads, the powerful energy steadily pours into Shintoba's body, an irresistible force rampaging within him. Every muscle fiber, every sinew seems to be instantly reshaped, with strength continuously increasing.
Ah!
After an unknown amount of time, Shintoba lets out a low roar, feeling the tremendous change within his body, his muscles swelling rapidly, his skin shining with golden light, as if he has transformed into a golden war god. Gu Changqing then slowly withdraws his right hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The awakening is successful. Your body at the 9th level can now fight against Foundation establishment monks.
What, such a powerful strength?
Shintoba is shocked as he feels the surging power flowing through his limbs and bones, his heart filled with excitement and gratitude. Thank you, Chief Gu.
In the upcoming battle, I will lead the charge.
Prepare for battle.
This will be a tough fight. Gu Changqing pats Shintoba's shoulder, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority.
Yes. Shintoba deeply bows, then steps out of the tent, his expression more determined than ever. The two walk side by side out of the tent. Upon exiting, Gu Changqing suddenly soars into the air, heading towards the new god group's monk base.
General Ba, you successfully awakened?
The deputy officer Jean Lecun, who had been waiting outside, looks at the imposing Shintoba, his face filled with excitement.
Shintoba nods, thanks to Chief Gu. What time is it now?
Jean Lecun replies, it is already past 1:40 in the afternoon, and according to the new god group, the evil spirits will arrive at 2 o'clock, leaving less than half an hour. Upon hearing, Shintoba speaks in a deep voice, send the order, be ready for battle at any moment.
Yes. Jean Lecun nods heavily, immediately heading towards the broadcast tent.
In the 3rd battle zone, the new god group's main tent.
All Jiadan monks have gathered here, a total of 1,120. Whoosh!
At this moment, Gu Changqing descends from the sky.
Chief Gu.
Including Elder Huang, the Jiadan stage monks step forward to greet him. Gu Changqing nods and says calmly, I do not wish to waste words. I hope in the upcoming battle, I do not see anyone escaping on the battlefield.
If I do, I will kill you myself. Chief Gu, we are not cowards. Yes, we will fight to the death.
Everyone speaks with strong resolve, prepared for a fight to the death. Gu Changqing nods, not speaking further, his gaze landing on the 6th district.
As time ticks away, it quickly reaches 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The atmosphere outside the 6th district becomes even tenser, the air seems heavy, suffocating to breathe.
Buzz. 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 Suddenly, a buzzing sound comes from within the 6th district, as if the heavens and earth are being torn apart.
Are the outer demons really coming? The sudden roar made everyone's gaze turn towards District 6.
In the sky above District 6, enormous cracks in the void appeared, revealing eerie, chilling light.
Ah, look, there really are demons coming.
Someone shouted, and before the words had barely left their mouth, groups of monstrous and hideous creatures surged out of the cracks. These demons varied in form, some were as large as mountains, while others were slender like snakes, their bloodthirsty eyes flashing with light. Amidst their growls, they darted down towards the ground.
God! Is this what the outer demons look like? Hiss! They seem endless. How can we possibly kill them all?
The viewers in the live broadcast were the most shocked, as they were watching through a satellite's godlike perspective. They saw that everywhere in District 6 was filled with cracks, and those sinister, evil beings crawled out like a tidal wave. The sheer number made one's scalp tingle. In Qingyun City, at the Lord's residence, Du Han, watching intently as his pupils contracted, fixed his gaze on the satellite projection screen.
My lord, should we order an immediate bombardment, said the shivering aide beside him. Du Han's eyes flickered, breathing rapidly, hold on, let them come out a bit more. Bombarding now would be too wasteful.
In the projection screen, endless terrifying demons poured in through the cracks, overwhelming the area.
Groups and groups swarmed in, dense like a vast ocean. Upon landing, they scattered and began to rip apart anything alive they encountered. The active rat demons in District 6 became their prey. Who exactly is this Gu Changqing? How could he predict so accurately? Is he a powerful being from a stronger race, here to seize possession?
Watching from the headquarters of the Capital Cultivation Alliance, Lu Hao looked at the scene on the screen, growing more curious about Chen Qingqing. If we don't eliminate him, most of this planet's resources will likely fall into his hands. Once he rises, what will happen to our race? This Lu Hao was no longer the Lu Hao of the past. He was a soul reborn after sacrificing 10,000 years of cultivation. He came from beyond the realm, here to seize the initiative. He was not here to protect humanity for some humorous reason, but to drive humanity to gather resources for him. Please, give some recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 17, The Whole Nation is Watching. Firepower coverage. In countless households of the Great Xiao Dragon Kingdom, every TV screen, every mobile phone, every computer, was almost live-streaming the gripping spectacle of the demon invasion in District 6 of Qingyun City. Whether on the bustling city streets or in tranquil homes in the countryside, everyone was drawn to this life-and-death battle, anxiously staring at the screens. Oh my god, are these monsters really from another realm? They look like the devils from hell. A young reporter broadcasting the live feed couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling with fear. This is so terrifying. A housewife gripping the remote control spoke in a choked voice, what will we do if such demons invade our city? The children. Mom, Dad is a cultivator, he will protect us, right? A young child repeatedly asked his mother, eyes filled with anxiety and hope. In the home of an old soldier, a man over 90 sat silently with his back to the TV. His voice was hoarse as he murmured, back in the day, we also faced invaders, but today's enemy is even more terrifying than those beasts. I hope the young warriors can protect our home. I wonder how long the new God group can hold out. They say they have deployed over 100,000 cultivators? But there are simply too many evil beings. Some people left messages on the online forum, hoping that this information could ease their anxiety. In the live broadcast, the rift in the 6th district continued to expand, with an astonishing number of evil beings pouring out in waves, like a tide sweeping forth. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Qingyun City, Duhan stared at the live footage, his expression serious. Give the order immediately, commence fire missile bombardment. Yes, my lord. The deputy officer, Zhang Likun, replied loudly, hurriedly giving orders. On the outskirts of Qingyun City, at the long-range missile launch base. Boom! 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 At that moment, all launch devices activated simultaneously, and with a series of roaring sounds, the entire sky was illuminated by flickering flames, like dazzling meteors streaking across the horizon. Suddenly, the sky above the 6th district echoed with the tearing sounds of missiles. Bright white trails pierced the heavens, descending with a heart-pounding destructive force, wave after wave. What is that? So spectacular! As the evil beings rampaging in the 6th district saw the sky covered with countless points of light approaching, they all displayed expressions of confusion. Buzz. Boom! However, the next moment, a scene of destruction arrived. As the first round of missiles fell, many areas of the 6th district turned instantly into a sea of fire. The shockwave of the explosions ripped through the air, flames and thick smoke spread in all directions, stirring up clouds of earth-shaking dust from the ground. The shockwave came violently, shredding the newly arrived evil beings into bloody fragments, sending them flying. At the epicenter of the explosion, the evil beings were instantly turned into blood mist and charred remains in the searing flames, their tragic wails echoing endlessly. Chen Qingqing watched the live broadcast on his phone and coldly spoke into the communicator to Duhan, continue the bombardment until we've exhausted our ammunition. As his command was conveyed, the second wave, third wave, fourth wave, and fifth wave of missiles all soared skyward, their explosions thundering over the 6th district. The searing shockwave swept through, the high-temperature flames burning the remaining evil beings to ashes. What evil being? They were just carbon-based life forms, only those at the golden core stage could hope to resist. The bombing scene was incredibly spectacular, massive mushroom clouds rose continuously, and the ground shook as if the entire world was upside down at that moment. So magnificent, the firepower coverage is so complete. Can the artillery from Cloud City completely eliminate these extra-dimensional evil beings? The viewers in the live chat were deeply shocked by this scene, bursting into exclamations and excitement. In stark contrast, the evil beings descending in the 6th district were crying out in agony. They had never imagined that these flying things would be so terrifyingly powerful. Even with all their strength supporting a demonic energy shield, they could not withstand it. Their bodies screamed and twisted in the fiery blaze, ultimately turning into piles of charcoal. Though the bombardment continued, wave after wave of evil beings still emerged from the rift in the void, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, with no signs of reduction in numbers. Continue the bombardment. Duhan ordered, his voice carrying an iron-blooded chill. At the outskirts base, missiles continuously ascended, their bright white trails like a declaration of death, once more striking the 6th district. The explosive sounds echoed like thunder in their ears, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the cries of the evil beings grew increasingly mournful. Under wave after wave of artillery bombardment, the 6th district had already become a sea of fire. There was not a single complete building to be seen, yet from the rift,
there still surged a continuous stream of snarling evil beings bursting forth. After an hour of bombardment, the artillery finally ceased. The entire 6th district was covered in thick smoke and flames. Is it over? All those watching the live broadcast nationwide were anxiously observing. Outside the bridge leading into the 6th district, Gu Qingqing gathered over 1,000 Jiadan cultivators, more than 23,000 Qi refining cultivators, and a 40,000-strong army here, and directly ordered Du Han, send orders to all battle zones to prepare for combat. I do not want to see even a single demon rush out from the 6th district. After giving the order, Gu Qingqing looked at the cultivators and soldiers behind him, and loudly shouted, "Everyone, it's time for us to enter the arena. Your primary goal is not to kill demons, but to use the methods I taught you to destroy those void rifts. Now, follow me into the 6th district, destroy all the void rifts, and eliminate every demon inside. Kill." 60 to 70,000 powerful voices gathered together, igniting a burning passion, filled with endless battle intent. March! With a low shout from Gu Qingqing, the demonic black banner flew out from his forehead, rising into the air, emitting an incredibly fierce roar, heading straight for the smoky 6th district. Once this battle is over, I hope to see all of you again. After Gu Qingqing finished speaking, he soared into the air, quickly disappearing into the smoke of the 6th district. He needed to find those 3 false infant demons and kill them, otherwise, if Elder Huang and the others at the Jiadan stage encountered them, they would undoubtedly die. Friends, we will meet again after the battle. Ha ha. I hope you all are still here, Charge. You youngsters should team up and help each other, do not risk your lives to show off your heroism. Elder Huang and other Jiadan cultivators looked back at the more than 20,000 Qi refining cultivators behind them, and with loud laughter, they all soared into the 6th district and disappeared inside. March! At this moment, Shintaba finally spoke, leading all the cultivators and soldiers, marching vigorously across the Great Bridge and stepping into the smoky 6th district. Chapter 18, The Bitter Annihilation War. The 6th district, bombed and battered, had turned into ruins, smoke billowed everywhere, and no complete buildings could be seen. The sky over Qingyun City was gloomy, with dark clouds hanging low and thick shadows, filling the entire city with a suffocating atmosphere. Inside every house, television screens and mobile phones were broadcasting live footage from the 6th district, where it was not just a battlefield, but a gathering place for everyone's hopes and fears. People nervously watched the screens, praying in their hearts that those fearless warriors could defend their homes, and they hoped they would come back alive. With Gu Qingqing's command, the entire army and cultivators of Qingyun City began to take action. The cultivators from the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th battle zones, along with the army, marched majestically into the 6th district. They wore neat battle uniforms, held gleaming weapons in their hands, and their eyes burned with passion. The environment within the 6th district was engulfed in fire and smoke. Countless demon roars echoed from all directions. Whoosh, a black lightning-like figure dashed through the sky, carrying immense demonic energy. Roar, the demons crawling on the ground jumped up like frogs, pouncing on that figure. Boom, unknown to them, a black banner appeared, enveloping the overwhelming black mist, directly swallowing these demons, imprisoning their souls, and instantaneously refining them into demon heads. Gu Qingqing manifested his form, the black banner floating behind him, expanding his divine sense to search for the aura of those 3 false infant demons. He wore a special fitted black suit, his tall and straight figure paired with his short grayish-white hair, made him appear especially handsome and aloof. His blood-red pupils glinted with a hint of hidden killing intent, blending perfectly with the surrounding murderous atmosphere. Combined with the floating black banner behind him, he resembled a king of demons descending from hell. The banner swirled with black mist, occasionally revealing demon heads roaring within, hinting at a terrifying demonic presence that could shake one's soul. After searching for a moment, Gu Qingqing soared upward, racing in a direction, wherever he encountered demons along the way. All has transformed into the demons within his black abyss banner. He moved like thunder, unparalleled in dominance, each moment flashing as if he were in a different place. Wherever he went, his black abyss banner would devour vast amounts of evil souls, refining them into the demons inside the banner. At the same time, he thoroughly destroyed the void cracks, preventing more evil from descending. In this harsh 6th district, flames burst forth, thick smoke billowed from the ruins, and shattered buildings littered the ground along with torn demon corpses. Meanwhile, Tang Wei also led her 10-person team into the 6th district. She wore a black tight-fitting outfit, her figure curvy, with a prominent chest, a slender waist, and long legs. A resolute expression shone on her exquisitely pale face, and she tightly held a sharp longsword in her hand. However, as soon as Tang Wei's team entered the ruins, they were attacked by a large swarm of demons. These monsters varied in form, with huge tentacled beasts, giant lizards with sharp teeth, and winged demons of various shapes. They roared in unison, screaming as they charged at Tang Wei and her team. "Attention everyone, form a defensive formation." Tang Wei calmly issued her command, her voice crisp and powerful. "Stay calm, we can do this." Her team responded quickly, forming a tight defensive circle, each person displaying their best skills.
Sword light flickered, true energy sword, flames and frost erupted alternately, hitting the demons and forcing them back, shattering them.
Quick battle, quick solution, or we'll attract more demons.
Tang Wei swung her long sword, the sword energy like a rainbow, cleaving a charging tentacled beast in half, blood splattering everywhere.
Wei, watch out from behind, a female teammate shouted loudly.
Tang Wei swiftly turned around, seeing a giant lizard leaping towards her from behind, its eyes blood red, flames spitting from its mouth.
Seeking death.
She coldly snorted, spinning the sword, piercing straight for the giant lizard's throat with a glimmer of icy light. The long sword pierced into the giant lizard's throat, blood gushed out like a spring, and Tang Wei glanced dismissively, shaking the sword, sending the demon flying several meters away, where it twitched briefly before falling still. Other cultivator teams and military troops in different battle zones were also engaged in fierce battles against the demons. The sounds of low growls, roars, and the explosions of spells mixed together, making the entire 6th district feel like a hell on earth. The gunfire never ceased, the battlefield interwoven with flames and frost was dazzling, and almost every second someone fell, but even more warriors stepped up, never retreating an inch.
Those soldiers in uniforms gripped firearms, fighting with bloodshed.
There was a resolute look in their eyes, determined not to let these demons break out of the 6th district. Bullets poured down like rain, piercing through the bodies of the demons, carrying streams of filthy blood with them. Destroy them, never let them break out of the 6th district and harm our families.
For our homeland, kill.
Every soldier's voice was filled with resilience and determination. Gu Changqing continued to delve deeper into the ruins, killing one demon after another and refining them into demons for the Black Abyss banner, increasing the number of demons within.
Ah, someone save me.
Suddenly, a piercing female voice echoed from the distant ruins. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's gaze turned cold as he rushed toward the source of the voice. He saw a dozen demons surrounding a team of cultivators, leaving only one female cultivator struggling to fend them off. This woman was actually at the 9th layer of chi refining. Gu Changqing coldly snorted, gently shaking the Black Abyss banner. Countless black demonic energies swept out like a storm. Pft, pft. Several demonic heads that looked like evil spirits flew out from the Black Abyss banner, roaring as they charged at the demons, instantly tearing them to pieces. The sudden change left the surrounded woman momentarily stunned as she looked up. When she saw who had arrived, she widened her eyes, looking at Gu Changqing with awe. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for saving my life." Gu Changqing glanced at her and nodded. "You are alone now, you can retreat to the outskirts first." Before his words fell, he leaped into the air again, rushing towards the increasingly dense demonic energy in the distance. The woman watched Gu Changqing's disappearing figure with admiration, then helplessly withdrew to the outskirts. Not long after Gu Changqing left, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from a nearby ruin. This is the aura of a false infant stage, it has finally appeared. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his demeanor as cold as ice. The Black Abyss banner behind him surged with thunder and quickly rose, heading straight for that powerful aura. On the other side of the ruin, that false infant stage demon was mercilessly killing several human core formation cultivators. It was entirely red, with 2 horns on its head and 2 wings on its back, exuding a strong aura of destruction.
Damn, I'm afraid I am going to die here today. The last human core formation cultivator, a middle-aged man, showed a bitter smile as he urged all the remaining mana within him to cast a massive palm imprint. An ant shaking a tree. The false infant stage demon sneered, speaking in an incomprehensible language, and with a simple punch, it smashed the terrifying palm imprint to pieces. Die. Then it let out a long howl and fiercely pounced towards the human core formation cultivator. "Wife, children, I can't come back, you have to take care of yourselves." The middle-aged core formation cultivator sighed bitterly, knowing he could not win, yet he still activated the last of his mana to charge forward. Buzz. But at that moment, countless black thunder surged behind the false infant stage demon, transforming into a thunder spear that pierced towards it. The false infant stage demon's heart trembled, suddenly turning around to meet it with a punch. With a bang, the false infant stage demon was knocked back 100 meters before it came to a stop. The false infant stage demon roared as it crawled out of the pit, its scarlet eyes flashing with infinite rage as it looked in a certain direction. "I have finally found you." Gu Changqing stepped through the air, surrounded by intertwining thunder, with demonic energy rolling, and the Black Abyss banner behind him emanating a devouring black mist. "Mr. Gu." When the middle-aged core formation cultivator saw who had arrived, he was overjoyed, knowing he had been given a second chance at life. Chapter 19, Fierce Battle. Decisively cutting down 2 false infant demons. Dark clouds gathered, war drums beating, and the air seemed to tremble. An exhilarating battle was quietly unfolding. Thunder rolled, and the entire world was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. "Mr. Gu." The middle-aged core formation cultivator ran towards Gu Changqing with a terrified look. Behind him, the false infant stage demon was gnashing its teeth in pursuit. "You leave here first, the rest is up to me," Gu Changqing said calmly.
The Black Abyss banner had already secretly stirred, with demonic mist rolling and emitting a low roar.
Okay, the middle-aged cultivator said helplessly as he quickly retreated. You human ants have made me even angrier. The false infant stage demon suddenly roared, shattering the world as it charged towards Gu Qingqing with overwhelming black mist. A cold light flashed in Gu Qingqing's eyes as he leaped to meet it. The Black Abyss banner in his hand waved, intertwining with thunder, resembling the movement of a horde of demons. The booming sounds accompanied by exploding thunder resonated as the two powerful beings clashed instantly. The Black Abyss banner behind Gu Qingqing transformed into a massive flow of demonic energy, roaring and sweeping over the false infant stage demon. Come on, the false infant stage demon roared, flapping its wings to stir up a violent wind, fists clenched, its magical power surging to unleash terrifying force against Gu Qingqing. Aid Desolation's finger.
Gu Qingqing coldly pronounced as his fingers shot out like lightning, penetrating the air to strike directly at the demon's chest.
Bang!
In the huge sound, a massive bloody hole was pierced through the false infant stage demon's chest. Blood gushed wildly.
Roar!
The false infant demon roared with a terrifying sound, its life force incredibly strong, able to recover quickly, attacking Gu Qingqing with even more madness.
Die!
Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with a terrifying glow, his hands forming seals, summoning the Black Abyss flag.
Roar, roar, roar!
Immediately, all the demons within the Black Abyss flag roared in a grotesque manner, led by 01, surrounded by terrifying and eerie black mist, rushing towards the evil demon.
Gulp!
With the overwhelming demon energy rising up, all the demons plunged into the evil demon's body.
Ah!
The false infant demon screamed in agony, frantically channeling its internal magic to break free, entering a berserk state, once again pouncing towards Gu Qingqing. While Gu Qingqing fought fiercely with this false infant demon.
Throughout the 6th district, cultivators and armies in various battle zones were engaged in fierce combat with evil demons.
Tang Yue's team was once again in a bitter fight, this time facing a pack of giant wolf demons with sharp fangs. Everyone, pay attention, it's time to fight for our lives. Tang Yue commanded loudly, slicing her sword, the sword energy like a rainbow, cleaving the charging giant wolf demon in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, creating a foul wind.
Ah!
A team member bitten by the giant wolf let out a painful howl. Tang Yue quickly rushed to the rescue, her long sword flashing cold light, directly severing the giant wolf's neck, saving her teammate. This scene unfolded across the 6th district, which had already turned to ruins. The scent of blood filled every corner of the battlefield, the roars of human warriors and the howls of demons echoed loudly. Cultivators and demons fought fiercely together, blades flashing, spells roaring, each explosion accompanied by the scent of death. The satellite footage captured scenes that made viewers' hearts sink. Those war scenes were far too brutal, many cultivators and soldiers perished under the claws and sharp teeth of the demons, blood flowing profusely, a sight too horrific to bear.
We also want to go to the battlefield. We watch from here, unable to contribute even a bit, it feels like my heart is being torn apart. These warriors are our unsung heroes. In the live broadcast room, many viewers discussed fervently, their emotions growing heavier.
Boom! At this moment, the battle between Gu Qingqing and the false infant demon intensified further.
As expected of a false infant demon, it's so difficult to deal with.
Gu Qingqing's eyes were terrifying, the Black Abyss flag behind him gradually revealing its true terrifying power, the demons within constantly roaring, changing forms, transforming into vicious ghosts, crazily rushing towards the demon, wanting to tear it apart.
Roar! The false infant demon roared angrily, its blood-soaked body dodging constantly, trying to break free from the entanglement of the Black Abyss flag.
However, Gu Qingqing gave it no breathing space. Amid a series of transformations of the Black Abyss flag, the Dragon Abyss Demon Spear appeared, like a heavenly calamity descending, its power boundless, delivering a fatal strike.
Put!
The Dragon Abyss Demon Spear instantly pierced through the void, plunging into the demon's forehead, ending its life. The false infant demon's primordial spirit let out a scream as its entire body was devoured by the Black Abyss flag, its soul extracted, becoming a second subsoul.
Humph! When you reappear, it will be the time to slaughter your kin.
Gu Qingqing's expression was cold as he fully refined the roaring false infant demon souls within the Black Abyss flag. A moment later, just as he was about to catch his breath, he suddenly sensed another powerful aura approaching. Another false infant demon appeared. This demon wielded a giant battle axe, its eyes glowing red, sparkling with a chilling light, emanating a scent of death and destruction.
Damn it, dare to kill my brother, I'll make you wish you were dead. The demon's icy voice echoed through the heavens, swinging the battle axe fiercely. Come on.
Gu Qingqing squinted slightly, fearlessly confronting it. The Dragon Abyss Demon Spear clashed violently with the battle axe, sparks flying, deafening booms resonating across the sky. The battle between the two powerful beings was like the collision of two giant peaks, each clash sending tremors through the world. At the moment when Gu Qingqing was in fierce combat with the evil demon, a satellite camera captured the scene here. The image immediately appeared in the live broadcast room.
This is
When the viewers in the live room saw this scene, they immediately recognized Gu Changqing, and as they watched such an intense battle, they all held their breath. The two figures fighting on the screen clashed wildly, stirring the emotions of those watching. "Mr. Gu, you can definitely win, go for it," someone cheered silently for Gu Changqing. "So terrifying, this battle is simply unimaginable," another person said in shock. Boom! The battle was intense. Although Gu Changqing was young, he stood tall and imposing, the magic gun in his hand crackled with thunder, as if 10,000 souls were roaring, striking like lightning against the demon that only had the power to defend. "It should be over." Gu Changqing shouted softly, the soul imprint on his brow exploded, enveloping the magic gun, and endless black light transformed into a dragon of the night. Bang! This strike from Gu Changqing was unstoppable, crashing down upon the demon's giant axe. The terrifying power caused it to emit a reluctant scream, its entire body beginning to disintegrate, flesh and blood splattering. Just as its primordial spirit attempted to escape, Gu Changqing gave it no chance, imprisoning it, preparing to refine it into the third secondary soul. "There's still one." Gu Changqing murmured, the Long Yuan magic gun transformed back into the Black Abyss banner and returned behind him, not lingering here, his figure disappearing in a few flashes. "Is anyone watching? Can you please give a ticket?" Chapter 20, Suspicion and Threat. Slaying the third false infant evil demon. At the headquarters of the Xiuzhen Alliance in Beijing, Lu Hao was closely watching the battle situation in the 6th district of Qingyun City through satellite live broadcast. Countless evil demons surged like a tide, and the scene of Gu Changqing entering the battlefield and slaughtering the false infant demons was shocking and terrifying. "This Gu Changqing is indeed extraordinary," Lu Hao frowned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent and suspicion. "It seems I need to seek help from my clan." He was wary of Gu Changqing and decided he must eliminate this person as soon as possible to ensure his own interests were not threatened. At the same time, the 6 elders in Beijing were also watching the live broadcast, and they too felt a tremendous threat from Gu Changqing's power. "This Gu Changqing is far beyond our imagination in strength," Shen Yuan Tuosan said in a deep voice. "His Black Abyss banner is not only terrifying, but his speed in refining demons is also astonishing," another elder added in surprise. "I just hope his ambitions aren't that great," a shrewd-looking elder said coldly. The rise of the new god group made them feel a huge threat. In countless households of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, countless eyes were glued to the screen. Every frame was filled with the flames of war and brutal bloodshed, every detail tugging at the viewer's heartstrings. Truly worthy of Mr. Gu, who can foresee the invasion of evil demons, it's amazing. Gu Changqing had killed 2 false Dan demons in the night, a housewife covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and awe. "He is so powerful, I hope he can protect himself, we humans need such a steady anchor." Many citizens clenched their fists, expressing their respect and support toward the screen. On the battlefield in the 6th district, Elder Huan was leading an elite team of over 100 core formation cultivators, fiercely battling to destroy the rifts in the void. Their task was not only to destroy the rifts but also to prevent any evil demons from coming through. "Everyone, destroy these void rifts as quickly as possible, we cannot let more evil demons descend." Elder Huang's voice thundered across the battlefield, his figure tall and resolute, his eyes filled with endless fighting spirit. "Understood." The cultivators responded in unison. Before the words fell, Elder Huang had already formed hand seals, instantly unleashing a powerful attack spell. Countless sword shadows transformed, slashing towards a crack in the void like lightning. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the crack in the void collapsed in response, turning to fragments that disappeared into the air. A large number of emerging evil spirits were torn apart by the sword shadows, their screams continuous. "Quick! Continue destroying the other cracks, don't give them a chance to breathe." Elder Huang shouted again, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. At that moment, his divine sense swept to 3 nascent soul cultivators not far away, who were being attacked by a group of nascent soul evil spirits. The situation was urgent. Elder Huang quickly rushed towards them, his hand already condensed with powerful firepower. "Flame charge!" Elder Huang shouted. With a wave of his right hand, a thick pillar of fire erupted from his palm, striking those evil spirits and instantly turning them into ashes. "Elder Huang, thank you for the rescue." The 3 nascent soul cultivators gasped, looking at the suddenly appearing Elder Huan with eyes full of awe and gratitude. "Don't let your guard down, continue your task." Elder Huang said lightly, then he soared into the air again, flying swiftly towards another crack in the void. On a certain battlefield, the awakened Shintoba was leading dozens of cultivators in fierce combat against a group of evil spirits. His golden muscles shimmered with a sacred glow under the sunlight, each movement containing terrifying power. "Ha ha ha! This is what battle is!" Every punch from Shintoba could knock the evil spirit several feet away, his body was like a golden wall, protecting his comrades behind him. In another direction, Tang Yue was leading her team, having fought through countless life-and-death battles, they finally regrouped again. Their bodies bore many injuries and they were exhausted, but the undying fighting spirit still burned in their eyes. "Attention everyone! We cannot give up,
We must keep moving forward, the next crack in the void is not far from us. Tang Yue dragged her tired body, still shouting firmly, her voice full of fighting spirit. Charge! The team members gritted their teeth, standing tall, pouring the last bit of strength into the fight. In every corner of the 6th district, the battles grew more brutal. The army and cultivators continually clashed with the evil spirits to destroy the cracks in the void, blood-staining the ruins. Die! A 6th-level chi refining cultivator, with blood-red eyes, crushed the incoming evil spirits, blood splattered across his face. For our homeland, kill, another soldier shouted, his machine gun firing out blazing bullets, turning the evil spirits in front of him into riddled corpses. Gu Changqing, constantly traversing through the ruins, was also searching for the last fake infant-level evil spirit's presence. Any cracks in the void and evil spirits he encountered were ruthlessly destroyed by him. Come out, I know you are nearby. Before long, Gu Changqing stood proudly atop a pile of ruins, his cold voice echoing in the ruins as his divine sense enveloped the area, locking onto a hidden crack in the void. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl came from the crack in the void. A huge creature with 9 tails and fearsome fangs stepped out. This being had a more terrifying presence than the previous 2 fake infant evil spirits. Its eyes flickered with crimson light, staring at Gu Changqing, filled with rage and fury. Hiding for so long, are you afraid? Gu Changqing's gaze was intimidating as he spoke with his soul thought. The Long Yuan demon spear reappeared in his hand, thunder and black mist intertwined, making him look like a battle god from hell. I really didn't expect that this planet actually produced a civilized race, and even a being like you. This fake infant evil spirit also emitted soul thought waves, then let out a furious roar, carrying terrifying magical power, its 9 terrifying tails whipping towards Gu Changqing like lightning, each strike containing immense force. Bang! 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 Gu Changqing held nothing back, fully operating the 108 magic dan within his body. With a fierce strike, the dragon abyss demon spear in hand collided violently with the tail of the evil creature, which howled in pain, its tail severed, blood gushing out like a fountain. You clearly just reached the core formation stage. How could you possess such astonishing power? The 9-tailed evil creature yelled in horror, channeling all its demonic energy to counterattack, its tail thrashing through the air like a steel whip. Die! In full eruption, Gu Changqing was terrifying and unmatched, killing intent bursting from his eyes. The demon spear in his hand crackled with thunderous might, heading straight for the 9-tailed evil creature's head. This was Gu Changqing's most peak strike, shaking the entire world, like a dragon roaring, stirring the void. Put! Accompanied by a pth sound, under the incredulous gaze of the 9-tailed evil creature, the strike punctured its head, completely ending its life of wrongdoing. Chapter 21, A Tragic Victory. Gu Changqing's demon spear pierced through the 9-tailed evil creature's head. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the creature began to disintegrate, its grievances transforming into a black mist that gradually dissipated into the air, while its primordial spirit was trapped within the black abyss banner. Next, I can focus on destroying the spatial rifts. Gu Changqing whispered softly, the soul imprint in his brow shining again, forcibly refining the 9-tailed evil creature into the 4th subordinate soul within his black abyss banner. The 3rd fake infant evil creature also becomes the demon lord of my black abyss banner. Next time you emerge, it will be the time to slaughter your kind. Gu Changqing's gaze was cold. The black abyss banner floated behind him, surging black mist shrouding him, making him look like a king from hell. Then he soared into the sky, looking down at the entire 6th district. On the battlefield, he saw countless cultivators and soldiers still engaged in a bloody battle with the demons, blood staining the ground, smoke and flames rising endlessly, turning the 6th district into a purgatory. Attention all battle zones, everyone quickly destroy the remaining spatial rifts, be sure to eliminate all demons within the 6th district. Gu Changqing sent a thought transmission, his voice carrying an irresistible authority of a superior. After speaking, Gu Changqing also moved, unreservedly traversing the 6th district. Wherever he passed the black abyss banner enveloped, not a single demon could escape the fate of becoming a demon lord, while one spatial rift after another was destroyed by his bare hands. Hearing Gu Changqing's transmission, cultivators and soldiers across the battle zones gritted their teeth, battling fiercely, killing every demon in their way, destroying all visible spatial rifts. For our families, kill! Tang Yue led her team, weaving through the ruins, her gaze firm, the long sword in her hand flashing with the light of piercing through the air, reaping the lives of each demon like the Grim Reaper. Rift destruction! Old Huang roared, hands forming seals, once again destroying a spatial rift, his fire path power like a sea of flames, turning approaching demons into ashes. Army personnel, charge! Shintaba, cloaked in golden light, his body sweeping through thousands like a war god, led thousands of soldiers to completely destroy a spatial rift. Demon remains falling from the sky like rain. Let these beasts be completely eliminated here. Countless cultivators and soldiers gritted their teeth, exhausting their last ounce of strength to destroy the spatial rifts, their bodies covered in blood, eyes glittering with determination and resilience. Smoke, flames, and roars intertwined. The brutal scene was hard to bear, but each cultivator and soldier did not flinch. They fought fiercely against the demons with their flesh and blood, defending their homes. Ah!
A young soldier used all his strength to bring one demon down to the ground, but the next second he himself fell, blood spilling across the ground. "Brothers, don't give up, for the families behind us." Another officer shouted, the gun in his hand fired continuously, flames spraying, repelling the demons that charged in. His eyes were filled with anger and a fearless determination to face death. As time ticked away, when nightfall came, the last void crack in Zone 6 was destroyed by Lu Hao. He alone destroyed a small portion of the void crack. If it weren't for his top-notch combat power, the brutality of this battle would have multiplied several times. As all void cracks in Zone 6 disappeared, the evil creatures within the zone gradually lessened, and the cultivators and soldiers on the battlefield finally saw hope for victory. "We won!" In the live broadcast room, the audience couldn't help but cry tears of joy upon seeing the diminishing evil creatures on the battlefield, feeling immensely proud of this tragic victory. However, amidst the cheers, there was also endless sorrow. Did we succeed? It's truly a miracle. I thought I was going to meet my end here today. Tang Yue's voice was a bit hoarse as she looked at her fallen teammates, her eyes filled with tears. "Yes, we won, but we have lost too many people," said a fellow cultivator in a low voice. Tang Yue fell silent. Of the 10-member team, only 3 of them were left. "General, we won, but the losses were too great." The soldiers who fought alongside Chen Qingqing had no excitement on their faces after victory. "Indeed, we lost far too many comrades." Chen Qingqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, his golden muscles shining glaringly in the sunlight as he looked at the bodies strewn across the battlefield, feeling an immense weight in his heart. In the broadcast room, cheers, praises, and expressions of gratitude were continuous, but many also felt immense sorrow for the fallen heroes, tears streaming down their faces. These sacrificed warriors are the guardians of our nation. I hope the new God group keeps their promise and takes good care of these heroes' families. Salute! Let's pay tribute to these heroes who gave their lives for their homeland. Young master, the battle is nearing its end, all void cracks in Zone 6 have been destroyed, and there are hardly any evil creatures left. Old Huang found Lu Hao and reported quietly. Standing high in the sky, Lu Hao stood tall, with a determined and cold gaze watching the ruins after the smoke cleared, looking at the fallen compatriots' bodies on the ground. The casualties are not too many. Lu Hang's expression was emotionless, but we must tally the families of those who sacrificed in this battle, to ensure they do not feel abandoned. After we clear the last of the evil creatures, I will personally send someone to count the battle losses. Old Huang, who also had blood on him, let out a sigh and said worriedly, "I don't know when the next evil creature invasion will come." Lu Hao said solemnly, "Next time, I will ensure they come and go without return, and there won't be such huge losses. The demon cores within the evil creatures must be collected well, they are great materials for refining magic treasures, and I will leave this to you." Having said that, he soared into the sky. He had killed no less than 1,000,000 evil creatures. The demons inside the Black Abyss banner still needed careful refining. Next time, he could drive them out to fight. Moreover, he himself had also consumed quite a bit of energy, most of his mana depleted. He didn't want to deal with the emerging evil creatures in other cities for the time being, nor did he have the energy to care about them. Because as far as he knew, there were still quite a few capable people among humans, but whether these capable people were truly human, he could not say. As night fell, the sky over Qingyun City remained gloomy, the smoke and fire on the battlefield gradually dissipating, replaced by cheers of victory and moments of silence for the martyrs. At around 11 o'clock that night, the new God group finally counted the number of fallen cultivators and soldiers in this battle. 13,000 cultivators had fallen, 6,000 of whom perished. 200,000 soldiers had fallen, with 11,000 lost. When the casualty list was released, it left everyone stunned. Families who were notified tonight heard cries echoing throughout the night. Strangely, other cities remained quiet, with no evil creatures appearing. Lu Hao naturally did not know about this matter. At this moment, he was refining the demons inside the Black Abyss banner. Chapter 22, Counting Achievements. A powerful evil being appears. The battle in Qingyun City gradually calmed down under the night sky, the smoke dissipated, and the air was filled with a bloody and solemn atmosphere. The lights of the new God group building shone brightly throughout the night, standing tall like mountains in the darkness, proclaiming resilience and defiance. At around 2 in the morning, Gu Jiejia was still in the conference room of the new God group handling the results of this battle, where many cultivators had killed enemies. She was dressed in a professional OL outfit, her figure curvaceous, with long hair tied up, appearing capable and elegant. Sitting at the desk, she meticulously read through a thick battle report, her expression focused, occasionally furrowing her brows. The post-battle statistics had to be accurate down to the last detail. Gu Jiejia's red pen quickly flew across each performance report, clearly marking the number of demons each person had slain and the corresponding achievements. Every cultivator of the new God group had a token, personally crafted by Lu Hao, which could record enemy-killing achievements. Just by collecting their tokens, one could see at a glance who had killed how many. In the conference room, several assistants were busy sorting the achievement numbers of each token, continuously reporting data into Gu Jiejia's hands. Secretary Gu, Tang Yue and her team performed exceptionally well, please see this battle report.
A young assistant presented a beautifully bound document with a tone of admiration.
Gu Jiajia took the document, paused her red pen, and carefully read it. After a moment, she nodded and said, indeed, their achievements deserve recognition. Promote Tang Yue to team leader, and Zhang Mengmeng and Li Xiar will be promoted to squad leaders in the same team as Tang Yue.
Yes, Secretary Gu. The assistant nodded and continued to work busily.
Gu Jiajia quietly wrote down this information, her posture radiating a calm and mature brilliance under the light. Meanwhile, Elder Huang was responsible for counting the achievements of the Foundation establishment period cultivators. He rolled up his sleeves, his expression stern, his gaze sharp, holding a record book as he checked each cultivator's achievements one by one. An assistant whispered a report beside him, Elder Huang, here is the achievement list for the Foundation establishment period cultivators, already preliminarily organized. Elder Huang took the list and quickly scanned each name. This battle was exceptionally fierce, many cultivators fought to the death against the demons.
We must make proper arrangements for their families. Outstanding cultivators should also receive due rewards. The assistant respectfully responded, the top 10 cultivators in terms of achievements are Li Chang, Wang Yi, Zhao Ping, Lu Ning, Hewen, Jiangji, Chen Xian, Sun Ming, Wu Gang, and Su Hua. Tomorrow we still need to report these names to General Gu. Have the numbers of demon cores been counted? Elder Huang inquired. The assistant replied, they are still being counted, results should be available by morning. Elder Huang nodded slightly, as soon as possible. Looking at each name of those who excelled in achievements yet were no longer alive, Elder Huang silently sighed in sadness. Achievements may be glorious, but the lost comrades can never return. Tonight, all employees of the new God group were busy, destined to have a sleepless night. The next morning, Gu Changqing finished refining 150,000 demons inside the Black Abyss banner. Initially able to hold only 90,000 demons, but after upgrading with Golden Dan and Demon Dan, it had surpassed the milestone of 150,000. Gu Changqing comfortably took a bath before coming to the office. On his desk lay a large stack of documents. Gu Changqing sat down and began to review them one by one. The documents contained the number of fallen cultivators and the achievements ranking. This level of loss, compared to my past life, can only be described as a small issue. Gu Changqing looked at the number of deaths on the list and felt nothing. The war in his past life was far more brutal, with very few surviving until the end. Tang Yue? When his gaze scanned the achievements list of the Qi refining period cultivators, seeing the three characters Tang Yue and the introduction above, a hint of mockery surfaced on his face. Tang Yue, 5 spirit roots, outstanding strength, remarkable military achievements. Already listed for key training. Gu Changqing's mouth curled up with a playful smile. Is the Tang family afraid of my revenge and sending Tang Yue to serve me? President Gu. At this moment, Elder Huang and Gu Jiajiao knocked and entered the room. Seeing them come in, Gu Changqing said lightly, you came at the right time, go and call Tang Yue for me. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiajiao was taken aback and turned to leave. President Gu, have you seen the military achievement ranking for the core formation stage? Elder Huang stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Still looking at the Qi refinement stage, sit down first. Gu Changqing gestured for him to sit down and continued browsing. Just as he was browsing, he saw a name called Yi Chen, ranked right after Tang Yue. Yi Chen. Gu Changqing repeated the name softly, smiling lightly. This Yi Chen should be trained, he possesses great fortune. Elder Huang replied, good. After finishing the Qi refinement stage, Gu Changqing picked up the core formation stage rankings to look at. After flipping through for a while, Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Not bad, these 10 have killed many enemies. Inform them that I will personally refine a magical artifact for them. Has the count of magic cores been completed? Also, why is it so quiet today? Has no other city requested assistance from us? Hearing this, Elder Huang stood up to report. The count of magic cores is complete, a total of 28,651. No other cities have reported any outer domain demons invading for now. Oh? Gu Changqing was somewhat surprised, wondering in his heart, could it be that his rebirth triggered some butterfly effect? At this moment, Gu Jiajiao returned, bringing Tang Yue into the office. Tang Yue was dressed in a cultivator's outfit. Though tired, she was still spirited, with a hint of imperceptible awe and tension on her face. President Gu, you called for me? Tang Yue looked at Gu Changqing sitting in his chair, her delicate white face filled with tension, her heart anxious, her small hands nervously gripping each other. Gu Changqing looked at the nervous and anxious Tang Yue and smiled. Are you here in my new god group because you are afraid of my revenge? Tang Yue took a deep breath, faced Gu Changqing, and mustered her courage. President Gu, this matter cannot be blamed on my grandfather. After all, it was said that you were insane. Who would let their granddaughter marry an insane person? My purpose for coming to the new god group, as you said, is indeed fearing your revenge. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself, smiling. I did indeed plan to wait until I had some free time before annihilating your Tang family, but you are quite smart. Now it makes things a bit difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yui's heart tightened, and she quickly said, the Tang family is willing to serve President Gu. We are willing to give half of all our shares to President Gu. Please spare us. No, I want your entire Tang family. Gu Changqing replied coldly, it's either exterminating your clan or wealth. You weigh it yourself and go talk to your grandfather. He had long coveted the minds of the Tang family. After the revival of spiritual energy, there was still a spiritual stone vein hidden beneath. In his past life, the Tang family rose to power relying on that spiritual stone vein, and Tang Yue soared rapidly because of it. President Gu, big news, Guangling City has been invaded by demons, but only one demon appeared, yet with its own strength, it destroyed a district. With 1 million people, only a few escaped, the rest were slaughtered entirely. At this moment, the head of the news department rushed in to report. Chapter 23, Nascent Soul Demon. A chilling report from the Cultivation Alliance. Guangling City, 3rd District. This bustling city was now engulfed in endless despair and destruction. The sky was gloomy, dark clouds hung low, pressing down on everyone's hearts like the end of the world. The streets were in disarray, with broken walls and ruins, flames and smoke filled the air, a breath of destruction permeated. A massive demon stood towering in the center of the 3rd District as if it were a mountain. It had 4 arms and was tens of meters tall. The whole body was muscular and twisted, shining with a crimson glow. On its head were 2 cold horns, and its eyes revealed uncontrollable fury and bloodlust. Roar! The demon let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, as if proclaiming its invincibility and destruction. Its 4 enormous hands waved, and in that moment, whether buildings or humans, in its eyes, they were all nothing but fragile sand sculptures, easily shattered. Help! Mom! Mom! Run fast! Damn monster, why are you destroying our homeland? The destruction of Guangling City spread across the country through various media platforms, with cries for help flooding all major social media. The 3rd District of Guangling City has fallen, everyone please remain calm and be ready to evacuate. We need reinforcements, Guangling City needs help. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers stared at the screen, their emotions rising and falling with the scenes of destruction. In the live footage, the huge figure of the demon seemed invincible, its footsteps unstoppable, destroying countless skyscrapers, blood flowing like springs, and people's screams blending with explosions and roars, weaving into a song of destruction. Even cultivators watched with dread and fear. However, there were still waves after waves of core formation cultivators rushing to the battlefield, but in front of that demon, none could last more than 10 rounds. Missiles were fired in batch after batch, but they were all defeated by that demon. Oh no, another building was destroyed. It's too powerful, who can stop it? The cultivators and army of Guangling City are still fighting desperately, they do not back down to protect their homeland. On the huge screen, lines of shocking subtitles rolled out, every letter was filled with indescribable despair and plea. Mr. Gu, we beg you to save Guangling City. New God Group, calling for your help. The host's voice was choked and filled with a touch of despair. Dear friends, Guangling City is undergoing an unprecedented disaster, but we have not yet seen cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance. However, the cultivator army in the city is fighting desperately. The Cultivation Alliance has abandoned us. Mr. Gu, please take action. At the headquarters of the New God Group. In the president's office, Gu Changqing's expression was serious after hearing this news. He quickly contacted Du Han to mobilize the satellite images and saw the demon in the screen that was eating and killing. Run! Hurry, help! People scattered in panic, screams echoing ceaselessly. Whether old, women, or children, all appeared incredibly vulnerable in front of the demon. Come on, we must stop it. A core formation cultivator from Guangling City showed unwavering determination in his eyes, raising his sword to face the huge demon. Fight for our homeland. He shouted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, channeling all of his magical power, turning into a brilliant ray of light, rushing towards the demon. Ants! The demon showed no fear, wildly swinging its 4 arms, instantly shattering that ray of light, and then swallowed that core formation cultivator in one bite. Above Guangling City, the satellite captured this scene, and the host of the news live broadcast couldn't help but choke up. We see these brave cultivators, they are using their lives to protect their homeland. Their sacrifice is deeply moving, let us pray for these brave warriors. On the online platform, all viewers were commenting, sending messages, pleading for Gu Changqing and the New God Group for help. Please, Mr. Gu, take action and save Guangling City. Why isn't the Cultivation Alliance responding? People are almost dying out. Mr. Gu, we can't rely on the Cultivation Alliance, only you can save Guangling City. Please take action. Faced with such a tragic scene, countless people had tears in their eyes, looking at the screen with filled hearts of anger and helplessness. As time ticked by, the destruction and hunting by the demon continued unbroken.
The cultivators and soldiers of Guanling City bravely faced battle, and the scenes of those burning their lives for their homeland were extremely heroic, but in the end, they could not stop the crushing force of the evil spirits. As the live broadcast continued, the misery of the 3rd district of Guanling City became clearer. The entire city seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire and hell. In the office of the president of the new God group, Gu Changqing silently watched everything, his face emotionless, waiting for the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance to take action, but he was ultimately disappointed. It seems the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance has given up on Guanling City. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes.
Old Huang asked, President Gu, should we take action now?
Gu Changqing remained silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. Not yet, I want to see if the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance has truly given up on Guanling City.
All right.
Old Huang frowned, only able to wait helplessly. Beside them, Tang Yue's expression was complex as she silently left the office to contact her grandfather. Gu Changqing ignored her, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, his expression still looking at the live broadcast. He was not someone to act on emotions easily. He knew that acting rashly now was not only inappropriate but could also create unnecessary situations. The Spiritual Cultivation Alliance could not remain indifferent forever. But he was not a heartless beast. Seeing the tragic scenes in the satellite projection, he had already quietly made a decision in his heart. If the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance really stood by, he would personally go there.
Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance in the capital.
Don't worry, Gu Changqing will definitely act. I hope to use this evil spirit of the nascent soul stage to make him pay a price, and then I will personally take action to slay him. Lu Hao was calm, enjoying watching the live broadcast while talking on the phone with Xianyuan Tuasen. 1 hour, if Gu Changqing does not appear in 1 hour, I hope the senior can lead the cultivators of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance to support us, Xianyuan Tuasen said softly.
2 hours, if I don't see Gu Changqing, I will definitely take action.
This nascent soul stage evil spirit is quite troublesome for me, Lu Hao said with some hesitation. If it were the small Karamai, he would have acted long ago to boost his prestige. Facing this 4-armed evil spirit alone, he wasn't confident he could win.
All right, thank you for your trouble, senior. Xianyuan Tuasen ended the call helplessly.
If it weren't for you being useful to me, I wouldn't care about these matters. After the call ended, Lu Hao snorted coldly. Please vote for some monthly tickets.
Recommend tickets. Thank you. Chapter 24, Curses Come Pouring Down. Gu Changqing takes action.
The disaster in Guanling City continued to ferment on the internet, with all major platforms filled with denunciations of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance.
What is the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance doing? Why aren't they coming to rescue Guanling City? These beasts, enjoying resources and power, now that the common people are in trouble, they hide far away.
The Spiritual Cultivation Alliance only knows how to boast and enjoy. When facing the enemy they act like turtles. Can these people defeat the evil spirits? The comments in the live broadcast room surged like a tide, the anger burning wildly on the internet, and people no longer remained silent, but roared with fury.
Where has the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance in the capital gone? Our tax money is supporting a bunch of useless people? What ability does the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance have besides bullying the common people? President Gu, please don't wait any longer. The Spiritual Cultivation Alliance is unreliable.
Please, New God Group, help us. The Spiritual Cultivation Alliance is pure cowardice. On the other side of the internet, outside the headquarters building of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance, a large crowd of angry citizens had gathered. You beasts, still waving the banner of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance, but all you know is how to gather wealth and enjoy yourselves. The people of Guanling City are suffering. Have you already given up on them? People excitedly pushed at the entrance, waving their fists, surrounding the building of the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance, continuously shouting in anger. None of you from the Spiritual Cultivation Alliance can escape. The people of Guanling City are the ones you have harmed. As time passed, the scene grew even more chaotic. The situation in Guanling City became even worse, the people's anger reaching its peak, while the Cultivation Alliance seemed to have vanished, like silent livestock. In the highest command hall of the capital, 6 elders had to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to the anger of the people and the problems in Guanling City. Everyone, we can't wait any longer, we must let the Cultivation Alliance take action, Tangwa sighed, his eyes full of worry. Yes, if we drag this out, the people's anger will become uncontrollable, and the consequences will be very serious, Nangong Changfeng frowned and said. It seems we can only force Lu Hao to take action, we can't have any selfishness. Shu Hao helplessly said, Lu Hao is unreliable, he is not one of us humans, the new God group is the real cornerstone for humanity.
We can't have any more selfishness.
Nangong Changfeng smiled bitterly, then said fiercely, quickly contact Lu Hao and let him take action as soon as possible. If he really doesn't want to act, we will ask Gu Changqing to eliminate him. If Lu Hao dares not to act, we will have to contact Gu Changqing. Xianyuan Tuasen showed a fierce expression and immediately dialed Lu Hao's number. When the call connected, Shen Tuasen spoke somewhat forcefully. Senior, the situation in Guangling City is grim. Under the pressure of the people, we can no longer delay. If you do not act, we will have to contact Gu Changqing. Lu Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone, slightly cold. Okay, the voices of the people outside are boiling. I will immediately gather a group of Confrontation cultivators to go.
Thank you, Senior.
Shen Tuasen breathed a sigh of relief and ended the call. In the eyes of the elders, this senior Lu Hao was the trump card to suppress everything.
However, if he had a wolf's ambition, they wouldn't mind contacting Gu Changqing to deal with him.
But just as Lu Hao was preparing to gather a batch of Confrontation cultivators to head to the battlefield, the New God Group released an announcement.
New God Group, to all citizens of Guangling City and the nation.
We at the New God Group deeply regret the disaster in Guangling City. The silence of the Cultivation Alliance fills us with anger and sadness. Our leader Gu has just emerged from his retreat and has prepared to head to Guangling City for support upon learning this matter. We ask the citizens of Guangling City to hold on, hope is just around the corner. Furthermore, we urge the Cultivation Alliance to take action quickly, so as not to let the people lose trust in the alliance and allow evil to take advantage. Warriors of Guangling City, our leader Gu is already on the way, about to fight alongside you to expel evil and protect the homeland. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately caused a huge stir online. Major platforms, news broadcasts, and social media were almost flooded with posts by the New God Group.
Ha ha ha. Leader Gu has finally taken action.
Leader Gu is magnificent, rushing to the battlefield right after his retreat. The New God Group is our true hope.
What nonsense, Cultivation Alliance. Get lost. Relying on you is no better than relying on Leader Gu.
In the live stream room, the people's emotions finally showed some signs of easing, but they were still filled with strong dissatisfaction towards the Cultivation Alliance. New God Group, President's Office.
Leader Gu, should I gather the top 10 core formation cultivators from this battle to accompany you?
Elder Huang, seeing Gu Changqing preparing to go alone, couldn't help but express his concern.
No need.
If you go, it will only distract me. Gu Changqing shook his head, then contacted Du Han to arrange an aircraft to Guangling City. Faced with a nascent soul evil creature, Gu Changqing would not waste his true essence flying over. He had to maintain his peak state. The call connected. Gu Changqing spoke clearly and directly. City Lord Du, deploy a fighter jet. I am going to Guangling City. Guangling City is more than 1,800 kilometers away from Qingyun City. Flying over consumes too much true essence. Leader Gu, don't worry, I'll handle everything. Hearing this, Du Han did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly ordered the best supersonic fighter jet to be mobilized. Soon, at the Qingyun City fighter jet airport, the most advanced fighter jet was parked, ready to go at any moment. At this time, Gu Changqing arrived through the clouds, landing beside the fighter jet.
Mr. Gu, the fighter jet is ready, we can depart any time.
Du Han had been waiting, and seeing Gu Changqing arrive, he quickly stepped forward and said. Gu Changqing nodded, said no more, and climbed into the back seat of the fighter jet. After he fastened his seatbelt, the pilot directly started the jet, roaring through the sky with a thunderous sound.
Mr. Gu, I hope you can return victorious. At the airport, Du Han watched the jet disappear into the horizon, shouting loudly.
The fighter jet roared through the clouds, flying at top speed towards Guangling City. At this speed, it would take just about half an hour to reach Guangling City, even faster than Gu Changqing flying at full power. This scene was also recorded by reporters and uploaded to major online platforms.
Ha ha.
Mr. Gu has already set off. People of Guangling City, hold on.
Is that our most advanced fighter jet? How long until it reaches Guangling City?
I just calculated its speed, it should take about half an hour.
More than 1,800 kilometers, and only half an hour? So fast.
As soon as this video appeared, it quickly caused a stir online, climbing in popularity, and soon trending.
Ha ha. Gu Changqing, you finally couldn't hold back.
Lu Hao laughed upon seeing this scene, quietly leaving the Alliance headquarters, heading towards Guangling City, just 400 or 500 kilometers away from Beijing. The purpose of this trip was to kill Gu Changqing. In battle against the evil being in the nascent soul stage, Lu Hao did not believe Gu Changqing could come out unscathed.
Chapter 25, Today, you will also be buried here. In the 3rd district of Guangling City.
Amidst the flames, black smoke mingled with the smell of dust and ruins, filling the air.
Once a prosperous city, it had now become a horrific wasteland.
Broken walls and crumbled buildings, streets littered with shattered rebar and debris from explosions, blood flowed on the ground, and piercing screams echoed endlessly. A massive four-armed evil being stood in the center of the city, like a terrifying natural disaster. The evil being reached dozens of meters tall, with bulging muscles, its purple-red skin covered in sinister demonic patterns, 2 curved horns growing from its head, and its eyes gleamed with a scarlet light. Its forearms swung wildly, tearing through the air, creating gusts of wind, recklessly destroying everything around it. Roar. Each roar felt like a death declaration, spreading fear throughout the city. Help, run, ah! People fled in all directions, their desperate cries and terrified shouts melding together. Whether old, women, or children, they all seemed extraordinarily weak in front of the evil being, being torn apart like paper. Kill. The cultivators and soldiers in Guangling City fought back with their lives. Their spells and weapons seemed incredibly small before the four-armed evil being, but their spirit was as tough as steel. Under the cold and ruthless feet of the evil being, large numbers of cultivators and soldiers fell, their blood soaking the ruins. Each fallen warrior was a hero who sacrificed to defend their homeland. No matter what, we cannot retreat, hold it back. I don't know if I can hold on. Many cultivators present faced death unflinchingly. Despite their fear, they shouted furiously and bravely advanced, wanting to stop the evil being's destruction and allow more ordinary people to escape. However, their attacks seemed powerless against its immense strength, only managing to slow its steps. Ant-like existence, your struggle is meaningless. The four-armed evil being cackled, its voice booming like thunder, shaking people's souls. It raised its forearms high and suddenly struck down, shattering those sacrificed warriors. Each step it took, each strike it made, was a destruction of this beautiful city. Damn it, I can't hold on. So what if I die? I can't go back to my parents, you must take care of yourselves. The remaining cultivator at the core formation stage, exhausted of energy, forced a miserable smile, ready to charge forward in self-destruct. Swish. But just at that moment, a mysterious figure appeared on the battlefield. The newcomer looked like a young boy, dressed in simple black combat attire, his expression severe, and his deep eyes radiated endless killing intent. You all step back. The boy said coldly, his voice filled with a chilling aura. Who are you? The nascent soul cultivators present were momentarily stunned, then collectively stepped back, clearing an area for the boy. Who dares to be so bold? The four-armed demon laughed maniacally, saying, Do you want to challenge me? Ant. Human. The boy remained silent, his expression icy, showing no fear, gripping a longsword that emitted a cold light, its frost-like aura oppressive, as if it could freeze every drop of water in the air. This was a magical treasure. Die. The boy moved, barking a low shout as he swung his sword, the sword energy like winter frost, charging straight towards the four-armed demon. Swish. The sword light sliced through the air, striking towards the demon like lightning. However, a hint of mockery flashed in the four-armed demon's eyes as it effortlessly waved its arms, blocking the sword energy, then swung all four arms together, like four giant steel whips lashing out at the boy. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded, sending the boy staggering back several steps, yet his gaze never wavered, his hands forming seals as the flying sword like a streaming light, radiated a freezing force, directly hitting the demon. Futile struggle. The four-armed demon roared, wildly attacking with its arms. The flying sword dimmed against the strikes from its four massive fists. Each time the sword was hit, the boy, who was dodging and weaving to avoid the beams shot by the demon, would pale slightly. The battle between the two was like flashes of lightning, the intense clashes sounding like deafening thunder. The watching cultivators and soldiers were mesmerized, tense to the extreme. In the live stream, the audience was also holding their breath, their emotions fluctuating with the battle on screen. Who is this boy? So powerful. Can he withstand such a strong demon? Manager Gu is still on the way. I hope the boy can hold on a little longer. Come on. We believe in you. On the bullet screen, people were cheering for the boy, their worries and hopes intertwining. Die. Suddenly, the boy shouted explosively, the sword energy surged, his whole body's true essence concentrated to the limit, transforming into a cold beam of light aimed at the four-armed demon. Bang! The sword light collided with the giant arm, sparks flying, and the boy was sent flying dozens of meters away, blood spitting from his mouth. Ha ha ha. You insects are still too weak. The four-armed demon opened its huge mouth, terrifying magical power brewing within, ready to completely erase the boy. Alas! It shouldn't have come. The boy sighed inwardly, now it was difficult to even move, he couldn't dodge at all, filled with bitter laughter. Booming. But at that moment, the sound of warplanes roaring approached from afar. Ha! The four-armed demon heard the sound, its lantern-like scarlet eyes suddenly turned to look. What came into view was a flying object it had never seen before. From this flying object, it sensed an incredibly strong fluctuation of magical power. Ha ha ha! Manager Gu has arrived. When the audience in the live stream saw this scene, they were all energized, cheering and cheering. The boy looked up, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, knowing that he wouldn't have to die here today. He immediately forced his true essence to operate, dragging his severely injured body away. All of the demon's attention was drawn to Gu Changqing on that supersonic warplane. Because it felt a tremendous threat. Booming. The warplane swept through the sky, then a towering figure appeared. Gu Changqing's majestic figure descended from the sky, beneath a specially tailored black suit, his tall and slender posture, a handsome and severe face revealing an undeniable killing intent. At the same time, a black abyss flag slowly flew out from his brow, releasing a destructive magical aura. Who are you? Looking at the unfathomable Gu Qingqing, the four-armed demon showed surprise, sending out a wave of soul thoughts, coldly asking, the 3 legions sent down from my clan.
Have you killed them all? Yes, it was me.
Gu Qingqing glanced sideways at the other person, calmly said, today, you will also be buried here. As he spoke, the black abyss banner behind him shook, and the overwhelming demonic energy surged out like a flood bursting a dam, instantly inundating the sky above Guanling City. Countless powerful demons materialized, emitting terrifying roars.
You should die, those are my kin.
When the four-armed evil demon saw the demons pouring out from the black abyss banner, it was immediately filled with murderous intent, its roar shaking the entire city.
Please give some recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 26, Fierce Battle with the Demon of Yuaning.
The sky of Guanling City was covered with thick smoke, dark clouds pressing down, and the air was filled with the scent of blood and ruins. The roar of battle machines grew closer, and in the eyes of all the desperate people, a handsome and towering figure leaped down from the high sky.
It's CEO Gu, he's here.
We are saved. Survivors on both sides of the street and people desperately calling for help suddenly felt an indescribable sense of safety, their gazes shifting from despair to filled with hope. In the live broadcast room, viewers also began to comment, expressing their respect and trust for Gu Qingqing.
CEO Gu, truly our unshakable anchor. The army fears nothing, CEO Gu has arrived.
People's emotions surged, as if they had seen a beam of light, a glimmer of hope for victory.
Gu Qingqing's arrival was like a brilliant light, dispelling the gloom that hung over Guanling City.
The mysterious young man, severely injured, distanced himself from the battlefield, silently muttering, this Gu Qingqing, his strength is so terrifying, could he really be a powerful being from another realm, sacrificing himself to take over this planet? Standing at the center of the battlefield, Gu Qingqing exuded a chilling murderous intent, his blood-red pupils revealing an undeniable authority.
You should die, those are my kin.
When the four-armed evil demon saw the demons emerging from the black abyss banner behind Gu Qingqing, it was instantly filled with murderous intent, its roar shaking the entire city.
No need to rage, you will soon become one of them.
Gu Qingqing's voice was icy cold, suddenly shouting, 8 Desolation Demon Technique. As his voice fell, dark lightning intertwined around him, the momentum bursting forth like a tsunami, shaking the entire sky. The overwhelming demonic energy swept in like a storm, the black abyss banner emanating terrifying demonic might, countless demons howling within, transforming into a dark torrent, rushing towards the four-armed evil demon.
8 Desolation Demon Flames.
Gu Qingqing shouted coldly, one step forward, the void trembled suddenly, opening numerous gigantic cracks, black demonic flames spewed out from the fissures, as if the fires of hell were burning everything.
It rushed straight towards the 8-armed evil demon. Wow! Such a powerful demonic technique. This is CEO Gu's true strength. Terrifying indeed.
On the bullet screen, viewers were astonished, their awe reaching its peak. The overwhelming demonic flame seemed ready to devour everything, shocking beyond measure.
Ants, dare to fight me.
The four-armed evil demon roared angrily, swinging all 4 arms, directly unleashing heaven-shattering earth-smashing fist, the black demonic light swirling up like monstrous waves, engulfing the oncoming black flames. 2 terrifying forces clashed together, igniting the entire sky. Gu Qingqing squinted slightly, the 8 Desolation Demon Technique activated instantly, the 108 black pellets within his body rotating like dark stars in the Dan Sea, overwhelming power surged into his limbs and bones.
8 Desolation Heavenly Demon Break.
Gu Qingqing shouted, the Long Yuan demon spear in his hand thrusting straight out. In an instant, countless black lightning bolts erupted from the spear tip, transforming into thousands of lightning-sharp points, meeting the four-armed evil demon's attack.
In the booming sound, the lightning and demonic light collided fiercely, winds howling, the spiritual power in the air was shaken, a series of explosions resounded throughout Guanling City. Come on!
The four-armed evil demon swung its gigantic arms, fully prepared to fight back, its body emitting thick black mist. Showing the power of the demon shield, the massive magical shield protected its body, enduring Gu Qingqing's thunderous attack. At the same time, another hand of the four-armed evil demon transformed into the underworld claw, ripping through the air and reaching out to grab Gu Qingqing.
8 Desolation Demon Technique, Demon Shadow Sting.
Gu Qingqing snorted coldly, the Dragon Abyss demon spear bursting forth with dazzling black light, his figure flickering like a ghost as he dodged the underworld claw's attack 6 times in a flash. Immediately after, he unleashed the inherited divine ability of the 8 Desolation Demon Technique, Demon Shadow Sting, and the spear drew dozens of black flame spear beams, each beam like a demon shadow dashing forward, striking the four-armed evil demon's demon shield.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The ghostly shadow struck against the demon's shield, exploding in a blast of black flames that surrounded the four-armed evil demon.
Roar!
The four-armed evil demon howled in pain, its crimson eyes growing ever more blood-red, its body suddenly swelling, releasing an even more terrifying demonic aura.
Hellfire!
It spewed forth black flames from its mouth, turning the burning air into seas of fire that rushed toward Gu Qingqing. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing formed seals with both hands and activated the 8 Desolation Demon technique. Suddenly, a massive demon shadow rose behind him, entirely black, with 2 dark red horns on its head and eyes as dark as the night. This was one of the highest divine abilities of the 8 Desolation Demon technique, 8 Desolation Destruction Godlaw Body. Rumble. Rumble. The 8 Desolation Destruction Godlaw Body swung its giant palm, overturning heaven and earth, blocking out sun, moon, and stars, and surprisingly absorbed the demon flames into its palm, dissipating them into countless wisps of smoke. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Gu Qingqing's internal true essence surged, thunder flashed, and the law body roared endlessly behind him. The 4-armed evil demon also roared, its size increasing drastically, crazily clashing with Gu Qingqing's spells, shaking the heavens and the earth, making the countless onlookers take a cold breath. Your death is at hand. After hundreds of rounds, Gu Qingqing's eyes shone with terrifying lightning. He took a step forward, the dragon abyss demon spear carrying endless thunder and black flames, unleashing the secret technique of the 8 Desolation Demon technique, 8 Desolation Destruction Break. This spear gathered the black pill power within Gu Qingqing, intertwining thunder and demon flames into a black lightning dragon, charging directly towards the 4-armed evil demon's heart. Come on, ants! The 4-armed evil demon roared, its red eyes flaring, and it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of demonic river, slamming fiercely against the terrifying spear beam that pierced through the void. With a bang, the heavens seemed to explode. Rampant waves of magical power shook the universe. Kill! Gu Qingqing burst out from the ripples of the explosion, the black abyss banner in his hand suddenly bursting forth with overwhelming demonic energy, countless demons transforming into a tide of black rushing toward the 4-armed evil demon. Roar! The 4-armed evil demon roared madly, swinging its arms to break free, the 4 arms striking together, wanting to rip apart all the demons before it. But the number of demons was so vast, almost endless, that it couldn't keep up. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing smiled coldly, waving the black abyss banner. The demons surged like a wave toward the 4-armed evil demon, binding it tightly to the spot. With various divine abilities unleashed, both sides had consumed a considerable amount of energy at this point. Die! Gu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stepped forward, his figure charging like lightning toward the 4-armed evil demon, the black abyss banner transforming into a gigantic magical spear, thunder intertwining, as if a heavenly calamity. 8 Desolation Demon Spear, annihilate! Gu Qingqing shouted angrily, the magical spear descending like a heavenly calamity, aiming straight for the 4-armed evil demon's chest. The destructive power of the thunder seemed ready to tear the entire world apart, annihilating everything. Ah! The 4-armed evil demon howled in fury, struggling desperately to resist, but ultimately could not withstand that terrifying power. Boom! The magical spear pierced directly through the 4-armed evil demon's heart, thunder exploding, shaking the entire Qilin city with this terrifying force. The body of the 4-armed evil demon was torn apart by the thunder, just as Gu Qingqing was about to unleash the final blow to eliminate this 4-armed evil demon. An unexpected situation arose. Not on my watch. At this critical moment, a black figure appeared between Gu Qingqing and the 4-armed evil demon at an unbelievable speed. A cold light flashed, unexpectedly blocking Gu Qingqing's fatal strike. Who? Gu Qingqing stared coldly, seeing that the person who saved the 4-armed evil demon was dressed in a black robe, masked, and wearing a hood. Ants, let's fight. Lu Hao said coldly, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Looking for death. Gu Qingqing's eyes glinted coldly, his hand shaking the black abyss flag. The monstrous demonic energy erupted again, enveloping Lu Hao and the 4-armed evil demon. Haha, interesting. Lu Hao laughed sinisterly, the sword in his hand suddenly bursting with a 100-foot sword light, striking directly at Gu Qingqing's demon head. Boom! Thunder, demonic energy, and cold light intertwined, the entire battlefield looked like a scene of apocalypse. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Qingqing operated the 8 Desolation Demon skill within his body, condensing his true essence to the extreme, the black abyss flag suddenly transforming into a huge demon sword, thunder intertwining, demonic energy raging. 8 Desolation Demon Sword, slash. Gu Qingqing let out an angry roar, the demon sword in his hand slashing towards Lu Hao and the 4-armed evil demon. The terrifying sword energy seemed to want to split the entire world in half, destroying everything. Boom! The sword energy collided with the cold light and thunder, igniting endless sparks. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Lu Hao and the 4-armed evil demon were pushed back by the terrifying force, but Gu Qingqing showed no mercy, the demon sword in his hand swinging out again. Die! Gu Qingqing shouted angrily, the demon sword swinging towards the 4-armed evil demon's head, the terrifying power seeming to rip his body apart completely. The mysterious man who struck out was incredibly powerful. To avoid accidents, Gu Qingqing was already overloading his magic core and demon skill, wanting to end the fight quickly. The 4-armed evil demon roared, frantically operating the demon infant to block Gu Qingqing's terrifying strike, struggling to escape the battlefield. You recover first, I'll fight him. A cold smile flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, the sword in his hand suddenly bursting forth with a terrifying cold light, striking at Gu Qingqing's demon sword. Boom! The sword energy and the sword light collided again, igniting endless sparks, the terrifying power turning the entire battlefield into an apocalyptic scene.
Want to leave? 8 Desolation, heavenly tribulation.
Gu Changqing shouted in anger, the color of heaven and earth changed, endless thunder clouds gathered, transforming into a thick and terrifying thunderbolt, crashing down heavily on the heavily injured 8-armed evil demon.
Ah!
The latter let out a tragic scream, its massive body unwillingly turning to ashes in the heavenly tribulation, even the primordial infant and soul being destroyed, completely dead. This was Gu Changqing's strongest move, but the consumption was also terrifying, his magic power approaching depletion.
Gu Changqing, you have such divine powers?
Lu Hao was horrified, his eyes flashing with shock, the sword in his hand bursting forth with terrifying cold light to strike forward again.
You hiding rat, you won't live today.
Gu Changqing's voice was ice cold, the black abyss flag in his hand transforming again into a giant demon sword, thunder intertwining, demonic energy raging, slashing everything.
Boom!
The sword energy, sword light, and thunder collided again. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changqing seized the opening, striking a palm towards Lu Hao's chest like thunder. The protective spirit light around Lu Hao shattered, he spat blood, and was sent flying.
Damn, can't win, retreat. Lu Hao was horrified, fleeing for his life.
He had never anticipated that Gu Changqing could be so terrifyingly powerful. This was the strongest core formation stage he had encountered during his domination of the 10,000 tribes.
And, don't even think about escaping.
Gu Changqing coldly shouted, his figure chasing like the wind, the black abyss flag transforming into a raging demon river, surrounding Lu Hao within. Lu Hao's expression turned savage, using all his strength to unleash his final power, trying to break free from the demon river's constraint, but the all-consuming demonic energy trapped him like a cage, unable to escape. Whoosh! But at that moment, a terrifying arrow suddenly shot from the dark, tearing through the void, aimed straight at Gu Changqing.
Ha!
Gu Changqing was startled, not caring to kill the mysterious man. Suddenly turning around and roaring, the light from the soul mark on his forehead shot out a red beam to block that arrow. But just this moment of distraction allowed Lu Hao to escape, using some kind of secret technique to vanish in an instant. Damn it, who is shooting the cold arrows, who is helping that evil monster? Bastards!
Are there still beasts among us humans helping the evil monster?
Who the hell is it?
Damn beasts!
As the people in the livestream watched those helping the evil monster and someone shooting cold arrows at Gu Changqing, angry shouts filled the entire live room. With the revival of this planet, it seems many mysterious groups have come down. The mysterious young man standing on a pile of ruins in the distance had a somewhat cold expression. In the sky, Gu Changqing stood proudly, his expression darker than ever before. He never expected that this battle would have so many surprises. In his previous life, although he lived for 8 years, due to his low cultivation, he did not know that foreign groups had already infiltrated among humans. The encounter just now, along with recalling his previous life, made him suspect that many powerful humans had appeared out of nowhere.
Interesting.
After realizing this, Gu Changqing showed a playful smile and said aloud, "Foreign groups hidden among humans, don't be too arrogant.
I will find and kill you one by one. Enjoy your beautiful time ahead."
After speaking, he landed on a ruined building, sitting cross-legged to operate his magical powers and restore his internal true energy. But as soon as he said this, it instantly caused a stir in the human live room. The cold young man watched Gu Changqing recovering, hesitated for a moment, and then flew over. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to speak, the mysterious young man transmitted his thoughts. "Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Shi Taishian, I come from outside, but I have absolutely no malicious intent toward your humans." Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, his intimidating eyes staring at the other party. "I have no hostility at all, otherwise, I wouldn't risk my life to fight that evil monster." Facing Gu Changqing's extremely intimidating gaze, the pressure was overwhelming for Shi Taishian, who explained again. "Come with me later, I have some questions." Gu Changqing slowly spoke, then closed his eyes again and continued to operate his magical powers to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for recovery. "Okay, I will protect you." Shi Tai was also seriously injured but still guardedly provided protection for Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing naturally didn't fully trust this person. If he dared to make any move, Gu Changqing would kill him mercilessly. He indeed had many questions that he needed to know from this self-proclaimed Shi Taishian from outside. Shi Taishian did not know that Gu Changqing could kill him at any moment. He was healing while providing protection. After more than half an hour, Gu Changqing slowly stood up and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he took Shi Taishian and soared into the sky. "Please give me some recommended tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you." Chapter 28: Two Great Cultivation Civilizations. Xian Gu Star. The Battle of Guangling City came to an end, with a badly injured Lu Hao fleeing to a deep mountain. Huff! Huff! He took off his black cloak, gasping for breath. His chest had been struck by Gu Changqing's palm, now a bloody mess, even dented. "Damn it! How could a mere core formation stage be so strong? Even I at the fake nascent soul stage along with a real mid-nascent soul couldn't deal with him.
What kind of monster is this? Lu Hao's face showed a frenzy of fear.
After killing the monsters within a radius of several miles, he sat cross-legged to cultivate and heal. After about half an hour, having healed somewhat, he looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, I need support from my clan, otherwise, it will be very difficult to control this planet on a large scale and the imminent resources. While murmuring to himself, he used his own blood to carve a secret array on the mountaintop. As he quickly formed seals with his hands, the secret array emitted runes that were incomprehensible to people and vanished into the void. After finishing all this, Lu Hao collapsed onto the ground, his whole body soaked in cold sweat.
Gu Changqing, no matter who you are, don't act so arrogant with me. His eyes were fierce, suddenly looking in a certain direction, he shouted, Who?
As his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the towering trees. This was a woman dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, wearing a black fox mask. Her tall and graceful figure stood out.
With cold eyes fixed on Lu Hao, she said lightly, If it weren't for the arrow I shot, do you think you could escape from Gu Changqing?
Hearing this, Lu Hao smiled slightly, got up and said, Thank you, friend, for saving me.
Without your arrow, I would have been refined into a demon under Gu Changqing's banner. May I ask why you saved me?
Knowing that the woman in front of him was the one who saved him, Lu Hao felt no tension as he understood she would not kill him.
Cooperation.
The woman spoke coldly, slowly continuing, Both of us are from outside the domain, and there are no reinforcements now. You've seen how powerful Gu Changqing is, he's nearly unshakable. Also, the folding space of this planet is about to unfold.
We can't wait for reinforcements, we must unite. Lu Hao nodded and smiled, saying, What you said is very true. So what are your plans next?
Gu Changqing knows a lot, he is definitely a powerful being from the outer realm, willing to sever himself to seize control. My identity has not been exposed yet, I can first blend into the new god group to gather information while you recover your strength. After the cold woman finished speaking, she tossed a communication talisman to Lu Hao, I have a few partners.
I will contact you if there is any news. With that, she leaped away.
Watching the woman's disappearing figure, Lu Hao pondered, I can't go back to the Cultivation Alliance. It would be dangerous if those old bastards tell Gu Changqing my identity.
He also left, not returning to the Cultivation Alliance. Lu Hao's guess was very accurate.
The 6 elders of Xianyuan Tuasen, knowing that Lu Hao was not very friendly towards humans, had already been planning to contact Gu Changqing and expose Lu Hao's identity. Around 2 in the afternoon, Gu Changqing returned to the new god group with Shiha Taishian.
In the president's office.
He had just returned, and before he could ask Shiha Taishian, the phone from Xianyuan Tuasen rang.
Who?
Gu Changqing said lightly as he sat at his desk.
Hello, President Gu.
I am Xianyuan Tuasen, the first elder of the Great Xia. I know the identity of the mysterious person who is against you.
Xianyuan Tuasen got straight to the point, revealing that Lu Hao was no longer the original Lu Hao.
So that's how it is. After listening, Gu Changqing finally understood why the Lu Hao from his past life was so powerful. It turned out he was also an outer realm self-severing possessor.
President Gu, we were misled by that bastard's slander, saying that with him around, humans would be safe. However, what we witnessed today has left us quite disappointed.
Xianyuan Tuasen sighed, because of his inaction, so many people died in Guanling City. Gu Changqing said lightly, I am not interested in the internal matters of your Cultivation Alliance.
Just speak directly if you need anything. Don't come here to play the victim. Xianyuan Tuasen's voice was somewhat awkward as he said, I want to hand the Cultivation Alliance over to President Gu. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Not interested.
Gu Changqing refused without a second thought. Why not? Xianyuan Tuasen asked in confusion.
There's no reason, simply no interest. Gu Changqing said coldly, I don't want to get involved in your official matters, nor do I like having a few people hovering over me, pointing fingers.
Goodbye. With that, he actively ended the call.
After hanging up, Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself, his gaze landing on Shiha Taishian sitting on the sofa.
President Gu, are you really a native human?
Shiha Taisu raised his head to look at the young-looking figure before him, yet exuding a mature stability and a natural authority, expressing doubt. That kind of astonishing, surreal combat power. It is utterly shocking that this newly rising human civilization could produce such extraordinary individuals in such a short time.
What's wrong? Do I not look like it?
Gu Changqing said, glancing sideways at the other person, speaking lightly. Shihi Taishian smiled bitterly and said, I do have many doubts in my heart, but since General Gu has said so, I can only believe.
What does General Gu want to ask? Gu Changqing replied indifferently, You come from outside the realm, are you all from a cultivation civilization?
What kind of evil creatures are invading, and what secrets does this planet hold that make you willing to sacrifice yourselves to seize it? Shi Hitai sighed lightly and slowly said, as General Gu said, we are all from cultivation civilizations, and in this universe, there are only two great civilizations, one is the Empire civilization, and the other is the Lord civilization. Your blue star is right in the center of the border between the two great cultivation civilizations and does not belong to either side. This planet's original name is Xiangu. Xiangu star does not belong to our universe, and we also do not know where it comes from. There once lived a group of clans who called themselves immortals, and even the two powerful civilizations did not dare to spy on them. But one day in the future, this mysterious immortal clan suddenly vanished without a trace. Just when we wanted to settle on this planet and take away the resources and legacy left by the immortal clan, it suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the recent sudden strong energy fluctuations from Xiangu star, we would never have been able to find it. Having explained the origins of Blue Star, I will now talk about the invading evil creatures. You call them evil creatures, but their actual name is the Demon Spirit Clan, one of the 6 dominant clans of the Lord Civilization, and one of the most ruthless and powerful clans in the universe. Because the barrier of this planet is extremely powerful, the Demon Spirit Clan coming down now consists only of small minions. After Shi Taishian finished speaking, he quietly looked at Gu Chongqing. Chapter 29, The Powerful Immortal Clan. Preparing to unify all cultivators nationwide. After listening to Shi Taishian's words, Gu Chongqing silently lit another cigarette for himself. After a moment, he said, are you saying that we might be descendants of the Immortal Clan? Impossible. Shi Taishian decisively denied, the Immortal Clan recorded in our Empire civilization, even a newborn baby has the cultivation of the transformation god stage, and there are no non-cultivators, they do not even need spiritual roots. Newborn babies are all at the transformation god stage? Gu Chongqing was shocked by the terror of this clan. Shi Taishian laughed, sounds ridiculous, right? This kind of terrifying clan, I really don't know where they come from and why they suddenly disappeared. It is indeed ridiculous. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath of smoke, he did not know this in his past life and understood so little about this universe. Now, knowing that this planet was once named Xiangu Star, and that the relics and legacy in the folded space were actually left by the Immortal Clan, was astonishing. In his past life, all of humanity believed that it was the legacy and resources left by their ancestors. He never expected there to be such a secret. This made Gu Chongqing extremely interested in the Immortal Clan mentioned by Shi Taishian, perhaps he could learn where they had gone from the folded space they left behind. Shi Taishian seemed to know what Gu Chongqing was thinking and whispered, General Gu, strength is the only way. It is useless for you to think too much now. The Demon Spirit Clan will inevitably come down in large numbers, and humanity is still too weak. Gu Chongqing slightly nodded, speaking with dominance, humanity is indeed still very weak, and there are many like you who sacrifice themselves to seize. However, as long as I am here, you cannot stir up any trouble, and the legacy resources left by the Immortal Clan cannot be taken away by you. As for the Demon Spirit Clan, however many come down, I will kill however many. I have no hostility towards humanity, I just want to obtain some of the legacy and resources left by the Immortal Clan to relieve the crisis faced by my West River Clan. My clan is currently facing foreign invasion, and everyone has placed all their hopes on me. Shi Taishian suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Chongqing. I beg you, Mr. Gu, to allow me to send back some of the immortal resources and legacies. From now on, my Shihi clan is willing to form an alliance with humans. In his eyes, the total resources left by the Immortal Clan could probably rival the entire cultivation civilization of their empire. With just a little, it could make the Shihi clan rise up. Now, there is such an invincible existence as Gu Chongqing on this planet, and if any folding space were to emerge, it would probably be completely occupied by him alone. This matter, we will discuss later. Gu Chongqing did not give him a reply for now and calmly said, if you perform well, I might consider giving you some. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Shi Taishian's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. Although Gu Chongqing did not agree, as long as he did not refuse, they still had a chance. You stay here as a guest elder in my new god group. Lin Xian, take this guest elder to his residence. Gu Chongqing calmly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a young and beautiful woman walked into the office with graceful steps and smiled. Mr. Shi, please. Lin Xian was personally recommended by Gu Zhaozhao to be Gu Chongqing's secretary. It was unclear what kind of relationship they had. Alright, Mr. Gu, then I will leave now. Shi Taishian stood up, bowed to Gu Chongqing, and then left with Lin Xian. After they left, Gu Chongqing dialed Gu Zhaozhao's phone and said, in the name of the new god group, issue an announcement, the Cultivation Alliance is cowardly and afraid of death. Starting today, any cultivator who does not join the new god group will be considered a coward, and we will launch large-scale encirclements and executions. This. When Gu Zhaozhao heard this, she was shocked and said, young master, is this really a good idea? Gu Chongqing coldly said, there is nothing wrong with it. From today, I want to control all human cultivators. Anyone who refuses, will be killed without mercy. After learning so much from Shi Taishan, Gu Changqing completely lost his previous indifferent attitude toward humanity. He wanted to become the leader among human cultivators as quickly as possible, leading them to rise and resist the alien races. To achieve this, he could only use iron-fisted methods.
All right. I'll prepare the announcement right away. Is there anything else?
Gu Jiaojiao was actually very confused about Gu Changqing's domineering actions, but she did not dare to ask too much. If this announcement was not issued, the newly established prestige of the new God group might collapse. It would surely be widely publicized by those with ulterior motives, and all kinds of rumors would say that they had finally shown their wolfish ambitions.
Go ahead and execute it.
After ending the call with Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Changqing contacted Du Han.
Mr. Gu, what instructions do you have? Du Han's slightly fawning voice came through.
Gu Changqing calmly said, move the satellites of Qingyun City to Mount Shumi.
Contact me immediately if there is any movement. As far as he knew, the first folding space to appear on Blue Star started from Mount Shumi.
However, after he arrived, the legacies and resources inside had already been looted clean by some mysterious people. Now, Gu Changqing already knew who those mysterious people were, and he would never let them take anything from the folding space.
Understood, Mr. Gu. Is there anything else?
Du Han asked, though he was curious, he did not dare to ask more. Keep a close watch, contact me immediately if anything happens. With that, Gu Changqing hung up the phone.
Mr. Gu, Tang Yue is here to see you.
At this moment, Lin Xian came in to report.
Let her in. All right. Lin Xian nodded and left.
A moment later, Tang Yue, looking anxious, walked in.
How did the talk with your grandfather go?
Gu Changqing looked down and said lightly. Tang Yue bit her delicate lip and said, from now on, all of the Tang family's assets belong to you, Mr. Gu. I only ask that you allow me to continue serving in the new God group. Hearing this, Gu Changqing nodded in satisfaction, wise decision. I will send a group of people to mine your Tang family's mineral fields.
Tell your grandfather about it. As for you, you can stay in the new God group.
As long as you are talented enough, I will not treat you unfairly.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. I will tell my grandfather.
Tang Yue's heart was very complicated. The person before her, who should have been her husband, now had left with a heart full of disappointment. After she left, Gu Changqing called for Elder Huang.
Young master, what command do you have? Soon, Elder Huang arrived.
Gu Changqing raised his hand, motioning for him to sit, and said, bring a group of miners from the company to the Tang family's mine in Xinghai City. Below the largest vein lies a spiritual vein. Extract it for me as quickly as possible.
A spiritual stone vein?
Upon hearing this, Elder Huang's heart burned with excitement. He simply couldn't stay seated, standing up and saying, I will gather people right away. Gu Changqing nodded and smiled lightly. Bring more golden core cultivators, first flatten the upper mine before digging down.
I will await your good news. All right, I will gather the team immediately.
Elder Huang was full of excitement, taking 2 steps at a time as he rushed off to gather manpower.
Please, vote for some monthly tickets. Recommend tickets. Chapter 30, once the announcement was made. All sides were shaken. Today's events in Guangling City left the public utterly disappointed with the Cultivation Alliance.
On the contrary, the reputation of the new God group and Gu Changqing soared to an unprecedented height. But just when people were singing praise for the new God group, the new God group suddenly issued the following announcement. New God group, to all cultivators nationwide. To avoid the tragic situation seen today in Guangling City and to uncover those who assisted the evil, President Gu has decided to replace the Cultivation Alliance and oversee all cultivators in the country. Within 3 days, if cultivators in the country do not promptly come to the new God group to register their identity and obtain their identity token, our group will regard these cultivators as cowardly and timid, and will carry out a large-scale hunt and execution. Even cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance must merge over and accept the management of the new God group. After tomorrow, the new God group will establish branches in all cities across the country, dispatching enough golden core cultivators to guard each city. Whenever a city faces an invasion, cultivators from the new God group will never shrink back or fear for their lives. The announcement was brief in words, but its content was incredibly domineering. I support the new God group, I support President Gu's decision. Indeed, only President Gu values our lives as ordinary people. I support the new God group in managing all cultivators across the nation. President Gu made a great decision, this is for the benefit of ordinary people. My whole family wholeheartedly supports it. Don't say you ordinary people, as a cultivator, I also agree with President Gu's decision. I am also a cultivator, count me in, I support. Ordinary people had no resistance to the announcement issued by the new God group, instead, they supported it vigorously. Moreover, there were quite a number of cultivators who supported it as well. Xianyuan Tuasan and 5 other elders were overjoyed upon seeing the new God group's announcement. That day, they issued an announcement in the name of the national government strongly supporting the new God group, declaring that henceforth all cultivators in the nation would be under the management of the new God group. With the protection of the new God group, the 6 elders immediately felt much more at ease. No one expected that even the national government supported it. This left those with ulterior motives speechless.
Damn new God group, do they still want to rule us?
Immediately notify everyone to ignore the new God group.
If they want to surround and hunt us, let them come. Who is afraid of whom? The silly new God group acted high and mighty before, and now they reveal their wolfish ambitions? Inform everyone to ignore them. If they want war, let's fight.
Many forces established by Golden Core cultivators domestically were enraged after seeing the new God group an official announcement. They prepared to confront the new God group. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. These cultivators all wished to rise in this chaotic era. However, their lack of ability to become heroes while trying to be the heroes of this chaotic world meant their own demise. It seems that the new God group already knows that many outsiders are lurking among humans. They want to monopolize the upcoming folded space and use this method to check our identities. In Qingyun City, at the Huangtian Hotel, in a certain suite, there were 3 women gathered, one of whom was the one who had saved Lu Hao earlier.
What should we do? Do we still want to mix in?
If our identities are uncovered, with Gu Qingqing's power, we will surely die. A delicately featured blue-haired girl said hesitantly. The other woman, a mature beauty with an alluring figure, frowned slightly and said, yes, with our fake infant-level cultivation, we will definitely face severe scrutiny. After speaking, both women looked towards the cold and elegant woman next to them, who was dressed in tight clothes. Inu Zishi was also conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she said, with the power of the new God group, if we don't have their token, we definitely won't be able to enter the upcoming folded space.
So, what do you think? Should we take the risk? Hearing this, the mature beauty and the blue-haired girl showed a bitter smile. So, you're saying we have to take this risk? We have no other choice.
The folded space of the immortal ancient star won't just appear all at once. With Gu Qingqing in charge, we can't kill our way in, we can only take the risk and join the new God group. Inu Zishi sighed, when the time comes, we will suppress our cultivation and not reveal our fake infant-level cultivation.
Okay, let's take the risk once.
The mature beauty and the blue-haired girl nodded. That night, they set off together towards the new God group, preparing to register their identities. When they arrived at the registration hall, their expressions changed dramatically as they exclaimed in unison, how can the new God group have a treasure to test cultivation?
Isn't Gu Qingqing a native human?
Inside the spacious hall, 9 detection portals stood tall.
Before registration, they must first test their cultivation.
The 3 looked at each other, hesitating. If they were detected as having fake infant-level cultivation, they would undoubtedly be called upon by Gu Qingqing immediately. What should we do? After a moment of silence, they spoke in unison and exchanged bitter smiles. Gu Qingqing's unfathomable strength made them hesitate to entertain any thoughts of resistance.
Should we still leave?
The blue-haired girl said nervously.
Falling into Gu Qingqing's hands felt like a certain death. She truly did not want to take the risk. I want to try.
Inu Zishi gritted her teeth and said, you all understand Gu Qingqing's power. It is completely impossible to rush into the folded space from under his control. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den.
Sister Na, what about you? The blue-haired girl looked at the alluring beauty. Forget it, I also don't want to take the risk.
The beauty thought for a moment and shook her head.
Sister Zishi, do you really want to take the risk? The blue-haired girl looked at Inu Zishi and whispered. I have made up my mind.
After saying this, Inu Zishi walked straight towards a cultivation detection portal. Her clan, like the clan of Shiha Taixian, was facing a strong external invasion and could only rely on the resources of the Blue Star's folded space to rise quickly. If not forced, who would willingly step into danger?
Sister Na, let's go.
The blue-haired girl looked at Inu Zishi's determined back, and without further urging, she shook her head and turned to leave.
I hope she can be safe.
The mature beauty sighed as she followed the blue-haired girl away. They valued their lives more, and their clan had not encountered any troubles, so there was no need to take such risks. If they fell here by mistake, it would be a huge loss. Buzz. 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 However, at that moment, the portal Inu Zishi was approaching suddenly emitted a red light and let out a buzzing sound.
What's going on?
The cultivators who were lining up for detection all looked over in surprise.
Damn! This thing can even detect the primordial spirit?
A young man standing under the portal's light changed his expression drastically, suddenly unleashing his cultivation and preparing to kill his way out from here.
Please give some recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 31, Kill Without Mercy.
Under the third cultivation detection portal, the young man who was exposed had a drastic change in expression, never expecting that this portal could even detect whether the primordial spirit was the true self. This shocked him to the core. Under the gaze of many cultivators, he explosively unleashed his cultivation level, trying to break through the hall's walls and escape. Buzz. However, just as his power erupted, the portal suddenly erupted with an incredibly brilliant red light, which then transformed into an extremely strong red and black hand, surrounded by thunder, that slammed down with a bang, shattering the body of the young man in the later stage of Foundation establishment, leaving him cracked and gasping for breath on the ground.
What is happening? Detecting the portal, why would it attack that person?
This sudden situation caused quite a disturbance among the cultivators waiting in line for their tests in the hall.
Damn! This portal can even detect the soul.
Silver Moon Zishi felt a chill in her heart as she tried to leave discreetly.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
But at that moment, a series of powerful figures in the Foundation establishment stage surrounded the entire registration hall, a total of 68 of them. The leader, a short middle-aged man, yelled, "Everyone stand still.
Anyone who dares to move a step will be executed on the spot."
As his strong voice fell, the chaotic crowd immediately quieted down, and Silver Moon Zishi, along with a mature beauty and a blue-haired loli who were about to leave, all stopped with serious expressions.
Everyone, do not panic.
Our focus now is on the soul snatchers from outside the realm, the animals helping the evil ones against us. A tall woman stepped forward, smiling slightly. Now, everyone in the registration hall, continue to walk through the detection portal. As she spoke, she raised her hand and summoned the severely injured Foundation establishment young man, casually tossing him aside. So it's targeting the soul snatchers from outside the realm.
That scared me.
Ha ha. These animals still want to infiltrate the new god group for benefits, they're truly unaware of their impending doom. They should all be killed, and their bodies should be dismembered. The human cultivators present displayed fierce expressions as they looked at the young man, suppressed like a dead dog.
After the small commotion, the tests continued. 2 of you, please proceed to the testing.
The mature beauty and the blue-haired loli, who were almost at the door, were stopped by a Foundation establishment cultivator from the new god group.
Fight to the end.
The mature beauty and the blue-haired loli exchanged glances, and then with a roaring sound, their fake infant cultivation erupted like a flood beast.
Bang!
The Foundation establishment cultivator who stopped them was directly sent flying by a palm strike from the blue-haired loli.
Seeking death.
Suddenly, within the spacious hall, a voice resounded that made the 2 women and all the soul snatchers shudder with fear.
Gu Changqing?
They were shocked in their hearts and looked towards the source of the voice. The scene that entered their eyes not only relieved them but also made their pupils constantly constrict. Before them, as the red and black runes of the first testing door flickered, Gu Changqing emerged from the condensed runes. His crimson blood eyes were cold and emotionless. The moment he cast his gaze at the mature beauty and blue-haired loli, Gu Changqing's figure instantly vanished, appearing before the 2 women as if teleporting.
Die!
This Gu Changqing, formed from mysterious runes, was as cold as a killing machine. He raised his hands, palms seeming to envelop a vast crimson and black world, exuding an aura of extreme destruction, charging towards the 2 women.
Xianhuang Seal. Taiyin Floating Light.
The 2 women were frightened pale by Gu Changqing's strike and dared not be careless, pushing all of their true essence and magical power to the peak, unleashing their strongest spells. A pale yellow seal radiating a terrifying aura and a chaotic extreme light hurtled towards Gu Changqing. But they still underestimated this Gu Changqing formed from mysterious runes. His palm strikes were unbreakable, swiftly crushing the Xianhuang seal and smashing the Taiyin floating light, casually breaking through the 2 women's protective barriers with 2 loud bangs. Boom hit her chest, and the whole person instantly spat out blood and flew backward, unable to get up no matter how hard she struggled. How could this be? In the crowd, Silver Moon Zishi trembled slightly, her face full of terror as she witnessed the scene.
Is this Gu's avatar or something?
Hiss. So strong. 2 fake infant cultivators, easily suppressed with a wave of the hand. As expected of Gu, whether in avatar or true form, is an invincible existence. The human cultivators present were all stunned, gazing up at Gu Changqing's tall and magnificent figure, their faces filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the soul snatcher hidden in the crowd trembled slightly. Lord Gu, spare my life, I am a soul snatcher, but I have never harmed humanity. Suddenly, a young man could no longer bear the pressure and stepped out of the crowd, kneeling before Gu Changqing, who was coercing the 2 women. I am also a soul snatcher. I have never had the heart to harm humans. I just want to gain some resources for inheritance. I beg Lord Gu to give us a chance to live. Lord Gu, please spare me. I am willing to serve the new god group. As one person stood up to plead for mercy, a second and a third followed until more than 10 people, including Silver Moon Zishi, knelt on the ground, all filled with fear and begging for mercy. None of these people were not frightened to the core by Gu Changqing's avatar's strength, unable to escape or hide, they could only plead for mercy to survive. Creak. However, the response they received was Gu Changqing brutally snapping the necks of the two women, taking their souls and fake infants.
Kill without mercy.
Gu Changqing's avatar slowly turned, looking at the soul snatchers kneeling in fear, his cold eyes flashing with intense killing intent, roaring as he charged forward.
Damn it! Fight him! Sky Sword. Dragon Elephant Evil Slayer. Heavenly Sound Mysterious Wave. Empty Sun Seal.
Seeing Gu Changqing about to kill them all, more than a dozen soul snatchers, with the lowest cultivation being late-stage golden core, all had ferocious expressions, roaring as they unleashed their strongest spells. Among them, there was an arrow more dazzling than a meteor. When Gu Changqing saw this arrow, his killing intent intensified, and with a wave of his arm, a red-black two-colored evil dragon roared forth, charging forward. The strongest spells of the more than a dozen soul snatchers were like tofu in front of this evil dragon, easily crushed. The dragon body merely trembled, turning them all into dust.
Puff!
In the next moment, the evil dragon swept through the more than a dozen soul snatchers. Only a few managed to react and dodge, the rest were ground into fragments, their primordial spirits and golden cores consumed.
Dead. Gu Changqing's furious figure instantly appeared before one of the three who were overtaken by the evil dragon, and as the light of robbery surged in his palm, he swept his hand across their head, which exploded like a watermelon. After killing this person, Gu Changqing shot a red beam from his eyes, piercing through the head of another who was trembling and about to attack in the fake infant stage. Only Silver Moon Zishi remained, shivering as she looked at Gu Changqing, her eyes filled with fear and despair, unable to even muster a hint of fighting spirit. Where is Lu Hao? Gu Changqing's cold gaze fell upon her. Speak up, and I'll give you a quick death.
He would show no mercy to the soul snatchers from outside the domain. If it weren't for the powerful entities of their race not coming down, humanity would have been enslaved long ago. If Gu Changqing wasn't strong enough, humanity would also have been reduced to puppets collecting resources for them, only to be killed when they were done.
Seeking some monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Chapter 32, Hangyu Group, Mysterious Emperor.
The new God Group, registration hall, has been fully sealed off. Outside the tightly closed doors, many cultivators preparing to register had gathered. Looking at the closed doors, they were all puzzled about what had happened inside. At this moment, in the hall, all the soul snatchers, except for Silver Moon Zishi, had been killed by Gu Changqing's avatar.
Gu Changqing's icy blood-red eyes fixed on Silver Moon Zishi as he shouted, "Speak, where is Lu Hao? I can call him for you, but can you spare my life? From now on, I am willing to serve you."
Silver Moon Zishi bit her jade-colored lips and whispered.
"Sure."
Gu Changqing agreed without hesitation.
"No, you are lying."
"I was born with the ability to detect when others are lying." Silver Moon Zishi gritted her teeth and said.
"That's unfortunate. Since you are not going to speak, I will refine you to death." Boom!
As Gu Changqing spoke, he charged forward like an ancient fierce beast, with an unparalleled force that shattered Silver Moon Zishi's protective light shield. As she was horrified and about to counterattack, he raised his hand and struck down. With a loud bang, her body cracked, and she fell to the ground covered in blood. "Take her outside my closed-door training room." Gu Changqing lifted his foot and kicked her body to the feet of a tall woman, casually saying. He then returned to the first testing portal. The 9 testing portals standing here were crafted by Gu Changqing using 100,000 top-quality spirit stones and various mineral essences, integrating them into an ancient magic array. The spirit stones and mineral essences all came from the Tang family's mine. Old Huang had already brought people to mine there. It was a top-quality spirit stone vein and also contained the 5-element mineral essences essential for refining magical artifacts. That was a treasure. In his previous life, the Tang family rose rapidly because of it. Even the Cultivation Alliance had to consider their influence. And the Gu Changqing who had just appeared was his body outside of the portal. Although not his true self, once the body outside sensed a powerful magical fluctuation, Gu Changqing could sense it no matter where he was. In his previous life, Gu Changqing lived for 8 years and had knowledge of refining tools and alchemy. He was incredibly knowledgeable, essentially a moving vault of knowledge. Before the tall woman took the unconscious Silver Moon Zishi away, she smiled lightly and said, "Everyone, continue with your registration. Don't panic when meeting the soul invaders. Manager Gu's body outside is here, no one can stir up trouble." After speaking, she dragged Silver Moon Zishi to meet Gu Changqing. The door of the registration hall reopened. The cultivators waiting outside were confused. Upon entering and seeing so many people still registering, they couldn't help but curiously ask. But everyone present had the same consistent response, merely mentioning a slight accident, asserting that nothing much had happened. The new God Group not only unified the cultivators in the country but also established branches in cities nationwide. Time rushed by, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today at exactly noon, the new God Group stopped registering cultivators' identity information. The announcement stated that the 3-day deadline was indeed 3 days. In these 3 days, apart from occasional attacks from the mountain monsters, nothing significant occurred. The beasts in the jungle gradually gained intelligence, often organizing several beast tides to attack human cities. Especially coastal cities, where creatures from the ocean began to stir restlessly. Manager Gu, the number of cultivators registered within these 3 days has come out, 187,659 in Qi refining stage, 37,867 in foundation establishment stage, and 25,782 in core formation stage. Today, in Gu Jiaojiao's office, her assistant came to report with a document in hand.
Gu Jiaojiao took the document and glanced at it. Have all the branches across the country been built?
The assistant nodded and smiled. Most of them are completed and ready to deploy our cultivators to maintain order. Gu Jiaojiao said lightly, in that case, everyone work overtime today, list out the names of these millions of cultivators, and allocate them to major cities, let it be known.
Understood, I'll notify them right away. The assistant nodded and turned to leave. Everyone, we should unite. Otherwise, we will be cut off from the resources of the Xian ancient star. According to my subordinate celestial calculations, the folded space of the Xian ancient star will emerge in the next few days.
Guangdu City. In the conference hall of the Hainyu group, an exceptionally handsome and aloof man sat in front of a desk, looking at the 200 to 300 people sitting in the spacious hall.
Is it useful to unite? Gu Changqing's strength is simply invincible, unshakable.
Mr. Yi, I don't care if you come from the Empire civilization or the Lord civilization, regardless of your status, as long as you can act as the main force against Gu Changqing, we have no problem.
That's right, Mr. Yi, uniting is not an issue, but can you withstand Gu Changqing?
With one palm, he might be able to strike you dead.
Ha ha ha. So funny.
For now, I can't think too much, I can only see if I can fish in muddy waters.
The possessors present sneered and laughed at the man's words. Gu Changqing's strength had already frightened them to the core. Do you want to know my identity?
The man's deep, cold eyes swept over the people present with a chilling gaze.
Oh, what is Mr. Ye's identity? Ha, if it's not impressive enough, don't say it and embarrass yourself.
The possessors present showed no signs of respect for the man.
Humph.
With a cold snort, the man casually tossed a black token towards them.
The token fell to the ground with a loud bang. The crowd couldn't help but lower their heads to look. Ha!
Hiss. When they realized what kind of token this was, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Gulping, they turned to look at the man in dread.
What's wrong, have you heard of it?
The man looked down, as if he were looking down at a swarm of ants.
Thud. Thud. These people were so scared that they fell to their knees, hurriedly nodding, in the name of the Emperor, who doesn't know?
We apologize for our earlier offenses, we beg the Emperor for forgiveness. They really didn't expect that even this seemingly invincible being would be willing to self-harm.
This level of unmatched cultivation, and he just gave it up without hesitation? What on this immortal ancient star could possibly attract him?
None of the attendees could understand. With a light snort, Yi Jun summoned the token back, coldly saying, if it weren't for your slight usefulness, from the moment you started your sarcastic comments, you would have already been a corpse.
Yes, yes, yes. We are willing to serve the Emperor until death.
The 100 or 200 possessors present were drenched in cold sweat, trembling, not daring to raise their heads, and even their breaths were too loud. Yi Jun stood up and calmly said, the day after tomorrow, the folded space of Mount Shumi will open. If you have contact with other possessors, call them to come and loot with me. Having said that, he took a step away, leaving a group of possessors soaked in cold sweat, almost scared to death.
Please give some votes. Thank you. Chapter 33, Developing the Cultivation Group. A large number of cultivators enter Mount Shumi. At this moment, on Blue Star, it is unknown how many beings from the 2 major cultivation civilizations have self-harmed to possess.
Even the Black Abyss Emperor, who has straddled the 2 major cultivation civilizations and established the Black Abyss Point Hall, overwhelming the universe, could not resist the temptation to self-harm.
It is still unknown how many big figures will succumb to temptation later. But Gu Changqing remained indifferent.
Even if he is a great realm higher in the same level, he has absolute confidence to kill them. On the second day before the folded space of Mount Shumi was about to come into being, Gu Changqing refined more than 100 core formation artifacts. His Black Abyss banner was also refined, currently reached the fake infant level. What puzzled Gu Changqing was that his cultivation of the 8 Desolations demon art seemed specially designed for his 108 black cores, resonating between the 2, increasing not only combat power but also speeding up the training to a terrifying level. From the revival of spiritual energy until now, in just over 10 days, and adding these 2 days of absorbing a large number of top-grade spirit stones, he has now become a late core formation cultivator. Every time he breaks through a small realm, his true energy and mana significantly increase. The origin of the 8 Desolations demon art and the 10,000 souls banner comes from the same ruin. This Wanhun banner was named by Gu Changqing. In fact, it should not be called Wanhun banner. The refining diagram only wrote the 2 characters soul banner.
Gu Changqing came out of his seclusion, took a refreshing bath, and then arrived at his office. How is the statistics on domestic cultivators going?
Gu Changqing, in a neat suit and tall stature, sat at his desk and inquired of Lin Xian, who sat across from him. Lin Xian respectfully reported, during your seclusion, President Gu, the group has already compiled a list of all the cultivators who came to register and has distributed them to major cities across the country as of yesterday.
Gu Changqing nodded, lit a cigarette for himself, and said indifferently, how about the Xian stone that the development department was tasked with creating?
Before going into seclusion, Gu Changqing had given a task to the technology development department to create a Xian stone capable of sensing the fluctuations of true energy and mana. These Xian stones were simple to make, and the materials used were common, enough for mass production. In the future development of the new God group, Gu Changqing wanted to turn it into a cultivation group.
This was just the beginning.
The function of the Xian stone was aimed at those cultivators who had not yet registered with the new God group. Gu Changqing planned to popularize it on a large scale, placing Xian stones in all the stores of every city in the country.
Any cultivator who shops would need to provide their new God group registration identity.
Without this identity, they should think about how to face the encirclement and suppression of the new God group. This was to force those cultivators without a new God group identity directly into a dead end, a domineering and ruthless tactic. Upon hearing Gu Changqing ask this, Lin Xian smiled and said, "This morning I received news that the development department has already researched it and can begin mass production at any time.
Have them start mass production as soon as possible.
I want to make sure those rats have no place to hide and eliminate them all."
Gu Changqing was by no means a saint. He had given them a chance, but since they didn't cherish it, they could only face death.
Lin Xian nodded, "Okay, I will personally go to the development department."
Gu Changqing stubbed out his cigarette and said calmly, "How's the mining of the spiritual stone vein going?"
Old Huang is overseeing the operation and is currently mining on a large scale.
We have already transported back 580,000 pieces. Lin Xian reported truthfully, saying, "How should it be distributed?" President Gu, I wanted to ask you. Each of the premium spiritual stones was worth a fortune, and they couldn't just be handed out to the cultivators in the group, right? Gu Changqing said, "Why not follow the settings from the cultivation novels?"
In the qi refining stage, no one gets more than a few broken spiritual stones per month. In the foundation building stage, 1 premium spiritual stone per month. In the golden core stage, 10 per month. Besides that, they need to make contributions.
Don't be fooled by the calm atmosphere now. The Demon Spirit Clan may be brewing a large-scale invasion, and they won't lack contributions soon enough. Right, I'll go tell President Gu right away.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of something. She said, "By the way, President Gu, I heard that many mountain forests have recently grown spiritual herbs.
Can these spiritual herbs be used to make elixirs?" Gu Changqing wasn't surprised and said calmly, "Spiritual herbs can indeed be refined into elixirs. Consuming them raw wastes 90% of their medicinal properties. It's better to absorb spiritual stones."
Immediately inform the cultivators in the group that spiritual herbs can be exchanged for contribution points, and those points can then be used to exchange for spiritual stones, magical treasures, and so on. Later on, Gu Changqing would establish a special department for refining elixirs. There would also be departments for refining tools, magical formations, and so on. In short, the new God group would gradually develop into a cultivation group. Before that, a group of such talents needed to be cultivated. Lin Xian smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, President Gu, if you have no other instructions, I'll go notify them now."
Gu Changqing nodded, then dialed Du Han's phone number. "Hello, President Gu, is there any instruction?"
Du Han's respectful voice came through.
"What's going on at Mount Shumi? Any recent movements?" Gu Changqing asked calmly. "There is indeed some activity. Since yesterday, satellites have detected many cultivators entering Mount Shumi, but we don't know what they are searching for." Du Han asked in confusion, "I thought they were cultivators from the new God group."
"But you were still in seclusion. So it was not reported."
"Lin Xian, come back."
Hearing this, Gu Changqing immediately called out to Lin Xian, who was walking to the door.
"Director Gu, what's wrong?"
Lin Xian stopped and returned.
"Go ask if there have been any large-scale entering monks to Mount Shumi in the group recently." "All right, I will go right away." Lin Xian nodded and hurried away. "Director Gu, what is it about Mount Shumi that makes you pay such close attention?" Du Han asked in confusion.
Inside Mount Shumi, 2 folded spaces will appear soon, containing countless resources that are crucial to many monks.
These monks entering Mount Shumi should not be from the new God group. Gu Changqing analyzed, "Make a note of how many there are." "Over 5,000. Du Han revealed a shocking number. "So many?"
Hearing this number, Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled faintly. "They cannot be monks from my new God group, but a united group of soul snatchers." What intrigues me is how they knew about the folded spaces appearing in Mount Shumi.
Uninformed Du Han was puzzled. Are there really other cultivation civilizations in the universe? What do you think?
Gu Changqing said lightly, they swarm to this planet and will stop at nothing to arrive. Continue the satellite monitoring, I plan to take action myself and hunt down that batch of soul snatchers. Du Han assured, okay, I will closely monitor their movements. After ending his call with Du Han, Gu Changqing quietly waited for Lin Xian to return. If the monks entering Mount Shumi were not from the new god group, he indeed needed to bring a group of monks to clean them all out.
Requesting some monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thanks, my friends. Chapter 34, Since you want to die, I will help you.
Just as Gu Changqing was waiting for Lin Xian's response. In the Great Xia Dragon Country, in the highest command hall.
Mr. Tamanya, I sincerely apologize.
If you want support, please contact Director Gu of the New God Group. Our country's monks are currently managed entirely by the New God Group. Xian Yuan Tuasan was on a call with the leader of the Maya Empire from overseas, sounding urgent.
The voice on the phone was somewhat frantic, bitterly saying, Respected Senior Tuasan, could you connect me to Director Gu of the New God Group?
Several of our cities have been destroyed by external evil beings, with casualties exceeding 100 million. The situation is urgent, as fellow humans, we hope you can lend a helping hand.
Ha! When you targeted our country before, why didn't you talk about being fellow humans?
Xian Yuan Tuasan sneered, speaking in a heavy tone, I remember that you once targeted the chip industry of the New God Group, causing them severe losses.
Do you think the New God Group will help you? As soon as this was said, Mr. Tamanya's voice turned even more bitter, alas! Our actions indeed caused you considerable harm. We are willing to compensate. No matter what you ask for, we will not refuse, all we ask is that you send some monks to assist us. If Director Gu takes action himself, that would be even better.
Humph. You can contact the New God Group yourself.
Xian Yuan Tuasan snorted coldly and hung up without further ado.
Nangong Changfeng sneered, it's laughable that they only think of us when facing destruction. If I were Director Gu, I would definitely let them fend for themselves. I wonder if Director Gu will give them support, I hope he ignores them.
Let's give a call to ask.
The elders were all curiously waiting for news.
At this moment, Gu Changqing was in his office reviewing documents.
Gu Beichuan, Chu Kuang, and Yilan were all in seclusion. Gu Changqing told them not to emerge before reaching the core formation stage, and even sent over a large number of top-grade spirit stones. Before long, Lin Xian hurried back and quietly said, Director Gu, the people entering Mount Shumi are not our monks.
As I expected.
Gu Changqing nodded slightly, notify Su Yaju and the guest elder Shi Taishian to immediately gather the 4,000 monks in the mid-core formation of the group.
Get ready to follow me on a trip to Mount Shumi.
He referred to Su Yajiao, the tall woman who dragged away Yin Yuzishi in the registration hall that day. This woman, in the stage of forming a core, possessed 3 golden cores. As for Yin Yuzishi, he was currently trapped in Gu Changqing's Black Abyss banner, enduring tortures worse than death every day.
Alright, I will go now. Lin Xian nodded and quickly left.
Not long after she left, the landline phone on the desk suddenly rang.
Gu Changqing answered, Who is this? What's the matter? Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Tamanya, the leader of the Maya Empire.
A somewhat obsequious voice came through. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked lightly, What do you want?
Recently, Gu Changqing hadn't let Lin Xian pay attention to the situation overseas and didn't know that the Maya Empire had faced a large-scale invasion from the demon clans 3 days ago. Moreover, in his previous life, they were the last to be invaded, so Gu Changqing hadn't planned to pay attention to it. The situation is like this. Leader Tamanya pitifully told Gu Changqing that they had faced countless evil demons invading, suffering heavy losses, with the death toll reaching 100 million, then desperately pleaded, Mr. Gu, we beg you to help us. Ha ha!
Gu Changqing revealed a playful smile, you claim to be the world's #1 hegemonic nation, is there anything you can't handle? This mocking remark made Leader Tamanya feel embarrassed, wanting to get angry but afraid to do so, he could only humbly plead, Mr. Gu, I admit we have done some terrible things in the past. If you are willing to help us, I will apologize to you in front of the whole world afterward.
Gu Changqing said lightly, I'm not free. Are you really going to stand by and watch us die?
Leader Tamanya gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Mr. Gu, please don't forget how many nuclear warheads my country has.
If we cannot fend off the evil demons, we won't let you off easily either.
I hope you won't force me to launch all our nuclear warheads at you.
Hearing this, Gu Changqing's words grew cold, are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a mutual destruction.
Leader Tamanya no longer spoke in a humble tone, full of firmness.
I will kill you.
Gu Changqing's voice was low, filled with murderous intent.
Ha ha ha. Come. If you can do it, just come. If we can't live well, we won't let you off either.
Leader Tamanya laughed out loud. If I don't see the help of your cultivators within 3 days, don't blame me for mutually assured destruction.
With that, he hung up the phone. Unaware of their own death. Gu Changqing scoffed, since you want to die, I will fulfill you.
Though he said this, they indeed posed a significant threat. The power of nuclear weapons should never be underestimated, don't take it lightly. Cultivators can defend with true energy, but in the face of absolute power, everything feels small and powerless. Even a core formation cultivator would be turned to ash if caught in the center of the shockwave.
Perhaps a nascent soul cultivator could withstand a little, hopefully surviving.
It might only be a god transformation cultivator who could completely disregard nuclear bombs and withstand them at close range. Only those in the god transformation stage could be considered true powerhouses, capable of destroying a city with their own strength, comparable to a walking nuclear weapon. How to resolve this threat indeed made Gu Changqing a bit troubled.
Mr. Gu, the team has been assembled. As Gu Changqing pondered how to eliminate the threat posed by the Maya Empire, a voice interrupted his thoughts.
He saw Su Yajio had arrived, respectfully looking at him. She was dressed in golden and black-red combat attire, tall and graceful, with wine-red hair flowing down to her waist, a few strands falling on her high and rounded chest.
Gu Changqing lightly hummed, stood up, and said, "Let's go." Su Yajio followed behind him. Noticing that Gu Changqing seemed troubled, she couldn't help but curiously ask, "Mr. Gu, is there something difficult to solve?"
"It's a small matter."
Gu Changqing didn't say more to her, rather he asked, "The technique I gave you, did you? How has your cultivation been going?"
Su Yajio chuckled softly. "I've already cultivated the immortal flame and ice fire technique to the 4th transformation. I can now wield 2 completely opposite forces at the same time.
I'm not afraid even when facing a false infant stage." Gu Changqing nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad.
With the life treasure I crafted for you, even if you can't defeat a true infant stage, you can easily escape safely. On this trip to Shumi Mountain, you will have the chance to showcase your skills." Gu Changqing would never allow anyone to interfere with the 2 emerging folded spaces at Shumi Mountain. They belong solely to their new god group.
"I ask for a few votes." "Thank you." Chapter 35 A bloody battle is inevitable.
New god group, atop the sky platform. Here, 4,000 core formation cultivators gathered majestically.
I wonder why President Gu is in such a hurry. Is there some important matter?
Gathering so many late-stage core formation cultivators, it seems we are about to go to war.
Who cares? Just follow President Gu and that's enough.
Familiar faces whispered to each other. Shihi Taixian was among them, standing out with his false infant stage cultivation. After a short while, Gu Changqing arrived via elevator, leading Su Yajio out from it.
President Gu.
Upon seeing him, everyone greeted him, their faces filled with respect. Gu Changqing scanned the crowd and slightly nodded. "I won't waste words. A bloody battle is ahead, a reward of 10 premium spirit stones for each enemy slain.
Follow me."
After speaking, he soared into the sky, leading the 4,000 late-stage core formation cultivators dramatically through the clouds.
Directly heading towards Shumi Mountain. Shihi Taixian caught up with Gu Changqing and quietly asked, "President Gu, is a folded space about to appear?"
For Gu Changqing to cause such a stir, it must be due to the emergence of a folded space. Gu Changqing glanced at him, replied coolly, "Indeed, but before that, there are over 5,000 soul stealers that we need to deal with."
"All right. I will not hold back."
Shihi Taixian nodded emphatically, realizing that his chance to shine had come. Perform well this time, and perhaps Gu Changqing will regard him differently, and he might gain some legacy or resources from the immortal clan to bring back to his own tribe. All the foreign cultivators that had been slain could be sent back home by certain means. But sending treasures or artifacts back was impossible. The array barriers covering Blue Star would not allow it, they would be destroyed midway.
Shumi Mountain, over 800 kilometers from Qingyun City.
The sprawling mountains and forests, lush with greenery, under the influence of spiritual energy, ancient trees soared to the sky, appearing like a primitive wildland.
Such towering trees and such dense vegetation and flowers were things never before seen.
The Shumi Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, with occasional roars of demonic beasts breaking the silence. In a valley covering several square kilometers within the mountain forest, 5,000 to 6,000 people gathered, some sitting cross-legged in meditation, others chatting, seemingly waiting for something. On a massive stone, Yi Jun sat cross-legged. An aura of faint black starlight surrounded him, like he came from the Nine Nether, exuding an extremely terrifying presence. Behind him sat 100 cultivators at late-stage core formation and above, who were no ordinary cultivators. Their breathing exuded exceptional and thick waves of true essence and magical power.
Demonic beasts within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers had all been cleared out by these people. "Emperor Lord, with so many strong ones including you, we could definitely go and eliminate Gu Changqing first."
This was Lu Hao, cautiously approaching the massive stone where Yi Jun sat, with a smiling expression that was both flattering and obsequious.
Yi Jun opened his eyes, deep and intimidating. He glanced sideways at Lu Hao and spoke lightly. Do you really think Chen Qingqing is made of mud?
If it weren't for him rushing to kill the mid-stage magic spirit clan, his magical power exhausted, your little life would already be gone.
Lu Hao felt a wave of embarrassment, hesitating to ask, does Emperor, you even lack the confidence to deal with him? As long as I can seize the first opportunity for all emerging folded spaces, why take the risk to confront him head-on?
Yi Jun took a faint glance at him and slowly uttered one word, roll.
Yes, I won't disturb you anymore, Your Majesty. Lu Hao didn't dare to let out even a single fart, quietly retreating to the side. Boom! At that moment, a violent pressure swept in from the distant sky. This pressure? Half-step transformation?
At this moment, except for Yi Jun, everyone present had a horrified expression, all searching for the source of the sound. They saw a terrifying existence, 3 meters tall, with long red horns, 6 spider-like dark red bone spurs rising from its back, a muscular body covered in twisted magic patterns, and red flames raging all over, dominatingly stepping through the air.
Is this the true direct bloodline of the Demon Spirit Clan? No wonder it's the Demon Spirit Clan, they even sent a half-step transformation here. The cost paid must be unimaginably high. Yes, the barrier of the immortal ancient star isn't easy to handle, such a cost might only be borne by an existence like the Demon Spirit Clan.
When the crowd saw this existence, they immediately sucked in a cold breath. Yi Jun looked at this being stepping through the air, his face showing no trace of surprise, for this was what he had called upon. With a thunderous sound, this direct bloodline of the Demon Spirit Clan landed amidst powerful fluctuations of magical energy.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
The demonic Dao Yuan disdainfully scanned the crowd present, then bowed to Yi Jun, who sat cross-legged on a boulder.
Yi Jun smiled slightly. No need for excessive courtesy, it's good that you've arrived.
There may be a bloody battle ahead, and with you here, our chances of winning will be greatly increased.
Chen Qingqing?
The demonic Dao Yuan's crimson eyes flickered with fierce light. He said in a deep voice, if he dares to come, I will tear him apart. If it weren't for his interference, our 9th ancestor wouldn't have suffered a fatal backlash for sending me down. The Demon Spirit Clan knew that a terrifying existence had appeared where they first teleported their troops, which was why they changed the location for large-scale arrival. The demonic Dao Yuan did not know who that person was, it was Yi Jun who had told him earlier.
Your Majesty, is Chen Qingqing a native human of this planet?
If he is an extraterrestrial being, once our clan finds out which tribe he belongs to, we will definitely exterminate them.
The demonic Dao Yuan's voice was low and cruel as he spoke.
Yi Jun shook his head. I can't tell if he's a native here, but he seemed unaware of us self-harming souls before. I don't know if he is trying to hide his identity or if he truly is a native of this planet. I don't care who he is, I will definitely devour him alive.
The demonic Dao Yuan looked fierce, asking, when does the folding space here open? I originally planned to destroy a human kingdom first, before coming. Yi Jun said, in the next 2 days, my young friend, you might as well sit and wait.
Okay, then I will wait. The demonic Dao Yuan found a large rock near Yi Jun, casually sat down, and then took out a human cultivator's head from his shumi ring to gnaw on, looking at Yi Jun and saying, I heard that the 18th princess of the imperial civilization is also coming down, I wonder if she has arrived, hee. At the end of his words, he revealed a lewd smile.
The Imperial Cultivation Civilization and the Lord Cultivation Civilization have never gotten along, large-scale battles often occur between them.
Yi Jun did not respond to him, closing his eyes to meditate. If it weren't for him self-harming down here, he wouldn't even spare a glance at a small character like the demonic Dao Yuan. Even if an ancestor from his clan saw him, they would treat him as an esteemed guest.
Please cast some votes.
Thank you. At the entrance of the new God Group building, an unexpected guest arrived. Her arrival made many passers-by turn their heads. This was mainly because she wore clothing similar to ancient styles. Dressed in a light purple long skirt, her figure was tall and slender, with a head full of green hair reaching her waist, her gaze downcast so that no one could see her toes. Long and beautifully stunning, her noble temperament evokes a sense of lofty shame in others. Her violet gem-like eyes are now filled with curiosity as they scan the new God Group. I sense a presence that I truly despise. She suddenly looked up toward a certain direction, murmuring softly, could that disgusting tribe have sent beings here? Frowning slightly, she shook her head and walked inside with her long legs. Beneath her skirt, 2 snow-white, round legs were faintly seen. Upon entering, she immediately showcased her half-step divine transformation cultivation and coolly said, I want to see your General Gu. Yes, I will notify them right away. The receptionist did not dare to refuse and immediately reported up the chain. Soon, this mysterious woman received an invitation from Chen Qingqing's secretary, Lin Xian.
Guest Reception Hall. Excuse me, miss, what is your name, and what business do you have with our General Gu?
Lin Xian did not dare to offend such a terrifying presence. After serving her tea, she quietly inquired. I am not a being from your planet, I come from the Empire of Cultivation Civilization. Please have your General Gu come out to discuss. The woman showed no disdain for the tea, appearing quite approachable as she took a sip and spoke softly. I have a transaction to discuss with him. This. Lin Xian shook her head and said, if you had come just 10 minutes earlier, perhaps you could have seen our General Gu.
He has already gone to Mount Shumi. Would you like to wait? The woman's delicate brows slightly furrowed as she calmly said, Mount Shumi? Which direction is it? Take me there. Please wait a moment, I will ask a cultivator to accompany you.
After speaking, Lin Xian quickly left to bring a female core formation cultivator.
Hello, fellow cultivator, my name is Zhangli, please. This female cultivator had an ordinary appearance but possessed mid-stage core formation cultivation.
The cool woman lightly acknowledged with a hum as she followed Zhangli into the elevator to the rooftop. Just as Zhangli was about to take off into the sky, the cool woman interrupted, your speed is too slow, just point me in the direction. Buzz. After saying this, she raised her hand and wrapped Zhangli in a thick surge of spiritual power. Such powerful spiritual power. Zhangli's heart sank, and she immediately pointed towards the direction of Mount Shumi.
Seeing the direction Zhangli pointed, the cool woman's beautiful eyes narrowed. Are you sure it's that way? That direction was exactly where the disgusting aura she sensed earlier was coming from.
Yes, fellow cultivator, is there a problem? Zhangli hesitated. No. The cool woman said nothing more and swiftly took off into the sky with Zhangli, disappearing in the blink of an eye. So fast. Above the clouds, Zhangli was stunned as she looked at the rapidly receding scenery. The speed of a half-step divine transformation cultivator was indeed terrifying. This was the presence of someone who had begun to comprehend the laws of power. When the laws were unleashed, they could destroy heaven and earth, truly separating them from mundane beings. Their distance to Gu Changqing and the others was quickly closing. But if not for Gu Changqing needing to care for the people behind him, he alone could not be caught by the cool woman. In less than 10 minutes, above the clouds ahead, they saw over 4,000 core formation cultivators, like 4,000 streaks of light racing. General Gu, please hold. Upon seeing these people, the cool woman immediately shouted. As her voice fell, the over 4,000 streaks of light halted simultaneously, all turning to look. The cool woman flew closer with Zhangli, taking in the sight of the crowd, her gaze freezing on Gu Changqing, who was staring back coldly at her. The cool woman politely smiled at him. Hello, General Gu. You are not human. Gu Changqing's blood-red eyes were icy, his words even colder. The 8 Desolations demon technique was secretly operating within him, ready to strike down this woman at any moment. General Gu, I know this woman, she is from an esteemed background, the 18th princess of the Cultivation Empire. Shihi Taixian stepped forward and communicated with Gu Changqing through his consciousness. Such a prestigious identity? Gu Changqing was slightly surprised to hear this. The cool woman walked through the void, her skirt flowing gracefully. The black hair danced gracefully and nobly, stopping a meter away from Gu Changqing, and she said softly with a smile, I mean no harm to you humans, nor to you, Chairman Gu. I am here to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Gu Changqing showed a cold smile. How do we cooperate? The resources of Xian Gustar, you certainly cannot consume alone. If you have the backing of my imperial royal family, your pressure will be greatly reduced. What do you say, Chairman Gu? The cold woman looked at him with a smiling face. Gu Changqing said playfully, oh, you mean to give me the name of your imperial family and then let me share half of the resources with you? Not half. The cold woman seemed not to notice the killing intent in Gu Changqing's eyes, and smiled, it is 70%. Why don't you just go and rob it? I think half is too much, and you want 70%? Dream on. As her words fell, someone couldn't help but curse out loud. Dare to speak another word, and I won't mind killing you. The cold woman's gaze turned icy as she swept towards those who had cursed. Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold as he shouted, what a big mouth. What, Chairman Gu, do you also want to be my enemy? The cold woman wore a hint of frost on her lips and said, you already have enough enemies, and the Shumi mountain you're heading to also has an enemy who will make you go all out. With me added, you have no way to survive. If your true self were here, I would definitely kill you first before heading to Shumi mountain. Gu Changqing's blood-red pupils flickered as he said coldly, but it doesn't matter, if you want to die, then see you at Shumi mountain. Swoosh. After he spoke, a terrifying red light shot out from Gu Changqing's blood-red pupils, destructively obliterating the cold woman, who was a projection of his divine sense. The red light he unleashed at this moment was his supreme divine sense. This type of divine sense could be physical and could also target the enemy's primordial spirit, directly delivering a fatal blow. This kind of divine sense was fearsome, and in the same realm, it could be deemed invincible, making it difficult to encounter opponents. In his previous life, Gu Changqing did not possess this heaven-defying divine sense, it resonated from his 108 golden cores and the 8 desolation demon technique. Gu Changqing, you will definitely regret it. Before the cold woman's divine sense projection dissipated, she glanced at Gu Changqing with a face full of killing intent.
If your true self dares to appear, you will undoubtedly die.
Gu Changqing snorted lightly and led the others onto Shumi Mountain, with Zhang Li joining the group. Gu Changqing had absolute confidence in his strength and did not take this so-called imperial princess seriously. Not long ago, at the peak of the early stage of foundational cultivation, he could kill mid-stage Yuanying demonic clan practitioners. Now, in the late stage of foundational cultivation, whether it was a half-step transformation stage or a true transformation stage, it wouldn't matter, he was confident he could take them down one for one. Besides, he also had a way to kill 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 800, making him almost invincible. This was his final trump card, and if he had to use it, it would mean he was already at the end of his rope.
Give the author a ticket, please. Chapter 37, Under the Mine, the Sealed Black Dragon Bone. Shanghai City, North Mine. Here, it is rarely visited by humans.
The once large mine had been flattened by dozens of foundational cultivation practitioners working together with spells. Over 10,000 miners were busy in the underground tunnels, transporting cartloads of spirit stones, emanating a mist of spiritual energy. On the ground, in a warehouse covering nearly 10 acres. Old Huan was personally inspecting the spirit stones, then loading them onto trucks to secretly transport them back to the new divine group.
Old Huan, we have made a major discovery under the spirit stone mine.
At that moment, a very excited and thrilled chi refining practitioner rushed into the warehouse. He was full of excitement and shock, as if he had seen something out of a mythological legend.
You brat, what's going on? Old Huan looked at the excited young man with curiosity and asked.
Huff. Huff. The young man excitedly gasped for breath and said, I discovered dragon bones, black dragon bones, and they emit an incredibly terrifying dragon might.
I can't believe dragons actually exist.
The young man's eyebrows danced with excitement, his face filled with shock.
Really? Huang Lao immediately became interested upon hearing this. Let's go, take me to see it.
Okay. The young man in the chi refining stage was very excited and quickly led the way. Leaving the warehouse and entering the underground mine, they rushed straight to the third mining area. The mine was very spacious, not dark at all, because spirit stones emitted a hazy white light. Under the lead of the chi refining young man, they went deeper for about 5 or 6 minutes. Huang Lao suddenly drew in a cold breath. Even before seeing the dragon bone, he already felt an extremely terrifying pressure.
It's just ahead.
The young man in the chi refining stage, having a low level of cultivation, did not feel the pressure as strongly and quickened his pace. However, Huang Lao found it somewhat laborious to follow him. The closer he got to that pressure, the more terrifying it became. Eventually, Huang Lao panted heavily, trembling all over.
Huang Lao, what's wrong with you?
When the young man saw Huang Lao shaking, he asked with confusion on his face.
Huff.
You little brat have low cultivation, so you don't feel the dragon's might too strongly.
But for me, it makes me tremble. But I can still hold on, let's go. Huang Lao silently operated his technique, following behind the chi refining young man. After walking for a few more minutes, the space ahead suddenly opened up. It was as transparent as crystal. Hiss. As Huang Lao focused his gaze, he immediately couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. What did he see?
A black dragon bone, several hundred zhong long, coiled in that crystalline gas, exuding wisps of black mist.
This is actually a dragon bone.
Huang Lao could hardly believe his eyes, his eyeballs seemed ready to pop out.
Right? This is a real dragon. The chi refining young man was also extremely excited, saying, should we immediately inform President Gu? He will definitely be shocked too. Ha ha. Yes, we must tell President Gu right away. There's no signal underground, you stay here and watch, I'll go up to contact President Gu.
Huang Lao laughed heartily, having no selfish desire for the dragon bone, thinking only of notifying Gu Changqing at the earliest possible moment. He returned to the ground as fast as he could and then took out his phone to dial Gu Changqing's number.
Half a minute later, the call connected, and Gu Changqing's deep, magnetic voice came through. Huang Lao, what's the matter?
He was on his way to Shumi Mountain, only about 10 minutes away, but received Huang Lao's call at that moment.
President Gu. A huge discovery. Under the Tang family's spirit stone vein, we have made a major find. Huang Lao's voice was filled with excitement. Tell me. Gu Changqing's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what could have made the usually steady Huang Lao become like this. A dragon, we found a black dragon bone in the spirit stone vein, it's really a dragon. Huang Lao said a bit incoherently. Are you sure? Gu Changqing was also stirred, feeling confused. He had not heard of the Tang family finding any dragon bones in his previous life, not even a whisper of such news. President Gu, I saw it with my own eyes, it cannot be fake. It's too outrageous. Even if it was just the dragon bone, the pressure it exerted made it hard for me to breathe. Huang Lao swallowed hard. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon.
Gu Changqing's curiosity was completely ignited. He temporarily abandoned going to Shumi Mountain and told everyone, "There's a major discovery in the mining area, I must go there.
You all wait nearby."
Whoosh! After speaking, Gu Changqing didn't wait for anyone to ask anything and transformed into a black streak, disappearing over the horizon in a few breaths.
Everyone watched Gu Changqing's gradually disappearing figure, showing expressions of confusion.
They dared not use divine sense to pry into Gu Changqing's conversation with Huang Lao, thus, they were unaware of what was happening over there.
President Gu must be in a hurry.
Let's find a nearby place to rest and wait. Suya stepped forward and then led everyone to casually find a place in the area to wait quietly for Gu Changqing's return. At this moment, Gu Changqing unleashed his fastest speed and rushed towards Qinghai City.
Like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky. About half an hour later.
In the Tang family mine area, with a loud bang from the sky, Gu Changqing crashed down to the ground, the black thunder and magical essence raging on his body slowly retracting back into him. Buzz! 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 Unexpectedly, just as Gu Changqing landed, the 108 black pills in his dantian began to operate uncontrollably, as if summoned by something, ready to burst out of his body.
What's going on?
Gu Changqing furrowed his brows, forcefully suppressing the movement of the black pills.
Mr. Gu, you finally arrived.
At this moment, Elder Huang flew over with a face full of enthusiasm.
Gu Changqing asked in a deep voice, "Is there really a dragon bone? I wouldn't dare to report false information. Come on, Mr. Gu, I'll take you to see."
This time it was Elder Huang's turn to lead the way, his eyebrows dancing with excitement.
Gu Changqing nodded.
Seeing Elder Huang like this, he believed it to be true and immediately followed him into the underground mine area, quickly heading toward the location of the dragon bone. After walking for a while, Elder Huang gasped for breath and said, "Mr. Gu, have you felt that terrifying dragon might yet?" Gu Changqing furrowed his brows slightly. He did not feel the dragon might, but the black pills inside him were writhing restlessly, trying to break free from his control.
Keep going. Gu Changqing felt suspicious. Could it be that his black pills were somehow connected to that dragon bone?
Ignoring Elder Huang, he rushed forward at his fastest speed. Before long, Gu Changqing saw the enormous black dragon bone, hundreds of feet long, sealed in crystal, emanating an evil black aura.
Buzzing. At this moment, the black pills within him were spinning even more violently.
Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. As he operated the 8 desolation magic to suppress the uncontrollable golden pills, a terrifying scene unfolded. Please vote for a few monthly tickets.
Recommendation tickets. Thank you. Chapter 38, Heartbroken. The world-destroying black dragon.
In Qingyun City, at the Royal Hotel, in a presidential suite, the true form of the 18th princess of the empire stood in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the prosperous city below with furrowed brows. She couldn't understand where Gu Changqing's confidence came from, facing someone like her, who bore the royal blood of the empire and had unmatched combat strength, and still dared to be so arrogant. It was very unusual. She was not a brainless person and believed there must be a hidden card that allowed Gu Changqing to be fearless against everything. If I had known, I would have talked to him nicely, even if I had to offer 2 or 3 portions of resources for inheritance. For some reason, she suddenly regretted being too greedy. She pondered, trying to figure out how to recover, thinking about completely opposing Gu Changqing and killing him, but was also afraid that Gu Changqing really had a terrifying card that could cost her life. It was a great dilemma. First, I will go to Mount Shumi to see what means he has. After thinking for a moment, she decided to check Gu Changqing's strength first. Immediately, her true form headed to Mount Shumi. This alluring star of the immortal ancient, if it weren't for its terrifying formation barrier, would have long been a battleground for the 2 major cultivation civilizations, where there would be no place for humans at all. But even so, they would still spare no effort to send strong ones to descend. Just look, even the Black Prison Emperor, who has no rivals throughout the universe, would go to great lengths to cut himself off for possession. One can imagine that there must be many incredibly enticing things within the star of the immortal ancient. In the future, there will probably be similar powerful beings like the Black Prison Emperor, unable to resist temptation and cutting themselves off. The pressure that Gu Changqing had to face was actually enormous. He had to seize enough resources from these predatory extraterrestrial beings for the cultivation of humans to rise. Otherwise, one day when the formation barrier of the star of the immortal ancient disappears, he would have no means of self-defense. Otherwise, at that time, he would become a slaughtered lamb. In Qinghai City, at the northern suburbs mines. At the end of the 3rd mine area. This space, dazzling like crystal. Sealing a giant black dragon bone hundreds of feet long. But as Gu Changqing arrived here, the 108 black Dan within his dantian began to violently seek to break free. Just as Gu Changqing was channeling his 8 desolation demon technique to suppress them. Roar! Suddenly, a brutal dragon roar erupted from the ancient dragon's head. Damn it! As the dragon's roar echoed in his ears, Gu Changqing's expression changed wildly, and the Jindan within him could no longer be controlled. With a buzzing sound, one after another, they flew out of his body, then rushed toward the dragon bone. Puff! All the black Dan left his body, and Gu Changqing coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his strength instantly drained, collapsing to the ground, his eyes red with fury as he roared, "My Jindan!" But no matter how he roared in anger, the 108 black Dan that originally belonged to him merged into the dragon bone one by one. Fuck you! Gu Changqing could no longer remain calm. The once unshakable Lin was now cursing wildly, pouncing towards the dragon bone with a fierce expression. Strangely, he was not stopped by the crystal wall sealing the black dragon bone. With a pop, he pierced through it. Buzz! In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Gu Changqing's body, just entering the crystal space, surprisingly began to disintegrate with a buzzing sound, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye, and was then absorbed by the dragon bone. Ah! Gu Zong! The young chi practitioner beside him finally came to his senses, watching Gu Changqing vanish into thin air. His eyes widened in horror as he screamed. What happened? Where is Gu Zong? Old Huang arrived at this moment. When he saw no sign of Gu Changqing, only the young chi practitioner's terrified face, he instinctively shouted out in anger. It's over, everything is over. The young chi practitioner collapsed to the ground, filled with fear. What happened? Old Huang angrily grabbed him, asking. Gu Zong came here, and all his Jindan were absorbed by that dragon bone. Unable to accept it, Gu Zong rushed in and instantly turned to ashes, being absorbed by the dragon bone. The young practitioner trembled as he spoke. What? Old Huang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot after hearing this. How could this happen? Discarding the young practitioner, Old Huang collapsed to the ground with a thud, his lips trembling, crying out in regret, Gu Zong, we harmed you. We shouldn't have let you come here. If I had known this, I would have kept it from you. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet, howling to the heavens, filled with self-reproach as he slapped himself a few times in anguish. Old Huang, what do we do now? The young chi practitioner was in a state of panic. Ah! Old Huang howled and spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly suppressing his heartache, quickly regaining his composure, then looked at the young chi practitioner and said solemnly, the news of Gu Zong's misfortune must not be leaked, otherwise, humanity will face catastrophic doom. I need to brainwash you, to erase all memories related to this dragon bone. Alright, go ahead. The young chi practitioner nodded heavily, emptying his mind. Old Huang didn't hold back, using a technique to erase memories, wiping all knowledge of the dragon bone from the young practitioner's mind. Once the memory was wiped, the young chi practitioner fainted. Gu Zong, I harmed you. Old Huang looked at the swirling black mist, which, after absorbing Gu Changqing's black Dan, had become even more formidable, as if it could come to life at any moment, a sad expression on his face. Don't panic. But suddenly, in his mind, a voice that seemed not to belong to this dimension echoed. Ah? Gu Zong, you're not dead? Old Huang's spirit shook, his eyes filled with fervent light. Initially, I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect my Jindan were not harming me but trying to help me fuse and refine this dragon bone. I will need a few days, during this time, including you. No one is allowed to come in and disturb. Gu Changqing's distant yet near voice echoed hauntingly in Old Huang's mind. After hearing this, Old Huang was incredibly excited and said, good, very good. I will absolutely not let anyone in to bother. The folding space of Mount Shumi. Originally feeling like he had aged decades in an instant, he now seemed to regain his youth. This brief emotional roller coaster felt like a thrilling ride. I will need about 2 or 3 days. When I come out, all the foreign royal families and demon tribes will definitely die. You must leave immediately, I need to start my transformation. The origin of this dragon bone was extraordinary, not belonging to this universe, named the Extinction Black Dragon, which had made the immortal clan feel troubled, losing quite a few ancestral-level experts back in the day and blew up several ancestral weapons just to barely suppress it to death. Gu Changqing didn't expect that his golden core could absorb and refine even the remains of such an existence. It was simply invincible. Alright, I will go out now and seal off the third mining area. Old Huang, filled with excitement, left with the unconscious Qi training youth. Chapter 39, Ultimate Transformation. Merging with the Extinction Black Dragon. After Old Huang came out, he immediately instructed his trusted aides to seal off the third mining area, killing without mercy anyone who dared to enter. Then he returned to his residence to contact Su Yajiao and the others, who were waiting for Gu Changqing. Su Yajiao asked, Old Huang, is there something wrong? When will Mr. Gu come back? Old Huang replied, Mr. Gu suddenly had an epiphany and needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. Don't worry about Mount Shumi, you can return to the new god group first. Ah, okay. Su Yajiao didn't expect Mr. Gu would let them go back. After ending the call with Old Huang, she looked at the more than 4,000 core formation cultivators present and loudly said, Everyone, Mr. Gu suddenly had an epiphany and needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. Let's return to the new god group first.
Shi Taishian frowned and said, "Why?" The folding space of Mount Shumi is about to emerge. Why is Mr. Gu going into seclusion at this time? Su Yajio shook her head and replied, "I'm not sure. Since it's what old Huang conveyed, Mr. Gu must have entered seclusion. Let's go back." With that, she led everyone back. Deep within the third mining area. Inside the crystal barrier. A terrifying black mist twisted and surged silently. The dragon bone, hundreds of feet long, shimmered with mysterious runes, and dragon patterns began to appear. Gu Changqing's 108 black pills were scattered throughout the interior of the dragon bone like they were 108 dragon balls, linked together, emitting an extremely violent aura of destruction. And Gu Changqing's primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged inside that huge dragon head, continuously absorbing the black dragon's power and legacy derived from the black pills. As time passed, the dragon bone visibly began to disappear from its tail. At the same time, outside Gu Changqing's primordial spirit, his physical body was slowly consolidating. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Most of the dragon bone had already vanished, and Gu Changqing's new physical body was over half completed. During this time, the team attacking Mount Shumi had swollen to tens of thousands. A massive army spread throughout the valley. The 18th princess of the empire, Qingqing, concealed her true cultivation and altered her appearance, transforming into an ordinary attacker to join in. It's been a day, why hasn't Gu Changqing shown up yet? Is he scared? In a corner, Qingqing was alone, watching the more than 10,000 attackers present, and it filled her with questions not seeing Gu Changqing appear. Not being able to see Gu Changqing, she now wondered whether to expose her identity. Everyone. At this moment, Yi Jun, sitting cross-legged on the largest stone present, slowly stood up and shouted. Hearing the voice, the more than 10,000 attackers present gradually stopped discussing and turned their gazes toward him. Yi Jun stood proudly, surveying all those present, and said softly, "The two folding spaces here will soon open. Since Gu Changqing doesn't dare to come, I need to speak some rules in advance. Your Majesty, please speak. We absolutely have no objections." Lu Hao was the first to step forward, flattering and fawning. "Who dares to oppose your Majesty's decisions, I, the Magic Path Yuan, will be the first to kill him." The direct bloodline from the demon spirit clan, Magic Path Yuan, stood up, his large body exuding a fierce aura as he spoke. "Your Majesty?" Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she was utterly shocked. Could it be that existence? Among the two great immortal civilizations, there is only one being that can be called Your Majesty. That is the Black Prison Emperor. Hiss. Qingqing took a cold breath. How could he also come to self-destruct? Gu Changqing, if you had come, you would have already had no place to be buried. Not just her, many unaware soul invaders present were equally shocked and filled with awe as they looked at Yi Jun. If I can take this opportunity to get close to this Black Prison Emperor. Qingqing's heart was ablaze. If I can become his favored concubine, my status in the empire will. Thinking of this, she stopped pretending. She revealed her true form. Noble and untouchable. Unbelievably beautiful. Gracefully, she soared into the air and landed on the giant rock where Yi Jun was, bowing to him and saying, "This humble girl, Qingqing, the 18th princess of the imperial civilization, pays respects to your Majesty." He, you dare to appear before me? Before Yi Jun and those present could be surprised by Qingqing's identity, Magic Path Yuan licked his cruel lips and stepped forward, staring at her with a brutal gaze. "You want to die, I can fulfill you." Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed a killing intent, coldly responding to Magic Path Yuan, her demeanor suggesting that she would strike at any moment. "Now is not the time for you to fight among yourselves. Our greatest enemy is Gu Changqing." Seeing them at odds, Yi Jun's deep gaze turned cold, chiding them, "Before killing Gu Changqing, I do not allow anyone to fight internally, understand?" "Yes." In front of him, neither Qingqing nor Magic Path Yuan dared to cause trouble, each snorting coldly and stepping aside. Resolving their conflict, Yi Jun looked around and said calmly, "As for the resources of the immortal race, I am not very interested, but, if anyone encounters a dark red crystal, I hope you will voluntarily hand it over. Don't make me search you, otherwise, once I find it, that will be your doom." Dark red crystal? Hearing this, everyone present felt a stir in their hearts. Something that would catch this existence's attention must be quite significant. "I've said enough, don't let your greed cost you your lives." Having said that, Yi Jun sat down cross-legged again. He gathered these people here, truly looking for the crystal he mentioned earlier. At this moment, Qingqing whispered, "Your Majesty, Gu Changqing has been to Mount Shumi. But for some reason, he did not show up, which I find very strange." As she spoke, she recounted the entire process of threatening Gu Changqing. "Oh?" Yi Jun raised his gaze slightly. "Are you sure the direction he was coming from was Mount Shumi?" Qingqing nodded. "He personally said he would come to Mount Shumi. It seems he knew your Majesty you were here and planned to deal with you first." "Interesting, it seems you scared him off."
Yi Jun smiled slightly and thought it was only natural.
She laughed lightly. At that time, he was really tough. Who would have thought he was just a coward?
Yi Jun nodded slightly.
After plundering these two folded spaces, we will go destroy the new god group. Time passed slowly.
Soon a round moon hung high in the sky.
Boom! Around 10 o'clock that night.
This canyon suddenly shook violently, and blinding golden light shone through the void, making it impossible to open one's eyes.
Has it come? The soul invaders present showed excitement at this scene. At the same time, in the third mine, the crystal space. Boom! An ultimate force of destruction has completely enveloped.
Like a storm sweeping through, two extremely fierce dragon shadows can be vaguely seen, clawing and soaring.
If it weren't for the crystal space being strong enough, this underground space would have been destroyed.
Buzz! Moments later, the ultimate force wreaking havoc in the crystal space slowly retracted.
When everything vanished, a mighty figure appeared. At the beginning of the month. Please give some monthly votes. Recommend tickets. Thank you. Chapter 40. A bloody storm is about to fall like a waterfall on Mount Shumi.
The night is as calm as water, the full moon hangs high.
Tonight might be a sleepless night.
On Mount Shumi, golden light shoots into the sky, and a folded space comes into existence, like two small suns slowly emerging from the void.
It's coming, haha. There are actually two. My goodness, I'm going to profit big time.
I really want to immediately see the resources left by the Immortal clan. The tens of thousands of external takers gathered here looked at those two slowly rising lights, like little suns, with faces filled with immense excitement. Yi Jun appeared very calm, having traversed the universe for so many years. What great winds and waves had he not seen? In Qingyun City, at the Lord's mansion,
a large group of people gathered here.
Shintaba, Suyajia, Duhan, Taishan, and the Mine Group, along with 5 cultivators stronger than Elder Huang, Zhukai, Li Shangnan, Wujia, Lin Shua, and Bai Jingyi. The folded space has come into being. Why hasn't Manager Gu come out yet? Taishan looked at the satellite projection, that golden light tearing through the night, illuminating the darkness as bright as day, a look of anxiety on his face.
Shall we call Elder Huang and ask?
Bai Jingyi suggested. She was a very charming and voluptuous woman, with 3 golden pills inside her, practicing the Immortal clan's heavenly level skills and spells.
I agree, we must fight for it, right?
Zhu Kai rubbed his fists, his face full of eager anticipation. Suyajia coldly said, if Manager Gu does not show up, if we go, how many will die? The opponent has half-step transformation gods.
Half-step transformation god?
The uninformed Zhu Kai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, and Lin Shua were deeply shocked upon hearing this.
Suyajio sighed, let's give Elder Huang a call. If Manager Gu is still in seclusion, we won't join in.
How much she wanted to go, but her strength wouldn't allow it. Saying this, she took out her phone to contact Elder Huang. However, the call wouldn't go through.
This made Su Yajia frown.
In Qinghai City, in the northern suburbs. In the third underground mining area, Crystal Space.
When the rampant ultimate force retracted, a figure with an overwhelming presence appeared.
He wore a half-open black dragon robe, tall and slender, with long white hair flowing down to his waist, falling over his shoulders and chest. His incredibly handsome features were as cold as a merciless killing god, a black dragon-patterned soul mark in his brow slightly flickered. His blood-red pupils occasionally displayed scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Most frightening of all, 2 evil black dragons coiled around his back, as if they had grown out from his spine, their black scales shimmering coldly, and their deep blue eyes flickering with violet light. This body, while only at the early stage of the nascent soul, is so powerful it shocks me. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists, feeling the flowing power within him, a wicked smile appearing on his remarkably handsome face. His current appearance resembled only about 40 to 50% of his original self, more mature and imposing, and each movement exuded a strong sense of oppression from a superior. Having refined the corpse of the world-destroying black dragon through the black pill, Gu Chongqing not only gained most of its supernatural abilities but also evolved several fierce and invincible supernatural powers. Now, whether in physical strength or magical power, he was virtually invincible. In the same realm, he had no opponents at all. I never expected that under the Tang family's mine, I would receive such a huge surprise. After slightly familiarizing himself with this new body, Gu Chongqing was about to leave, but old Huang's voice came from outside. Mr. Gu, the folded space has been born, how are you now? Old Huang stood outside, feeling very anxious. Because Gu Chongqing had said that before he appeared, no one should disturb him. But with the emergence of folded space, old Huang felt reluctant and struggled for a long time before choosing to come down. In the past 2 days, to avoid disturbing Gu Chongqing, old Huang had also ordered the mining of the spirit stone vein to stop. Whoosh! Just as old Huang was feeling anxious, Gu Chongqing appeared before him with a gust of wind. At this moment, Gu Chongqing had already concealed the twin dragons behind him. Thud! With Gu Changqing's appearance, there was a pressure he had yet to contain, instantly shocking old Huang's legs to go weak, and he sat down on the ground. He looked up at this man who was both familiar and strange, radiating overwhelming power, and swallowed hard, saying, "Are you Mr. Gu?" Gu Changqing slightly nodded and said, "The matters here, aside from you and that small qi refining cultivator, there is no one else, right?" "Yes, but I have already washed away his memory. Now only I know, if Mr. Gu does not trust me, you can also wash away my memory." Old Huang trembled as he stood up, his gaze sizing up the current Gu Changqing. "I trust you." That little guy discovered the dragon bones, help him more. Gu Changqing glanced at him lightly, walked past him, and said slowly, "Has the folded space been born?" "Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will secretly promote that little guy." Old Huang respectfully followed behind him, nodding and saying, "The entrance to the folded space of Mount Shumi is currently erupting and should not be able to enter yet."
You came out just in time.
Gu Changqing lightly hummed, and when he reached the ground, he saw in the distant sky that the brilliantly rising golden light, like two small suns, could be seen from most parts of the country.
So dazzling.
Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, saying calmly, "Contact Su Yajiao immediately, let her inform all the core formation cultivators across the country to gather at Mount Shumi. Also, notify the highest command hall in the capital to start a live broadcast. I want to slaughter those possession invaders in front of all the people of the nation."
Okay. Old Huang was filled with excitement as he took out his phone to call Su Yajiao. "Old Huang, has Mr. Gu come out?" As soon as the call was connected, Su Yajiao couldn't wait to ask. Old Huang laughed loudly, "Ah. Mr. Gu has successfully achieved the ultimate transformation and has come out.
You need to immediately gather all the core formation cultivators in the country to gather at Mount Shumi, and contact the highest command hall in the capital to start a national live broadcast. Mr. Gu wants to kill all those invaders in front of the entire nation."
Really? Good, I will announce it right away.
Su Yajiao was full of excited smiles, and after hanging up the phone, she looked at everyone. "Did you all hear that?
Ha ha.
With Mr. Gu here, let's do it. I will go gather all the core formation cultivators from Qingyun City to meet Mr. Gu in the neighboring Qinghai City." Li Shangnan laughed wildly and flew out of the window. "Du Han, you are responsible for contacting the leaders in the capital, we will go first."
Su Yajiao instructed Du Han and then took everyone away.
A bloody storm is about to fall like a waterfall on Mount Shumi.
At the beginning of the month. Please give me some monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 41, Cherry Blossom Queen.
With the call to action from the new God group spreading, the core formation cultivators stationed in major cities across the country left a few behind to guard, immediately setting off for Mount Shumi. One by one, cultivators transformed into streaks of flowing light, leaving the city and racing toward the place illuminated by golden light in the sky.
Heavens! Are all the cultivators from the new God group mobilizing?
They are heading toward the direction of the golden light explosion.
Could there be some treasure emerging? What a spectacular scene! Are the Jiadan cultivators from our Zhahai city impulsive?
On this night, in cities across the country, one can see beams of light cast by Jiadan cultivators shooting through the night sky, like meteors flying out of the cities. The scene is so spectacular that countless ordinary people and low-ranking cultivators of Qi refinement and foundation establishment are filled with longing. No way, I must work hard to cultivate, otherwise I won't even have a chance to appear. At the headquarters of the new God group, Zhao Yufei watches all the Jiadan cultivators of the group, like brilliant comets disappearing into the night. She clenches her fists, ready to focus on cultivating after watching this live broadcast. Not just her, but many low-level cultivators, who see the sight of new God group deploying all Jiadan cultivators tonight, are determined to cultivate to Jiadan as soon as possible. However, Zhao Yufei possesses the 5 elements spirit root, along with a compatible cultivation technique and top-grade spirit stones to use. She is already at the mid-foundation stage. Meanwhile, in the highest command hall in the capital, Xianyuan Tuasan and others receive a message from Du Han, instructing them to redirect the best and most advanced satellites to Mount Shumi. They are informed of the entire situation and are asked to initiate a nationwide, even global live broadcast.
Ha ha!
Great, this is definitely a fight to establish dominance. Immediately notify the satellite department to redirect Satellite 1 to Mount Shumi. No, I'll go to the satellite department personally. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Tuasan and others excitedly head to the satellite department. Soon, a nationwide, even overseas live broadcast begins on the official long network of the nation. At this moment, everyone's phones jump with a notification. General Gu, along with all Jiadan cultivators nationwide, is about to eliminate all the possessors in the country at Mount Shumi. Seeing this notification, the entire nation is filled with excitement, and everyone clicks to enter the live stream. On the screen, golden light surges like a blazing sun rising into the sky. Furthermore, there is a sight of over 10,000 possessors gathered on the ground, all showing excitement, using their magical power to withstand the dazzling golden light, staring intently.
Hiss! Are all these possessors coming from beyond the realm? So many, are any of these your family members?
Those damn possessors, robbing our resources and ruining our homeland, they should all be killed, not leaving a single one. As wave after wave of viewers flood into the livestream, seeing such a gathering of possessors at Mount Shumi, they cannot contain their anger, sending out furious comments.
Ha ha.
A bunch of foolish people, and that so-called emperor, just wait for your doom. In the Cherry Blossom Island, the current female emperor, Queen Sakura, watches the live broadcast from the Daxiaolong network, a cold smile curling on her lips. When you all fight until both sides are wounded, it will be my time to reap the rewards.
Xiao Tao, are all the people gathered?
Replying to your majesty, 30,000 Jiadan cultivators are already at the teleportation array, ready to be sent to Daxiaolong Nation at any time. In the palace, a woman in a black tight outfit bows to report. Queen Sakura leans back on the soft couch, her perfect figure on full display, a cruel smile appearing. Very good. This little human country once nearly brought down the Daxiaolong Nation through invasion. This time I will lead them to annihilate all the cultivators of Daxiaolong Nation. This woman is not simple, she exists at the same level as the Black Abyss Emperor, having cut herself off to seize the position of Queen Sakura. Recently, she has been keeping a close watch on Daxiaolong Nation. Now she just waits for them to be injured, then she will step in to clean them up. Little did she know, this very act hastens the destruction of Cherry Blossom Island. Gu Changqing's Black Abyss Dragon banner, after reaching its peak, was already burning with impatience. What is that thing, so bright? In the vast ocean of Qinghai City, countless sea monsters surface, their big eyes staring at the golden light at the horizon. That is human territory, do not engage with the humans for now, wait until we few lords ascend to the heavenly demon.
They can easily disregard humanity's strongest weapon.
A great demon warned, prohibiting all sea demons from stepping onto land. Before the recovery of spiritual energy, some wise marine creatures already knew the terror of human nuclear weapons. This is exactly why the sea demons in the ocean are still so obedient.
At 1 a.m. that night,
in Qinghai City, at the new God Group branch building. On the vast rooftop, Gu Changqing stood quietly here, his long white hair dancing with the wind. Beneath the half-open chest of his black dragon robe, his tall and strong figure carried a sense of pressure from a higher status in every move. Above him, over 30,000 foundation-building cultivators of the group stood, blocking the sun and moon. Behind him stood 7 others, Su Yajiao, Xia Taishan, Zhu Kai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, and Bai Jingyi, the strongest foundation-building cultivators in the new God Group aside from Gu Changqing.
President Gu, the golden light of Shumi Mountain is about to disappear.
Su Yajiao looked at the gradually fading golden light and whispered, when do we set off? After meeting Gu Changqing, everyone felt somewhat unfamiliar with him, but they didn't ask much. Before we set off, I have some magical treasures for you. Recognize them based on your strength. A flash of light shone at Gu Changqing's brow, and beams of light transformed into powerful magical treasures. There were hundreds of them, and they seemed to possess life, wanting to escape as soon as they broke free from Gu Changqing's control.
Don't go.
Seeing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with eagerness, and they quickly used their spiritual power to chase after them. But many of them were just approaching when they were knocked back by those magical treasures.
Su Yajiao and others joined in, a wave of tens of thousands pursuing hundreds of magical treasures, scattering in all directions, a magnificent sight.
These magical treasures were refined from the remaining dragon bones by Gu Changqing, each containing immense power. But to gain their recognition, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens.
Half an hour later, many foundation-building cultivators returned shaking their heads, faces full of unwillingness. They couldn't even get close, let alone talk about recognition. In the end, only 4 people managed to gain recognition from a dragon bone magical treasure. Su Yajiao, Huang Lao, Bai Jingyi, and a young foundation-building beginner. Even Xia Taishan failed to recognize even one. Who are you? With a wave of his hand, Gu Changqing recalled all the magical treasures. Looking at the young man at the foundation-building beginner stage, a playful glint flashed in his blood-red eyes. I beg for some monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Chapter 42, Everyone, I've kept you waiting for 2 days, haven't I? President Gu, you have keen eyes. I really am not human. The young man bowed to Gu Changqing and honestly said, I come from the Imperial Cultivation Civilization, my name is Ing Wushuang, and I have descended in my true form, hence you cannot trace my origins. I am of the last generation Imperial Royal bloodline, but now my family is destroyed, and the last few ancestors fell due to backlash after sending me down. My purpose in joining the new God Group is pure, I just want to rise again. I implore President Gu to give me a chance. In the end, he knelt on both knees, lowering his head. Alright, out of pity for you being a lost stray dog, I will give you this chance. Gu Changqing looked down at him, glancing lightly, then waved his arm, and a dark road spanning across the sky emerged, leading directly to Shumi Mountain. Let's go. It's time to clean up those nasty rats. After saying this, he stepped onto the dark road. The moment he stepped on it, his figure vanished without a trace. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed, batch after batch disappearing. This dark road is one of the methods of the world-destroying black dragon, powerful enough to traverse endless star rivers. It's more useful than any teleportation array. Shumi Mountain. The golden light in the sky slowly retracted. Led by Yi Jun, over 13,000 possessors couldn't contain their excitement. Many were secretly operating their spiritual power in their bodies, preparing to be the first to rush in once the entrance stabilized. Why do I have a bad feeling? Yi Jun looked around the surroundings, a strange feeling of panic rising in his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced since he gained his infamous reputation. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Qin Yushi noticed the unusual flicker in his eyes and asked softly. Are you sure that Gu Changqing encountered you on the way here and left under your threat? Yi Jun frowned slightly. On this planet, the only being that could give him a sense of panic was Gu Changqing from the new god group. If Gu Changqing dares to come, why has he not shown his face now? Your Majesty, are you being a bit overly cautious about him? Qin Yushi felt somewhat speechless in her heart. Whoosh! 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 Just as her words fell, suddenly, from all directions, beams of light streaked across the dark sky like a gathering of stars, sweeping towards them with great momentum. The new god cultivators from Tiandu City have arrived. You souls who have taken over bodies, don't you conjure your own demise. The new god cultivators from Ningtian City have arrived. You souls who have taken over bodies, don't you conjure your own demise. The new god cultivators from Yunshao City have arrived. You souls who have taken over bodies, don't you conjure your own demise. The new god cultivators from Dongling City have arrived. You souls who have taken over bodies, don't you conjure your own demise. As those beams of light gathered, powerful shouts reverberated across the heavens and earth. What is this? More than 13,000 foreign soul-takers present gazed at the overwhelming beams of light coming from all directions, transforming into one golden core cultivator after another, the sheer number enveloping the sky and eclipsing the moon, completely surrounding the location. Looking up, everywhere was densely packed with golden core cultivators. They could not see the end at all. Moreover, a steady stream of golden core cultivators continued to arrive, arrayed against the night sky, their power surging, murderous intent boiling, their shouting echoing through the firmament. Damn! All the cultivators of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom have come? Terrifying. A sweep of the divine sense reveals that there are actually over 100,000, and more reinforcements are arriving. I've heard that the cultivators of the new god group all possess unique techniques and spells. With such numbers, we could not withstand even one spell each. Hiss. How do we fight this? Looking at the countless golden core cultivators surrounding them, more than 13,000 soul-takers gasped harshly, feeling a chill run down their spines. Damn it, is Gu Changqing really coming? Qin Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, why does he think these rabble can deal with us? In her half-step transformation stage, she was not afraid, regardless of how many golden core cultivators there were. No matter how many ants there were, they could be crushed underfoot. TSK, are these insects coming to die? The devilish Yuan licked his gruesome lips, bloodthirsty excitement on his face as he looked at the densely packed golden core cultivators before him. A heart for slaughter stirred within him. These golden core ants are of no concern. Yi Jun's deep cold eyes flickered slightly. The one he feared the most was Gu Changqing, his gaze continuously searching for Gu Changqing's figure. Buzz. But at that moment, a rumble echoed from the sky, an endless dark light, reminiscent of an abyss descending to the earth. A black road spanning space and time slowly extended from the void. This is... Yi Jun's pupils constricted repeatedly, his gaze fixed on the dark road that seemed to drop like a curtain. Not only he, but also the soul-takers present, as well as the new god group cultivators, and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the official live broadcast room, were all watching in confusion and shock. Amid the attention of the public. On the dark road, a tall, majestic figure, towering like the heavens, slowly appeared in the people's view. Dressed in a black dragon robe, snow-white hair flowing like a waterfall, blood-red eyes, twin dragons coiled behind him, exuding an aura of extreme cruelty that overlooked everyone. Who is this? Oh my god. Could it be that another powerful being from outside has invaded? Hiss. This existence radiates an unbeatable dominance from within, facing such an enemy. Can we humans win? With Gu Changqing's appearance, the live streaming room exploded with billions of viewers. Even though Gu Changqing had yet to make a move, showing not a hint of his power. But his posture, his looks, his demeanor, all conveyed an unshakable, invincible dominance. Damn! Who is this? The devil cultivator Yuan Tong stood up, his eyes fixed on the figure standing against the dark backdrop, as if he were trampling the world beneath him. This presence felt deeper than even Yi Jun, and that kind of dominance could not be feigned. It was innate, the true aura of an upper power. Just by standing there, he brought an undeniable sense of reality to the entire world, a feeling of submissiveness that demanded everyone kneel. Indeed, it was a sense of reality, not an illusion.
In two great empires, beings with such a presence were fewer than a handful.
My unease, is it coming from this presence?
Yi Jun's pupils contracted, even he felt tremendous pressure before this being. This kind of presence, even if not powerful, can't possibly be here.
Who is it?
Qin Yushi's crystal-white beautiful face showed a hint of awe, saying, he looks a bit like someone.
Who? Yuan shouted. Gu Chongqing. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, you can't mean this being is Gu Chongqing? Yuan scoffed.
But the next moment, he was slapped in the face.
Everyone, Gu is 2 days late, have you all been waiting long?
Please vote for some monthly tickets.
Recommendation tickets. If today's monthly votes reach 100, I'll write 2 extra chapters.
Chapter 43, Whether it is life or death, let's see how strong or weak you are. On Mount Shumi, the dark road pierced through the sky, like an endless abyss falling to the earth. The figure standing atop it shocked countless people. When countless wondered who he really was, a magnetic voice slowly rang out.
Everyone, Gu is 2 days late, have you all been waiting long?
At those words, the laughing Yuan's grotesque smile instantly froze. It also made all the soul stealers present tremble with disbelief.
What? Is that our CEO Gu?
Upon closer inspection, he really does somewhat resemble CEO Gu.
What's going on?
The newly arrived new God Group cultivators looked at the imposing figure on the dark road, their eyes filled with astonishment. But when Elder Huang, Su Yajiao, and the 30,000 core formation cultivators from Qingyun and Shanghai cities followed Gu Chongqing out, they were momentarily stunned, then all revealed expressions of immense fervor, completely believing that was indeed their CEO Gu.
Greetings, CEO Gu.
The over 100,000 core formation cultivators from the mind group bowed to Gu Chongqing, their voices resonating through the night, also intimidating all the soul stealers present.
Ha ha ha. My goodness, is that really CEO Gu? How could it be fake? Holy crap, I thought he was an otherworldly being. What happened to CEO Gu? He's exuding invincible dominance from head to toe. Who would say otherwise?
I almost peed myself thinking he was from another world earlier.
Meanwhile, in the official live streaming room, billions of viewers were also in an uproar, their eyes glued to Gu Chongqing's domineering figure on the screen, many women showing infatuated looks.
Especially Tang Yue, filled with regret.
That should have been her husband. How can this person be Gu Chongqing?
The curvaceous and sexy cherry blossom queen suddenly stood up from her soft couch, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief.
You rat-like creatures, why aren't you self-destructing and returning to the heavens?
On the dark road, Elder Huang walked out with his hands behind his back, looking down mockingly at the more than 13,000 soul stealers below, with a face full of sarcasm and disdain.
You rat-like creatures, why aren't you self-destructing and returning to the heavens?
At the same time, more than 20,000 core formation cultivators from the new God Group present. The power surged, and they roared loudly. The sound was like thunder, tearing through the night.
What should we do? What can we do? The Emperor summoned us here, let's see how he handles it.
Below, all the soul snatchers trembled slightly, their gazes fixated on Yi Jun atop the giant stone. Yi Jun's cold, deep eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Gu Chongqing. Beside him, Qin Yushi clenched her pink fists, a trace of nervousness flashing across her face. Nearby, the devil cultivator Yuan trembled slightly, saying, how could this possibly be Gu Chongqing?
Impossible. He still doubted it, unwilling to believe it was true. Gu Chongqing, I have no intention of opposing you.
At this moment, Yi Jun slowly spoke, his voice calm, revealing no hint of panic. On the dark road, Gu Chongqing looked down at the other, saying faintly, you seem to be the backbone of these people. Yi Jun nodded, yes, I gathered them here, just hoping to use them to find something for me.
If you dislike it, feel free to kill them, we can cooperate. Damn it, you bastard, how dare you dispose of us after we've done your bidding?
I curse you, the so-called Emperor of Hell, turns out to be a cowardly wretch. Mr. Gu, you must not believe this wretch's words. Just now, he was still thinking of plundering the resources from the ruins, then taking us to eliminate the new God Group, and he even cursed you as spineless. Right, and the 18th princess of the empire said first that you were spineless, we are all innocent.
We never thought of opposing you.
The soul snatchers present looked at the mighty Emperor of Hell, who uttered such words to save his life, and all were filled with rage and curses, exposing his hypocritical ugliness. Gu Chongqing's expression was cold, his icy gaze sweeping over the infighting soul snatchers, and he said lightly, you actually don't need to be angry, for I had no intention of letting you leave Shumi Mountain alive. As soon as these words were spoken, all the soul snatchers fell silent, then their eyes burst forth with an unprecedented urge to survive. Escape! No one knows who shouted, but more than 13,000 soul snatchers scattered like birds, fleeing wildly.
Ha ha!
One word from Mr. Gu scared these wretches into submission. The viewers in the livestream burst out in hearty laughter at this scene.
Surround them!
With a shout from Elder Huang, he was the first to fly out and locked onto a peak elixir cultivator, attacking fiercely. Kill. With his command, over 200,000 elixir cultivators from the new god group began to stir, chasing in groups after the fleeing soul snatchers. Shi Taishian took the lead, locking onto 2 fake infant period cultivators, roaring as he soared through the air to attack. Booming. In an instant, the entire night sky erupted, dazzling spells flying wildly, completely shattering the calm of Shumi Mountain. One mountain after another was flattened by the terrifying waves of spells, deafening booms echoing endlessly. Everywhere, chaos erupted in the battle of spells. What's wrong? Do you not plan to resist? Gu Changqing's cold blood-red eyes looked down at Yijun, Yuan the devil, and Qingqing on the giant stone, as if examining 3 dying prey. Do you really want to perish together? I, the Emperor of Hell, am not so easily bullied. Yijun coldly replied, power radiating from him, amazing phenomena emerging behind him, a faint, dark prison seemingly trapping the heavens within. This princess is not made of clay either, Gu Changqing, you better think carefully before you strike. Qingqing shouted angrily, her transformation into a divine being wrapped in eerie rules. Behind her circulated a terrifying phenomenon of an ice world. Human, if you dare to attack, today even if I die, I will bite a piece of your flesh. Yuan the devil roared, his size suddenly increasing, transforming into a giant 100 feet tall, towering, and surrounded by a monstrous aura, coldly staring at Gu Changqing. You dare to threaten me, like a crawling insect? On the dark road, Gu Changqing slightly lowered his gaze. The twin dragons behind suddenly roared with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Under this roar, the golden core cultivators fighting high in the sky slightly trembled. First, I'll eliminate you, you ugly worm. Gu Changqing's cold and merciless gaze suddenly fell upon Demon Path Yuan, and with a slow lift of his hand, a roaring black dragon phantom of world destruction appeared, crushing the void and instantly pouncing towards the gigantic Demon Path Yuan. Spirit Void Slash. Demon Path Yuan roared in anger, not daring to be the least bit careless, summoning a magical knife and using all the internal power in his body to slash out a blade of light that looked like a black hole. Bang! But it was like an ant shaking a tree. The black dragon phantom crushed that blade of light with one claw, grabbing his grotesque head, soaring into the air and exploding with a deafening sound. Immediately after, the cracked and blood-soaked Demon Path Yuan fell from the sky, barely alive. How could I be so weak? In the pit, Demon Path Yuan coughed up blood repeatedly, his body twitching incessantly, unable to rise no matter what, beginning to doubt the magic of his birth. If your life were not still of use to me, you would have long been scattered into ashes. Gu Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, pulling the half-dead Demon Path Yuan into the Black Abyss Dragon banner. He then looked at the serious-faced Yijun and Qingqing. As for you two, whether you can live from my hands, let's see how strong or weak you are. Chapter 44, Is my slight action your limit? Mount Shumi, the entrance to the folded space has stabilized, hanging 1,000 meters in the sky. But at this moment, Mount Shumi is far from peaceful. Over 13,000 possessors are being surrounded and killed by hundreds of thousands of golden core cultivators from the new gods group. Countless powerful spells have flattened unknown numbers of mountain peaks. In the night, the surging waves of magical power violently burst forth like fireworks. Swish. Put. On the battlefield, Ing Wushuang is invincible, wildly urging the star-extinguishing cone, a treasure just recognized by Gu Changqing. This cone's power is unmatched. Relying on it, Ing Wushuang has already killed 2 false infants. You are Lu Hao, right? Today, I ask you to leave your life behind. Shi Taishian has set his sights on Lu Hao. Behind him, 6 swords with overwhelming killing intent float in sync. He forms a sword seal. The sound of the sword pierces the void, launching a fierce attack towards Lu Hao, who is fleeing. Damn it! Just as Lu Hao was about to escape from Mount Shumi, he cursed inwardly, urging 3 flying swords around him to turn back and had to fight with Shi Taishian. Over 13,000 possessors, under the siege of 200,000 to 300,000 new gods group cultivators, one after another, stained the sky with blood. Huan Lao, Su Yajiao, Bai Jingyi, Li Shangnan, and others have also not encountered opponents for the time being, currently fighting with several false infants. The whole sky above Mount Shumi is filled with the sounds of spells clashing and fighting. That is, my brother? In a family in Qingyun City, a family of 3 is watching the live broadcast. But when they see Lu Hao fighting with Shi Taishian, a girl covers her mouth, crying, Dad, Mom, has my brother been possessed? Her parents' faces darkened at this scene, the pain of losing a child leaving them speechless. Mom, do you say that is my brother? In Qingyun City, District 3, in a rental house. A seemingly 7 or 8-year-old, exquisitely petite girl looks at the livestream, watching Gu Changqing pressuring Yijun and Qingqing, blinking her bright big eyes. Next to the little girl sits a woman about 27 or 28 years old, with both appearance and figure impeccable. Yes. But we cannot recognize each other. The woman rubs the girl's head, a hint of helplessness and bitterness flashing in her eyes. Why can't we recognize each other? Did Dad abandon us? The little girl wrinkles her delicate nose, blinking her big eyes, looking at her mother in confusion. The woman opened her mouth. Not knowing what to say, she could only laugh and say, Qingli is now also a practitioner. You must work hard to cultivate and later ask your father yourself. Okay, I will definitely work hard to cultivate, and then I will ask Dad why he doesn't want us anymore. The little girl nodded heavily, her gaze very firm, and then continued to watch the live broadcast. Gu Chongqing probably could not imagine that his cheap father had left debts outside. In her previous life of 8 years, they had never come to reunite, so he also did not know now. At this moment, Gu Chongqing looked down from above, surveying Yi Jun and teaching Yushi with his cold gaze, like examining two dying prey. Behind Yi Jun, a dark prison phenomenon floated and sank. He took a deep breath and said, Gu Chongqing, are you really going to fish for death? Unless absolutely necessary, he really did not want to fight to the death here. Die. Gu Chongqing lowered his eyes, a killing intent like a steel torrent. With a snap of his fingers, the annihilate immortal finger struck out. This divine ability had destroyed many planets and killed many immortal beings in the life of the annihilating black dragon. When Gu Chongqing refined its skeleton, he also acquired many images of its past experiences. Boom. With a thunderous sound echoing, the sky exploded, the universe turned upside down, and a 100-foot enormous finger of terrifying power descended, like a crushing force locking space and time, targeting Yi Jun and teaching Yushi, who had nowhere to escape. This is Dark Prison Emperor Seal. Yi Jun's face changed drastically, he roared in anger, not daring to hold back at all, as a burst of light emanated from his forehead, shooting out a small black seal which quickly expanded and transformed into a gigantic 100-foot seal, radiating extreme brilliance, colliding against the terrifying giant finger falling from the sky under his full power. You don't need to attack, just give me all your power without reserve. When Yi Jun saw teaching Yushi wanting to help, he interrupted in a furious shout while he was fully activating the dark prison seal. My technique can infinitely absorb the power from other beings, don't worry about me exploding, just supply me. Okay. Teaching Yushi, hearing this, did not hesitate to channel her internal power, placing both hands on Yi Jun's back, crazily injecting her own power into him. Boom. With teaching Yushi's power boost, Yi Jun's momentum soared. The dark prison seal, rising against the annihilate immortal finger, increased in size and brilliance, its might even greater. Boom. In the next moment, the finger and the seal collided, and the resulting wave of power swept out like a violent storm. Hiss. Whether it was the new God Group practitioners chasing the usurper or the usurper fleeing for their lives, both were destabilized by this wave of power, faces full of terror as they searched for the source of the sound. They saw a towering giant finger colliding fiercely with a 100-foot great seal. The power wave that exploded from the collision swept out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the sky. At that moment, the heavens shook and the earth trembled, mountains collapsed. We can't withstand even the aftermath, run. At this moment, no matter which side the practitioners were on, they were all frightened by the scene before them, looking at the wave of power that swept like a tsunami and ran without a second thought. When gods fight, mortals suffer, nothing could be truer than this. Gu Chongqing watched the two struggling under his annihilate immortal finger, sweating profusely, panting, and shook his head in disappointment. Is my slight effort already your limit? Who are you looking down on? Humiliated by a younger generation like this, Yi Jun's eyes burst with terrifying divine light as he roared, Dark Prison's sacred body activate. Boom. At that moment, it was as if a different dimensional door opened within Yi Jun, erupting with an excessively vast and violent purple-black power. Ah! The teaching Yushi behind him, supplying power, suddenly screamed, all her power was drained, not a drop left, and she was violently pushed away by Yi Jun's overwhelming aura. Break for me! In that moment, Yi Jun's back figure. He stood tall and imposing, a shadow of a holy body rising behind him, treading on the abyss below his feet, with the starry sky above his head, exuding boundless dominance. With a roar, the abyss seal erupted with sky-high radiance, its power multiplying several times, emitting a sound of ghostly cries and divine howls, striking the extermination finger that shook and teetered, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous explosion. Interesting. Gu Chongqing waved his hand, dispersing the magical fluctuations from the destruction of the extermination finger, a playful look appearing on his dignified face. It seems I have to get serious. If you haven't hidden your abilities, you should be dead. Chapter 45, God. That is, a dragon? On the peak of Shumi Mountain, under Gu Chongqing's pressure, Yi Jun drained all of teaching Yushi's magic power, awakening the abyss holy body. At this moment, his aura transformed, his stature appearing immensely tall, with a shadow of a holy body standing behind him, treading on the abyss, topped by the starry sky, radiating unmatched might. Gu Chongqing, I told you, I am not the soft persimmon you think I am. When this prince roamed the universe, there was no human civilization like yours. Yi Jun looked up, staring at Gu Chongqing, who looked down on him like an ant on the dark road, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Is this the abyss holy body? Teaching Yushi, whose magic power was drained, staggered back, her face full of shock as she muttered to herself. So what if you've awakened a so-called holy body?
Do you think you can defeat me? Gu Changqing lifted his eyelids, slowly speaking, if you haven't hidden your powers, you could be dead. Arrogant. Yi Jun shouted in anger, unable to accept being looked down upon by an ant that had just risen a few days ago. His magic surged violently as he summoned a seemingly heavy magical battle spear, vanishing with a booming sound, only to reappear launching a world-shaking strike, aimed directly at Gu Changqing's head. Die! On Yi Jun's magical battle spear, 10 fierce shadows emerged, roaring down the sun, moon, and stars, with boundless magic power distorting space to launch an ultimate strike. Gu Changqing looked at the astonishing attack that seemed to make the sky itself bow down, his gaze calm and unwavering. Boom! As Yi Jun's strike was less than a meter away from him, with a thunderous crash, it was blocked by an invisible, intangible transparent light wall. The entire void collapsed and shattered, yet Yi Jun's attack could not advance an inch, not even stirring Gu Changqing's hair. How is this possible? Break! Yi Jun roared, appearing slightly flustered, pushing his abyss holy body to the limit. The holy body shadow behind him roared, drawing power from the void to empower Yi Jun. Booming! Yi Jun's battle spear exploded with limitless magic. The 10 fierce shadows seemed almost solid, their roars tearing the heavens apart. But it still could not shake the 5-element light wall enveloping Gu Changqing. My god! The attack from the Abyss Emperor, comparable to the peak of transformation, cannot even shake Gu Changqing a bit? Hiss! That is the Abyss Emperor. When did he become this weak? No. It's not that the Abyss Emperor is too weak, it's that Gu Changqing is too strong. Just how powerful must one be to toy with the Abyss Emperor like a child? The remaining possessors in the distance observed Yi Jun's hysterical, full-powered assault that could not break Gu Changqing's protective barrier, leaving no one unaffected by the chills of this scene. Who exactly are you? Are you a reincarnated great being of the immortal race or a possessor? Yi Jun found that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move Gu Changqing even a bit. The mocking gaze made his heart uneasy, prompting him to shout. Immortal race? Ha! Gu Changqing scoffed dismissively, even if they descended in person, they would still be like you, a mere jumping clown. His words were not exaggerated. The world-destroying Black Dragon had once caused immense trouble for the immortal race, to the point that the entire race had to exert their efforts to suffer heavy losses just to suppress it to death. When Gu Changqing refined its bones, he glimpsed some fragments of its lingering memories. Blood sacrifice. However, Gu Changqing's words sounded in Yi Jun's ears like a mockery of his overconfidence, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Ignoring any consequences, he swiftly retreated, standing high in the sky, suddenly slapping his chest, directly injuring his sacred body, and unleashing his strongest advancement divine power. I give you a chance. Gu Changqing did not interrupt the other's spellcasting, otherwise, he could have already killed him with one strike. He wanted to see what this so-called Black Prison Emperor was capable of. Buzz. 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 The sky trembled, endless dark clouds gathered, forming a terrifying vortex that enveloped the entire Mount Shumi. Then, amidst the swirling of the vortex, 99 sacred rings emerged, dazzling and majestic, illuminating the dark night as bright as day. Hiss. Has the Black Prison Emperor really been driven to desperation? Even such a forbidden divine power, damaging 1,000 enemies while harming himself 800, has been unleashed. What do you understand? It can kill enemies, that is always better than falling here, right? Once this move is unleashed, his sacred body will be ruined, unless he can find some heavenly bloodline pill in the celestial clan ruins. The capturers who had already escaped the encirclement were astonished at this scene. They never expected that the Black Prison Emperor could be forced to such an extent by a native human. The Black Prison Emperor has been forced to this point. Watching the live broadcast, Queen Sakura's delicate face showed great surprise, her gaze flickering slightly. This Gu Changqing truly cannot offend. I wonder if he can withstand my beauty. Thinking of this, she revealed a fox-like charming smile. As for the women of Sakura Island, and me as their queen, you should be very excited, right? Gu Changqing, your arrogance will lead you to an unmarked grave. At this moment, Yi Jun's furious shout echoed. He stood proudly under the 99 sacred rings, his expression icy, murderous intent sharp, staring fiercely at Gu Changqing, who remained unfazed as if standing on Mount Tai. Gu Changqing slightly nodded, opening his mouth indifferently. Is this your last hidden trump card? It looks so fragile, I can smash it with a touch. Ha ha ha. Really? Come and try touching it. Yi Jun laughed to the heavens, shouting, Gu Changqing, since you gave me time to cast my spell, I'll give you time to unleash your strongest divine power. Come on. I don't need time to cast my spell, and smashing your paper-thin divine power also doesn't require any incantation. On the dark path, Gu Changqing's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he said lightly, embrace fear. This planet is not something you can taint. Just as everyone, including the viewers in the live room, didn't understand the meaning of Gu Changqing's words. Roar.
Suddenly, a roar that seemed capable of shaking the sun, moon, and stars, causing the mountains to tremble and the heavens and earth to quake, echoed through the air.
Boom! At this moment,
a colossal being broke through the atmosphere of the blue star. Its body was no less than 10,000 zhang in size, tearing apart the void, crushing the atmosphere, slowly revealing a gigantic, soul-shaking black dragon's head. As its head appeared, a dragon body as formidable as the Great Wall of Steel also furiously swept into the space of this planet.
Heavens! That is, a dragon?
Hiss. So huge, this truly blots out the sun and moon.
Holy shit, is this the black dragon summoned by Gu?
It's so visually shocking, making me feel both terrified and excited.
Is it coming to invade us? Who can stop it?
In the country, every city within 500 kilometers of Mount Shumi could see a 10,000 zhang black dragon, breaking through the void, collapsing the atmosphere, and its massive body swaying in such a way that no one could see its entirety as it descended.
It was simply unbelievable to witness this scene. Those unaware thought they were facing an invasion. Please vote for me. Thank you. The vast sound of the dragon's roar ascended to the 9 heavens and struck down to the 9 underworlds, its majesty unapproachable, the dragon's might sweeping over a space of hundreds of kilometers. Boom!
The heavens trembled, this massive black creature. Its massive size covered tens of thousands of miles of sky, blocking the light of the sun, moon, and stars with its enormous body. Vast and turbulent, the dragon's might ravaged the world like a gale of hundreds of miles per hour, sweeping across the entire sky.
Oh my god! Is that a real dragon?
Those who witnessed this scene in person were left with their eyes nearly popping out. The black dragon's body, like a steel fortress, broke through the atmosphere with immense force, crushing vast expanses of empty space, creating an overwhelmingly visual impact. It felt as if with just a slight movement, it could topple the sun and moon and topple the universe. Roar! As the fierce black dragon's body fully emerged from the void, it let out a long howl that froze the blood, rolling above the clouds, soaring freely as if calling out for the freedom it had found. Visible waves of dragon roars swept across hundreds of kilometers of space. Many ordinary people's heads rang with a buzz, their faces filled with shock and confusion.
Mom, is that the black dragon summoned by my brother?
In a rented room in Qingyun City, a little girl stared wide-eyed, her expression filled with immense admiration for Gu Changqing. The woman sitting beside her remained silent, also shocked by the terrifying black dragon on the screen.
Oh my god!
On Shumi Mountain, the hidden soul snatchers, watching the terrifying black dragon above that was at least 10,000 feet in size, felt a wave of overwhelming dragon might crash down, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably.
Even Yi Jun, who had traversed countless years in the universe, showed a ghostly expression upon seeing the black dragon. This is summoned by Gu Changqing? How can this be? Who exactly is he?
Qin Yushi slumped to the ground, her eyes devoid of spirit, shrouded in endless despair, deeply regretting why she didn't befriend Gu Changqing, choosing instead to offend this unfathomable man.
Wow, even a legendary invincible creature like this can be summoned by Gu? This is too incredible? Absolutely invincible.
The cultivators of the new god group, staring at the scene before them, were left speechless in shock.
What kind of being are you? You can't possibly be human.
Yi Jun fixed his gaze on Gu Changqing, and in that moment, he felt a fear he hadn't experienced in a long time arise within him.
Are you feeling afraid?
In the night wind, Gu Changqing's long white hair danced wildly, his towering figure stood tall and strong.
Roar!
As his voice fell, the dragon's roar arose again in the sky, and soon, an enormous, menacing dragon head slowly emerged from the clouds, overlooking the entire Shumi Mountain.
Fear? Ha ha ha. So what if it's a dragon?
Today, I shall slay the dragon. Yi Jun forced himself to dispel the fear in his heart, roaring as he activated the 99 holy rings above the sky with all his might. Buzz! The holy rings overlapped, their brilliance dazzling, unleashing immense pressure, accompanied by a thunderous sound that turned the world upside down, the 99 holy rings uniting, then shooting towards the black dragon's head above with a beam of holy light more brilliant than the sun. Runes swirled, the rules of the holy path flickered, crushing the void and obliterating everything. Seeing this scene, the black dragon tilted its head, then slowly opened its abyss-like giant mouth. Following that, it let out a world-destroying dragon breath, as if sneezing. Boom! With a loud roar, the nearby void shattered, and the world-destroying dragon breath, surrounded by circles of red light, collided with the dazzling holy light. No, rather than a collision, it was more like an overwhelming crush.
The dragon breath was invincible. It swept away everything.
As soon as it touched the massive holy light, it annihilated it inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards Yi Jun.
No!
Yi Jun's eyes widened, endless fear enveloping him, and with his loud shout, he was completely submerged in the dragon breath.
Boom rumble.
As this dragon breath landed,
an infinite explosion of energy erupted, sweeping across the entire Mount Shumi.
In a radius of several dozen miles, everything turned into a bottomless pit. And Yi Jun, whether in body or spirit, was visibly evaporated nearly completely.
A mighty emperor of a generation just vanished into thin air.
Ti Qinyu watched, her soul shattered, repeatedly murmuring, "It's over, he's dead for sure."
Who?
The fierce beast, the black dragon, casually killed an ant, seemingly disdainfully exhaling a cloud of foul air, then turned its deep blue dragon eyes towards Gu Changqing.
In its eyes flickered a hint of confusion, as if asking, "You can clearly kill this ant in seconds, why did you let me come out?"
With a low roar, it circled high above Mount Shumi, then, somewhat unwillingly, it let out a long cry, breaking through the void and returning to the space it belonged to.
This black dragon's origin.
It was originally the companion black dragon of the dead world-destroying black dragon, an undying existence.
However, if the main body dies,
it will be sealed in a mysterious space and can never come out, having been sealed for a long time. As Gu Changqing refined the bones of the world-destroying black dragon, he established an inseparable relationship with it. But at the same time, the cultivation level of this companion black dragon also dropped to the nascent soul stage. When it was at its peak, its size was so enormous that it spanned across galaxy levels.
Gu Changqing summoned it out merely to instill fear.
Hiss! At the scene, many gasps of cold air arose.
The immortal ancient star, it seems truly is not something we can touch. This man's terror, whoever comes faces death, humanity is about to rise under his lead.
With this invincible man in charge, it's hard for humanity not to rise. All the powerful individuals who escaped from the encirclement were utterly terrified. Not many managed to escape, only a dozen or so people got out of the encirclement.
"Mr. Gu, look who I've brought to you."
At this moment, Shi Taixian flew in, carrying the barely breathing Lu Hao.
Cough cough.
Lu Hao forced a smile, "Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you." Knowing he would undoubtedly die, he did not beg for mercy.
"Such an ant, just kill it directly, why bring it to see me?"
Gu Changqing coldly glanced at him, long having disregarded Lu Hao as an easily killable ant.
"Yes, I will execute him right away."
Shi Taixian nodded respectfully, then broke Lu Hao's neck with one hand, and then extinguished his spirit. "Mr. Gu, a dozen or so escaped, these possess plenty of life-saving cards." At this moment, the tall and graceful Suya Jiao stepped in, reporting. "A few stinky mice, if they escape, they won't cause any waves." Gu Changqing didn't care, his cold gaze. The new God group gathered 200 to 300 foundation building practitioners here. They were all waiting for Gu Changqing to give the order to go in.
What exactly was inside made everyone present extremely curious.
The time for harvest had come, and everyone was eager to move. Gu Changqing looked at the excited crowd and said calmly, "The right side is the treasure palace, there are many treasures inside.
The left side is a field of spirit herbs.
Let's first go to the treasure palace and pick the treasures that suit you." Even though he arrived late in his past life, he knew what was in these two folded spaces. After speaking, Gu Changqing directly stepped into the spirit herb field space. He was not interested in treasures, his own Black Abyss Dragon banner, forged from the bones of the world destruction Black Dragon, was already a top-tier treasure, and there were hardly any materials left that could help it advance further.
"Go! Let's pick treasures."
"Ha ha! I still don't have a treasure, this treasure-folded space ruin comes just in time." Charge, charge, charge. The foundation building practitioners at the scene were like they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing into the whirlpool on the right.
Crossing the whirlpool, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. This was an independent space.
Above the sky, there floated a palace as huge as the moon, radiating celestial light. 9 celestial stairs extended to 9 different side halls. And the main hall staircase reached straight up to the peak of the celestial palace.
My heavens, this is truly a masterpiece. From this distance, I can feel a sense of solemnity and dignity. Will there be any restrictions? Gu didn't say anything, so there shouldn't be any. Then what are we waiting for?
Charge, let's go look at the main hall, there must be extraordinary treasures. After the crowd was shocked, they all rushed toward the celestial palace's staircase. On the other side, Gu Changqing appeared in a vast independent space. This space was filled with rich spiritual energy, pouring down like silver spiritual rain. The sky was entirely shrouded in spiritual energy. The ground was enveloped in white mist, and as far as the eye could see, all kinds of spirit herbs emitted various colors of spiritual light, with no end in sight. All over the ground, many spirit herbs had turned sentient, running and playing around. The sounds of chirping and chattering filled the air. Gu Changqing expanded his divine sense infinitely but still couldn't fully cover the space. He discovered that the youngest spirit herbs were at least 30,000 years old. This is truly a treasure trove of spirit herbs. Gu Changqing quickly threaded through the cloud-like spiritual energy, and after a moment, he sighed in amazement. With this field of spirit herbs, humanity can rise rapidly. In my past life, those foreign ants pillaged it all. Then, he flew deep into the spirit herb field space, wanting to see where the end lay.
After flying for about half an hour, a golden barrier blocked Gu Changqing's path. Gu Changqing tried to test the barrier but discovered he couldn't break through, so he turned and left. As he departed, he gathered a large number of spirit herbs, preparing to go back and refine some pills. As for the pill cauldron for refining, there should be plenty in the treasure palace next door. This spirit herb field space would be the hope for humanity's rise. Later, Gu Changqing would establish a base here to guard the two folded spaces. He would slowly exploit the spirit herbs here. Secondly, on the treasure palace side, there was no need to take all the treasures. It could be a place of rewards, anyone who contributed to the group could choose a treasure from it. Not only here would Gu Changqing establish a base, but at other folded space entrances, he would do the same and then send powerful practitioners to stand guard. This spirit herb field, if placed in the outer starry sky, could certainly shake the ruling tribes, and they would fight bloody battles to seize it. In his past life, it was probably Yi Jun who plundered it away. In this life, the relic space left by the celestial race would be untouched by foreign beings. The spirit herbs that Gu Changqing took were all around 30,000 years old. He didn't learn many high-level pill formulas. He took a few thousand plants and left. Just as he stepped out of the vortex, he saw Su Yajie was already waiting here, though he didn't know when she had arrived. President Gu, a great discovery. Seeing Gu Changqing come out, Su Yajie excitedly flew forward and almost plunged into his arms due to her urgency. Gu Changqing pressed down on her fragrant shoulder and asked, "What discovery could make you lose your composure like this?" Feeling Gu Changqing's powerful hand on her shoulder, Su Yajie blushed and, in a fit of excitement, said, "The cauldron. We found a cauldron with a spirit in the main hall of the treasure palace, and that spirit said that as long as there are spiritual herbs, it can refine all the spiritual pills in the world." "Oh, there is such a cauldron?" Gu Changqing felt a slight stir in his heart. If what Su Yajie said was true, it was simply a divine artifact. "That spirit said so, but I don't know if it's bragging. It also asked us to call you, saying that we are nothing but crooked melons and distorted dates, not worthy to be its master." Su Yajie got a little angry at the end of her statement. Such a big tone? Let's go take a look. Curiosity piqued, Gu Changqing grasped Su Yajie's shoulder and, in the blink of an eye, entered the treasure palace vortex. Treasure palace, surrounded by vast celestial light, its size comparable to the moon, hanging high in the sky, exerting pressure on the universe. When Gu Changqing entered and saw the structure, he was not surprised. He had seen it in his past life, but the treasures inside were nowhere to be found. With Su Yajie, he headed straight for the main hall. In the main hall. In the spacious room, celestial light swirled, extremely magnificent. The vast space inside housed only a cauldron about 10 zhang, with 9 legs and 3 ears, displaying a purple-golden color, and its surface was covered with flowing runes. Above the cauldron floated an old man surrounded by mist, looking like a soul, with white hair and beard. He exuded an ethereal aura, detached from worldly concerns. Looking at the expressions of the people present, they were filled with disdain. Chapter 48, The Human Who Was Once a Slave. In the vast main hall of the treasure palace, there was only one cauldron. The old man on the cauldron looked around disdainfully at the gathered people, Shihi, Zhukai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, Bai Jingyi, and others. They had already chosen treasures from the side halls, each with several pieces. Just a bit of proper refining would unleash great power. Only Bai Jingyi and a few others remained, while the other 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators were searching for suitable treasures in the independent spaces of the side halls. Each independent space in the side halls had a staggering number of treasures. With so many cultivators inside, it was just a drop in the bucket. "When will your President Gu arrive?" The spirit of the cauldron grew somewhat impatient, but suddenly, its face changed, and it exclaimed, "Damn it, that world-destroying black dragon isn't dead yet?" As it spoke, its gaze filled with fear, fixating on the door outside the hall. "What world-destroying black dragon?" Shihi, Zhukai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, Bai Jingyi, and others showed strange expressions, not understanding what this proud spirit was afraid of. However, when Gu Changqing's figure appeared inside the hall, they understood. It turned out it was afraid of their President Gu. "Who are you?" The spirit of the cauldron shrank completely inside the cauldron, leaving only half of its head exposed, staring at Gu Changqing in fear. The world-destroying black dragon had almost annihilated the immortal clan in the past and was a terrifying existence. Although it didn't know much about the immortal clan's matters, it sensed the brutality of that battle back then. Seeing Gu Changqing, the spirit was terrified because this guy resembled the true form of the world-destroying black dragon to about 4 or 5 points. Moreover, the aura radiating from him seemed even more terrifying than back then. What was going on? As Gu Changqing approached, the cauldron spirit trembled with fear. Gone was its previous arrogance, looking down on everyone. "Don't come over." Seeing Gu Changqing still walking towards it, the cauldron spirit attempted to stop him. The voice trembled. "You seem to be very afraid of me?" Gu Changqing, with white hair like a waterfall and blood-red eyes that struck fear, stopped a meter in front of the cauldron spirit, a hint of playful smile on his face. Who wouldn't be afraid of this disaster? Wherever you go, not a blade of grass grows. The cauldron spirit shrank its neck. Oh, you seem to know me well?
Gu Changqing showed some interest and looked at Bai Jingyi and the others, saying, "You all go out first, I have some questions to ask this spirit."
Yes.
Upon hearing this, everyone, although curious, did not dare to ask more and left together.
You really came back to life?
The cauldron spirit poked its head out, trembling as it looked at Gu Changqing. "What you are referring to should be the world-destroying black dragon, but I only refined the bones of it, so you don't need to be so afraid."
Gu Changqing said in a calm tone, "Since you know about the world-destroying black dragon, do you also know where the immortal clan has gone?"
Ha!
You could refine the bones of the world-destroying black dragon?
Upon hearing this, the cauldron spirit looked as if it had seen a ghost.
What? Is there a problem? Gu Changqing asked lightly. The cauldron spirit was astonished and said, "Not just a problem, how did you do it?" "As far as I know, the immortal clan used the immortal refining furnace back then but couldn't refine it. How did you do it?" "Wait, that doesn't make sense. If you really refined the bones of the world-destroying black dragon, how could you still be in the nascent soul stage?"
While shocked, the cauldron spirit kept sizing up Gu Changqing, filled with confusion. "It only has the essence of its bones left, its cultivation was almost all refined away by the immortal clan."
Gu Changqing clarified for it.
"So that's how it is, that makes sense, but its essence is the hardest to refine, almost impossible. Otherwise, the immortal clan would have refined it long ago, and yet you did it." The cauldron spirit exclaimed in awe, its eyes sparkling, wanting to see through Gu Changqing completely, but found this guy was like a bottomless pit. What terrified it the most was that there were 108 nascent souls inside him, and they were the kind it had never seen before, blocking its heavenly eyes gaze.
"Don't even think about probing my secrets, you don't have that ability."
Gu Changqing gave it a casual glance and said, "Speak, where did the immortal clan go and why did they suddenly vanish?" This was not only his concern but also a matter of great curiosity for all the races in the universe.
"Don't talk about you, I'm also curious where they went."
The cauldron spirit floated out, shaking its head, saying, "Back then, I was suddenly placed here by them, without a word, and then they all left, and it seemed they didn't take any resources, leaving everything behind."
"You actually don't know either?" Gu Changqing looked at it skeptically. "Don't look at me like that, I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to hide anything."
Seeing Gu Changqing's doubtful face, the cauldron spirit shrugged its hands and said, "The only thing I know is that they left in a hurry, and the rest I truly have no understanding." Gu Changqing stared at it deeply, realizing that it might not be lying. He decided not to dwell on this question for now and said lightly, "I heard you can refine all kinds of elixirs under heaven, as long as you have spirit herbs?"
"That's for sure." When it came to this topic, the cauldron spirit looked confident, saying, "Do you want me to show you a trick?" "I believe you." Gu Changqing patted the cauldron, suddenly thinking of something, and asked, "Do you know anything about human civilization?" He wanted to know if humans truly evolved or had another background. Cough, cough. The cauldron spirit gave a light cough, seeming hesitant to speak. "Speak." Gu Changqing looked at it coldly. Okay." Under Gu Changqing's pressure, the cauldron spirit didn't dare to hold back, saying, You are actually the lowest level of the immortal clan, and are uncivilized slaves, and when they left, because you were too weak and useless, and you. It is because they were the lowest slaves of the immortal race. He. This truth is quite interesting." Gu Changqing smiled slightly after hearing this, but the spirit of the alchemy cauldron could sense the killing intent in his laughter. "Indeed." The spirit of the alchemy cauldron thought for a moment and said, "Do you know why the immortal race has never awakened your intelligence? Because they see you as the same as them, but like savages, which embarrasses their immortal race. They don't even let you show your face, making you exist forever underground to mine for them. From what it looks like now, you humans don't seem so weak. If the immortal race gives you some training, you should be able to become one of their main forces. Unfortunately, the arrogant immortal race cares too much about their face." Hearing these things from the spirit of the alchemy cauldron made Gu Changqing feel no affection for this so-called immortal race, and he said blandly, "One last question, where does the immortal race come from?" "I don't know." The spirit of the alchemy cauldron shook its head and said, "I only gained intelligence after I arrived here, so I am unaware of the past of the immortal race. Otherwise, how could they have left without taking me with them?" "Indeed." Gu Changqing nodded in agreement and said, "If our human race wants to rise quickly, you should know what kind of spiritual pills we need, right?" The spirit of the alchemy cauldron thought for a moment and said, "You humans are actually very similar to the immortal race, only that all citizens of the immortal race can cultivate and are born with the cultivation of the god transformation stage. But your human race needs spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy. However, the spiritual pills you require are not much different from those of the immortal race. As long as you have the medicinal materials to refine those pills, I can make them for you." Gu Changqing lightly hummed in acknowledgement and said, "Next door, there are spiritual herb fields left by the immortal race. I can move you there for you to choose herbs to refine. In a few days, I will send someone to collect them." "That would be great." The spirit of the alchemy cauldron nodded excitedly and said, "By the way, the innate treasure of the world-destroying black dragon is deep in the first side hall. You can go recognize it as your own." "Oh, the immortal race didn't take his treasure?" Gu Changqing asked in surprise. That is the innate treasure of the world-destroying black dragon, they can't touch it at all. They don't know if a weak person like you can make it acknowledge you." The spirit of the alchemy cauldron said with some concern, "I think it would be better to wait until you become stronger, in case you get hurt by it or even killed. Indeed, compared to the peak period of the world-destroying black dragon, I am still too weak now." Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. "For now, let's not provoke it. At least I need to reach the god transformation stage to try." Above the god transformation stage is the divine change. I have a Shumi ring, which I tricked from a chief disciple of the immortal sect before. The internal space is almost boundless, and all the medicinal pills I have refined over the years are in it. Since I chose to serve Gu Changqing, the spirit of the alchemy cauldron did not hide anything, tossing a black-red ring to Gu Changqing and said, "Just drip your blood to recognize it as your own." Gu Changqing accepted it without hesitation, directly dripping his blood to recognize it. Seeing the black blood he dripped, the spirit of the alchemy cauldron knew that this guy had truly merged with the essence of the world-destroying black dragon. Moreover, the 108 nascent infants within him seemed to be no worse than the essence of the world-destroying black dragon. This kind of monster made it feel a sense of unease. If he grows to the height of the world-destroying black dragon, even the entire power of the immortal race would find it difficult to deal with him. Following such an existence, the future is promising. Gu Changqing naturally did not know what it was thinking. His consciousness had already entered the Shumi ring in his hand. This was an almost endless white space. Gu Changqing didn't even need to look around, for he had already recognized the ring. Every item, no matter how many, was within his perception. In Gu Changqing's perception, the total number of various pills added up to over 3 million bottles. The most common cultivation pills included healing pills. Next were body refining pills, soul refining pill, and many more rare pills that greatly benefit holy body bloodlines, spiritual roots, and so on. The number is countless, dazzling, making Gu Changqing's head spin. "Gu, how many cultivators do you humans currently have? These pills should be able to elevate human cultivators' strength levels several tiers in a short time." Seeing Gu Changqing's surprised expression, the Danding Qilin felt quite smug and satisfied. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. "Currently, there are only a few million cultivators among humans. These pills are enough for long-term use." "So few?" Danding Qilin was a bit surprised, not expecting there to be so few human cultivators, murmuring, "I remember when humans were slaves to the immortal race, there were trillions. How could there only be a few million cultivators?" Gu Changqing replied calmly, "The current human population doesn't exceed 10 billion. Was there really that many back then? Besides, can this planet even support that many?" "Ha ha." Danding Qilin laughed, saying, "Gu, you don't know, the immortal race does not live on the surface of this planet, but in separate spaces. Each independent space is larger than the land area of this planet, let alone trillions. Tens of trillions are not a problem." "I see." Gu Changqing understood. The immortal race has migrated as a whole, not knowing where they went, but the resources they left behind are definitely beyond your imagination. These two folded spaces are just the tip of the iceberg. What's uncertain is whether the immortal race will set up powerful restrictions in their living spaces that you simply cannot enter. Danding Qilin analyzed it thoroughly for Gu Changqing, saying, "If there are restrictions, it means they will return one day. If there are no restrictions, it means they never plan to come back." Gu Changqing pondered deeply. In his past life of 8 years, the subsequent discovered folded spaces mostly had restrictions in place. If Danding Qilin's analysis is correct, will the immortal race return one day? Ha ha. If they really do come back, it definitely won't be soon, so why should Gu be worried? Seeing Gu Changqing lost in thought, Danding Qilin thought he was afraid of the immortal race coming back, promptly saying, "Maybe by the time they return, you will have the strength to wipe them out." Danding Qilin was very unhappy about not being taken away by the immortal race. 1/10 of the pills from the immortal race were refined by it, but when they left, they took away the other 9 cauldrons, leaving it behind. Anyone would feel dissatisfied in its place. "Do you think I'm afraid of their return?" Gu Changqing scoffed, "I'm afraid they won't come back. If they dare to come back, I'll make them understand what it means to raise a tiger for calamity. I'll rise using their resources, suppressing them as slaves, to avenge our ancestors." Previously, Gu Changqing had quite a favorable view of the immortal race. But after hearing from Danding Qilin that humans were once slaves to the immortal race, and that they still suppressed humanity, forbidding them from developing their own society. Yet the other slaves were allowed to create their own societies. It was all because the humans resembled them, hence the deliberate oppression. This made Gu Changqing's previously positive feelings towards the immortal race instantly vanish. What kind of immortal race? They are not worthy of the word immortal. Just a group of selfish beings. Ha ha. That's right. If they dare to return, with your strength, Gu, you could make them slaves too. Hearing Gu Changqing's words, Dan Ding Qiling, who also deeply resented the immortal race, felt immensely satisfied and said, "Leave the pills you humans need to me, let the immortal race see that once slaves can also become masters." They wouldn't even dream that the source of the world-destroying black dragon was refined by the very slaves they once looked down upon. Ha ha ha. In the end, it couldn't help but laugh heartily. Please vote for me. Chapter 50, Subduing Demon Path Yuan, Controlling the Demon Spirit Race. Gu Changqing did not stay long in the treasure palace. After transferring the purple gold Dan Ding into the spiritual medicine field space, I instructed the spirit of the cauldron to refine more pills useful for chi training, foundation building, and core formation, then returned to Qingyun City, the headquarters of the new god group. One thing I needed to do upon returning was to call Gu Jiao Jiao, telling her to start constructing the base on Xiumi Mountain. Yes, I will pay close attention to the Xiumi Mountain base. On the phone, Gu Jiao Jiao responded heavily, saying, "By the way, Manager Gu, 2 hours ago, the Maya Empire called to admit their mistake, saying they have suppressed Timania and are on their way to apologize, pleading with you to spare them and help them drive out the evil." Ha! I was planning to personally destroy them, didn't expect them to come begging for forgiveness. At his desk, Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and said coldly, "Tell them not to come to apologize, just publicly execute Timania alive. Recently, we can send a batch of core formation experts to help them, but first, their cultivators in the Maya Empire must join the new god group, otherwise, this matter is off the table." "Okay, Manager Gu, I will pass on your exact words." Gu Jiao Jiao replied respectfully. "Alright, I need to enter closed-door meditation for a while. Recently, all matters of the new god group, big or small, will be handled by you." After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he hung up the call, shouting, "Lin Xian." "Manager Gu, I'm here." Lin Xian, who was waiting outside, quickly walked in upon hearing the call. "This Xiumi ring contains many miraculous pills. Later, hand it over to Elder Huang and get a batch of Yuanying experts trained as soon as possible." Gu Changqing tossed his Xiumi ring to Lin Xian, which was certainly not the one given by the cauldron spirit. "Sure." Lin Xian nodded as she took the ring. Gu Changqing picked up the phone on the table, glanced at the time, and said blandly, "Go call Tang Yue here." "Okay, I'll notify her right away." Lin Xian replied and left. Having received such an incredible benefit from the mining veins of the Tang family, Gu Changqing no longer cared much about their decision to break off the engagement. He planned to nurture Tang Yue. Moreover, breaking off the engagement was reasonable. No one would want to marry a lunatic. "Manager Gu, did you call for me?" More than 10 minutes later, Tang Yue arrived, glancing respectfully at Gu Changqing in his seat before lowering her head, too afraid to look more. Her hair flowed to her waist, with delicate brows and red lips, her figure graceful and curvy. Dressed in a blue dress, the hem swayed in the wind, radiating youthfulness. Facing Gu Changqing, her emotions were complex and tense. The current Gu Changqing bore no resemblance to a youthful 18 or 19-year-old. He was composed and stable like an ancient monster. Every gesture he made emanated an indescribable sense of pressure. "I have a set of yin-yang 5 elements technique along with some pills and magical treasures for you. They are all in this Xiumi ring. Go and recognize your master." Gu Changqing glanced at her lightly and tossed a Xiumi ring. "Ah." Receiving such a generous gift suddenly, Tang Yue's sexy little mouth opened in surprise as she stared at Gu Changqing, looking very confused. Seeing her adorable and dazed look, Gu Changqing expressionlessly said, "This is what you deserve. You can go now." "Yes. Thank you, Manager Gu." Holding the Xiumi ring, Tang Yue left with a very complicated feeling. She couldn't understand why Gu Changqing would suddenly treat her so well. It was so unusual. Could it be that Manager Gu has feelings for me? On the way back to her room, Tang Yue's mind was a tangled mess. Gu Changqing, however, was unaware of her thoughts and dialed Du Han's phone. "Manager Gu, may I ask what instructions you have?" Du Han's respectful voice came through. Gu Changqing spoke softly, "Keep an eye on the coastal defense line of Qinghai City with your satellites, and let the Lord of Qinghai City evacuate the residents of the 3rd Coastal District as soon as possible. The sea monsters are about to land." "Sea monsters?" Du Han's heart shook. "When is that expected?" "Within a month." Gu Changqing spoke in a deep voice. "In the vast ocean, beneath the sea near Qinghai City, there should be a folded space created that allows sea monsters to evolve quickly. This will be a tough battle. In the previous life, when the sea monsters came ashore, if not for the powerful soul stealers among humans, it would have been impossible to stop it.
Among them, Yi Jun, Ti Qingyishi, and others put in a lot of effort. Because among the sea demons, a celestial demon of transformation level appeared. Good, I will report this matter, Du Han said seriously. Go handle it. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he ended the call, lit a cigarette for himself, and muttered to himself, a lot of things have deviated from the development of my previous life. I don't know how many unexpected events will arise because of my butterfly effect. After finishing this cigarette, Gu Changqing took a bath and then entered the secluded room. He sat cross-legged on a mat. Then he entered the Black Abyss Dragon flag space. Here. It's like an independent world. The demonic energy is overwhelming, and black stars float. On each black star, countless demons reside. These demons have no intelligence, besides the secondary soul and the main soul, they are devoid of any intelligence. Currently, the Black Abyss Dragon flag does not have a main soul, but there are many secondary souls. Before a main soul appears, they all belong to 01. Lord Gu, Elder Gu, please spare me. I beg you not to turn me into one of these soulless demons. I am willing to serve you from now on. As soon as Gu Changqing appeared on the main star, the demon Dao Yuan, imprisoned here, crawled forward, trembling on his knees at Gu Changqing's feet, begging for mercy. He was truly terrified by the countless demons here, especially 01, who would occasionally come over and lick his tongue, sending chills all over his body. Your value of use is indeed not small. Gu Changqing looked down at the trembling demon Dao Yuan and said lightly, I will give you a chance to live. Let the evil demons who are destroying human cities stop their killings and gather in Qinghai City of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom to fight a hard battle for me. No problem, absolutely no problem. Upon hearing this, Demon Dao Yuan was overjoyed and patted his chest, promising, I, Dao Yuan, will never let you down, Lord Gu, I will go through fire and water for you. Good, I hope you can control the legions of the magic spirit clan that come down in the future to serve me. Gu Changqing patted his shoulder and said softly, as long as you do what satisfies me, I will not be stingy in training you. There are so many resources passed down from the immortal clan, are you tempted? I am tempted. I, Dao Yuan, will never disappoint you, Lord Gu. Gu Changqing nodded, very well, then let me plant a demonic seed in your soul sea first. Okay, come. Demon Dao Yuan closed his eyes. Gu Changqing was not polite, he pointed at his forehead, planting a demonic seed that could destroy his primordial spirit at any time. Given that you are so perceptive, this woman will be given to you to play with. Gu Changqing captured the trembling Ti Qingyishi from a distance and smiled faintly, play however you want. No, please, Lord Gu, I can also serve you. Ti Qingyushi's face turned pale as she struggled and shouted loudly. Thank you, Lord Gu. I have long wanted to have fun with this little girl, ha. Demon Dao Yuan excitedly kept bowing to Gu Changqing. Now, you are free. Gu Changqing smiled wickedly and sent them both out of this space. They directly appeared outside the new god group. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect not only to survive but also to get you. Demon Dao Yuan looked at the beautiful and enchanting Ti Qingyishi in his arms, excitedly howling to the sky, and with her transformed into a stream of light, they disappeared. While Gu Changqing began to meditate, solidifying the origin of the world-destroying black dragon within him. Chapter 51, Empire Civilization, See God Clan. Time flies, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Maya Empire held a press conference, executing Taimanya, listing all the crimes he had committed against the new god group. In addition, after returning to the Maya Empire, Demon Dao Yuan immediately called off the magic spirit clan troops that were still massacring the people of the Maya Empire. Then, holding a handwritten letter from the new god group, Demon Dao Yuan led over 8 million magic spirit clan troops to settle in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. 4 million were stationed in the 3rd district of Qinghai City. The remaining 4 million were tasked with constructing the 6th district of Qinghai City, serving as labor while being ready to rush to the front lines at any time. In the past half-month, the entire Shumi mountain range was flattened, deploying hundreds of thousands of workers to build the base there. Furthermore, there were beasts from the mountains and forests that frequently attacked human cities. However, with the cultivators of the new god group stationed in various cities, the beasts in the mountains posed no threat to humanity. During this half-month, the cultivators of the new god group experienced explosive growth in their powers. With the purple gold Dan-Ding spirit present and combined with the spiritual herb field space, the cultivators of the new god group consumed pills as easily as eating meals, and their powers soared uncontrollably. In just half a month, Tang Yuwei had already cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just one step away from forming her core. Overall, the world had been quite peaceful during this month. But, behind this calm, was there brewing a storm? This is certain. A threat from the sea monsters. Today was the day. The demon Path Yuan approached Gu Jiajiao. In the office. The demon Path Yuan transformed into a human form, tall and robust, wearing a suit, looking rather impressive. Manager Gu, when will President Gu emerge? I have something very important to report. The demon Path Yuan held a cigar in his mouth, looking somewhat serious as he glanced at the opposite, where the graceful and mature Gu Jiaojiao, dressed in a black OL professional outfit, sat.
President Gu hasn't mentioned when she will come out. What important matter do you have?
Gu Jiaojiao lightly tapped her long white fingers against the desk, inquiring. Due to the death of Qingqing, the sea god tribe of the imperial civilization has descended. I just received news from my clan that their scale of descent is enormous. It took the entire imperial civilization's high-end military power to bring them down, and they are determined to kill every human on this planet. The demon Path Yuan took a puff of his cigar and said gravely, the Sea God tribe is the foremost of the 8 great god clans in the imperial cultivation civilization, second only to the royal clan. Their descent is a national effort. It's a tough situation.
Did you kill Qingqing? Gu Jiaojiao looked at him oddly. What else? If it's over, why keep her around?
The demon Path Yuan pouted and said, I've wanted to kill her for a long time. It's better to follow President Gu and do whatever I please, ha.
Yuan's personality was the kind that was unruly and reckless, the type who would kill anyone he disliked. This also led to his isolation within the clan, ultimately choosing to take risks and explore this planet.
The demon Path Yuan knew many clan members despised him, but he didn't care in the slightest.
Can you seek further assistance from your clan? Gu Jiaojiao looked at the demon Path Yuan and said, you caused this matter, you should take responsibility.
The demon Path Yuan nodded, don't worry, I've already asked the clan for help. At this point, the demon Path Yuan grinned, I said I've already taken control of the new god group of humans. Soon, I'll send back a large batch of resources from the ancient star, including elixirs that are over 1 billion years old, ha ha ha. Guess what? The elders in the clan were thrilled, and they promised to send down several million more legions at any cost to stabilize the situation against the Sea God tribe. You so recklessly gamble with your own clan, really interesting. Gu Jiaojiao chuckled. Unexpectedly, this guy was so crazy. Even family was not spared from his schemes. Humph. The position of the junior clan leader has nothing to do with me, so what if I deceive them? The demon Path Yuan pouted and said, anyway, I've made up my mind to stick with President Gu and go down this path to the end. Perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities to kill even more beings I want to eliminate. Gu Jiaojiao nodded, I understand this matter. How many beings do you think the Sea God tribe will bring down this time? The demon Path Yuan pondered for a moment and said, it definitely won't be less than 1 billion, the best case would be to evacuate all the people in Qinghai City. Once they step on the land, it would definitely be a devastating blow. Gu Jiaojiao sighed, what a troublesome autumn. He. The sly Yuan from the demon path grinned, if the Sea God clan's goddesses also came down, that would be great. He had been yearning for the 9 goddesses of the Sea God clan for a long time and couldn't wait to toy with them. Seeing his mind filled with women, Gu Jiaojiao issued an eviction order, you go communicate with the clan again, I need to contact the high levels among humans to help evacuate the people of Qinghai City. Alright, I'll head off first. Yuan from the demon path nodded and got up to leave. Recently, he had been living quite comfortably, as new tasks to find hosts were all assigned to him. Every day, he would toy with female hosts and brutally kill some male hosts, it was simply delightful. Like the ancient genie way, upon encountering hosts, they could first kill and then report, and they could torture however they pleased. One word, pleasurable. As a result, during the past half-month, the hosts of the Great Xia Dragon country could no longer stay and fled to other countries overseas. The people who knew Qinghai City was about to become a battlefield, felt no panic and were orderly evacuating, thanks to the new god group and Gu Changqing. Because they always believed, even if they couldn't evacuate in time, the new god group would not abandon them. I just need one more step to form my core, I must reach the core formation stage before the sea monsters land. Tang Yue watched the news and immediately returned to seclusion. Not just her, many cultivators in the country were like her, trying to improve their strength before the catastrophe arrived. A few days later, Gu Beichuan, Yilan, and Chu Kuang all came out of seclusion. They finally broke through to the core formation stage. The first thing they did after coming out was to see what had happened in the outside world while they were in seclusion. Seeing the battle of Shumi Mountain and Gu Changqing's transformation, they were all very shocked. But on this very day, Gu Beichuan received a phone call that left him somewhat confused. What did you say, my daughter? Gu Beichuan was momentarily at a loss listening to what Gu Jiaojiao had said on the phone. Yes, she said she is your daughter, and indeed looks very much like you. Gu Jiaojiao said seriously, we just tested this little one, and she is a small genius, possessing 3 types of spiritual roots, wind, thunder, and ice. She has already reached the peak of qi training. Bring her to see me. Gu Beichuan frowned, pondering for a moment, it seemed there really was an outer debt out there. But he didn't know if it was true or not, and he hesitated. Chapter 52, A Ruthless Flower Destroyer. Today, Gu Changqing also came out of seclusion. After fully digesting the essence of the Black Dragon's annihilation, he advanced from the early stage of nascent soul to the late stage. Just after coming out of seclusion, he bathed and arrived at the office, where Gu Jiaojiao followed soon after. Looking at Gu Qingqing, who was mature, steady, and exuding the aura of a person in power, she felt somewhat unfamiliar. He didn't seem like someone of 18 or 19 years. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. Her expression was serious as she detailed to Gu Qingqing what she had just learned from Yuan of the demon path. Imperial civilization, see God clan? Hearing this, Gu Qingqing quietly lit a cigarette for himself and calmly said, "Want to destroy humanity? Let's see if they have the capability. Have you informed those old folks in Shanjing?" He didn't care for battles based on numbers. His Black Abyss dragon banner was taking shape, capable of killing while creating demons at the same time. In such a large war, the demons of his Black Abyss dragon banner would only increase. He sought such opportunities. Gu Jiaojiao nodded. They have been notified, and they have also held a press conference, currently evacuating the citizens of Qinghai City. But it will take some time. We don't know when the sea monsters will land. In a few days, the 400,000 demon spirit army currently constructing the 6th district will also head to Qinghai City. I want to see just how capable the Sea God clan is. Gu Qingqing took a deep drag from his cigarette and said calmly, "How is the construction of the Shumi mountain base?" Gu Jiaojiao said, "A large amount of manpower and resources have been invested, but it will still take 1 or 2 months. This is already the fastest speed." No rush. Regarding this matter, Gu Qingqing was not very anxious and said calmly, "How is the situation over in the Maya Empire? If it stabilizes, send them an order." "What order?" Gu Jiaojiao hesitated. Gu Qingqing said faintly, "Tell them to take over the dry state continent within 3 months. The subsequent folding space will open, and I need a large number of laborers. If they can't conquer the dry state, this batch of workers can only be selected from their Maya Empire." Gu Qingqing had no good feelings at all for the overseas countries. Especially the black of the dry state. Just looking at it is disgusting. He really didn't understand why there were compatriots who would lick these disgusting guys. Still taking pride in licking them, it's really degrading. "Okay, I'll contact the Maya Empire right away." Gu Jiaojiao nodded, very much in agreement with Gu Qingqing's approach, and said, "By the way, Mr. Gu, just now, a little girl claimed to be Chairman Gu's daughter. She should have already met Chairman Gu." "Daughter?" Gu Qingqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't remember such a thing happening in his previous life. "Mr. Gu, Queen Sakura Island has been requesting an audience for more than 10 days. At that moment, Secretary Lin Xian knocked and walked in to report. "Queen Sakura?" Hearing this name, Gu Qingqing showed a mischievous smile. "It's better not to mention Sakura Island, but since it has been brought up, we should destroy it first. Before the Sea God clan lands, we just happen to need a demon lord. Let her in, I want to see what she has to say before her death." Gu Qingqing had never regarded Sakura Island as human. Less than livestock. Such beasts can never change, only death awaits them. He planned to visit Sakura Island in the coming days and turn these beasts into demon lords. "Understood." Lin Xian responded and left. "Manager Gu, tell those 6 old guys in the capital that hot weapons still need research. Technology has reached its peak, it's not impossible to kill powerful cultivators. Don't abandon the research of hot weapons just because we've entered the cultivation era." Gu Qingqing actually had high hopes for human hot weapons. Cultivators have developed their brains more than ordinary people, and problems that couldn't be tackled before should be easily solved in front of cultivators. In addition, the materials for crafting magic treasures should also greatly help in manufacturing hot weapons. With the right timing, location, and people all on our side, why should we give up on developing hot weapons? "Alright, I'll head out now." Gu Jiaojiao nodded and left. Not long after she left, Lin Xian brought in a charming, mature, and immensely noble woman. "Hello, Mr. Gu." This was an incredibly sexy and captivating woman, wearing a light purple long dress, with a tall figure and alluring curves that captivated the soul. Her long hair reached her waist, with a few strands falling over her lofty chest, making it very eye-catching. As she slightly bowed to Gu Qingqing, the deep valley made one drool. "The one who takes over, daring to come before me, is truly commendable." Gu Qingqing looked at her with interest. "Indeed, I can't hide anything from Mr. Gu's keen eyes." The Sakura Queen smiled flirtatiously, sitting down on the nearby sofa and crossing her long legs, saying, "I am a being of the same existence as the Black Prison Emperor. I come with no ill intention, only wanting to cooperate with Mr. Gu." Gu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a playful intent. "Cooperate? You think you deserve it?" "Mr. Gu, I don't want much, I'm only here for a type of dark red crystal. I don't need anything else." The Sakura Queen smiled on her lips. "Just this little request, in exchange for my powerful combat force, Mr. Gu shouldn't refuse, right? Besides, I can also help you a lot when dealing with the 2 major cultivation civilizations. I don't think you have a reason to refuse." "I'm very sorry, I refuse." Gu Qingqing smiled cruelly and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a dragon claw technique. An irresistible great power erupted.
Ah! The Sakura Queen let out a horrified scream.
The entire neck was gripped by an invisible big hand, and in horror, she realized that her entire cultivation was also suppressed. This left her powerless, falling into Gu Changqing's hands.
If you weren't wrapped in this skin, I might have given you a chance, but unfortunately. Gu Changqing had already stood up, gripping the Sakura Queen's neck with one hand, lifting her into the air, and coldly laughed. My treasure, the Black Abyss Dragon banner, just happens to need a fake master soul. Your primordial spirit should be quite nice. After saying this, without waiting for her to plead for mercy, he snapped her neck with a crack, then the soul seal on his forehead glowed, directly capturing her screaming primordial spirit and sending it into the Black Abyss Dragon banner. After finishing all this, a flicker of black flame flashed in Gu Changqing's hand, igniting the body of the Sakura Queen, and in the blink of an eye, it evaporated from the world. Lin Xian witnessed this scene with a pale face. Such a beautiful creature like the Sakura Queen, didn't Gu want to play with her? Could it be that Gu didn't like women? This made her feel suspicious. Get back to what you were doing. Gu Changqing glanced at her, then disappeared from the spot, entering the Black Abyss Dragon banner. After Lin Xian left for more than 10 minutes, Gu Changqing's figure appeared again. Go, refine Sakura Island. Gu Changqing flipped his hand, the Black Abyss Dragon banner manifested, and after receiving his command, it flew out of the window with a whoosh, vanishing into the sky in an instant. After finishing all this, Gu Changqing left the office, preparing to see his father's daughter. Chapter 53, The Azura Empress. Refine Sakura Island. New God Group, 35th floor, room 3589. Empress, I am now half a step into the fake infant, can't I show my brilliance? A young man about 17 or 18 years old sat on the sofa, looking at today's news, hesitatingly spoke. This person was Yi Chen. During the invasion of the Demon Spirit Clan in the 6th district, he ranked second only to Tang Yuai in achievements. What are you in a hurry for? Do you want to replace Gu Changqing? A charming voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. I haven't thought about it. Yi Chen honestly replied, I know my own strength. Aren't you interested in Tang Yuai? But she admires Gu Changqing, do you really have no thoughts of replacing him? The enchanting voice tempted. Don't tempt me, with Gu's strength, how can I replace him? Yi Chen was very clear-headed. Right now, Gu Changqing could cover the sky with one hand, he had the final say on this planet. It would be impossible to say Yi Chen wasn't envious. But he was very self-aware, in front of Gu Changqing, he was probably just an ant, unable to stir up any big waves. Even if he obtained the mysterious Azura altar, which also sealed the Azura clan inside. But he still dared not imagine competing with Gu Changqing. If he couldn't win, the only outcome would be death. Gu Changqing seemed fearless even of the Immortal clan. And the Azura altar he obtained sealed the Azura clan with the Immortal clan's power. In comparison, the difference was obvious. Alright, since you have no intention to compete, then serve him, you can show your brilliance at any time. The Azura Empress did not force him, she couldn't either, the lives of all her clan members were in this person's hands. She had tempted Yi Chen just thinking about him being an enemy of Gu Changqing, then being killed by Gu Changqing, using Gu's hand to help them break the seal. Unfortunately, this kid didn't play by the rules. Right now, I can unleash 300 peak golden core cultivators and 3 Azuras in the nascent soul stage. In the upcoming battle against the sea demons, I will definitely make Tang Yuai see me in a new light. Yi Chen was full of fighting spirit. Gu Beichuan's office. He looked at a delicate little girl in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Just now, he used his golden core stage spiritual sense to probe her bloodline, and it really was his daughter. What is your mother's name? Gu Beichuan had not remarried in so many years, to say he had not sought women outside, no dog would believe it. But he had always been very cautious, basically always wore protection. How could he let someone get pregnant? My mother's name is Lu Yue. Dad, why don't you want us anymore? Lu Yue wrinkled her delicate nose and asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichuan's mouth twitched, not knowing how to respond. He kept thinking of Lu Yue's name in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and let out a bitter laugh. Old man, I heard you were cheating outside and didn't wipe your mouth clean, is it true you have a daughter who found you? Just as Gu Beichuan was unsure how to answer, Gu Changqing's voice came from outside the door. Old man? Do you think I look old? Upon hearing this, Gu Beichuan became unhappy, looking at Gu Changqing, who had snowy long hair and a mature demeanor, even more boss-like than himself, and scolded with a smile, You brat, you look older than me. How dare you call me old man? Indeed. Gu Beichuan had looked like a middle-aged man before, but after reaching the core formation stage, he had become much younger. Now, standing next to Gu Changqing, it was Gu Changqing who seemed more composed and mature. Whether it was the gaze or the aura, it gave enemies an infinite sense of crisis and offered allies endless security. Gu Changqing smiled silently, looked at the little girl with big eyes who was observing him up and down, and said, So this is your daughter who has fallen outside. Gu Changqing stepped forward, grasped the little girl's shoulders and lifted her up for a careful inspection, then calmly smiled. She is your daughter, and her talent is quite good. You decide what to do. Gu Beichuan lit a cigarette for himself, feeling a bit of a headache. You've been single for so long, you should have a woman by now, bring her back. Gu Changqing set the little girl down and asked, what is your name? Brother, my name is Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer looked at Gu Changqing with adoring eyes. She was here without her mother Lu Ruyue's knowledge. A 7 or 8 year old child knowing she has a father and a brother, especially one so impressive, how could she possibly hold back? From now on, you should be called Gu Yuer, the little princess of the new god group. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, looking at Gu Beichuan. You should go get her back early, she should be a good woman, don't let her down. After saying this, Gu Changqing turned to leave. In his past life, he hadn't seen her come to approach him for 8 years, it must be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. You brat, aren't you coming with me? Seeing Gu Changqing about to leave, Gu Beichuan called out to him. I won't be involved in this, Dad, take care of yourself. Gu Changqing waved his hand dismissively and left without looking back. He didn't have the time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Little girl, come on, take me to see your mother. Seeing that Gu Changqing really left, Gu Beichuan looked at Lu Yuer helplessly. After Gu Changqing left, he went to Shumi Mountain to meet the spirit of a Dan Ding, asking him to refine a batch of medicinal pills for ascending to the god level, and after getting the pills back, he went into seclusion for cultivation. Strength is the way to go. Gu Changqing was never someone who obsessed over power. He was only interested in strength. Without powerful force to suppress everything. What one possesses now is merely fleeting. Just a few hours into his seclusion, Sakura Blossom Island faced a calamity. The Black Abyss Dragon banner descended upon a city with a population of 3 to 4 million, then unfolded a barrier, unleashing endless black mist to cover the city. Any citizen who came into contact with this black mist instantly turned into a dried corpse, unable even to scream, their souls being captured and sucked into the Black Abyss banner. Beasts, who seeks to destroy us? With beasts slaughtering the city, who will save us? Damn, quickly stay away from this black mist. Inside the city, chaos reigned, only the cultivators desperately struggled, scurrying around like headless flies trying to escape the city. The scene was horrifying. Dried corpses were everywhere, countless Sakura Blossom people dying with their eyes wide open. The Black Abyss Dragon banner devoured the city in less than 2 hours. This city with a population of 3 to 4 million had already turned into a dead city. The Black Abyss Dragon banner had added 3 to 4 million heads, and with a whoosh, broke through the air, heading towards a densely populated city. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass would grow. When the Black Abyss Dragon banner refined nearly 200 million people on Sakura Island, it left behind a line of words in their capital square: heroes with spirits in the sky, you can rest now. New God Group, Gu Changqing. Soon after, the whole world would be shaken by this line left by the Black Abyss Dragon banner. At midnight that night, the Black Abyss Dragon banner returned to Gu Changqing of the New God Group. And Gu Changqing personally offered a ritual to them once again. In a brawl, Gu Changqing feared no one. What day is it today? Everyone should know. Chapter 54, My Third Uncle Loves Me the Most. Sakura Island has completely turned into a dead island. Under satellite camera capture, every city is silent, with corpses lying thickly across the streets. The expressions of these people before their death were desperate and fearful, without a peaceful eye closure. What a cruel method. 200 million people just wiped out. Gu Changqing is truly a ruthless person. Terrifying. But also understandable, still too harsh. How many years has the grudge lasted? It's been generations, yet the blow is still so severe. When the satellite camera captured those large characters in the capital square, the senior leaders of nations around the globe were filled with fear. This matter could not be hidden, so after seeing it, the leaders of the world chose not to conceal it, and released the video on the same day. In an instant, the world shook. Country of vegetables. Madness. Gu Changqing is just a butcher. Executioner, a true executioner. Who can judge this butcher? Bear Country, North Korea. Ha ha. This is a joy to the heart, these beasts should not live on this planet, their waste has harmed the whole world, such heartless garbage deserves to be wiped out. Mr. Gu's actions truly bring joy to the heart. Mr. Gu is powerful, vengeance must be obtained, it was just not the right time before, so refreshing. Support Mr. Gu. In countries around the world, only a few felt Gu Changqing was cruel, the vast majority felt relieved. The sewage incident had turned the nation of Sakura Island into a rat running through the streets, everyone yelled to beat them. And the people of the Great Summer Dragon Country directly celebrated, more lively than the New Year. Across the country, lanterns and festive decorations filled the scene, bustling and lively. In my lifetime, seeing that beastly nation fall, I can close my eyes, my former comrades can also rest in peace.
I once thought the newest generation had forgotten the disaster and slaughter this nation brought us, but it seems they hate this beastly nation even more than we do. An old soldier close to 100 years old, watching the news report on TV, felt a wave of comfort along with tears of joy. Many veterans were able to endure until now just to see the day their country launched a war of annihilation against Sakura Island. Now, Chen Qingqing has directly destroyed Sakura Island. That night, many veterans left this world with smiles of relief to meet their old comrades. They witnessed the prosperous era. They also witnessed the demise of the beasts of that year. There were no regrets left. They could go to meet their old comrades with peace of mind, to tell them about this prosperous world and the rise of the great summer people. But those islanders, who were not in Sakura Island and thus escaped disaster, carried an extremely heavy heart on this day, seeking revenge. The islanders in the Great Summer Dragon Country aimed to leave as quickly as possible that night. But they had no chance left. The cultivators of the new god group had already locked onto them, suppressing them all. Not a single one could escape.
Chen Qingqing's aim was to eliminate their nation, destroy their kind, and eradicate their descendants.
It was that ruthless. While the whole world was shaken by Chen Qingqing's destruction of Sakura Island, dark tides surged in the depths of the ocean.
The current ocean was no longer the ocean of the past. Underwater palaces were numerous, spanning endlessly, radiating brilliant divine light. In the sea area closest to Qinghai City, deep down,
a group of palaces floats heavily, without an end in sight, and it's unknown how many sea god race cultivators are there.
Main Divine Hall. Gilded and magnificent, extremely solemn.
On the highest seat, there is a man dressed in a golden robe, wearing a purple gold crown, with an extraordinary demeanor. In the hall, 3 of the 9 sea god race goddesses have arrived, dressed in deep blue armor skirts, with graceful figures and waist-length blue hair, beautiful beyond compare. Aside from them, there are also 9 generals from the empire who have lowered their cultivation by self-immolation. A war general with a triangular helmet stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness King Huang, you summoned us here to launch an attack on the dragon kingdom of Great Xia on land?" The golden-robed man slightly nodded and said faintly, "Yes, it's better to act early than late. The spies on land report that the new god group is evacuating the human bugs from Qinghai City. I won't give them this opportunity. Immediately summon the 3 armies and directly push through Qinghai City."
"Understood, we will rally the whole army now."
The 9 war generals bowed and then strode out. Emperor Huang, we cannot underestimate Chen Qingqing, even the Black Prison Emperor fell at his hands. The 8th goddess of the sea god race, Haina Ling, walked out with long strides and said in a deep voice, "I think it would be better to send a few powerful ones to test Chen Qingqing's strength first." Right, the demon spirit race seems to be cooperating with the new god group. This is a significant variable. The 7th goddess of the sea god race frowned and spoke up. "There's no need to test anything. As for the demon spirit race, they are even less of a concern. We can push through easily. We have several half-step divine transformation experts and, combined with your 300 million sea god race troops, the humans cannot stir up any waves." Di Huan was very domineering. "Yushi is my younger sister, and I will use all of humanity to accompany her in death." This. The 3 sea god race goddesses, seeing his resoluteness, shook their heads and no longer urged further, turning to leave the palace. "Sister, I will soon take Chen Qingqing's head to honor you." Di Huang's face was dark. He could not wait another moment. The next day, morning. As the morning sun rose, all things revived. In the jungle, the roars of demon beasts echoed. In the human city, the crowds going to work and the vehicles flowed endlessly. In Qinghai City, the 3rd, 4th, and 2nd districts along the coast had all the ordinary people evacuated, only the cultivators remained active. The 8 million troops of the demon spirit race had also marched to the coastal defense line as vanguards. Mao Daoyuan, dressed in a black suit, holding a cigar in his mouth, stood atop a tall building by the sea, gazing at the boundless ocean. "Young master, our reinforcements will arrive in about 2 hours to this space. This time it's the strength of the whole clan, sending 30 million elite troops, and your 3rd uncle will also come." A demon spirit race expert, whose skin was gray and looked no different from a human, flew over to report. "What? My 3rd uncle will come too? He has self-immolated his cultivation?" Mao Daoyuan frowned upon hearing this. His 3rd uncle was the only close relative who would speak to him. Self-immolating his cultivation was equivalent to destroying his future. Mo Sierra nodded and said, "Yes, he can barely come down at the half-step divine transformation level now." Alas, what a pity. Mao Daoyuan sighed lightly, but when he thought of all the good things the immortal race had, he ended up smiling and said, "It's okay, as long as he faithfully follows Chief Gu, my uncle might advance further in the future." Can you convince Elder Lai, young master?" Mo Sierra hesitated to ask. She was Mao Daoyuan's trusted confidant, knowing that he had already been subdued by Chen Qingqing. "My 3rd uncle cares about me the most, he will definitely listen to me." Mao Daoyuan was very confident. Chapter 55 Deep Sea Blue Dragon. Bermuda Deep Sea. Endless darkness envelopes, not a glimmer of light to be seen. Whoosh! 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 On this day, countless native sea monsters in the ocean gathered towards this place, thick and endless. They dashed to the bottom of the Bermuda Deep Sea, and soon, all gathered above a deep sea canyon. Inside the canyon, it was even darker, resembling an abyss, incredibly intimidating. Sea Emperor King, our homeland has been occupied by a group of outsiders. Please come out and seek justice for us. Countless sea demons, led by 3 celestial demons in the transformation stage, prostrated themselves in the canyon, crying out in worship. Go, tell them if they do not withdraw from our ocean within a day, then they will not leave. Before long, a majestic voice echoed from the abyss below the canyon. Yes, I will personally go. An excited tiger shark celestial demon responded, then rushed toward the location of the sea god tribe's army at the fastest speed. Do not provoke humans. I am very interested in Chen Qingqing. I believe I can be friends with him. That grand and majestic voice resounded again at this moment. Yes, without your orders, we will not set foot on land. The 2 celestial demons present nodded heavily. The sea demons gathered here were waiting for the return of the tiger shark celestial demon. But time ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, yet there was no sign of his return. A whale shark celestial demon could not help but speak up. Your Majesty the Sea Emperor, the tiger shark may have encountered danger and perished. Wait another hour. If he still does not return, then he has been killed. The grand and majestic voice gave off a sense of murderous intent that anyone could hear. An hour passed quickly. After a total of 3 hours, the tiger shark celestial demon still had not returned. Boom! 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 At this time, the abyss canyon trembled. It seemed that a terrifying presence was rapidly breaking through the deep sea. Retreat! The 2 celestial demons present stepped back in excitement, along with countless sea demons, retreating wildly. Roar! After a moment, a dragon's roar resonated. Buzz! Then, a gigantic blue dragon, measuring 100 feet long, burst forth with a thunderous sound. The dragon's might was overwhelming, causing countless smaller demons to prostrate themselves in fear, scarcely able to lift their heads. The blue dragon circled once, then transformed into a tall, extraordinary blue-haired man amidst a surge of light. Welcome, Sea Emperor! The 2 trembling celestial demons prostrated themselves on the ground in extreme excitement, shouting respectfully. Welcome, Sea Emperor! The other sea demons also trembled and shouted. Let's go, follow me to eliminate those ungrateful invaders. The man snorted lightly, and with a wave of his hand, a massive water vortex enveloped all the sea demons present, sweeping grandly toward the location of the sea god tribe. At the same time, in Shanghai City, on the sea defense line. Buzz! 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 The void trembled, cracking open dozens of enormous void fissures. Have they come? On the high building, Mo Dao Yuan looked at the shattered void fissures and felt a bit excited. Whoosh! At this moment, a long rainbow swept in. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Mo Dao Yuan. Gu, you finally arrived, just in time as my 3rd uncle also descends. When Mo Dao Yuan saw who had arrived, he chuckled and stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, Gu. Mo Dao Yuan's companion, Mo Xier, deeply bowed in greeting as well. Gu Changqing, with hair as white as snow, standing tall in a black robe, silently gazed at the distant void fissures that appeared. The arrival of 30 million elite troops from the demon spirit tribe was such a significant event that Gu Changqing had to come in person to oversee it. If these 30 million demon spirit troops turned around and attacked humans, it would be a terrifying matter. One must be cautious. As the void fissures in the sky stabilized, the drums boomed, battle flags fluttered, and from the 30 void fissures emerged one after another, a multitude of iron-blooded armies filled with fighting spirit. They wore black armor, their forms identical to Mo Dao Yuan's, with red horns on their heads and 6 dark red bone spikes resembling spider legs jutting from their backs, their muscles bulging. These were the true elite troops of the demon spirit tribe, who had sacrificed their cultivation to descend for the resources of this planet. This kind of army's momentum was undoubtedly. All are veterans who have never died in 100 battles, all are beings who kill without blinking, their hands stained with blood. None possess a cultivation level lower than the golden core stage. Stepping on the void, a loud thunderous roar erupted, shaking the hearts of all. Why did my 3rd uncle bring his elite troops down by self-destructing their cultivation? The Devil Path Yuan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. You must know. This army commanded by his 3rd uncle is an undefeated force, every soldier's cultivation not below the void-breaking stage, and it is one of the most elite legions of the demon spirit clan. A good army. If they can serve me, I am willing to nurture them with all my strength. Gu Changqing looked them over and discovered that the army emerging from the void crack was indeed composed of the best, each capable of standing alone, with astonishing combat power. Gu Changqing was somewhat tempted by this army. Mr. Gu, are you really willing to nurture them with all your might? Hearing Gu Changqing's words, the devil Path Yuan's heart stirred greatly, saying, "To be honest, this is one of the strongest armies of our clan, all can resonate in military formation, thus unleashing several times their combat power. They once nearly breached the stronghold of the imperial civilization during the 7th National War." Gu Changqing said calmly, "If they can be of use to me, I will of course not treat them unfairly. I hope your third uncle understands, otherwise, I will have to act with full force and wipe them out." Gu Changqing had absolute confidence in his own strength. If he used all his power to summon the fierce beast Black Dragon, he could easily annihilate this army. "Mr. Gu, please rest assured, I will definitely persuade my third uncle." The devil Path Yuan's heart tightened, not doubting for a moment that Gu Changqing lacked the ability. "Nephew, my third uncle is here." At that moment, a hearty laughter came from a small fissure. Then, a large group of beings stepped out of it into the air. At the forefront, a figure with long black horns, 8 dark red bone spines resembling spider legs protruding from its back, towering 10 jang in height. And the beings behind him were largely similar, filled with a terrifying aura. "Third uncle, over here." On the tall building, the devil Path Yuan waved and shouted. Hearing the call, Devil Path Lai and the battle generals behind him turned to look. Then in a few steps, they appeared there. "Third uncle, the cost of your descent is too great." The devil Path Yuan stepped forward, speaking with pained concern. "This cost is indeed great." Devil Path Lai's expression was dark as he said, "This cost is indeed so heavy that we cannot accept it, but it is a unified decision from several elders in the clan." Chapter 56. In Qinghai City, high above, the Demon Spirit Clan's 30 million undefeated troops lined up. Banners waved, drums sounded, like an army from hell, tightly packed and aligned in the sky. "Damn it, those old fools, why sacrifice your direct legion, third uncle?" Hearing his third uncle's gloomy words, the devil Path Yuan's face showed discontent, saying, "I really want to take them down." "Ha ha. Ninth young master, don't you understand yet? As long as your third uncle is here, you have a slight hope of seizing the position. They definitely won't let someone like you, who acts recklessly and disregards consequences, sit on the clan leader's seat." One of Devil Path Lai's left deputies stood out, shaking his head. "Now, the clan leader's position is completely out of your reach." "I see." The simple-minded devil Path Yuan really hadn't seen this aspect and immediately revealed a fierce expression, saying, "Third uncle, how about we rebel?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, devil Path Lai's intimidating gaze fixed on him. "Third uncle, they treat us like this and still want us to serve them, isn't that ridiculous?" The devil Path Yuan took a deep breath, looking into his third uncle's eyes, whispering, "To be honest, I have already sided with Mr. Gu." "Oh?" Devil Path Lai's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze shifting to the nearby Gu Changqing, who was looking at them with a smile. Gu Changqing raised his eyelids and said softly, "I won't waste words with you. Today, I only give you 2 roads to choose from. With your intelligence, you shouldn't go wrong. Indeed, it is unfathomable." The demon Path Lai squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Changqing for a few moments. Gu Changqing slighted nodded, without any humility, calmly spoke, "Naturally, I can single-handedly destroy you. If you don't believe it, feel free to try." The demon Path Lai smiled faintly. "Believe? How could I not believe? This kind of confidence cannot be pretended. So, what is your choice?" "I have one condition." "Speak." "My army cannot be cannon fodder, and you also need to fully cultivate them. One day, I want to lead them back to slay the Demon Spirit Clan. They won't be cannon fodder, but there will inevitably be casualties in war. As long as you remain loyal enough, I will certainly cultivate them generously." "Good, it's a deal. From today on, not only this army under my command, but also my own demon will be at your disposal, Gu." The demon Path Lai had actually guessed before descending, his nephew would never be the one to subdue the new god group or Gu Changqing, but rather he had been subdued instead. No one understands his nephew's character better than him. He is vengeful and selfish. If he possessed the strength to destroy humanity, he would never accept submission or cooperation. The clan has oppressed their lineage so much, the demon Path Lai has had enough. It would be better to just rebel directly. Dealing with smart people is worry-free. The resources left by the immortals are so vast that our human race's millions of cultivators simply cannot digest them. Even with your addition, we won't be able to digest much. You won't lack in cultivation resources." Gu Changqing was very pleased with this clever demon, smiling faintly. "Whatever pills you need, as long as you can say it, my new god group's alchemical spiritual tools can refine them for you." "Really? There is such a divine cauldron?" "If there is such a divine cauldron, plus the resources left by the immortals." "Hiss. Then we would directly take off. We have self-cut our cultivation and damaged our foundation. We urgently need the solid source blood pill." The demon Path Lai and the group of generals behind him were shocked at these words, staring at Gu Changqing with half disbelief. Self-cutting cultivation is equivalent to self-destroying one's future. There would be no way to return to the peak in this lifetime, unless there is the rare solid source blood pill. The solid source blood pill, I will ask you about it later. Humans are few, Gu Changqing will definitely cultivate this army that has defected from the demon spirit clan vigorously. The demon path Lai said earnestly, Gu, as long as we can obtain the solid source blood pill to repair our damaged foundation, our cultivation can recover quickly. At that time, we will become the absolute trump card under your command. Gu Changqing smiled slightly, I also lack such an invincible army under my command. By the way. Thinking of something, Gu Changqing asked, a type of dark red crystal left by the immortals, have you heard of it? Gu, you also know about this crystal? The demon path Lai was somewhat surprised, saying, this is a crystal containing the bloodline of the immortals. Each one contains a drop of the blood of a fallen great being of the immortals. If refined, it can grant the bloodline, and becoming an immortal is no longer a dream. I see, no wonder the Black Prison Lord would rather self-cut down, it's a pity he met you, Gu, and died. The demon path Yuan next to him couldn't help but laugh. You kid, do you really think the Black Prison Lord fell? The pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage can be called a semi-immortal existence, do you think it is that easy to fall? The demon path Lai shook his head, saying, when I came down, I heard that the Black Prison Hall united with the Empire's cultivation civilization royalty to forcefully break through the barrier. Moreover, it seems our leader's noble ruler is also preparing to ally with the Empire to attempt to break through the barrier, I wonder when that will be. Hearing this, the demon path Yuan's heart tightened, they have gone mad for the sake of becoming immortals. The barrier left by the immortals is not something these half-formed beings can break. Immortality is what they pursue all their lives. If you haven't reached that level, you wouldn't know how great this temptation is. It is said that once you become an immortal, you can be undying and unextinguished, with endless lifespans. The demon path Lai also felt a sense of yearning. Immortal? Gu Changqing listened to their conversation, recalling the scene of the apocalyptic black dragon battling against the ancestor of the immortal clan. What level of battle would that be? Destroying dimensional spaces with ease. Boss Gu, what insights do you have about immortals? Mo Dao Lai saw Gu Changqing in deep thought and curiously asked. Gu Changqing replied calmly, I am only at the late stage of nascent soul, what insights could I possibly have? However, one day, I will explore what the so-called realm of immortals looks like. The fragmented battle scenes of the apocalyptic black dragon showed a hand that could rupture endless galaxies. Such terrifying power made it impossible for Gu Changqing not to yearn for it. With Boss Gu's potential, perhaps you don't need the so-called bloodline of the immortal clan to reach that level. I look forward to that day, Mo Dao Lai said with a bit of flattery. Boom! At that moment, the ocean surged violently, a brilliant divine light burst into the sky, and a gigantic unmatched dragon claw ripped through the ocean, creating a torrent-like canyon crack, a scene terrifying beyond belief. Today, if I don't kill all you invaders, I would be unworthy of being the master of this ocean. Then, a furious shout echoed, shaking the boundless ocean, a massive water tornado, like a tsunami of dozens of levels, overturned everything. Chapter 57 Truly Frightening. What's going on? The sudden upheaval of the ocean caused the 8 million Demon Spirit Legion on the coast, as well as the 30 million elite troops in the sky, to turn their gaze and spread their senses to observe. What they saw left them all astonished. Beneath the vast ocean, a cruel battle was playing out. Countless sea demons were fighting together, and the raging sea was soon stained red with blood, with one body after another floating up. Boom! A blue-haired and mighty man was especially fierce, single-handedly fighting against 6 half-step divine transformation experts. The dragon spear in his hand swung wide, overlooking all directions, killing those 6 half-step divine transformation experts who retreated one after another, spitting blood and looking shocked. What? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Mo Dao Yuan was instantly filled with confusion upon seeing this scene. If an alien race occupied your territory, would you exist peacefully with them? Gu Changqing smiled lightly and said, that blue-haired man has an extraordinary background. He is a descendant of the immortal clan's guardian beast, sealed deep in the ocean, and only hatched during this resurgence of spiritual energy. What? A descendant of the guardian immortal beast of the immortal clan? Mo Dao Lai and the others were greatly shocked upon hearing this. Gu Changqing smiled but did not speak. He knew so much because, in the battle memories of the apocalyptic black dragon, he had seen a blue true dragon being torn apart and consumed by the black dragon, the companion beast of the apocalyptic black dragon. When the blue true dragon died, the entire immortal clan was engulfed in sorrow. Boss Gu, should we suppress him? Since this guy is a descendant of the immortal clan's guardian beast, there must be heavenly blood flowing in him. Mo Dao Lai said with a fervent expression, if we suppress him and drain his blood daily, who knows, maybe we can achieve immortality. It's not surprising he had such thoughts, any outer world being would instinctively develop such ideas knowing there was a true dragon here, especially one from the immortal clan's guardian beast. Not necessarily. Gu Changqing said calmly, since you all know that after the downfall of the immortal clan, they would condense their blood into crystals, then in the subsequent folded space, you would certainly be able to find these blood crystals.
Mo Daolai nodded in agreement, that makes sense. Let's see first if he will be hostile towards us. If he knows nothing and acts recklessly, then we can only suppress him and drain him. Boom! The fighting beneath the sea was brutal beyond measure. Hundreds of millions of sea demons clashed together. The battlefield stretched far and wide, the entire sea area was within the range of their battle. Damn it, how can there be an invincible creature like a dragon in this ocean? In the grand palace of the Sea God clan, atop the main hall, Emperor Huang gazed at the valiant and invincible blue-haired man. The 6 strong half-step divine transformation warriors here were killed one by one, their faces dark and dripping with gloom. The 8th goddess of the Sea God clan, with a blank expression, said, "We are indeed the invaders, this battle is unavoidable. Your Majesty, it's better not to conceal your strength, quickly summon that killing weapon." When she arrived, she had advised Emperor Huang to coexist peacefully with the sea monsters here. But Emperor Huang, holding his identity, continuously oppressed the sea monsters here. Now, things have turned out well. They hadn't even begun fighting on land. Instead, they were surrounded and attacked by the sea monsters here. After this battle, what would they use to attack the humans? Emperor Huang's face was dark. "You beastly things dare to act wild before me, die." After saying this, he no longer concealed his strength. With a flip of his hand, the void buzzed, sending ripples through the air, and then boundless golden light burst forth, slowly revealing a flowing runic mirror, where the laws of order intertwined, its terrifying might shaking the entire ocean like a golden little mirror. The blue-haired man, who was attacking the 6 half-step divine transformation warriors, felt a chill in his heart at this moment. He could not care to chase the badly wounded half-step divine transformation warrior nearby and erupted with his strongest cultivation to flash away. Whoosh! Just as he left, a golden light beam crossed the void, evaporating the boundless ocean. The blue-haired man, having teleported to a distance, looked at the terrifying beam of light, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat, his gaze filled with killing intent as he turned sharply toward Emperor Huang. There, above his head, floated a small mirror even more brilliant than the sun, with golden runes flashing like tadpoles, resembling the intertwining laws of time. Emperor Huang shouted, "Ants! In front of my time mirror, no matter who you are, you'd better kneel and submit, or I will ensure you die without a resting place." Ha! To bring down this treasure, the price you paid must be unbearable, right? The blue-haired man's brows were full of seriousness. Mentioning the price, Emperor Huang's face darkened as he shouted, "I give you one more chance, kneel and submit, or die." "This friend, we are of the same clan. There's no need for you to die or me to live. If you are willing to stop, we will never make things difficult for you." The 8th goddess of the Sea God clan stepped forward and spoke friendly. "There's nothing to discuss with you, do you really think I have no backup?" The blue-haired man revealed a cold smile. "If I don't kill all of you today, it would be a disgrace to my ancestors' reputation." Ancestral dragon horn! At the last moment, he shouted in anger. Buzz! In an instant, the boundless ocean trembled, and an incredibly terrifying force awakened in the depths of the Bermuda, tearing apart vast spaces, and in an instant, arrived before the blue-haired man. Upon closer inspection, it was a blue dragon horn. Radiating magnificent dragon might and circulating immense true dragon power, it split apart the sea area of hundreds of miles. Isn't this the last dragon horn of the blue dragon that was torn apart by the ferocious black dragon? How did it become an ancestral dragon horn? Gu Changqing recognized that horn at a glance. It was not any ancestral dragon horn. It was clearly the horn left by his ancestors. What a scary bluff. However, the power emanating from this dragon horn was indeed ridiculously strong. "Gu, do you recognize this dragon horn?" Hearing Gu Changqing's words, the demons including Ma Daolia turned to look at him. Gu Changqing answered with another question. "He cannot activate this horn, he just took it out to scare people." Can't activate it to kill? The demons were stunned. Gu Changqing replied indifferently, "It's not that he can't activate it to kill, it's that the amount of power needed to activate this horn is too vast. If he dares to activate it forcibly, he would undoubtedly die. He just took it out to scare people." What a joke, a celestial-grade treasure can't be activated by a mere post-divine transformation cultivator. What level of dragon horn is this? The 3 goddesses of the Sea God clan all trembled, their eyes glued to it. Even with the time mirror by their side, they still felt a chill down their spine. He. But Emperor Huang laughed, "I don't believe you can activate a treasure with such power even before it is activated. This time mirror of mine, if it weren't for the power of my ancestors, just activating it once would cost me my life. Come, try to activate it and kill me." Chapter 58. As long as the barrier array left by the immortal race remains, I am invincible. Di Huang was not intimidated by the dragon horn summoned by the blue-haired man.
As everyone knows, the higher the grade of the magical treasure, the greater the amount of power required to activate it.
The dragon horn hadn't even been activated yet, and it already displayed such might. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Even a late-stage transformation god cannot activate it. Come, try to activate it and annihilate me.
Di Huang sneered, using the time mirror to protect himself, ready to strike the blue-haired man with a fatal blow at any moment. Although I cannot activate the ancestral dragon horn, it will protect its master on its own and then retaliate. To think you can rely on a magical treasure to kill me is wishful thinking. Seeing that his intimidation didn't work, the blue-haired man stopped pretending, hiding behind the dragon horn.
Oh really?
Then I want to see if your dragon horn can truly protect its master.
Di Huang, not believing in evil, shouted as he suddenly activated the time mirror. Buzz!
The mirror's surface rippled, and order runes intertwined, shooting out a magnificent beam of light towards the blue-haired man. This beam seemed to break the shackles of time and space, racing toward the blue-haired man in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
With a tremendous sound, the dragon horn automatically protected its master, forcibly extinguishing the beam of light aimed at the blue-haired man but did not counterattack.
It really can protect its master?
Seeing this scene, Di Huang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Since we can't harm each other, why not sit down and talk?"
There's nothing to talk about with you invaders. Who says no one can deal with you?
The blue-haired man sneered. On land, there are enemies you fear the most watching.
Do you think they will spare you? He. I know they are watching, but in front of my time mirror, do they dare to seek their own deaths? Di Huang smiled disdainfully, holding absolute confidence in his time mirror.
Mr. Gu, this magical treasure is quite unusual. It is a replica of the royal clan's guardian artifact from the imperial civilization, but even as a replica, it is something we cannot resist. On the sea defense line, atop a tall building, Mo Daolian said solemnly, to bring this magical treasure, it must have come at the cost of a major power.
Have you ever seen a magical treasure that can shatter the universe upon appearing?
Gu Changqing smiled lightly, such a small magical treasure is nothing. After saying this, Gu Changqing stepped on the void, his figure moving like teleportation, appearing instantly beside the blue-haired man.
Mr. Gu, I have long admired you. The blue-haired man looked at the formidable aura emanating from Gu Changqing, feeling respect, and cupped his fists. You killed my sister?
Di Huang's expression turned cold, his gaze fixed on Gu Changqing.
He was secretly activating the time mirror. The blue-haired man had the dragon horn to protect him. What could he possibly have? Di Huang did not believe the time mirror could not kill this person in one blow.
Who is your sister? Gu Changqing lowered his gaze, looking at Di Huang.
Empress Qin Yu Shi.
Di Huang gritted his teeth.
Oh, her.
You could say she died at my hands.
What are you to her? Gu Changqing nodded slightly. I am her elder brother. Di Huang's face was filled with murderous intent. Since you admit it, then die for me. Buzz.
As his words fell, the time mirror suspended in front of him erupted with infinite light, shooting out a terrifying beam that tore apart everything, dazzling like a stellar aurora.
Mr. Gu, be careful.
The blue-haired man didn't even have time to react, as the beam was already less than half a step away from Gu Changqing.
Whoosh! In this critical moment, the void behind Gu Changqing opened up.
A bloody spear-like magical treasure broke through everything, sweeping past Gu Changqing, meeting the beam capable of annihilating even a peak transformation god.
Ji!
With a piercing sound of cutting, the beam was shredded like paper inch by inch.
Bang! Put! The clash only lasted an instant.
The beam was instantly obliterated. The unstoppable bloody spear. Behind the shattered mirror of time, a sudden sound pierced through the emperor's chest, then disappeared into the void, coming quickly and going even faster, as if it had never existed.
Ugh!
The emperor spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, still unable to react, as his spirit and body were pierced through. He didn't even see what killed him, his eyes turned white, his spirit scattered, and he fell to the ground, completely destroyed.
Why do your elders always think you younger ones can deal with me?
Gu Changqing looked at the three frightened goddesses of the Sea God clan, and coldly said, I give each of you a chance to leave alive.
Go back and tell your elders to stop these pointless tests.
Unless you break the barrier and come down, even if you transform into gods or break through the void, you will just be seeking death.
You cannot touch the resources of the Xian ancient star.
Remember, as long as the barrier left by the fairy race exists, I am invincible. This endless probing had made Gu Changqing feel quite impatient.
Ninth sister, you go back.
Hearing Gu Changqing's words, the seventh and eighth goddesses of the Sea God clan looked at a younger woman compared to them.
No.
If we die together. If we go back, we return together. The ninth goddess shook her head firmly.
Deep sisterly affection? Then you all stay.
Seeing them push each other away, Gu Changqing, losing patience, suddenly struck, appearing like a teleportation among them. Two dragons howled from behind him, ferociously and cruelly biting off their heads and devouring their spirits.
Thank you, Chief Gu, for your assistance. A blue-haired man flew over at this moment and cupped his hands, saying, I am Tang Lin, a descendant of the guardian spirit beasts of the fairy race.
Gu Changqing turned his gaze slightly and said nonchalantly, you must remember, we are the masters of this planet.
For now, the ocean is under your control.
When the folding space emerges, remember to come and tell me. After saying this, Gu Changqing vanished.
Understood, Chief Gu, take care. Tang Lin watched Gu Changqing's departing figure, his gaze flickering, unsure of what he was thinking.
Just now, when the treasure summoned by Gu Changqing appeared, it surprisingly made the dragon horn beside him emit a wave of angry intent while trembling violently.
This puzzled him, he didn't understand what was happening. But now was not the time to think about this.
Just when he wanted to charge into the battlefield. Whoosh! The black abyss dragon banner surged with overwhelming black mist, rushing in.
It engulfed the entire battlefield.
Countless hideous and evil demons flooded the sea, shrieking and brandishing their claws as they rushed towards the Sea God Clan's sea monsters.
In an instant, the sounds of screams and terrified roars filled the air.
The black abyss dragon banner slaughtered while also refining demons. Continuously, the numbers increased, becoming invincible.
Tang Lin felt incredibly shocked by the scene.
The demons in the land, like the rift, could not remain calm at this moment.
What kind of treasure is this? It's too terrifying, it can actually transform a person's spirit into demons.
So evil, these refined demons are destined to never cycle through reincarnation in this life.
How could the heavenly Tao possibly allow a treasure that disrupts the cosmic ecology to exist?
They had never seen such a treasure that harms the heavens and earth so greatly.
Chapter 59, Time has passed. The storm brewing.
In this lifetime, due to Gu Changqing's rebirth, all the foreign tribes suffered greatly. But as Gu Changqing's cultivation improved, he began to disbelieve in the concept of rebirth. Several months had passed since the battle in the ocean.
During this time, the Maya Empire conquered Dry State.
At the same time, a mining folding space emerged on the land of Dry State. This folding space was vast, 100 times the size of Blue Star, with mountains like dragons stretching endlessly. These veins were important materials for refining treasures, but after research by human hot weapon manufacturing experts, these ores greatly aided the development of human thermal weapons. Laborers mining these mountains sourced materials on the spot, and the entire Dry State's black old.
As long as there is labor, everyone is suppressed to mine. In this life, no one can hope to come out. The actions of the new God group have sparked condemnation from many nations. Especially from the vegetable nation, which is the loudest in its outcry.
Upon learning of this matter, Gu Changqing immediately ordered the demonic path to flatten this nation, and anyone with labor capabilities, regardless of gender, was suppressed to mine. Not only the vegetable nation, several Western nations also protested strongly, ultimately meeting the same fate, becoming laborers. Today, the new God group is like the court of a feudal dynasty. What they say goes, and no one can resist their rule. The remaining nations are utterly obedient. They fear provoking the new God group and being sent to mine, and when a folded space appears within their territories, they dare not hide their exploration. Instead, they inform the new God group at the first opportunity. Recently, apart from the many folded spaces emerging, Blue Star has been very peaceful. There have been no more attempts from outside great clans to test the waters. Perhaps they know about Gu Changqing and understand that no matter how many beings they send down, they cannot match his power, so they have given up. However, in the shadows, a greater storm is brewing. Two great civilizations, the Empire and the Lords, have reached a cooperation. They have mobilized all their peak old-timers in the Great Ascension stage, bringing forth the mightiest weapon of their two civilizations, the boundary-breaking array banner. They plan to forcibly break through the barrier left by the Immortal Clan. Gu Changqing knows of this matter but is not anxious. If they can truly break through, then it is humanity's fate. Worrying is of no use. 5 months have passed. Blue Star remains calm. More and more folded spaces have appeared, but they are all shrouded in unmeasurable barriers. Gu Changqing is not deeply involved in the matter of barriers, resulting in many folded spaces being unexplorable. However, the 18 folded spaces that have emerged have allowed humanity to rise incredibly quickly. Even foundation-building cultivators have a treasure in hand. A year has passed. There are 58 folded spaces that have emerged on Blue Star. But the later emerged folded spaces have increasingly terrifying restrictions, making it impossible for low-level cultivators to enter. In this era of cultivation, time is the least valuable resource. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. Blue Star is still calm, with no signs from the two great civilizations outside. It seems they have given up on the immortal ancient star. Taking this opportunity, many transformation stage cultivators have appeared among humanity. Huang Lao and his group have all reached the transformation stage.
The new God group has transformed from an ordinary group into a cultivation group. They established departments for alchemy, artifact forging, restrictions, talismans, and combat. Some cultivators are naturally gifted in alchemy, artifact forging, restrictions, and talismans, allowing them to better utilize their talents. The combat department, as the name suggests, is the group's main warfare department. In this era, time is of little value. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. In the perspective of cultivators, just over 10 years is just a fleeting moment, like a brief closed-door training session. Humanity has now become a cultivation civilization. In these 18 years, one batch after another of young cultivators has emerged. Under the call of the new God group, humanity has built cultivation academies globally to nurture the younger generation of talents. Many folded spaces with demon beasts have become their training grounds. 100 folded spaces have come into being. Humanity has thus stepped into a glorious era of cultivation. It seems they have forgotten the threat from beyond. Major cultivation clans have begun infighting, fighting fiercely over a few resources. The vast majority of resources are held by the new God group. They can only feed on the leftovers of the new God group. What if it's not enough? They can only snatch from each other. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. For ordinary people, this is somewhat long. For Gu Changqing, it is nearly a blink of an eye. For 20 years, he has not left his closed door once. He has been in seclusion the entire time. He was not on Blue Star. Instead, he was on the lifeless moon. The Black Abyss dragon banner quietly floated in a corner of the moon. Inside the space, hundreds of millions of evil spirits were swallowing and exhaling demonic energy on countless black stars. On the largest black star, Gu Changqing sat cross-legged. Around him were flecks of black starlight, with 110 black avatar figures swirling above him, exuding a powerful order of destruction, as strands of mysterious black mist drifted into Gu Changqing's body. Upon closer inspection, these were not just avatars. Instead, they resembled 108 clones, each possessing the peak power of the original body. This reflected the stage of divine transformation. Chi training, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, divine change, breaking void, also known as refining void, able to traverse the void, harmonization, crossing the tribulation, great ascension, and immortal stage after crossing the tribulation, where the soul transcends mundane beings, earth immortal, immortal monarch, immortal emperor. Who? No one knows how long has passed. Gu Changqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then opened his frightening blood-red eyes. Am I truly reborn, or trapped in a cycle, or is it just a dream that predicts the future? After reaching the divine transformation stage, Gu Changqing felt that the notion of rebirth was not very real. If it were a dream, it also felt unreal. Thus, only the idea of reincarnation makes sense. Reincarnation, ethereal and illusory, it can be said to exist or not exist. Why have I returned to the past? The higher his cultivation, the more interested he became in such matters. Now, Gu Changqing leaned more towards the idea that he had experienced a prophetic dream of the future. Dreams are something quite magical. They may be events that have occurred in the past or will occur in the future. In the past 30 years, the two major cultivation civilizations have not stirred. It seems without absolute confidence, they dare not act rashly. Once they make a move, it will surely shake the heavens. Gu Changqing stood up and muttered to himself, it's time to fully recognize the world-destroying Black Dragon's life treasure, Blood Spear. If I can exert even a fraction of its power, even if the barrier left by the immortal race is broken, I can ensure my own safety. For 30 years, Gu Changqing had not involved himself in any human affairs, he had been focusing solely on cultivation. Now, he could no longer advance in a short time, he had to emerge from his seclusion. He had no idea what human society had become. Chapter 60, Suspected Immortal Beings. Blue Star, lush mountains and forests, with beasts running rampant. In these 30 years, the number of beasts in the mountains had developed to a truly astonishing level. The number of weapon refining and foundation establishment cultivators entering the mountains to hunt beasts was extremely high, with the majority being from the younger generation. Qingyun City. In the high sky, streams of light flashed by. With the foundation establishment cultivation, one could also fly with a flying sword. The cultivators entering and exiting the city were like flowing light. After 30 years of development, Qingyun City had changed its appearance. A semi-resurrected array barrier enveloped it, raised by the new God Group's development, with many buildings springing up. And the new God Group headquarters had transformed dramatically. A 200-story building, covering several acres, was made from the black flame mother gold used to forge heavenly tier treasures, with terrifying killing formations carved inside that could slay half-step void-breaking cultivators. It was no longer an ordinary building that could be easily destroyed by a nascent soul cultivator from 30 years ago. During the 30 years of Gu Changqing's absence, Gu Beichuan had been handling various affairs, and during his retreat, he had handed them over to Gu Jiaojiao.
Although Gu Jiaojiao couldn't become a qi refiner, with Gu Qingqing's help, she stepped onto the path of body training. Otherwise, at over 60 years old, she could no longer contribute to the group. If anyone in the new God group had the fastest promotion, it would be Yi Chen. This boy attained divine transformation 3 years ago and held the position of deputy minister in the combat department. Even though he was already a divine transformation cultivator. It can also summon many Azura clansmen, and the new God group does not dare to have any hint of betrayal. First is Gu Qingqing's intimidation, and then there is Mo Daolai. In the past 30 years, Mo Daolai and his legion, with the solid source blood pills and abundant resources, have quickly restored their cultivation. Mo Daolai's cultivation has now recovered to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Moreover, the 8 war generals under his command have also recently restored themselves to the void-breaking realm. The 30 million army is altogether at the peak of the nascent soul, though they were slightly slower to progress. Faced with this power, Yi Chen did not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. Furthermore, he never considered taking control of the new God group. He is very self-aware of Gu Qingqing, a mountain he could never cross, no matter what. Director Gu, has Director Gu ever mentioned when he will emerge? In the new God group building, in Gu Beichuan's office, Mo Daolai found his way here with a somewhat grave expression. He transformed into a human form, tall and imposing, radiating an aura of authority without anger, dressed in a black suit, resembling a leader of a dark society. He hasn't mentioned that to me, but Brother Lai, seeing your grave expression, could it be that the 2 great outer civilizations are showing movement? Gu Beichuan poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards him, asking seriously. Mo Daolai took a sip of the tea and said in a deep voice, "This morning, I received news from a trusted confidant in the clan that the 2 civilizations are about to refine the world-breaking flag, at most within half a year." The world-breaking flag still needs refining? Gu Beichuan asked in confusion. The 2 civilizations, with no reservations from all strong clans, are mobilizing batch after batch of immortal-level refining materials, wanting to craft the world-breaking flag into an immortal treasure. It seems they are on the verge of success. Mo Daolai took out 2 cigarettes, handing one to Gu Beichuan while lighting the other for himself, inhaling deeply. My confidant's message emphasized a young man who might be of the immortal clan. What? The immortal clan? Gu Beichuan was taken aback. We can't determine his identity yet, but the one proposing to refine the world-breaking flag into an immortal treasure is him, and he seems to play a crucial role in this refining. Mo Daolai took a deep drag of his cigarette and said solemnly, "If that mysterious young man truly is a being of the immortal clan, I fear." Though he didn't finish his sentence, everyone could understand the implication. We must prepare a way out for ourselves. Gu Beichuan furrowed his brow. Mo Daolai nodded. "I was thinking the same. If it comes to it, let's take all the resources we can and leave this planet. Once the barrier left by the immortal clan is broken, we would have no power to resist. I will find a way to inform Qingqing and see what he thinks." Gu Beichuan sighed. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Having said what he needed to, Mo Daolai rose to leave. He too felt rather heavy-hearted. The 2 great civilizations have joined forces. Humans, in their presence, are not even worth mentioning. Mount Shumi. Here, the mountain's appearance can no longer be seen. The once sprawling mountain range, stretching for tens of miles, has been flattened. A huge base of the new God group stands proudly beneath 2 folded space entrances. Like a castle, the high walls of the base have nascent soul cultivators patrolling. This is a very important base for the new God group. All human treasures and pills come from here, a vital stronghold. Led by Huang Lao himself. Buzz. At this moment. Suddenly, the void above outside the base cracked open. Then, a tall, majestic man, with snow-white hair casually draped over his shoulders, walked slowly out from the crack in the void, a black dragon robe partially open, flowing in the wind. Who? The nascent soul cultivators patrolling on the high walls all looked up and shouted at the man walking out of the crack in the void. Gu Qingqing lowered his gaze, scanning each of the 100 or so nascent soul cultivators on the city wall, noticing that these cultivators were all quite young. In his 20s or 30s. Why does he seem like our new God group's President Gu? My God, it really is President Gu. I've seen his videos and photos. Salute, President Gu. I've met President Gu. After carefully examining Gu Qingqing, these rising stars were greatly shaken, their faces full of admiration as they bowed respectfully. Although they were not from Gu Qingqing's era, they all knew that the current peace of humanity was brought about by the President Gu of the God Group. Without him, humanity would never have such a good living environment. Now, seeing the real person was truly hard to conceal their excitement. President Gu, you have finally come out. At this moment, old Huang flew over from the distant sky with a joyful smile. You've reached the transformation stage, not bad. Gu Qingqing glanced at the other and nodded, saying, I have no other business here, you all go ahead. After saying this, his figure had already disappeared at the folding space entrance of the spiritual medicine field.
Excited to see the real President Gu?
Old Huan looked at the rising stars in the golden core stage and laughed heartily, then went back to inform Gu Beichuan about this matter. At this moment, Gu Changqing had already arrived at the center of the spiritual medicine field, floating above the purple gold alchemy cauldron.
President Gu, I have a very serious matter to inform you.
As soon as Gu Changqing appeared, the cauldron spirit flew out and spoke very seriously.
What is it?
Gu Changqing only wanted to take a batch of elixirs and did not expect this old fellow to be so serious all of a sudden.
Chapter 61, 9 Flags in the Sky, Breaking the Boundaries.
In the space of the spiritual medicine field. Everywhere, one could see alchemists working, either cultivating spiritual medicine or picking spiritual herbs for the cauldron spirit. If one could catch the attention of the cauldron spirit and learn some alchemy techniques, it would be equivalent to 1,000 years of hard research.
President Gu, 10 years ago I suddenly sensed that a celestial bloodline appeared in this universe.
The expression of the cauldron spirit was very grave, saying, although I don't know much about celestial tribes, I have heard some chief disciples mention that there was once a bloodline of celestial beings that was exiled. Now that a celestial bloodline has appeared in this universe, it is highly likely that the exiled celestial cultivators have found their way here.
Gu Changqing listened, his expression unchanged, calmly saying, can they come down directly?
I'm not sure, they probably can't, otherwise, they would have already descended. The cauldron spirit thought for a moment and said,
then there's nothing to fear. What about the batch of elixirs I asked you to refine last time?
Gu Changqing could not control when the two outer civilizations would attack, he just wanted to increase his strength during this period.
They have all been refined.
The cauldron spirit handed over a ring to Gu Changqing, saying, you should now be able to recognize the master of that fierce weapon, the blood spear.
That's exactly what I intend to do. I'm leaving.
Gu Changqing turned around and disappeared in just a few steps. When he reappeared, he was already at the door of the first side hall of the treasure palace.
This place was a forbidden area and hence was empty.
Gu Changqing had no expression as he pushed open the grand hall's massive doors from a distance. What came into view was a vast starry sky.
Countless starlights twinkled.
Those were not stars, but rather one treasure after another, so numerous it was beyond estimation. At the deepest part of the starry sky,
it resembled a forbidden area.
Endless killing intent ravaged, even a transformation stage cultivator could not bear it. Once they stepped in, they would be instantly erased. A beam of bloodlight, radiant beyond compare, adorned the deep space, like a king. Every treasure did not dare to approach it. Gu Changqing stepped into this starry sky. With each step, he could appear at a very distant place, as if shrinking the distance, his figure flickered and he appeared outside the domain of the blood spear.
The dreadful killing intent of the domain could make even those of the void-breaking stage terrified. But Gu Changqing was unafraid as he stepped in.
At the moment he stepped in, all the rampant killing intent parted for him. Thus, one step after another, Gu Changqing arrived before the haughty blood spear, as if he were the king of destruction. This blood spear treasure, 180 centimeters long, resembles a long gun and a sharp spear, radiating blood-red light and dispersing black thunder.
Gu Changqing looked at the blood spear and smiled faintly, saying, I think I can call you old buddy.
Your last master died in battle, and I inherited his original legacy.
Are you willing to fight alongside me again?
The blood spear gently trembled, as if shaking its head or nodding in agreement. In fact, it recognized Gu Changqing the first time they met, but back then, Gu Changqing was too weak to claim it as his own. Otherwise, 30 years ago, facing the time mirror of the Emperor's desolation, it would never have responded to Gu Changqing's call, projecting a sliver of power to assist him. This blood spear had been silent for so many years, it too long to go out and kill. However, its current master was simply too weak, unable to even recognize it. Oh, I am already at the peak of the divine transformation stage, yet I still cannot bear even a tiny bit of your recognition power? Gu Changqing seemed to understand its meaning and smiled faintly, saying, since that's the case, I'll return after I break through the void. Breaking through the void means refining the void, creating a space within the Dan Sea to traverse the void and roam the universe. Perhaps only by forming a void within himself could he accommodate this blood spear. Suddenly, the blood spear trembled with a sound and then sliced through the void directly. Buzz. Then, a drop of void essence slowly floated out from the void. The blood spear delivered this drop of void essence before Gu Changqing, urging him to drink and refine it.
Void essence?
Gu Changqing's heart shook. From what he knew, even a half-immortal at the Great Ascension stage could not find or refine void essence in the void. This blood spear managed to casually create a drop of void essence with a simple strike. If he could obtain the void essence and advance to the breaking void realm, it would not only be a swift success but also allow him to open a void domain within his body, resonating with the void at 100%, with no limitations to draw power from the void. This was an unparalleled treasure. Gu Changqing smiled slightly, so you have already prepared this for me, very good, I will break through the void right here. After saying this, he swallowed the drop of void essence. Then, he sat cross-legged, operating the 8 desolate demonic art to refine, beginning to transform the Dan Sea into a void domain. This process was very smooth, but also somewhat lengthy, impossible to achieve in one go. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. During this time, Gu Beichuan had come to find Gu Changqing, but he did not dare to step into the killing field opened by the blood spear, not even seeing Gu Changqing's figure. Booming. After 7 months had passed. In this season of heavy snow, wrapping everything in silver, the calm of Blue Star was finally broken. In the territory of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, above the sky of Qingyun City, 9 rods of celestial runes suddenly shimmered, intertwining order runes, with a fearful celestial might shaking the entire galaxy's formation flags. 9 formation flags resembled 9 suns. From the depths of outer space, a massive force descended, like a wise heart colliding with the earth, illuminating the entire hemisphere like daylight rushing in. That's. No matter where people were in the world, they could see those 9 formation flags shining like the sun, breaking through the spatial constraints of the galaxy, rapidly approaching as if teleporting. Is it finally coming? In Hangzhou, at the Mining Fold space base, the demonic path stood on the rooftop of the base, looking at the unexpectedly rapidly approaching 9 formation flags like blazing suns, taking a deep breath with an unprecedentedly serious expression. 30 million demon spirit troops were already stationed in this land of Hangzhou. This mining folding space was also very important for humanity. In addition, several inheritance folding spaces and trial folding spaces were all managed by the demonic path. This day has finally come. West River Tai, responsible for guarding the Tai Kingdom's folding space, looked up at the sky, revealing a bitter smile. Over the years, he had sent back many resources to his clan. It also drove back their enemies from attacking their tribe. Of course, the resources he sent back were all approved by the new God group. The 2 great civilizations are exerting their entire strength. I wonder if President Gu has any backup plans. Ying Wushuang, responsible for guarding the folded space of Ying country, showed a flash of hatred in her eyes. This is tough. The Ocean Master, Tang Lin, stood on a water vortex hundreds of feet high, looking at the rapidly approaching 9 formation flags, and deeply sighed. Those in the know had serious faces. While those unaware were full of curiosity, many believed that this might be the second stage of spiritual energy revival, and numerous cultivators showed excitement. Unbeknownst to them, this could be a catastrophe. Chapter 62 Star Guardian Immortal Ring. Immortal Plan's Emperor Pass. The galaxy shook, and the universe turned upside down. The 9 flags of the immortal path swept through the galaxy, and wherever they passed, whether stars or planets, they shattered like dust under their might. They quickly approached Blue Star. Such a spectacle amazed people worldwide, and they all looked up and discussed fervently. Mr. Gu, where is President Gu? What does he mean? It's still possible to escape. On the rooftop observatory of the new God Group building in Qingyun City, Mo Dalai looked at the sky with a serious expression and said, "We do have a way out. My trusted ones in the Demon Spirit Clan have prepared a large teleportation array for us, capable of transporting 800 million beings. We need to decide quickly." To be honest, Mo Dalai had already done his utmost. He could easily escape with the back army but still came to consult Gu Beichuan. Changqing is still in closed-door meditation, I can't even see his shadow. Gu Beichuan also looked at the sky, watching the 9 flags approaching like the blazing sun, and said with a grave expression, "The barrier of Xingu Star should hold for a while. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to call upon all cultivators to leave. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be a day for revenge. If the barrier of Xingu Star cannot hold, fleeing is the best option." Gu Beichuan was not a saint, bringing ordinary people along would likely lead to their quicker destruction, so he could only choose to leave with the cultivators. Boom! 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 The boundary-breaking flags came very swiftly. In just a few hours, they magnificently entered the solar system. The terrifying residual waves of the immortal path swept out, ready to destroy all planets within the solar system. Buzz! 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 An astonishing scene emerged. Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, the Moon, Saturn, Mars, Uranus, Neptune. The 7 planets, along with the Moon, lit up countless immortal patterns on their surfaces, which then transformed into dazzling and sacred immortal light that erupted. A brilliance more brilliant than the sun instantly engulfed the solar system. Under such extreme light, even cultivators like Mo Dalai, who were at the shattered void realm, could not open their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Outside the domain, endless immortal symbols intertwined. The 7 planets and the Moon began to move. They intertwined, quickly fusing together. If people could see the scene beyond the domain, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. 9 planets first circled Blue Star 9 times. Immediately afterward, the famous mountains around Blue Star like Mount Tai, Kunlun, the 5 mountains, Zijin, Longhu, suddenly soared up one radiant immortal beam after another. The mountains roared, shaking the universe. A total of 81 beams of light broke through the atmosphere and then transformed outside the domain into an immortal symbol flickering, a magnificent celestial formation that enveloped the 7 planets and the moon.
Then, the 7 planets and the moon began to merge. With a thunderous roar, the 7 planets instantly disintegrated, transforming into 2 immortal symbols spiraling, a powerful aura crossing over an enveloping blue star. Just as the immortal ring was taking shape, the moon began to twist. In a moment of transformation, it actually turned into a primal continent, spanning over half of the solar system. One after another, star cities across the universe rise from this primordial land. In the end, a total of 36 grand star cities emerged. After all this was accomplished, the celestial light faded, and the people of the blue star could finally open their eyes. The first scene that met their gaze was the 2 towering celestial rings, crossing and enveloping the blue star, slowly rotating, radiating an immortal great power. Then came Qingyun City, the vast gateway spanning the heavens. Finally, there was the primordial land that stretched across more than half the solar system. From the perspective of the blue star, one could only see the chaotic celestial light enveloping it, but could not see what lay within the primordial land. Booming. Before people could react, 9 flags of the array, piercing through the galaxy, came one after another. First to enter was the primordial land transformed from the moon. The earth above the heavens was silent and heavy. The 9 flags of the array, celestial might overwhelming, pressed forward. The void exploded, and the world turned upside down. Just as they prepared to destroy the first star city, suddenly dark clouds rolled above the primordial land, boundless thunder brewing, and several celestial thunders broke through the air, striking those 9 piercing flags. With several crashing sounds, the so-called penetrating flags were all struck down by the heavenly tribulation, turning to ashes and scattering. What? How is this possible? What on earth is going on? Those are celestial-level treasures, how could they just vanish like that? Suddenly, several disbelief-filled roars sounded from beyond the galaxy. Only their voices could be heard, but no one could be seen. Damn it, even the Imperial Guan city was set up, it seems they still want to come back. A gloomy voice followed, echoing. Dao friends, what is going on? An aged voice sounded, carrying terrifying waves of magical power to ask. The obstacle in our way is the Celestial Clan's Imperial Guan. Once it comes into existence, we can only break through this Imperial Guan, or otherwise, by any means, it will be impossible to descend on the ancient star, damn it. A young voice filled with anger. Is it really true that even positioning cannot send cultivators down? Someone hesitantly inquired. They once gave us a chance, this method was the only way to descend, but now we can only descend through the Celestial Clan's Imperial Guan, and since the Celestial Clan became famous, only one being has ever entered. The young voice was heavy with gloom. Who? All the aged voices were curious, asking in unison. The young voice quietly said, Black Dragon, Destruction. That is a taboo being, if I told you, you wouldn't understand how terrifying it is. Then, what should we do now? Are we to just watch helplessly as the resources of the ancient star slip away from us? A group of pinnacle-level old-timers, who wasted a great deal of effort to refine the penetrating flags into celestial treasures, were filled with regret and unwillingness. This is like trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. He. The young voice suddenly laughed and said, Don't panic, the beings guarding the Celestial Clan's Imperial Guan are not Celestial Clan at the moment. Although we will face great suppression inside, it doesn't mean we can't break in. If humans can actively close the core barrier of the Celestial Clan's Imperial Guan, we might even be able to enter without suffering a scratch. Is that possible? I remember the current leader of humanity is a person called Chen Qingqing. Should we contact him for cooperation? I think that's feasible. If we show some sincerity, we can sign a heavenly contract with them. This method can be tried, hopefully, that Chen Qingqing understands the situation. Who will be the envoy? I'll go. Our demon spirit clan has a traitor. If I go, it should be easier to negotiate. Alright, then Brother Liao, we'll trouble you. Chapter 63, Preparing for War. Blue Star. The celestial rings float, and the Imperial Guan stretches across. Such a spectacle left countless people around the globe speechless with amazement. But once the silence passed, the whole world of humanity erupted in excitement. Various doubts and shocked discussions echoed everywhere. I never expected that before the Celestial Clan left, they still left such a hand. It seems they still want to return. The demonic path looked at the 2 celestial halos surrounding the blue star and the Imperial Gate guarding the outside, sighing endlessly. This is the original appearance of the ancient celestial star back then, cloaked by celestial halos and protected by the Imperial Gate. So, does that mean we are temporarily safe? Gu Beichuan hesitated. I guess so. The demonic path wasn't very sure and said, We are not in a state of shock right now. That towering portal should be the passage to the Imperial Gate. The powerful beings of the 2 great civilizations can only descend through the Imperial Gate. We should head there to defend it immediately. Can we hold it? Gu Beichuan forced a smile and said, what strength do we have? What strength do the two great civilizations have? Facing them is like an ant shaking a tree. Ha ha. The demonic path burst into laughter and said, Mr. Gu, didn't you see how the border-breaking formation flag that charged into the Imperial Gate was extinguished?
From what I gather, the Imperial Gate's suppression over high-level practitioners and magical treasures is terrifying.
Those who have transcended the tribulation and semi-immortals would probably be instantly erased. Hearing this, Gu Beichuan's eyes lit up and said, if that's true, we might be able to hold on a bit.
I'll order all the Yuanying and Hualing cultivators among humans to defend the Imperial Gate.
The demonic path nodded and said, I'll return to Hanzhou immediately and bring my army here. Little Lai, come out and talk.
Just as the demonic path was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed, one that only he could hear. If not for the fact that the demonic path was his kin, the voice would never have reached him.
Whom?
Upon hearing the voice, the demonic path's body trembled slightly, and he raised his head to look at the sky. Clearly visible, outside the Imperial Gate, stood an unbelievably massive magical body, proudly towering, yet it did not dare step into the Imperial Gate. People all over the world could see that horrifying magical body standing over the universe outside the Imperial Gate, its enormous eyes like planets, staring intently at them.
Ancestor?
Seeing this magical body, the demonic path's pupils kept contracting.
Why did you choose to betray?
The voice of the magic spirit ancestor thundered in the demonic path's mind.
Humph. Why do you say I betrayed? The demonic path angrily shouted, if it weren't for your coercion, how would I have ended up like this? Don't start spouting some pompous nonsense or talk about turning back.
You're not worthy, this path will continue to darken.
I'm not contacting you to blame you. Where is Gu Changqing? We wish to speak with him.
The voice of the magic spirit ancestor softened a bit.
Knowing they couldn't come down, the demonic path felt emboldened and said nonchalantly, Mr. Gu is still in seclusion. Any matter should await his emergence.
The demonic path suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. In the past within the clan, not to mention meeting the ancestor, even when facing several elders, he had to bow and tremble.
But now,
this feeling of equality in conversation truly made the demonic path feel exhilarated. When he comes out, tell him to immediately go to the border town of the Imperial Gate.
We have some matters to discuss with him.
After saying this, the magical avatar of the magic spirit ancestor slowly dissolved outside the Imperial Gate.
Others couldn't hear their conversation. Gu Beichuan looked at the demonic path and asked, Brother Lai, is this about you? Not about me, they're looking for Mr. Gu.
They seem to want a compromise and are probably looking to discuss cooperation with him. The demonic path thought for a moment and said, regardless of their intentions, we should not let our guard down. Quickly gather all Yuanying stage and above cultivators to head to the various cities of the Imperial Gate.
After saying this, the demonic path tore through the void and left.
When he appeared, he was already in Hanzhou, gathering all the powerful members of his army to prepare to head to the Imperial Gate.
Gu Beichuan was also busy.
He immediately summoned Chu Quan, Yi Chen, Tang Yue, Gu Jejia, and Shin Taba to the office. Tang Yue, possessing a 5-element spirit root, practiced at an incredible speed, and had no bottleneck at all. A few months ago, she had entered the divine transformation stage. Gu Jejia had received an ancient method called 99 Xian female formula from Gu Changqing when he guided her into the path of body tempering. Having cultivated to the 3rd transformation, I can still fight against the divine transformation stage. But the same practitioner of body refinement, Shin Taba, is far ahead. With a dominant body, he has already reached the early stages of minor success, comparable to the peak of the divine transformation stage. As for Chu Quan, he stands at half a step into the divine transformation stage, just one step away.
Uncle Gu, what's going on?
Tang Yue, dressed in a light purple outfit and possessing an alluring figure, with short hair that gracefully frames her face, eagerly asked. What just happened left them all confused, completely unaware that it was the work of two external civilizations teaming up.
Here's the situation.
Gu Beichuan informed them of the events and said solemnly, the Imperial Pass is empty. A notice must be issued immediately to inform all cultivators of the true situation, and gather all cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above to go to defend various towns of the Imperial Pass.
I see.
Upon learning the whole story, everyone's faces turned serious.
Gu Jiajiao spoke up, what about Gu's own? Is he still in seclusion?
They had not seen Gu Changqing for 30 years, and they were starting to miss him. Especially Tang Yue, who couldn't stop thinking about him day and night.
A man like Gu Changqing is the dream lover of countless women.
Yet, this guy seems to have no interest in women at all. Even the extraordinary beauty, like the Queen of Cherry Blossom Island, had found herself directly dealt with.
Changqing is still in seclusion, but he will definitely come out when the time is right. Gu Beichuan sighed and said, I know what you are thinking.
Without Changqing, it feels like we've lost our backbone, but we cannot rely on him for everything. After all, the higher one's cultivation level, the longer the seclusion period will be.
Let's go execute the gathering of cultivators. To be honest,
without Gu Qingqing's presence, even as a father, he felt uneasy, as if something was missing.
Yes. Everyone nodded seriously and left the office in pairs. Yue, after we're done, can I take you out for dinner tonight?
Yi Chen followed Tang Yue into the same elevator, scratching his head shyly. Tang Yue glanced at him. It was undeniable that Yi Chen was indeed quite talented, likely to achieve remarkable success in the future. However, Tang Yue simply could not see him that way and softly said, "Deputy Minister Yi, I'm truly sorry, but I have no feelings for you at all." This was not the first time she had rejected Yi Chen, but he continued to take every opportunity to invite her. Repeatedly being turned down made Yi Chen's expression a bit awkward, but thinking of someone like Gu Qingqing, he immediately smiled and said, "It's okay, let's arrange something another time." Chapter 64, 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. With the announcement from the new god group out, the people learned of the invasion by external cultivation civilizations. Their moods became extremely heavy. "Dear, there's another war. I don't know when I will see you again, perhaps we will never meet again. If your child has spiritual roots, remember to send them to the Cultivation Academy. We humans are in dire need of cultivators. Mom and Dad, I'm going to fight to protect humanity. If I unfortunately die in battle, don't be sad for me, there's still my younger brother at home. Wife and child, I'm leaving. Little one, make sure to listen to your mom when you grow up." In response to the call of the new god group, all cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above worldwide bid farewell to their families and responded to the call, heading to various towns in the Imperial Pass to prepare to resist the formidable enemy. This farewell makes one unsure if they will ever meet again. These cultivators bidding farewell to their families are all members of the new god group. All cultivators of the new god group are not allowed to go out and establish their own clans or sections. As for the cultivation families, they are all established by scattered cultivators that Gu Qingqing did not eliminate. And families like the Tang family, which had considerable wealth even before the revival of spiritual energy. As long as they remain law-abiding and respond to the call, the new god group has no intention to interfere. Only with competition comes motivation, and this is also a deliberate strategy of the new god group. Now, under the call of the new god group, none of these cultivating families dare to hide their strengths, even if there is only one at the nascent soul stage, they all honestly respond to the call. Afterwards, if anyone is found out, aside from the new god group, any nascent soul cultivator daring to stay on Blue Star will likely bring calamity to their entire family. On this day, cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above from around the world are gathering at the Imperial Gate in Qingyun City, entering the Imperial Pass battlefield, the central city. In the central city, they will be assigned to guard various star cities. Imperial Pass, Central City. This star city, as huge as a star, is the last shield guarding Blue Star, and the Imperial Gate that leads to Blue Star lies across here. The place where the Imperial Gate is located is the starry square of the central city. This place is so vast that it can hold at least tens of billions of beings. I really didn't expect, as the great Xianyu Empress, I would actually be reduced to guarding someone else's city. At this moment, a tall, noble, and coldly beautiful woman walks out from the Imperial Gate. "Cousin, you're here." At this time, Tang Yue quickly came to welcome her, dressed in tight-fitting gear and with short hair that reached her ears, making her look both heroic and stunning. Are you prepared to assign me to which city?" Xian Yuanlina glanced at Tang Yue and said, "I need a quieter environment to cultivate, just don't send me to the front lines." This woman is Tang Yue's mother's younger sister's daughter. The younger sister is over 10 years younger than her mother. "Cousin, you are in the transformation stage and still want to stay safe?" "That's impossible. The group has stated that any cultivator at the transformation stage and above must go to the border star city and be ready to fend off strong enemies at any time." Tang Yue shook her head and said, "Let's go. I will go with you to register your identity." Xian Yuanlina said flatly, "What? With your influence as my cousin, can't you give me a backdoor pass?" Tang Yue coldly said, "Open a backdoor? Dream on. Even Director Gu's daughter has to go to the border city, what makes you think you can get a backdoor?" "Fine, whatever." Xian Yuanlina didn't want to argue with such a younger generation, a border city is just a border city. The Fairy Clan, what kind of group are they? They have left traces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it really makes people curious. Following behind Tang Yue, Xian Yuanlina thought absent-mindedly. Fairy Clan. They actually come from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But before Xian Yuanlina rose to power, they moved as a whole family, not knowing where they went. In the ancient records of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they are also very mysterious and powerful. I fell in the Fairy Ancient Forbidden Zone, then was reborn here. Is there some connection between the Fairy Ancient Forbidden Zone and this universe? How do I go back? Having been in this world for almost 30 years, Xian Yuanlina has been thinking about how to return.
In fact, she is not at the transformation stage right now, this is just the level she wants others to see. In her previous life, as a fairy sovereign, she rebuilt her cultivation in a world where there were no shortages of any resources. How could she still be at the transformation stage? Her real cultivation level is at the peak of void breaking. What about your director Gu? Isn't he coming out to stabilize and comfort people?
Xian Yuanlina temporarily shook off the doubts in her heart and smiled in inquiry. She is also curious about Director Gu, this legendary figure who has made humanity feel at ease with his own strength. Tang Yue said lightly, Director Gu is the spiritual pillar, the anchor behind us. He will naturally appear when it is time to appear.
Spiritual pillar, huh?
Xian Yuanlina smiled noncommittally, he is probably already running away.
Ha! Tang Yue scoffed at her cowardly cousin but didn't say more.
She planned to assign her to the assault troops later. In her heart, anyone could run away, but Director Gu would not. This little brat dares to slander her idol like this.
So what if she is a cousin?
She will still make her pay the price. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed.
In the 36 cities of the Imperial Pass, among humans, any cultivator at the transformation stage and above, everyone has been assigned to the border city.
The battlefield of the Imperial Pass is filled with the power of laws, which exerts great pressure on foreign beings. How terrifying this pressure is, perhaps only the beings who have once attacked the immortal race and the immortal race themselves know. The 30 million demon spirit army is the absolute main force guarding the border city, and the resources of the new god group are largely tilted towards them. These past few months have been calm, they have remained still while Gu Qingqing has not yet negotiated with the two great civilizations. Among them, there are beings of the immortal race who know just how difficult it is to breach the Imperial Pass, and even if the defenders are weak, a forceful attack would not only lead to heavy losses but also would not allow quick entry. They are all waiting for Gu Qingqing. And at this moment, Gu Qingqing. In fact, he exited his seclusion a month ago. Currently, he is bathing in the divine flames for body tempering inside the purple and gold pill furnace.
Inside the purple and gold pill furnace is an independent world.
A world like fire, raging with a terrifying purple and gold flame. Gu Qingqing, naked, sits cross-legged in a corner of this space, undergoing waves of divine flame refining. Above his head, the blood spear floats, dropping strands of chaotic and murderous aura, pouring into Gu Qingqing's body, achieving his true rebirth.
In addition, 108 divine infants circle around him, also consuming fire essence for refinement. This guy, truly is a freak. Even the black dragon, destruction from back then, wasn't as terrifying as he is. The spirit of the pill furnace, observing from afar, has been watching for more than a month, and his worldview has been refreshed several times. Whoosh! Not knowing how much time passed, Gu Qingqing suddenly opened a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to have witnessed the end of epics. A surge of ultimate power suddenly erupted from his body. Hiss, what is this power? The spirit of the pill furnace sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, unable to bear it, and almost got wiped out, slipping out of this space in the blink of an eye. Chapter 65, Childhood Shadows. In the spirit medicine space. Outside the purple and gold pill furnace.
At this moment, Gu Qingqing stepped out into the void. His black dragon robe, half open at the chest, covered his body while his long white hair flowed like a waterfall without restraint, exuding an unshakable dominance from within.
Welcome, Master Gu, out of seclusion.
The pill furnace spirit had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Gu Qingqing come out, sincerely stepped forward to pay respects. A being like Gu Qingqing, such a gifted person, is one it has never seen in all its years among the immortal race. To describe it, one can only say it is against the heavens. Even the black dragon, destruction from back then, did not seem as terrifying as him.
Gu Qingqing slightly nodded and pondered, what do you think, is it worth cooperating with extraterrestrial civilizations?
Hearing this, the pill furnace spirit thought for a moment and said, the departed immortal race left no legacy concerning restrictions, which shows they do not want future generations to learn their restrictions to break what they left behind. These days, very few humans can understand restrictions, and of the more than 200 existing folded spaces, most require breaking restrictions to enter.
As we know nothing about restrictions, since Master Gu has no goodwill towards the immortal race, why not cooperate with them? The spirit's idea is actually quite correct. The immortal race has not left any legacy about restrictions, clearly stating, you can take what I give you, but don't even think about touching what I don't give you. It also indicates that one day, they will certainly come back. Makes sense. Gu Qingqing slightly nodded, since they want to talk, let's have a talk, if the discussion fails, then we will go to war.
After saying this, Gu Qingqing took a batch of recovery elixirs and left. The immortal race will eventually return, so for now, they cannot fall out too deeply with the two extraterrestrial civilizations. But even if they cannot fall out too deeply, Gu Qingqing will not allow beings that threaten him to come down. This is his bottom line, if the other party does not agree, then war is the only option left. The places where the immortal race set up restrictions.
It is important to them. The more important, the more good things there are. Gu Changqing did not want to give up either. It would be best to cooperate with the two great civilizations from outside, but if that fails, he would have to explore slowly by himself. After Gu Changqing left, he went straight to the Imperial Pass. In about 3 to 4 hours, Gu Changqing appeared at the edge of the Imperial Pass city, like a star orbiting at the top of the tower. As long as he did not want to be discovered, no one could find him at all. I, Gu, have arrived. Who wishes to discuss cooperation with me? Gu Changqing gazed into the distant cosmos, and as he spoke, a wave of spiritual fluctuation pierced through the battlefield at Imperial Pass, reaching deep into the universe. What? Chief Gu has come? Has Chief Gu left the pass? With Gu Changqing's magnetic and authoritative voice echoing within the grand border star city. Whether human cultivators or ocean beasts, or the 30 million troops from the rebellious demon spirit tribe. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of excitement, rushing out of their closed rooms, looking towards the source of the voice. They saw a tall and magnificent figure standing proudly atop the city tower like a star. Upon seeing this figure, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance in their hearts. It was as if as long as he was present, even if the sky fell, they would not feel a trace of fear. The vanguard. This guy. Xian Yuanlina's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at that figure, her heart churning. I can't see through him, completely can't see through him. At such a distance, I can actually feel a sense of suffocation. How does he do it? This man seemed to have the word invincible written all over him. Seeing him, even the fighting spirit could not arise. That sense of oppression is hard to express. Roar. At this moment, a frenzied dragon roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire Imperial Pass. Boom. Then, a colossal black dragon, thousands of meters long, twisted the cosmic space and swept out with its claws bared. Its massive body blocked the stars and closed the moon. After soaring a circle above the starry sky, it coiled around the starry sky above the border city, its dragon eyes like stars, gazing at the distant cosmos. The enormous dragon body nearly covered the border city. Hiss. The demons of the Devil's Path stared at the black dragon before them, feeling weak in their legs just from the oppressive dragon might radiating from it, and could not help but take a sharp breath of cold air. My bloodline is actually in fear. On the side of the sea tribe, Tang Lin looked up at the black dragon coiling in the starry sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. If he knew that his ancestor was torn apart and devoured by this black dragon, he might not just tremble so simply. Roar! The fierce black dragon looked towards the deep cosmos, as if seeing something. It lifted its eyelids and suddenly let out a roar that made countless stars lose their light. At the peak of the void-breaking realm, it could tear apart those in the integration stage and fight against those in the tribulation stage. If it fought to the death, even great ascension stage beings could lose half of their lives. Moreover, with Gu Changqing joining forces, who would fear the great ascension stage? If they deployed the blood spear, what would a great ascension stage old fool have to fear? Hiss. At this time, a voice of someone gasping for breath suddenly echoed in the cosmic depths. Then, a man in a green robe ripped through the void and appeared outside the Imperial Pass. He looked horrified, his gaze fixed on the fierce black dragon spiraling above the border city, as if he had seen a ghost. This fierce black dragon was simply a nightmare existence for him. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he witnessed it tear apart their guardian celestial beast, saw it kill his parents, and watched several ancestors die beneath its dragon claws. The shadow of his childhood, an unshakable nightmare. Whoosh! 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 Just as the green-clad man fell into distant memories, figures appeared around him. All were peak old-timers at the Great Ascension stage, neatly numbering over 100. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes could not move away from the fierce beast Black Dragon. Fellow cultivator, is this the Black Dragon, destroyer, the only being that broke through the immortal clan's imperial gate? An old man asked, swallowing his saliva. These old geezers, having lived for countless years, were seeing a real dragon for the first time. Moreover, creatures like dragons should also be ranked. The one they encountered before them was likely the strongest in the dragon clan. Who are you? The man in green suddenly came to his senses, his gaze filled with both fear and hatred, staring closely at the majestic figure standing proudly on the Imperial Gate City. The more he looked, the angrier and more fearful he became. This man. He looked far too much like the killing god who nearly exterminated their immortal clan years ago. A blood spear, combined with a companion black dragon, almost destroyed their immortal clan, which had never encountered an opponent before. Gu Changqing's eyes were deep and intimidating. He spoke calmly, "You invited me here to talk, yet you asked me who I am?" "Huh?" The man in green was taken aback and frowned, saying, "You are not the Black Dragon, destroyer? Why would I be him?" Gu Changqing spoke with an expressionless face, "Let's not talk about irrelevant things. If you want to cooperate, just state your conditions." Chapter 66, Heavenly Tao Contract. This kid has finally come out of seclusion.
Gu Beichuan walked out of the central army tent, looking at the towering figure standing at the top of the magnificent city tower, and then at the fierce beast Black Dragon, also with a shocked expression. No wonder he is my brother, his appearance leaves those old immortals from outside stunned.
Gu Yuer followed Gu Beichuan, gazing up at Gu Changqing's towering figure with admiration.
More than 30 years had passed, and she was no longer the little girl from back then. She had grown tall and beautiful, captivating to behold.
Empress, do you know about Black Dragon, Destroyer?
Yi Chen, listening to the conversation of those old immortals from outside, hesitated and asked.
I have never heard of it.
The curious voice of the Shura Empress rang in his ears. They had been sealed away long ago and knew nothing about the events of the outside world at that time.
Outside the region.
More than 100 old immortals, led by the man in green, wore serious expressions as they looked at Gu Changqing.
Especially the man in green. The nightmarish childhood memory resurfaced, making him momentarily dazed. When he heard that the person was Gu Changqing, he hesitated. You are Gu Changqing? Then what is going on with this fierce beast Black Dragon? I did not come to answer your doubts.
Gu Changqing spoke calmly. If you want to talk about cooperation, then state your thoughts. If you want to start a war, then let's fight. Listening to his domineering words, the old immortals present frowned tightly. The man in green took a deep breath, shifted his gaze from the fierce beast Black Dragon to Gu Changqing, calmed himself, and slowly said, Since you are not the Black Dragon, Destroyer, I will call you Gu Zongnen.
Did the immortal clan not leave any inheritance restrictions for you?
Moreover, the majority of the folded spaces contain powerful restriction barriers.
Exactly. Gu Changqing nodded.
So, what you have gained so far is merely what they wanted to give you. The man in green smiled and said, We really have no need to fight to the death.
How about cooperation?
What you lack are resources and inheritance, while these fellow cultivators lack the immortal clan bloodline crystals. In the end, we need nothing, we just want to take away one item from the ancestral land of the immortal clan. Yes, although the resources left by the immortal clan are very enticing to us, they are nothing compared to their bloodline crystals.
Right, to show our sincerity, we can sign a Heavenly Tao contract. What does Gu Zong think?
Gu Zong, humanity has just risen, there's no need for war. Indeed, one day the immortal clan will return, we should unite, first divide what they left behind, and then resist them. A number of old immortals urged one after another.
So, it seems we can indeed cooperate peacefully.
After listening, Gu Changqing nodded in agreement and said lightly, But I have one condition.
Please, Gu Zong, go ahead.
Seeing Gu Changqing agreeing, the man in green quickly nodded. Only he knew how difficult it was to break the defense of the immortal clan's imperial gate. Gu Changqing said indifferently, Before I have the strength to counter a great ascension, no great ascension is allowed to descend.
If you really wish to enter, then hand over your soul blood. Can you accept this? Hearing these words,
the old immortals present exchanged glances, and then smiled, saying, Of course, no problem. This clause can be added to the Heavenly Tao agreement.
If you, Gu, desire absolute peace, we can agree. Our goal has always been the bloodline crystal left by the immortal clan.
On the brink of exhaustion, they were desperate to become immortals and were willing to pay any price for it. If Gu Changqing dared to refuse, they would fight with their entire clan.
Alright, since everyone is so sincere, and I have no good feelings towards the immortal clan anyway, let's cooperate.
Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. Since the other side was so sincere, he did not want the newly risen humans to suffer too heavily.
Good.
Seeing Gu Changqing nod, the man in green said with a smile, Then we shall sign the Heavenly Tao agreement.
After saying this,
he put his palms together and began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. Buzz. After a moment, the void resonated, and an eye of the Heavenly Tao reappeared, scanning the entire scene before slowly releasing a golden decree. With the appearance of the golden decree, the eye of the Heavenly Tao disappeared. Dear friends, please write your conditions with your own essence blood. The man in green presented the decree in front of over 100 old immortals.
No problem.
The group of old immortals smiled and nodded, summoning their essence blood to write their clan names and conditions on the decree. If they violated it, death to their clan. After they finished writing, it was the turn of the man in green.
He thought for a moment and said, Gu, I cannot represent the immortal clan, This
was not a conspiracy, he truly could not represent the immortal clan.
Not even the ancestor of their branch could represent the immortal clan.
Gu Changqing knew the other party was not lying and said flatly, In that case, anyone who wants to enter must hand over their soul blood.
Alright.
The man in green nodded and then presented the decree in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon the decree where the power of the Heavenly Tao flowed, the great power of cause and effect spreading out.
On it
were written the names of the ancestors of each clan, their own names, and the inviolable treaty. Gu Changqing carefully examined it and, finding no issues, summoned his essence blood and wrote.
Human clan, Gu Changqing, representing all of humanity to sign this contract. Allow the restriction masters of the clans on the contract to enter the immortal ancient star, provided they do not exceed the tribulation stage. They are allowed to take away the bloodline crystals left by the immortal clan. Should any clansman beyond the restriction masters wish to enter the immortal ancient star, they must get my permission. If they dare to break in, it will be a breach of contract. Before I reach the tribulation stage, if the Great Ascension wishes to enter the immortal ancient star, they must hand over their soul blood, otherwise, it will be a breach of contract. If they dare to touch anything other than the bloodline crystals left by the immortal clan and kill our human clan without cause, it will be a breach of contract. The contents of this contract are only effective within the immortal ancient star, and before I breach it, if I say it is void, then it is void, otherwise, it will continue indefinitely. After finishing, Gu Changqing casually returned the decree to the man in green. The content was somewhat domineering compared to what those old immortals wrote. Those old immortals wrote simple things, such as the purpose of their descent into the immortal ancient star was only for the bloodline crystals of the immortal clan, they would never harm humanity without reason, and would not greedily sought other resources or legacies. Any violation would lead to the extinction of their clan. Looking at what Gu Changqing wrote, though it was domineering, it was also reasonable. Alright, let's do it this way. After reading, all the old immortals nodded in agreement. If everything is confirmed, then I will present it to the heavenly Tao of this universe. The man in green recalled the decree, and amidst a chant of incantations, the decree transformed into specks of golden light and vanished into the universe. At the same time, including Gu Changqing. In the dark, there was a sense of connection. At this moment, it seemed that some cause and effect had descended upon him. Chapter 67, Peace is built upon fists. Peace is built upon fists. If it were not for Gu Changqing's fists being strong enough, how could these old, immortal families from beyond the realm act so lowly and sign a heavenly contract with him? After signing the contract, the man in blue looked at Gu Changqing and said softly, Mr. Gu, actually our clan's exile is greatly related to your ancestors. Hearing this, Gu Changqing became a bit interested. What do you mean? This matter, you should also know. The man in blue thought for a moment and said, your unfriendly attitude towards the immortal clan shows that you know some secrets, I just don't know how much you know. I know our ancestors were once the lowest slaves of your kind. Gu Changqing said coldly. What? Our ancestors were once the lowest slaves of the immortal clan? When Gu Changqing said this, everyone in the city of the border was shocked, then their faces filled with anger. I didn't expect you to know so much, then I don't need to say it so detailed. The man in blue showed a wry smile and said, actually, we of the immortal clan know how great the potential of your human race is. If nurtured, you could truly become our significant support. But at this point, the man in blue showed a hint of indignation and said, but the direct line feared that your ancestors posed a threat to the immortal clan and that you would eventually rise to power. Out of fear, they suppressed you all the time, especially those among your ancestors who carried the 7 spirit roots or the invincible holy body, nearly all were secretly killed. The man in blue sighed and continued, the reason our line was exiled was that just before the immortal clan was about to leave, they planned to slaughter all of your human race that was tens of billions. Our line opposed this at the meeting, but in the end, we were expelled from the immortal clan and banished to a place where survival was impossible. On the day we were exiled, the ancestor of our line left you with a glimmer of hope. To speak of it, we shouldn't be enemies. If it weren't for us, there would be no human race today. I dare to swear upon the heavenly way that if there is a single untruth in my words, I will find it hard to make any progress in my cultivation from now on. Fearing that Gu Changqing may not believe him and think he was deceiving them, the man in blue directly swore to the heavens with his own blood. Damn! Our ancestors have suffered so much, right? Damn the immortal clan, our human race is obviously so awesome. Damn! If it weren't for the immortal clan, we would have already become a super cultivation group, right? The immortal clan all deserves to die. It should be said that except for this man in blue's line, all the immortal clan should die, should be killed. In the city of the border, all human cultivators who heard the man in blue's words started to curse in anger. There's such an insider information? Those old immortals showed a strange expression. From the mouth of the man in blue, they learned that humans were actually so powerful that even the immortal clan was wary of them. The man in blue had sworn with blood, this matter could not possibly be false. Gu Changqing remained expressionless, showing no sign of joy or anger, and calmly said, how many of your clan are left? Not many, a few thousand. The man in blue sighed, the reason I want to take the item from the ancestral land of the immortal clan is to rescue the remaining members of my clan from that forbidden zone. And I, with my high skill in forbidden techniques, even among the immortal clan back then, not many could claim to surpass me. I am willing to offer my soul blood to you, Mr. Gu, just to allow me to enter the immortal ancient star. The man in blue finally revealed his ultimate goal. To save his clan, he had spent thousands of years diligently studying forbidden techniques, all in order to escape that forbidden zone. But that forbidden zone exceeded his expectations. With his current level of forbidden technique mastery, he can only open a small opening to get out himself. Soul blood is for me. Gu Changqing looked at the man in blue indifferently. As long as he was willing to offer his soul blood, it didn't matter whether he was lying or not, life and death were in his one thought. Good. The man in blue showed no hesitation, his eyebrows glowing as a drop of soul blood slowly flew out, breaking through the air towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing accepted the soul blood of the man in blue and said softly, "If what you say is true, we should be able to become friends." To be honest, Gu Changqing did not expect that this exiled celestial clan had such a past. Gu, you have extraordinary talent, and you have refined the essence of the Black Dragon destruction. In the future, even if the celestial clan returns, they will still rely on you to avenge the exile of my lineage. The man in blue smiled and cupped his fists at Gu Changqing. At this point, if he still couldn't guess that Gu Changqing had refined the bones of the Black Dragon destruction, then he was not who he was anymore. Earlier, it was the sudden appearance of the fierce beast, the Black Dragon, that scared him and reminded him of childhood shadows. Otherwise, he would have considered that Gu Changqing had refined the essence of the Black Dragon destruction. What? As soon as these words came out, all the old immortals present were shocked. If this is the case, Gu Changqing's future achievements are at least on the level of Black Dragon destruction? This made them have to reassess Gu Changqing. An existence like this will surely rise at a rapid speed. Moreover, they could not eliminate him in the cradle. Then, the only path left was to befriend him. If there was any possibility of eliminating him in the cradle, they would never have tried to befriend him. No wise living beings or civilized races would want to see an existence that could threaten their rule. Otherwise, how could the strong remain strong while the weak find it hard to rise? Gu, our enemy is certainly the celestial clan that will return in the future. My imperial royal family is willing to ally with humanity. What does Gu think? An old man in a golden robe, with white hair and beard, came back to his senses and said to Gu Changqing with a friendly smile. Ha ha. I, representing the leader clan of the Lord Civilization, will form a friendly alliance with humanity. As long as Gu says a word, we will be close allies from now on. A burly old man, whose skin was a muddy yellow but otherwise very human-like, laughed loudly, directly asking for an alliance on behalf of the entire Lord Civilization. This was their helpless move. Once the Celestial clan returns and learns that they have meddled with the Celestial blood crystal, they will definitely face consequences. Only Gu Changqing could block the retribution of the Celestial clan. I can also represent the entire Imperial Civilization to form a friendly contract with humanity. The ancestor of the Imperial Civilization chimed in at this point. There was no other choice. If they wanted to touch the Celestial blood crystal, they would surely face punishment. It seemed they could not withstand the Celestial clan's reckoning and had to rely on Gu Changqing. The returning Celestial clan was indeed a hidden danger, and Gu Changqing did not want to clash with these two major cultivation civilizations, hindering humanity's development. Seeing their eager pursuit of cooperation, Gu Changqing was pleased and nodded. An alliance is possible, but we must sign a Heavenly Dao contract, and I will draft the content. The Celestial clan could return at any time. Blue Star was their territory and would not be obstructed. If by then humanity had not grown strong enough to resist them, there would only be one outcome: extermination. Chapter 68, Invisible Watching. The war with the two outer civilizations had not yet begun. This negotiation. If it weren't for Gu Changqing showing immeasurable potential, plus the possibility of the Celestial clan returning at any time, it would never have been so simple. This negotiation was a win-win for both sides. Each took what they needed. After the discussion, over 100 old men from the two civilizations returned. Only the man in blue, Lin Chen, entered Blue Star with Gu Changqing. As for the monks guarding the Imperial Pass, Gu Changqing did not let them return. What should have become a bloody battle was easily resolved due to Gu Changqing's strength. The first thing Lin Chen did upon entering Blue Star was to set up a forbidden folding space for humanity to enter the Celestial clan. His mastery of the forbidden arts is indeed terrifyingly high. The restrictions left by the immortal race are almost resolved in just a few moves. In just a few months, the vast majority of the forbidden arts within the newly discovered folded spaces have been broken by Lin Chen. Some folded spaces are where the war slaves raised by the immortal race once lived, surrounded by immortal energy, rich in spiritual energy to the point of being unbreakable, essentially a cultivation holy land. Some folded spaces are specifically for growing immortal herbs, numerous enough to make one envious. Some folded spaces serve as trial grounds for the chief disciples of the immortal race, with a high death rate, but those who manage to walk out alive can at least achieve the title of immortal lord in the future. Some folded spaces are filled with contractable spirit beasts, all at least at the divine transformation stage. There are even immortal beasts. Some folded spaces are where branches of the immortal race reside, resembling an earthly paradise, making cultivation here propel one forward by leaps and bounds. Within these folded spaces, there are also many ancient texts left by the immortal race to explore. Human beings have welcomed a prehistoric evolution.
3 years later, Lin Chen finally broke open a folded space containing the bloodline crystal of an ancestor of the immortal race. The emergence of this folded space made those old-timers outside the realm restless, leading them to offer their soul blood to Gu Changqing, eager to enter and have a look. Thousands of bloodline crystals were divided among these old-timers, who were as joyful as little children, almost dancing in delight. They immediately closed themselves off for refining in the folded space where the branches of the immortal race live. 4 years later, Lin Chen opened a folded space strewn with bones. This folded space is desolate, filled with large-scale mines. Bleached white bones are scattered throughout this space. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen sighed, the human race still being. With a glance, he recognized whose bones lay here. Tens of billions of bones. Some were from children, some from the elderly, and others from young adults. This folded space doesn't even have any spiritual energy. This shows how much the immortal race feared the rise of humanity. When this folded space was made public, all of humanity erupted in excitement. Gu Changqing learned of this and took a quick look before leaving. He directly instructed Lin Chen to bury this folded space so that the ancestors could rest. The enmity with the immortal race is irreparably deep. It's either you die, or I perish. As one forbidden space after another was opened, it felt as if a pair of eyes in the dark were watching Blue Star. This feeling was most real for those old-timers refining the bloodline crystals, along with Lin Chen and Gu Changqing. On this day, Lin Chen, the ancestor of imperial civilization, and the first ancestor of the Lord civilization all approached Gu Changqing. In the ancestral land of the sixth branch of the immortal race's folded space, on the immortal crystal or vein, Gu Changqing was cultivating there, while the three crossed through the void to him. Upon sensing the invisible aura radiating from Gu Changqing, all three felt a slight tremor. Especially Lin Chen. He couldn't help but exclaim, if President Gu continues down this path, he might be even more terrifying than Black Dragon Mia. Just at the early stage of integration, he has already cultivated 8 forms of immortal energy, and this immortal energy is something I have never seen before. Immortal energy? The two ancestors heard Lin Chen say this for the first time and immediately asked out of curiosity, is it true that one can only become immortal by cultivating immortal energy? Indeed, the reason you have been stuck at the peak of the Great Ascension stage is because you haven't cultivated immortal energy. The more immortal energy you cultivate before breaking through to Earth Immortal, the stronger you will be after the breakthrough, allowing you to go further in the future. Seeing that they had already begun forming a preliminary shape of immortal energy within them, Lin Chen explained, don't rush to take that step. If you only cultivate one form of immortal energy, you will be stuck at the first to third layers of Earth Immortal for your whole life. Once you reach Earth Immortal, every breakthrough you make will have to go through a life and death trial. If you succeed, you will rise to a higher level. If you fail, your body and spirit will perish, and the gap will be as vast as heaven and earth. Only truly extraordinary individuals can fight against enemies in the realm of Earth Immortals and transcend the heavens. Once, there was a black dragon named Destruction, strong enough to battle 6 heavens. This was a truly defiant creature. If you wish to go further, it is best to cultivate at least 3 levels of immortal energy before breaking through. After hearing this, the two ancestors felt their peak cultivation at the Great Ascension stage was insignificant for the first time. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said with a hint of shock, Friend Lin, did you just say that Master Gu has already cultivated 8 levels of immortal energy? This struck them deeply, more than they could express. Not only that, Master Gu's 9th level of immortal energy has also taken shape. He will soon have 9 levels. Lin Chen marveled repeatedly, saying, from what I observe of your talents, even with the immortal bloodline crystals, you could at most cultivate 3 levels of immortal energy. If you can withstand the heavenly tribulation, your future achievement will only be at the 5th or 6th level of Earth Immortal. However, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you would still be considered a strong figure, capable of establishing a sect. After hearing this, the two ancestors chuckled, that's enough. We do not dare to ask for too much. Following Master Gu may allow us to advance even further. Lin Chen nodded, agreeing with their words, perhaps following Master Gu could indeed lead to progress. They immediately arrived above Gu Changqing's place of seclusion and whispered, Master Gu, did you feel that? Do you think it is the strong ones from the immortal race who are watching? Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, speaking without expression. It is very possible. We have broken so many of their restrictions, they probably sensed it long ago, Lin Chen said seriously. Where exactly did they go? Do you truly not know? Gu Changqing looked at Lin Chen and said faintly. The immortal race comes from a world called 9 heavens and 10 earths, which Gu Changqing learned from Lin Chen. This 9 heavens and 10 earths is the true realm of cultivation. This universe is merely a small world space of one realm within 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Chen only knew that the immortal race came to the small world to use it as a springboard to another place. But he did not know where they were truly headed. Seeing Gu Changqing ask again, Lin Chen smiled bitterly. This matter, only the three ancestors of the immortal race know, and they did not tell us, only saying that the place they are going will elevate the immortal race further.
Chapter 69, The Return of the Immortal Race.
Lin Chen truly did not know where the immortal race had gone. If he knew even a little, he would not keep it hidden.
No one else had any doubts.
They all felt it was time to leave quickly.
Friend Lin, does the immortal race have other folded spaces with bloodline crystals?
Otherwise, let's loot their bloodline crystals and directly flee to 9 heavens and 10 earths for development.
The ancestor of the imperial royal family thought aloud.
He was indeed afraid that the immortal race would suddenly return, making escape seem like a distant hope. It is indeed time to arrange our escape route, but how do we get to 9 heavens and 10 earths?
Gu Changqing looked at Lin Chen.
Humanity has now inherited vast amounts of resources and various legacies from the immortal race.
The only thing missing from True Rise is time.
I can construct such a transmission channel, but I must rescue the remaining members of my clan before leaving, Lin Chen said with unwavering determination.
Gu Changqing replied faintly, I will not abandon your people.
The immortal race should not return so quickly, otherwise, upon sensing the broken restrictions, they would have attacked already.
We still have time. Yes, we must leave ourselves a way out.
Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Master Gu, you focus on your cultivation, we will leave first.
With that, he took the two ancestors and left.
Friend Lin, do you know of any methods to accelerate the refinement of immortal energy? On the way out, the ancestor of the leader civilization asked with some hope.
The ancestor of the imperial royal family perked up his ears.
Refining immortal energy depends on talent. With your talents, without the immortal bloodline crystals, you will never become immortals in this life.
Don't aim too high.
Lin Chen spoke, pouring cold water on them directly. Time flies, and the world changes. In the blink of an eye, 200 years have passed.
Blue Star. Now. It has become a trading place for two major cultivation civilizations in this universe.
Everywhere, one can see cultivators from outside the realm. The new god group has gradually become a gigantic force. In the past 200 years, among the rising stars, there have appeared holy bodies and peerless geniuses with 7 spirit roots. They have begun to shine, and the competition among the younger generation is both exciting and lively. The Cultivation Academy created by the new God Group has also started to accept talents from other races. In order to compete for resources allocated by the Academy each year, they strive to cultivate, seek opportunities, form alliances, and suppress newcomers. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. Where there is a world of martial arts, there will be killings.
With killings and the threat of death, the new generation of geniuses can stand on their own.
In these 200 years, the number of humans has also multiplied several times. It has developed to hundreds of billions. The number of cultivators has also surpassed around 2 billion. Over these 200 years, Lin Chen has been breaking the restrictions in the folded space where the immortal race's main lineage resides. Currently, he has broken through 80%. He is about to reach the true ancestral land of the immortal race. However, the feeling of being watched has become stronger and stronger. Behind the prosperity and glory of humanity, there lies boundless danger. For 200 years, the new God Group has been gathering resources and legacies from the immortal race, ready to withdraw from this planet at any time. While Lin Chen is breaking the restrictions of the immortal race's ancestral land, he is also opening the spatial nodes leading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As for Gu Changqing, he has been in seclusion, never caring about any matters in the outside world. Lin Chen's last visit was 50 years ago, reporting some situations and discovering that Gu Changqing had already cultivated 16 streams of immortal energy, leaving him in stunned silence. But the immortal energy he cultivated was black, which amazed Lin Chen.
20 years ago,
a 9 transformations heavenly tribulation suddenly descended from outside the realm, the strongest heavenly tribulation in this world. Everyone was speculating who exactly had broken through to the tribulation crossing stage. But Lin Chen and the old immortals from various races knew who was crossing the tribulation at the moment they saw the intensity of the heavenly tribulation.
Without a doubt,
the existence that could attract such a heavenly tribulation in this universe was only Gu Changqing. 20 years later, when Lin Chen arrived outside the ancestral land of the immortal race, preparing to break through the last restriction,
boom!
The sky of blue stars suddenly changed color. A star entwined, immortal runes flashing urgently, a gigantic finger of divine power breaking the shackles of dimensional space, locked onto Lin Chen, who was about to break the restrictions of the immortal race's ancestral land.
The void exploded, the universe shattered, yin and yang reversed, an overwhelming immortal light swept across the entire universe, starting from the Milky Way.
One could see just how powerful the force behind this strike was.
Under this pressure, how can the peak of the Mahayana stage resist? Even if one is an earth immortal, what can they do?
They too are suppressed in place, unable to move a muscle.
Oh my god! What is this?
Over 1 trillion living beings on Blue Star witnessed the world-destroying giant finger descending, shivering in place, unable to move, their minds seemingly paralyzed.
Is it that an immortal being from the immortal race has come back? Returned so quickly? Is it Daoist Lin, who is about to break the restrictions of their ancestral land, that has prompted the immortal race's returning beings to unleash the shocking blow?
Those ancestors of various races, who were cultivating in the same folded space, even if they had cultivated 2 streams of immortal energy, could not withstand this pressure. Their minds trembled, their bodies shook involuntarily, and even their voices quivered, filled with horror.
Damn it! It's actually the ancient god's finger. Is an ancient being returning?
Lin Chen, pinned in place by an overwhelming force, looked up at the descending ancient god's finger, and despair crossed his face as he shook his head with a bitter smile. I was clearly just 1 step away, and now it's all for nothing?
Inside the immortal race, there are many branches.
The ancient line is 1 branch among the many of the immortal race. A very powerful force.
This ancient god's finger represents their innate divine ability.
Such might, at least at the peak of the immortal sovereign. In a folded space of a celestial clan, Xian Yuanlina stared at the finger that turned the world upside down and shattered the dimensional space, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowing. On this planet, no one can take this blow. It seems the celestial clan is coming back. I must prepare to flee, or I will surely face consequences. In her past life, she was a half-emperor powerhouse. With a single glance, she realized the one who launched this attack was at least at the peak of the immortal sovereign, very likely an immortal king. What a powerful finger, it came really fast. In the depths of the folded space where Gu Qingqing was in seclusion, he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the grand and boundless power descending from the finger. He stood up tall. A serious look flashed in his eyes. Blood spear, this time I have to rely on your power. Facing this finger, no matter how extraordinary Gu Qingqing is, trying to block it with his mid-transformation cultivation would be seeking death.
Unless absolutely necessary.
Gu Qingqing absolutely did not want to use the blood spear's power. With his current strength, the backlash he would face afterwards could cost him half of his life. But now there was no other choice.
A glow emanated from his forehead.
The blood spear, filled with the will to kill, pierced through the air and entered Gu Qingqing's body with a soft sound.
Boom!
As the blood spear entered, a powerful force, like a ferocious beast of slaughter, awakened within Gu Qingqing, intertwining various killing runes into a blood dragon that roared. At the same time, Gu Qingqing's head of white hair visibly turned blood red. The twin dragons behind him screamed, blood red killing intent swirling, the extreme power flowing and emanating an aura of ultimate destruction.
The black dragon robe he wore began to transform into a blood dragon robe.
With a flick of his hand, the blood spear appeared in his grasp. Feeling the earth-shattering force within him, Gu Qingqing was not excited but worried about the aftermath of the backlash. In a single step, he vanished from his original spot.
Chapter 70, The Mysterious Divine Infant.
The ancient god's finger targeted Lin Chen, who was outside the ancestral land of the celestial clan in the folded space. If not only the beings on the surface of Blue Star but even the empires and lords of the 2 civilizations would suffer heavy consequences.
Is it about to end?
Lin Chen, unable to move at all, looked at the ancient god's finger that had already descended into this folded space, his face filled with despair and unwillingness. If he died here today, his bloodline would die along with him in that forbidden area, completely extinguished from existence. I am so unwilling. Lin Chen's eyes turned red, howling to the heavens.
Swish! Just then, a towering figure appeared out of thin air before him.
This blood-red form, filled with killing intent, as if a ferocious beast lay dormant within, emerged, and suddenly Lin Chen could move again.
Gu General?
Lin Chen, staring at this majestic figure before him, spoke incredulously. Gu Qingqing, expressionless, didn't speak. Twin dragons swirled behind him, countless laws of killing intertwined, forming a red-black divine ring that enveloped the air above him. Looking at the unbeatable ancient god's finger that was pressing down, he slowly raised the blood spear of killing intent he held, then suddenly swung his arm fiercely. Swish! The blood spear burst forth with immeasurable light, accompanied by a piercing sound that tore through the dimensional space. A spear point that seemed capable of ripping apart all matter shot upward, dazzling like that eternal blood sun, terrifying enough to make even the heavenly path of this small universe tremble in fear. As it tore through the sky in front of countless horrified beings, it charged towards the incredibly strong ancient god's finger.
My god, is that Gu General?
Hiss.
When did Gu General become so powerful? Wasn't he said to be in the mid-transformation stage? Can he withstand it?
At this moment, whether human or various clans of cultivators on Blue Star were nervously observing.
This is...
Xian Yuanlina stared intently at the spearhead that tore through everything, feeling a strange familiarity. But she was destined to not recognize it. Because the Black Dragon, Annihilation, was not a being of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it had merely passed through once and casually destroyed an immortal lineage. Hiss.
As the spearhead approached the ancient god's finger, the imagined earth-shattering sound did not occur.
Only a series of hissing, harsh sounds echoed out. Then she saw the tiny spearhead instantly break through the outer layer of the ancient god's finger's magical power and order laws. It then erupted with boundless bloodlight, transforming into a shocking strike that, in an instant, obliterated the ancient god's finger and pierced through the atmosphere of Blue Star. It severed Blue Star's protective celestial ring, quickly disappearing into the depths of the universe. Blood spear? At the moment the ancient god's finger was extinguished, a grand voice, as if it did not belong to this universe, echoed. Then, the Eye of Heaven slowly appeared above Blue Star. Hiss. He can even control the heavenly path of this small universe. Could he be an immortal emperor? Xian Yuanlin gasped sharply at this scene. An immortal emperor. Her lifelong pursuit. But she never managed to take that step before she died. And now, an immortal emperor of the immortal clan had returned. This made her hair stand on end. The black hole-like Eye of Heaven slowly turned to examine Gu Changqing. Interesting, humanity has not gone extinct, and you've actually refined the essence of Black Dragon, annihilation. Furthermore, your nascent soul. A magnificent voice transmitted through the Eye of Heaven, filled with wonder. Then his gaze fell on Lin Chen, commanding. I wondered how a being could break our restrictions. It turns out to be you, little guy. What, your lineage hasn't been wiped out in the broken sky forbidden zone? Lin Chen's expression darkened, angrily shouting, Old thief Gu Shua, I didn't expect you to become an immortal emperor. Back then, we agreed to oppose the slaughter of humanity together, yet in the end, you feared the main lineage's might. Do you still have the face to appear before me? Ha ha! For a bunch of slaves, you fools would throw away your lives. Gu Shua said indifferently, who of you dares to enter the ancestral land? Once I return, I will make it so you cannot live or die. Gu Changqing looked at the furious Lin Chen and calmly spoke, continue breaking the restrictions, I want to see what else he can do. The immortal clan cares so much about this ancestral land, which shows there must be something extraordinary inside. Not listening to advice, then death is the only option. The Eye of Heaven echoed Gu Shua's furious shout, heavily Dao catastrophe light. Buzz. Accompanied by a resonating buzz, the Eye of Heaven twisted, then transformed into a black and gold vertical eye, shooting towards Gu Changqing and Lin Chen with the most primal force of this universe. There was no earth-shattering might. No pressure that crushed all living beings. This beam of light seemed purely harmless. Lin Chen's face changed drastically, Gu, be careful. This catastrophe light cannot be resisted by any power. Once touched, no matter how powerful a being is, they will evaporate in an instant, unless your cultivation surpasses the heavenly path of this universe. I don't see any threat, instead, it makes me feel a little restless. Gu Changqing watched the slow and gentle light of calamity shining down, his face showing no change. The 108 divine fetuses within him seemed to stir, wanting to break free and consume this light. Since they conveyed such will, Gu Changqing directly released them all. Buzz. The 108 black divine fetuses flew out of Gu Changqing's body as if they were joyously cheering, then like moths to a flame, they rushed towards the shining calamity light. Gu, what are you doing? Lin Chen revealed a puzzled look at this scene. However, the next moment, he stood frozen. He saw those 108 strange divine fetuses dive into that enormous calamity light without suffering the slightest threat. Instead, they swam like fish in water, constantly swallowing and absorbing this plunder. Like wolves and tigers, rushing forward in competition. In just a short span of over 10 seconds. In the eyes of Lin Chen, there were no cultivators able to resist the power of the heavenly Tao, they were all absorbed clean. How is this possible? Soon after, Gu Shua's voice echoed, filled with disbelief. There's nothing impossible. Do you have any tricks left? If not, I am about to enter your ancestral land. I'm really curious what's inside that could make you, this immortal emperor, return. As Gu Changqing spoke, he withdrew 108 divine infants. Boom. As the divine infants returned to his body, Gu Changqing's spirit suddenly jolted. A vast and immense power instantly filled his physical body and primordial spirit, causing his cultivation level in the mid-stage of tribulation to soar rapidly. Late stage of tribulation, peak of tribulation, half-step to great ascension. Boom! At last, a loud bang erupted from within Gu Changqing, directly stepping into the great ascension stage. What kind of monster are you? Watching Gu Changqing devour the power of the heavenly Tao to increase his cultivation, even the strong Gu Shua found his worldview shattered multiple times. It seems you have no tricks left, are you not leaving? To be honest, Gu Changqing did not expect his divine infants to be so horrifyingly powerful. Good, a freak of the human race, the more monstrous you are, the more enjoyable it will be when I return and torment you. As his angry voice fell, that eye of the heavenly Tao began to slowly dissipate. Chapter 71, The Conspiracy of the Immortal Clan. In the folded space of the main lineage of the immortal clan. Immortal light surrounded, mountains towering, radiating an immortal divine glow. The ancestral land of the immortal clan.
On a suspended immortal island. Deep within the island. Outside a portal.
As the eye of the heavenly Tao dispersed, no one could stop Lin Chen from breaking through the last restriction of the ancestral land of the immortal clan. Lin Chen deeply glanced at Gu Changqing, his face filled with shock. The disaster light of this universe's heavenly Tao would require at least an immortal emperor level to dissolve easily. He had never seen anyone's divine infant directly devour such disaster light and then nourish the owner to increase their cultivation. It was simply unheard of, unseen, it was too outrageous. How long will it take to break the restriction of this portal? Gu Changqing retracted the blood spear and turned to Lin Chen, who was in a daze, saying, the immortal emperor of the immortal clan who was returning must not be in this spacetime, but since they can project their power back, it shows they are not far from this spacetime. Hurry up! Facing an immortal emperor about to return, Gu Changqing also felt immense pressure. Although the blood spear was a supreme treasure, if he, as the master, was too weak, he would also be suppressed. In the path of cultivation, while treasures greatly enhance a cultivator, one's own cultivation is also crucial. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly regained his senses, deeply looking at Gu Changqing and said, this restriction is very simple, give me a few hours, and I can break it. Gu Changqing calmly replied, then let's begin. I want to see what kind of thing the immortal clan is so concerned about. Originally, he had no interest in this place at all. But seeing an immortal emperor willing to return for this piqued his curiosity. Alright. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sent his divine sense to permeate into the magnificent giant door before him. At the same time, 8 small blue flags flew out from his forehead. As his divine sense penetrated inside, his hands quickly formed seals. More than 10 minutes later, a small flag behind Lin Chen flew and embedded itself at a certain corner of the portal with a whoosh. Gu Changqing knew nothing about restrictions and quietly waited nearby. Having borrowed the power of the blood spear, he felt fine now, but when the backlash came in a few days, that would be the real suffering. Time ticked by. As one small flag after another was inserted into the portal by Lin Chen, the restrictions light on the portal began to dim more and more. Boom! At the moment when his 8th small flag was inserted, the portal roared, and all restrictions were forced open, rumbling to the sides. It worked, Gu. Lin Chen recalled all the array flags, his face full of excitement as he turned to say. Gu Changqing nodded, quietly watching the crack of the portal open. As a crack opened, a blinding light suddenly shone through. Lin Chen held back his excited heart, his eyes fixed tightly. When the entire portal opened, a screen of light appeared. Let's go, General Gu, beyond this screen of light is the ancestral land of the immortal clan. Lin Chen controlled his excitement and took the lead, stepping through the screen. Gu Changqing followed closely behind. Hiss! How could it be? Upon passing through the screen, when Lin Chen saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but gasp in cold air. The ancestral land, once like a fairyland, was now filled with resentment, covered with countless dead stars. A total of 180,000 dead stars connected into one, forming an ultimate grand formation, creating a swirling vortex like a black hole. On each star floated billions of dry corpses, all drained of their cultivation and vitality, their expressions before death filled with fear, despair, and hatred. How can this be? Lin Chen was lost in thought and gritted his teeth, saying, what on earth have they done? How could they create such slaughter? On each star, billions of living beings, 180,000 stars. Seeing this made his scalp tingle. Gu Changqing stepped forward, looking at the tragic scene with an expressionless face, calmly said, the essence of these stars and beings does not come from this universe or the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then where does it come from? Why did they create such slaughter? Lin Chen felt an intense chill. Gu Changqing looked at the enormous vortex spanning the 180,000 stars, calmly saying, could it have come from that vortex resonating with the 180,000 stars? From the dry corpses on the 180,000 stars, all were cultivators, and they were very powerful in life, yet they were killed here. What great conspiracy was the immortal clan brewing? Is there a way to destroy that vortex? I feel what they are doing is definitely not a good thing. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, no wonder they wanted to stop me from coming in, it turns out such a big secret is hidden here. Gu Changqing said calmly, since we've encountered it, whether we can destroy it or not, we have to give it a try. You go find what you need, and I will see if I can destroy it. With the immortal clan being enemies to the death, Gu Changqing would not let go of any chance to deal with them. They valued their ancestral land so much. This vortex, these stars, were undoubtedly very important to them. Destroying them might cause the immortal clan to suffer greatly. Alright, I will go check the ancestral hall first. Lin Chen nodded and flew off, heading straight for an island shrouded in immortal light deep within. Gu Changqing flashed and landed on a dead star, gazing down at the space filled with floating corpses, casually capturing a corpse that had at least had the cultivation of an immortal monarch in life. The lowest cultivation is at the Great Ascension stage, and the highest even has the power of an immortal emperor.
Gu Changqing's divine sense covered all the dead stars, the sheer number of corpses in their high realm shocked him. What scheme does the immortal clan have? Where do these strong beings come from? Could it be they are brewing a dark upheaval? That shouldn't be, the former Black Dragon nearly destroyed them, what could they use to create a dark upheaval? Gu Changqing murmured. He felt very puzzled and confused about the actions of the immortal clan. Vortex, where does it lead? Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon that terrifying vortex, even more dreadful than a black hole, suddenly feeling the urge to go in and take a look. Currently, the power of the blood spear was still there, which led him to have such thoughts. Should I go in? Gu Changqing was torn, rarely did anything make him hesitate like this. If I don't go in to take a look, perhaps my heart demons will grow in the future. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changqing's eyes flickered, and he no longer had any intention of retreating, swiftly heading toward the vortex. He raised his magical shield, stepping into it. General Gu, you. Lin Chen had just returned at that moment, witnessing Gu Changqing soar into that mysterious vortex. Curiosity killed the cat. I hope Mr. Gu can come back safely. Lin Chen's eyes twitched, showing a bitter smile, and he quietly waited here. As time ticked by, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen grew increasingly worried. Mr. Gu, please don't get into any trouble. We can only rely on you to fight against the immortals. Lin Chen paced back and forth in the air, filled with unease. Buzz. Just then, a loud rumble echoed. A somewhat disheveled figure, covered in blood, with two dragon heads severed from its back, flew out from the vortex. Damn, Mr. Gu. Upon seeing who the disheveled figure was, Lin Chen's face changed dramatically, and he immediately took out a bottle of healing elixir, rushing over to support Gu Changqing. I'm fine. Although Gu Changqing was covered in wounds, even with both dragon heads on his back cut off, he still remained unperturbed. Especially a deep claw mark on his chest, which nearly crushed his heart, making him bleed profusely. Mr. Gu, what exactly happened? Lin Chen's face was filled with horror as he handed the healing elixir to Gu Changqing. What could have caused such severe injuries? What terrifying thing lurked in the vortex? Gu Changqing took the elixir from him and swallowed several pills before saying, the immortals, how dare they call themselves immortal? What's inside? Lin Chen asked with extreme curiosity. Is there any bloodline crystal of the immortals? Gu Changqing didn't answer his question, instead inquiring. Yes. Lin Chen didn't dare to delay for a moment, taking out a Shumi ring. Gu Changqing grabbed the Shumi ring with one hand and took out all the bloodline crystals inside, which were about 3,000 to 4,000 pieces. He then used a powerful technique to condense one into a drop of essence blood to swallow. He was severely injured. The twin dragon heads on his back, which were connected to him, were cut off. Despite appearing calm, he was actually close to exhaustion. After swallowing this drop of essence blood, Gu Changqing's wounds visibly healed. Moreover, the severed dragon heads on his back began to twitch and slowly regrow. However, the injury to his primordial spirit showed no signs of recovery, which would take time. Does this bloodline crystal have such effects? Lin Chen was astonished. How could he not see how severe Gu Changqing's injuries were? It had already harmed his source, even the best healing elixir would take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. Mr. Gu, what exactly are the immortals doing? Lin Chen asked for the third time as he saw Gu Changqing's injuries were mostly healed. Do you know what kind of creature this is? Gu Changqing turned his hand and summoned a fearsome monster from the Black Abyss Dragon banner. It was a creature not very large, about the size of a human, with gray skin that emitted an unpleasant odor. It had no wings but possessed sharp claws and teeth, with grayish-white eyes that were deep and glowed faintly red. Its large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, was slightly open, emanating a stench of decay. Its body was covered in sharp spines, each containing deadly venom. When it emitted a shrill scream, the sound waves targeted the primordial spirit, spreading a terrifying aura that made the heart tremble and the body shiver. This was an indescribable monster, its existence felt like a nightmare. Hiss. This is... Upon seeing this monster and feeling its penetrating scream, Lin Chen drew a cold breath. This is a monster from the vortex space, with countless numbers, some even at the level of immortal emperors, and the weakest like this one are at the peak of the great completion stage. Gu Changqing said flatly, after entering, I got lost and almost perished in their endless encirclement. The immortals are brewing a grand conspiracy. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill down his spine. So can they come out? Currently, they can't. It should be the great formation formed by these countless dead stars that has sealed them inside. Gu Changqing's expression was emotionless. I will go into seclusion for a century. During this time, you must quickly rescue your people and open the spatial nodes leading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. We cannot stay here any longer. After speaking, Gu Changqing tore through the void and left. He would have to endure a pain worse than death.
Then, he needed to heal the injuries to his primordial spirit. The storm brewed by the celestial race would likely sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future.
What is the celestial race doing?
Lin Chen gazed at the dark, swirling vortex, feeling a deep unfamiliarity with the celestial race that once cared for all living beings. Shaking his head, he also left. Before departing, he sealed the portal that led to this place once more. This dead space was eerie enough to send chills down one's spine.
The terrifying vortex seemed to connect to hell.
Shortly after they left, a grayish-white, grotesque face twisted in the vortex, grinning at the departing figures, sending shivers down their spines. Gu Chongqing returned to his previous secluded place. To avoid disturbance, he sealed the entire folded space and accepted the backlash from the blood spear. Since entering the era of cultivation, time had become invaluable. In a blink, 50 years passed.
Human technology had welcomed an unprecedented explosion of development.
They had already developed lightweight weapons that ordinary people could use to kill those in the divine transformation stage.
Moreover, 30 years ago, they developed biological armor.
The strongest biological armor currently could unleash the power of the fusion stage.
This allowed ordinary people to possess combat capabilities. However, this biological armor was primarily allocated for the military and had yet to be quickly developed for civilian use.
Technology is indeed a great thing.
Recently, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute developed an elixir that could turn ordinary people into body refiners.
The wisdom and potential of humanity are unparalleled. It is only natural for the celestial race to be fearful. If they keep developing for a few thousand more years, they might create weapons capable of slaying celestials. Because of this, Gu Chongqing did not let humanity cease research on hot weapons. 10 years ago, Lin Chen finally rescued his remaining tribesmen from the broken sky forbidden zone. Now, not only humanity, but the various civilizations had begun gathering resources decades ago to prepare to leave this small universe for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Chen had also opened the spatial nodes leading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths 3 years ago. The teleportation array for the 9 heavens and 10 earths was set up in the folded space where the spirit herb field was located.
The entire folded space functioned as a teleportation array.
As the century approached, the new god group began rallying humanity to enter that folded space.
Meanwhile, the various tribes of the 2 great civilizations continuously transported their people over.
On this day, Gu Beichuan summoned the ancestors of each tribe for a high-level meeting. In the conference hall that could accommodate thousands, Gu Beichuan sat at the head seat. On either side of him were the 2 great ancestors of the royal and lord civilizations.
Below them stood the ancestors and elders of each tribe.
Everyone, we are about to set off for the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a major issue.
Gu Beichuan surveyed the ancestors and elders present and spoke in a deep voice. I want to ask you all a question. Do you believe your tribes can establish a foothold there in the 9 heavens and 10 earths?
Chairman Gu, I know what you were trying to say.
The ancestor of the imperial civilization chuckled. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where countless tribes stand, if we do not unite, we may be eaten until not a bone is left.
It is best to unite.
On behalf of the imperial royal family, I will join the new god group from now on. Chapter 73, The 9 heavens and 10 earths have fallen, we have no retreat.
Unifying the tribes in this small universe is a necessity.
In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, many tribes compete for dominance, sects, holy lands, dynasties, and immortal families abound. Even the smallest sect has more than one earth immortal standing guard.
Even if Gu Beichuan didn't say anything, the ancestors of the various clans would still mention this matter.
They were already tied to the new god group on the same boat. It was not that the new god group could not do without them, but rather that they could not do without the new god group.
After this meeting, there would no longer be a distinction between the 2 great civilizations. The ancestors of each clan would henceforth become the supreme elders of the new god group. And the old ancestors would take on the position of elders. The hands of fate were playful. The Black Prison Emperor was one such elder, but he also successfully acquired the bloodline crystal. After this meeting ended,
each clan began to construct their living places in the originally spiritual herb field's folded space. This folded space was rich in spiritual energy, expansive enough to accommodate at least tens of trillions of beings without overcrowding. Each folded space was like a small world. If a batch of beings were placed inside and the small world sealed, after a long time, those beings would regard it as their only world. Absolutely unimaginable that the world they were in, when viewed across the heavens, could be less than a speck of dust. 10 years later, everything was ready. The original spiritual herb field's folded space had undergone a complete transformation. It was divided into many domains. Each domain housed a clan, while the central domain was the dwelling of the human race. Now that everything was in place, they just awaited Gu Changqing to emerge from his seclusion. Lin Chen could then directly send this folded space away via the spatial node to the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
New God Group, South Courtyard Annex. Chairman Gu, I've called you here because I have bad news to share.
In a pavilion, the elder with the strongest cultivation from the Dao Shen clan brewed a cup of tea for Gu Beichuan, his expression very serious. The Dao Shen clan was the clan Lin Shen belonged to. It had once been the 8th branch of the immortal clan. This elder was already at the immortal king realm, having fallen to just one immortal king. The Dao Shen lineage once had an immortal emperor overseeing it. But to protect his clan, he sacrificed his own life, opening a small world for his clansmen in the Broken Sky Forbidden Zone. Although the small world was opened, it also needed maintenance. Over the years, the immortal emperors and immortal kings of the Dao Shen lineage had essentially all perished in efforts to stabilize the small world. Oh, what would make you, elder you, so serious? Since he was an immortal king, his seriousness indicated that what he was about to say was indeed significant. The 9 heavens and 10 earths have fallen, we have no retreat left. The elder lifted his teacup, took a light sip, and casually dropped a bombshell. What? Gu Beichuan was startled. Do you think the 9 heavens and 10 earths will still exist? Elder, you suddenly dropped another bombshell. This. Gu Beichuan felt a surge of fear and said, you mean to say the 9 heavens and 10 earths might be gone? Elder, you shook his head, not might, they are already gone. How do you know? Gu Beichuan felt a chill, if the 9 heavens and 10 earths are gone, don't we? Elder, you sighed, I just returned from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the twilight world was filled with deathly silence, not a single living soul was in sight. A grey mist enveloped the land, and within that fog lurked incredibly powerful monsters, almost identical to what Chairman Gu showed to Xiao Chen before. What? Gu Beichuan's body trembled slightly, his face turning bitter. So, are we left with just waiting to die? Elder, you nodded. At this point, it appears we can only wait to die. Gu Beichuan fell silent, took out a cigarette, and took a deep puff. This was being forced into a dead end. The power disparity is so great that even fighting to the death holds no chance of victory. Gu Beichuan shook his head. Coming back was an immortal emperor. What was there to fight against the known highest realm? Besides waiting to die, the only option left was to self-terminate completely. Sigh, what to do? Gu Beichuan finished his cigarette, looking at Elder Yu, as if asking him and also questioning himself. Just eat and drink, and get ready to wait for death. Elder Yu shook his head, facing an immortal emperor, and with no way to retreat. What can we do? How much time do we have left? Gu Beichuan still held some hope and said, can we also go to the place where the immortal race went? If there are spatial nodes where the immortal race went, we might be able to get there, but if we can't even find spatial nodes, there's no way. Old Ju sighed lightly and said, the immortal emperor can project power here, though it's just a strike, we're not far from it. We have at most another 200 years. 200 years? That's really waiting to die. Gu Beichuan completely lost hope and said, this matter should not be made public to avoid unnecessary chaos. We can only hope for a miracle to happen by then. It's a pity for President Gu. If only he had a bit more time. Old Ju sighed deeply and then said, I have a way to preserve President Gu's life. What way? Upon hearing this, Gu Beichuan's heart stirred, we can die, but Qingqing's potential is limitless. He shouldn't just die here. You're right. Old Ju nodded in agreement and said, the only way is to send him to the forbidden zone of Broken Sky. Then I will sacrifice myself to shrink that small world to the extreme. This way, it can at least last for 10,000 years without being destroyed by the time-space turbulence of the Forbidden Zone. 10,000 years is enough for President Gu to become an immortal emperor. By then, with his strength, the Forbidden Zone will definitely not be able to trap him. Good, very good. Gu Beichuan said excitedly, can we send a few more people in? Old Ju shook his head and said, the more living beings there are, the more violent the time-space turbulence will be. For safety's sake, it's best if it's just him. Is that so? Then it's settled. Let's send Chen Qingqing in. Gu Beichuan thought for a moment and said, but with his personality, he would never just survive on his own. We have to trick him. Knowing one's child is like a father, Gu Qingqing's personality was no secret to him as a father. Old Ju pondered and said, then let's do it this way. When he breaks through, we will pretend to send him to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, letting him arrive at a specific location, and then directly send him to the forbidden zone of Broken Sky. Good, it must be done this way. To be honest, if Gu Qingqing could survive, Gu Beichuan would have no regrets. He secretly thought, son. This is the first time I've ever deceived you, please don't find out. If Gu Qingqing knew about this, he felt that Gu Qingqing would never be willing to survive at all costs. But he was truly mistaken this time. I also support your decision. Suddenly, Gu Qingqing's light words came. Then, with a flicker, he appeared in the pavilion and said calmly, if there really is no other way for me to survive, I definitely won't die in vain. Chapter 74, A Ray of Hope? As long as there is a way to live, Gu Qingqing would never willingly seek death. Facing such a vastly superior opponent, there was no chance of victory at all. Gu Qingqing was definitely not foolish enough to seek death. Even if he used the power of the blood spear again, it would be impossible to defeat an immortal emperor. An immortal emperor is a being that cannot be contented with mere treasures. Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, Gu Beichuan felt a flush rise in his cheeks, having been slapped in the face so quickly. Old Yu assessed Gu Changqing and smiled. President Gu has actually cultivated 36 strands of immortal energy.
This talent is simply extraordinary, all that's missing is time. This is the best plan I can think of.
Even if you cultivate 100 strands of immortal energy, what good is it if you still cannot protect your loved ones?
Gu Changqing's expression was emotionless as he gazed up at the sky and said lightly, in this vast world, is there truly no place for us to survive? It's not that there isn't. It's that we cannot find it.
Old Yu stood up and stood by Gu Changqing, saying slowly, as far as I know, beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exists an even broader realm of cultivation, but how to reach it?
Oh? Gu Changqing turned his gaze to him and said lightly, so you mean, the place where the immortal race went might be the one you're speaking of?
If that's the case, and they can come back, it means it has also fallen, and we are completely cornered. This possibility cannot be ruled out. This vast world may truly have no place left for us to hide. The old fisherman nodded, looked at Gu Changqing, and asked, when are you planning to enter the forbidden zone of broken heaven?
Isn't there still 200 years? Let's first see if any changes occur.
To be honest, anyone with the power to fight, even with just a 2 or 3% chance of victory, would not wish to cower and survive alone. They would surely fight to the bitter end.
Let's see if there will be any changes.
The old fisherman was already prepared for sacrifice, not because he was so noble, but purely out of hatred for the immortal clan, wanting to keep Gu Changqing alive until he could rise up and destroy the immortal clan. If he were afraid of death, he could easily kneel down and plead with the immortal emperor of the ancient lineage to spare their clan's life, since they were once of the same kind, at least there would be a chance to survive.
After chatting for a bit, Gu Changqing and Gu Beichuan left.
The father and son hadn't sat down and had a good talk for a long time. Upon returning home, they had Lu Ruyue prepare a lavish meal, and the 5 of them enjoyed a joyful dinner together.
Brother!
This is the first time I've met you, I toast you a drink. At the dining table, sitting opposite Gu Changqing was a young and handsome man, who resembled Gu Beichuan. He looked at Gu Changqing and smiled as he raised his glass.
Over the years, Gu Beichuan and Lu Ruyue had another son. The child's name was Gu Yuan.
Gu Changqing took a deep look at him, nodded, raised his glass, and drank it all down. Brother, I also toast you a drink. At that moment, Gu Yue also raised her glass, looking at Gu Changqing with admiration.
You are all quite good.
Gu Changqing had no objections to them, often offering this brother and sister duo some guidance at the dining table. After this meal, they felt warm and happy together.
Late at night,
Gu Beichuan wanted to keep Gu Changqing to stay the night, but was refused by Gu Changqing.
Sigh.
Watching Gu Changqing's departing figure, Gu Beichuan sighed softly, then looked at the mother and daughter chatting in the hall and sighed again. Over the years, every time Gu Changqing went into seclusion, it was for dozens or even hundreds of years, Gu Beichuan knew that he and this son were slowly starting to belong to different worlds.
Gu Changqing was indeed now solely focused on cultivation, viewing family ties with great indifference. After leaving,
Gu Changqing went to see old Huang, shared a drink with him, and pointed out some shortcomings in his cultivation before leaving. A while later, he arrived at Yi Lan's place. Yi Lan had also married and started a family, with 2 sons and a daughter.
Young master, what brings you here today?
On the rooftop of the villa where Yi Lan lived, he was dressed in pajamas. Gu Changqing nodded at him, smiling gently. It's been too long since we last met, I wanted to come and see you. Ever since you got married, your cultivation has lagged.
Cough, cough. I've been trying very hard.
Yi Lan scratched his head. I'm not here to push you to cultivate, there's no need to work so hard in the future.
Living well with your family is the greatest happiness.
Gu Changqing took out a cigarette and gave it to him, then lit one for himself, taking a deep puff and saying, as long as your cultivation is enough, there's no need to waste time on it.
Spend more time with your family when you can.
Yi Lan was taken aback and laughed. Young master, I find it hard to believe these words are coming from you. Spend the next couple of 100 years with your family, cultivation can be done anytime. Gu Changqing patted his shoulder. Then he chatted with Yi Lan for over 10 minutes before leaving.
I've clearly worked so hard, why can't I change the fate of humanity?
Gu Changqing left that folded space and stood on the deserted surface of Blue Planet under the night sky, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. Then, he spoke calmly, you've been following me for so long, why don't you come out?
As expected of Mr. Gu.
As Gu Changqing finished speaking, the tall and graceful figure at Xian Yuan Lina slowly emerged from a void. Gu Changqing glanced at her, speaking indifferently, state your origins within 10 seconds, or die. I was once the Xianyu Empress with half-emperor cultivation in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, fallen in the ancient immortal forbidden zone, and reincarnated here. Xian Yuan Lina did not dare to challenge Gu Changqing's patience, and quickly spoke of her origins.
What do you want from me? Gu Changqing asked expressionlessly.
Shen Yuanlina took a step forward with her long legs and whispered, "The 9 heavens and 10 earths are gone, we have no way out now."
You must already know this, right?
Lin Shen had opened the space node to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and she had secretly gone back. What she saw made her feel a chill run down her spine.
And then?
Gu Changqing's gaze, filled with pressure, silently stared at her. Shen Yuanlina took a deep breath and said, "I know there is a place that might lead us out of this small universe, but I cannot do it with my own power."
Oh?
Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing seemed slightly surprised but maintained his expression, coolly saying, "Speak." There must be a space node in a corner of this small universe that connects to the ancient forbidden area of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shen Yuanlina said seriously, "Years ago, I explored the ancient forbidden area for 6,000 years and discovered a space node that seemed to lead to another world, but I do not know if it's true. If we can enter the ancient forbidden area and find that space node, there may be a chance of survival. But it's very difficult to find out where that space node is in this universe." Gu Changqing silently listened and nodded. "This does count as a glimmer of hope. I will mobilize all those in the breaking void stage to search thoroughly, hoping to find it within 200 years. Though this was a small universe, if one couldn't cross the void, even earthly mortals would find it hard to traverse within a lifetime.
The Celestial Emperor could use his imperial power to destroy this small universe.
But it wouldn't cover everything, rather, the small universe couldn't withstand his power and would shatter like a balloon.
Finding a small space node would be like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Gu Changqing looked deeply at Shen Yuanlina and calmly said, "If we can find that space node and escape safely, you will take the credit." "The credit doesn't matter, I just want to live and to cultivate alongside you, Mr. Gu." Shen Yuanlina had already fully recognized this man's potential. If she could become a cultivation partner with him, she might become an emperor in this life.
Chapter 75, Ultimately, it was all in vain. Shen Yuanlina indeed brought a glimmer of hope.
Gu Changqing had already cultivated 36 strands of celestial qi, which was his limit. He had originally planned to enter seclusion and strive to break through to Earth Immortal. But now, he immediately took Shen Yuanlina back to the folded space in the central region, the new God Group headquarters building. In the Supreme Conference Hall, Gu Changqing sat in the main seat, his majestic face filled with indifference. Shen Yuanlina, dressed in a light purple long dress, stood behind him. The slightly tight dress outlined her sexy and hot figure.
Her long legs slightly visible under the hem exuded endless charm.
Her long hair casually draped, playfully mixed with a few strands that fell on her towering chest.
On this night, the elders and high-ranking elders of the new God Group kept arriving.
After arriving here, they respectfully glanced at Gu Changqing sitting in the main seat before quietly taking their seats. Soon, Tang Yuwei arrived. When she saw Shen Yuanlina standing behind Gu Changqing, she immediately froze for a moment. She was very suspicious about how this little cousin was walking with Mr. Gu. However, now wasn't the time to ask this. She found her place and sat down. After nearly 1,000 years and not lacking any cultivation resources, Zhao Yufei had already reached the pinnacle of breaking void 6 years ago. Yet not all in the breaking void stage had the qualification to attend this meeting.
Without the rank, one in the breaking void stage could not come up. Before long, Gu Beichuan arrived with Gu Yuan and Gu Yuer.
However, this time he could not sit in that main seat.
Sitting in the adjacent seat, Gu Yuan and Gu Yuer stood behind him.
As time passed, many people came who were unfamiliar to Gu Changqing. Among the few familiar faces present were Mo Dao Lai, Tang Lin, Shen Tuba, Zhu Kuang, Lin Chen, and the newly promoted Huang Lao who just completed his tribulation period. In the end, a total of 5,000 to 6,000 people arrived. The conference hall was packed densely with people.
"Mr. Gu, you called us here overnight to prepare for the transmission to the 9 heavens and 10 lands?"
The chief elder of the group, who was also the ancestor of the imperial civilization royal family, inquired with some restlessness. Everyone listened attentively, all ears perked up. Gu Changqing suddenly called this meeting, so it must be about this matter. Gu Changqing straightened his body, scanned the crowd, and spoke softly, "What I am about to say may bring despair to you all.
Lina, you can talk."
"Okay." Shen Yuanlina stepped forward a few steps and slowly said, "The 9 heavens and 10 lands are gone." It took her several minutes to explain the whole story. As her voice fell, the hall fell into a deathly silence. A sense of despair and panic began to spread. Some, fearing for their lives, even started to entertain thoughts of fleeing and begging for mercy when the Celestial Clan's emperor returned.
Gu Changqing's indifferent gaze scanned the crowd but he did not speak.
However, Shen Yuanlina continued. "Looking at your expressions, I know you are already thinking about whether to immediately sever ties with the human race. But I must responsibly tell you that the 9 heavens and 10 lands have been obliterated by the dark chaos they instigated, and you have no way out. The only path to survival now is to find the spatial nodes to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone." Mr. Gu called this meeting to discuss this matter. "If any of you think the Celestial Clan will spare you, you can stand up and leave now."
At this point, Xian Yuanlina stepped back behind Gu Changqing, quietly observing the decisions of the ancestors and elders present. I am willing to live and die with the human race. The chief elder of the new god group stood up, speaking forcefully. We already know the secrets of the celestial clan, they will definitely not spare us, so you all should put away your little thoughts. Upon hearing this, whispers rose from the crowd. After a moment, one by one the ancestors stood up. We are willing to live and die with the human race. Very good. Gu Changqing spoke calmly. Now our only path to survival is to find the spatial nodes to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone. If we cannot find it within 200 years, we will have to face annihilation. The content of this meeting must not be made public. Alright, the meeting is over. From now on, all cultivators at the Broken Void Realm and above must search for spatial nodes, and any node found must be reported immediately. After speaking, Gu Changqing stood up and left. Xian Yuanlina followed behind him. The meeting dispersed. People whispered among themselves in small groups, leaving with heavy hearts, preparing to gather all their kin who were at the Broken Void Realm and above. Shortly after they left, groups of Broken Void Realm cultivators set off from Blue Star, taking plenty of recovery pills to embark on a long journey. At the Broken Void Realm, they could traverse the void. Similar to wormhole teleportation, each crossing spanned endless galaxies. A campaign to find spatial nodes thus began. But the reality was cruel. As the years passed, although many cultivators reported finding spatial nodes, none were related to entering the immortal ancient forbidden zone. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed, and thousands of spatial nodes were found, but none had any connection to the immortal ancient forbidden zone. This led to anxiety and fear among the powerful of all races. 150 years later, despair began to settle among the powerful of all races. 170 years later, the atmosphere of despair reached its peak. The search was frantic and urgent. Boss Gu, it's time to prepare. 180 years later, old Yu sought out Gu Changqing. On top of the fairy crystal vein, Gu Changqing, sitting cross-legged in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, Xian Yuanlina, who was also meditating, quietly opened her beautiful eyes to watch. Gu Changqing calmly said, in 5 years, if we still haven't found it, then we will proceed as planned. Okay, at the latest 5 years. Old Yu nodded and then departed. Over the years, he had also been looking for space nodes to enter the ancient immortal forbidden zone. He had found quite a few, but none were related to the ancient immortal forbidden zone. Even though this is a small universe, it is still astonishingly vast. Xian Yuanlina couldn't help but be curious and asked, Boss Gu, what is your plan? Gu Changqing did not reply, closing his eyes to continue meditating. Seeing he wouldn't speak, Xian Yuanlina also felt it inappropriate to ask further, shook her head, and continued to meditate. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, yet no space node to enter the ancient immortal forbidden zone appeared. Old Yu came today to take Gu Changqing away. Xian Yuanlina wanted to follow, but was stopped by Old Yu. At the same time, in the deep space of the universe, a certain spatial node suddenly erupted with blinding light. Boom! Then the void exploded, and an incomparably horrifying, overwhelming aura swept through the universe, causing the heavenly principle to tremble and shudder, collapsing the space and obliterating everything in its path. Before this pressure, the heavenly principle wailed, reflecting a will to submit. Buzz! Then, slowly walking out from it was a hunchbacked old man with a back bent and hair all white. This old man was hunched, but his aura was astonishing. After stepping out of the spatial node, he carefully sensed the surroundings and then summoned the eye of the heavenly principle of this universe with his will. Buzz! The eye of the heavenly principle emerged, trembling as it looked at the old man. Locate this target for me, and then open the transmission vortex. The old man glanced indifferently at the eye of the heavenly principle, speaking in a commanding tone while providing a coordinate. The eye of the heavenly principle did not dare to delay in the slightest, immediately locating the coordinates given by the old man, then projecting the scene above Blue Star. This is the right place. The mysterious old man looked at the projected image with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, the young master died on this planet, but his origin has already been refined by a life form. This life form's potential is absolutely no less than that of the young master. While whispering, the eye of the heavenly principle had already activated the transmission vortex. Truly obedient. You were once controlled by other immortal emperors? The mysterious old man narrowed his eyes slightly, the next moment his brow glowed and shot a soul light into the eye of the heavenly principle. The scenes of ancient Shuo attacking Blue Star with the ancient Godfinger appeared one after another in the eyes of the mysterious old man. Isn't this a certain immortal emperor of the Vermilion Bird Star domain? The Vermilion Bird Star domain is about to be breached by strange creatures. At such a critical moment, why would they send an immortal emperor to this small universe? So Blue Star was once a habitat for the immortal race. The young master still died at their hands, damn it. With the immortal race's capabilities, how could they have killed the young master? What exactly happened back then?
The human, Chen Qingqing, who refined the young master's origin, is incredibly defiant, able to devour and refine even the power of the heavenly principle. Since you refined the young master's origin, from now on you will be my young master.
If the immortal race wants to kill you, they must first ask whether I agree.
Upon understanding everything from the past, the mysterious old man's eyes revealed infinite killing intent. After speaking, the mysterious old man asked the eye of the heavenly principle for ancient Shua's previous space coordinates. After obtaining the space coordinates, his gaze pierced through endless void, then he crossed over and appeared outside a hidden spatial node. This was a certain starry sky in the Milky Way, very close to Blue Star. He raised his hand and made a gesture. This spatial node, resembling a vortex, was completely exposed to his eyes. Is it Gu Shua? Today, I, the old man, will take your head to meet the new young master. The mysterious old man's gaze was fierce, and he stepped into the spatial node with unparalleled dominance. Inside the spatial node, it was like a chaotic scene, with terrifying spatial storms raging. If one was not careful and got caught in these storms, even an immortal king would be instantly torn apart. Only an immortal emperor could disregard it. Though the mysterious old man was hunched over, he was incredibly arrogant, charging straight towards the place where Gu Shua had previously appeared. About 3 or 4 years ago. Boom! 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 Ahead, a tall and mighty figure was also rapidly crossing towards the direction of the mysterious old man. This was a heroic middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with 9 ancient star marks glowing fiercely on his forehead, moving back at the fastest speed. A few days later. Boom! The two forces of immortal emperors collided with a thunderous sound. The two immortal emperors finally met. He. Finally, I found you. The mysterious old man looked at the somewhat suspicious heroic middle-aged man, revealing a smile filled with killing intent. You are. Gu Shua's deep and formidable gaze narrowed slightly. The mysterious old man's eyes radiated terrifying light. I am here to seek revenge. Did the Black Dragon of Destruction die at your hands? But with your abilities displayed in the Zhuke star domain, you shouldn't have been able to kill him. Black Dragon of Destruction? Hearing this, Gu Shua was slightly startled. Back then, with the abilities of their immortal clan, they indeed could not kill the Black Dragon of Destruction. The reason they were ultimately able to kill it was because they used an ancient treasure that had nearly caused their immortal clan to become puppets, leading them to a point of no return. Why do you say this? What relation do you have with the Black Dragon of Destruction? Gu Shua's expression became serious, ready for battle at any moment. Tell me, what power did you use to slay our young master? The mysterious old man spoke coldly, the laws of the imperial path awakening within him, conjuring a terrifying and fierce beast behind him. Humph. Do you really think I fear you? Gu Shua scoffed, condensing the laws of the imperial path, and fiercely pointed out with a finger of the ancient god. Boom! In an instant, a massive finger that could crush endless starry skies and destroy entire star systems appeared, heading straight for the mysterious old man to crush him. You overestimate yourself. The mysterious old man disdainfully lifted his eyelids, raising a hand, and an enormous claw appeared, filled with ferocity, crushing the space layer by layer as it rushed towards that colossal finger. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two forces of the imperial path collided, instantly annihilating the chaos, turning the blue sky upside down. With one strike, Gu Shua staggered, looking with full seriousness at the old man on the opposite side. Step to heaven. The mysterious old man did not give him a moment's respite and took a ferocious step forward. Boom! This step shook the boundless chaos, and the nearby spatial turbulence was eradicated by an irresistible might. Gu Shua was greatly alarmed and summoned his lifebound treasure, the slashing god blade, raising the power of the imperial path to its peak, unleashing a terrifying blade glow that shocked the universe. This blade glow was so powerful that it could directly split open the small universe where Gu Changqing resided. With a thunderous sound, the might of the step to heaven clashed with the blade glow, crossing 9 layers of chaos. In an instant, the blade glow was annihilated, and the step to heaven condensed to a point, thrusting through Gu Shua's immortal emperor body with a puff. You! Gu Shua's blood stained the sky as his figure staggered backward. Step to heaven, you are from the shattering heavenly clan that was long extinct in the White Tiger star domain? Upon recognizing the identity of the mysterious old man, Gu Shua began to feel fear, staring at him in disbelief. This clan had a grand background, once suppressing 5 major star domains, rumored to have even slain celestial laws, a terrifying clan where each member's battle prowess was peerless and unrivaled. But how could such an existence recognize the Black Dragon of Destruction as their young master? Extinct? Actually, it's almost the same. I am the only one left. The mysterious old man's eyes flashed with brilliance as he spoke indifferently. With the capabilities of your clan, you absolutely could not kill the Black Dragon of Destruction. Do you want me to search your soul later, or will you honestly confess yourself? As he spoke, the mysterious old man gradually closed the distance.
Each step brewed a force that could pierce the heavens, stacking one after another. Once he stacked it to 9 times, it was said that even the true way of heaven could not stop it. Gu Shuo began to panic. Faced with this existence, he simply couldn't fight back, nor could he escape. Could it be that I can only expose my identity to gain a glimmer of hope? Gu Shuo's face darkened as he secretly gritted his teeth. Have you thought it through? The mysterious old man had already brewed to the 4th step. At this moment he stopped, as if to deliver a final judgment on Gu Shuo. The mysterious old man was losing patience. Watching Gu Shuo grit his teeth, he calmly said, "All right then, let this old man search your soul." Boom! With the fall of his voice. In an instant, chaos reversed, and the universe shattered as the 5th step was taken. Damn it, old fool, you forced my hand. Seeing this scene, Gu Shuo roared fiercely, spewing grey fog from within, transforming in an instant into a grotesque and extremely evil creature. Old fool, die. He suddenly opened his razor-sharp mouth, unleashing a sound wave that could annihilate the divine emperor's soul, piercing through the might of the heavenly step, charging straight at the mysterious old man. At the same time, Gu Shuo transformed into grey fog, actually slipping past the deadly power of the heavenly step, and reconstituting himself in the distance. Are all of your celestial race abnormal creatures? The mysterious old man's eyes burst forth terrifying light, as he watched the sound wave attack come at him in an instant. He unleashed a soul light from his brow, transforming into a giant beast that slays the heavens, leaping forward to crush the sound wave attack that could annihilate the divine emperor's soul. Damn old fool, today I will annihilate your heavenly race completely with an ultimate roar. Roar! In the distance, Gu Shuo, having transformed into a bizarre creature, let out a fierce roar that pierced through endless chaos, sweeping toward the mysterious old man. Among bizarre creatures, some excelled in sound waves targeting the soul, while others had extremely strong physical power. Gu Shuo was obviously the former. No wonder the Zhuke star domain fell so quickly. It turns out your entire celestial race is under cover. At this moment, the mysterious old man finally became furious. He formed a hand seal with one hand. With a whoosh sound, a red light flew out from within him. This red light was as terrifying as the only thing in the world. Breaking free from the restraints of time and space, it instantly shattered Gu Shuo's sound wave attack and, almost in an instant, pierced through Gu Shuo's laughing head. How come? Gu Shuo's eyes widened, his laughter abruptly stopped, seemingly not knowing how he had died. To die under my heavenly blade is considered your honor. The mysterious old man recalled the red light, then seized Gu Shuo's grotesque corpse from afar, intending to search his soul, but found there was no remaining soul. As expected, after these bizarre creatures fall, the soul will be summoned back in another form by some power. The mysterious old man's expression grew heavy. What kind of power is needed to completely erase them? Otherwise they could revive infinitely, and one day they would exhaust us to death. Shaking his head, the mysterious old man chose not to think too much for now, turned, and left back to his small universe. Blue Star. The folded space continent had not experienced any upheaval. 200 years have already passed, why is it still so quiet? Gu Changqing stood on the rooftop of the new God Group building, looking up at the deep space outside, feeling puzzled. Beside him, Master Yu pondered, the pressure from back then wasn't from Gu Shuo. Could this be the change? About 5 or 6 years ago, a terrifying pressure had descended, but it quickly returned to calm. Back then, Gu Changqing, who originally wanted to enter the Broken Sky Forbidden Zone with Master Yu, sensed that the pressure did not come from Gu Shuo and thus they did not enter. During this time, those aware within the folded space had been living in constant fear, waiting for death to arrive. For 7 or 8 years, the master of that overwhelming power never arrived, which made people very puzzled. Boom! But today, an extremely brutal pressure suddenly descended, instantly crushing all living beings into a state of false death, losing their thoughts. Gu Changqing's heart trembled, and the blood spear automatically protected him, preventing his mind from being trapped. This is the pressure of an immortal emperor. Beside him, Elder Yu was completely prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, within this folded space, only he and Elder Yu could remain conscious. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old figure appeared above the building. Ha! Gu Changqing lifted his gaze to examine the newcomer. The mysterious old man was also observing him. The two locked eyes, and neither spoke a word. Elder Yu, who was shaking, didn't dare to breathe. The immortal emperor before him was the most unfathomable one he had ever seen in his life. Not to mention Black Dragon Mia. Back then, Black Dragon Mia was only a half-emperor and almost annihilated the immortal clan, showing how terrifying he was. After a moment, Gu Changqing broke the silence. Who are you? He, worthy of being the one who can refine the origin of our young master, being so calm in front of this old man is quite impressive. The mysterious old man said with a smile. Young master? Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed. Could it be that the young master you speak of is Black Dragon Mia? Exactly. The mysterious old man nodded, growing more shocked as he examined Gu Changqing. How did you cultivate your nascent soul? Innate. Gu Changqing replied calmly and truthfully. Transforming kidney stones into a golden core, then giving birth to a nascent soul, isn't that innate?
Incomprehensible, even this old man cannot see through it, and it can even devour the power of the heavenly Tao to refine itself, truly against the heavens. The mysterious old man exclaimed in wonder.
Oh, how did you know that, senior? Gu Changqing asked, somewhat surprised. He.
I know much more, and I've also taken care of the immortal plant beasts that forced you into a corner. The mysterious old man smiled at Gu Changqing.
An immortal emperor was resolved just like that?
Elder Yu was filled with shock upon hearing this. One should know that battles between immortal emperors are not easy to decide unless there is a vast difference in strength.
Thank you, senior. May I ask where you come from and why you are here? Gu Changqing seemed very calm.
I come from the White Tiger Star Domain, initially to retrieve the young master's remains, but now I come for you. The mysterious old man flashed and landed in front of Gu Changqing.
For me?
Gu Changqing looked at him. Since you have refined the origin of the young master and acknowledged the young master's life treasure, from now on, I will be your protector. The mysterious old man circled around Gu Changqing, speaking in shock. Young master, the 108 divine infants within you are indeed unfathomable, even my immortal emperor divine sense cannot see through them, you have not even unleashed 1% of their power. Gu Changqing became a bit interested. How do you know that I haven't unleashed 1% of their power?
Isn't it obvious?
Have you ever tried to resonate with them, tried to merge them into your blood, tried to resonate with your nascent soul, or tried to unify them? The mysterious old man shook his head. You haven't tried any of these, you only see them as a source of power. If you had tried any of the methods I mentioned, you could have unleashed the power of the blood spear without backlash. This. Gu Changqing was rendered speechless by the mysterious old man's words. He really hadn't tried those things the old man mentioned. As expected of a top-level immortal emperor, his sharp vision and broad knowledge are beyond what Gu Changqing can compare to.
Chapter 78, The Divine Infant's Defiance.
The mysterious old man was very pleased with Gu Changqing, as if he could already see a future where he dominated the 5-star domains. The mysterious old man had reached the peak of immortal emperor. Looking around the 5-star domains, he had no rivals, so why would he want to be a protector?
There is a reason for this.
He once promised the mother of Black Dragon Mo to protect her son until he became an immortal emperor during the mysterious old man's lifetime. If one day her son unfortunately died, he would protect the being that could refine her son's origin to become an immortal emperor. The mother of Black Dragon Mo had saved the life of the mysterious old man. Back then, their entire family was punished by the heavens, but they were too weak and almost wiped out. It was Black Dragon Mo's mother who saved the mysterious old man. This kindness was something the mysterious old man could never forget, no matter what. In addition, his own carelessness led to the downfall of Black Dragon Mo, which made him even more guilty.
Young master, your potential is limitless. I will never let you meet the same early demise as Black Dragon Mo. Until you achieve immortal emperor, I will not leave your side.
The mysterious old man observed Gu Changqing and was shocked and delighted by his potential. I am glad I arrived in time. Otherwise, young master, you would have been killed by that beast of the immortal clan. Gu Changqing was very puzzled. Why was such a powerful being so kind and wanting to be his protector? What was the connection between him and Black Dragon Mo? He immediately asked, may I ask what is your relationship with Black Dragon Mo? I have merely refined his origin, yet you want to be my protector. I will not harm you, of course. The mysterious old man, Kong Tianying, smiled and said, you can call me Old Kong, this is the reason why I will be your protector. As he spoke, Old Kong pointed his finger at the center of Gu Changqing's brow. This was the entrustment from Black Dragon Mo's mother to Old Kong many years ago. This made Gu Changqing feel puzzled. It seemed that Black Dragon Mo's mother had long foreseen that her son would fall. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told Old Kong that if her son fell, he must protect the being that refined her son's origin to become an immortal emperor. It seemed that this being, who could refine her son's origin, might very well be the reincarnation of Black Dragon Mo. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Gu Changqing quietly finished reading and, after a moment of silence, said, Black Dragon Mo's mother is so strong, why didn't she look after her child herself?
Did she fall?
Old Kong shook his head and said, I am not sure about that either. After giving me the child, she vanished without a trace. For several years, I searched for her until the grey mist descended and strange beings invaded, then I stopped. Gu Changqing's eyes sharpened. You also encountered the invasion of strange beings? Is it related to a certain immortal clan? Are they the ones who started this turmoil?
Humph, what immortal clan?
They are worthless trash.
Old Kong said solemnly, the strange beings are currently attacking the Suzaku star domain of the 5 major star domains.
Logically, with the support of our 4 major star domains, it shouldn't fall so quickly.
I just found out the reason. The immortal clan is a mole.
Moles? Are they also strange beings? The old fisherman beside them exclaimed. Indeed, when I dealt with Gu Shua, he transformed into the appearance of a strange being. Old Kong said, I must return quickly to inform others.
Young master, what are your plans? Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, I want to take all the beings from this planet. I wonder if Old Kong has the ability to do so. Old Kong nodded and said, of course, that's not a problem. I can directly refine this small space and then take them away.
That's great. Furthermore, there are some things I want to show you, Old Kong. Gu Changqing said softly, at the ancestral land of the immortal clan, there is a vortex filled with countless strange beings.
Do you wish to take a look, Old Kong? What? There is such a place? Hearing this, Old Kong became very interested and said, quick, take me to see.
Gu Changqing nodded and turned to the old fisherman, saying, Old fisherman, please inform my father that the crisis has been resolved.
Then he brought Old Kong directly to the ancestral land of the immortal clan. Upon arriving here,
when Old Kong saw the scene here, a horrifying divine light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted angrily, damn it.
This is the fallen Suzaku star domain with its hundreds of thousands of major stars, and the once fallen strong warriors.
The Zhuke star domain has fallen, all living beings have actually been killed here. The old man Xion looked with slightly red eyes.
So that's how it is.
Gu Changqing felt relieved, finally understanding where they had come, and said, in that vortex, the space is vast, and the number of bizarre beings is countless. I suspect this might be the nest of those strange beings. Old man Xion's gaze then turned to that vortex, saying, young master, you wait outside, I will go in to take a look. Be careful, last time I went in, although I didn't encounter a celestial emperor, I could feel many bizarre creatures lurking in the dark, watching over me. Gu Changqing cautioned, as he did not want old man Xion to fall inside, after all, he needed him to leave. Don't worry, I am not a novice, I have had encounters with the Tao of the 5 great star domains.
Old man Xion was extremely confident, stepping into that vortex in one stride.
Celestial Emperor. Gu Changqing murmured, as he was only at the second level of the earthly immortal realm now, still far from the Celestial Emperor, but he longed for it. The Black Dragon, known as the Destruction Half-Emperor, was so extraordinary back then, Gu Changqing believed he would surpass the Black Dragon of Destruction.
As long as he could achieve Half-Emperor, he could sweep away everything.
However, this path was still somewhat distant. Do not look at how quickly he has leveled up recently, the resources consumed are also terrifying. To refine pills for him, the alchemy cauldron spirit has been extremely busy every day, barely managing to keep up. Moreover, the resources left by the Celestial clan have gradually run low in front of this devouring monster. It is not an exaggeration to say.
The resources needed for his cultivation at the earthly immortal realm are equivalent to the daily requirements of thousands of geniuses in the earthly immortal realm.
What is most troublesome is that he needs to provide these resources every day, and they must be continuous. While old man Xiong entered the vortex, Gu Changqing sat cross-legged, turning his attention inward to his 108 divine infants. Earlier, the words of old man Xiong still lingered in Gu Changqing's mind. He had never thought that his 108 divine infants might be able to fuse into bloodlines, merge into the original spirit, and resonate as one. At once, Gu Changqing attempted to resonate as one. Boom! As Gu Changqing's will moved, the 108 divine infants emitted a buzzing sound and began to rotate in his virtual divine sea. Amidst a resonance that resembled the sounds of the great Tao, the 108 divine infants actually began to fuse one by one. With each fusion, Gu Changqing's cultivation skyrocketed several times. As they fused together one by one, Gu Changqing's cultivation rose rapidly. From the 3rd level of earthly immortal, to the 4th level to the 8th level, to the 9th level of earthly immortal. Boom! When he reached 38 fusions, the momentum was unstoppable, and Gu Changqing's cultivation surged directly into Celestial Lord. Moreover, his cultivation was still rising. Finally, when the 108 divine infants merged into one, Gu Changqing's cultivation reached a half-step Celestial King. What was more terrifying was that this cultivation felt completely harmonious, as if it had been cultivated step by step. I really didn't expect such an operation. Gu Changqing exclaimed slightly in surprise. The fusion of divine infants had only one drawback. Gu Changqing could feel that the time for the fusion was limited, lasting about 100 days. In the blink of an eye, it had already been a week since old man Xiong entered that vortex. During this time, Gu Changqing had been exploring the special aspects of his 108 divine infants. First, the fusion of divine infants could cause a rapid surge in cultivation. Second, the resonance of divine infants could release a colorless domain that suppressed the enemy's cultivation. Third, merging divine infants into the bloodline would grant a physical power that surpasses everything, capable of challenging a true dragon with bare hands. Fourth, merging divine infants into the original spirit could enter a marvelous state, which Gu Changqing called dominance, because in this state he could see through the essence of all matter in heaven and earth, and then directly destroy it. No matter how high one's cultivation, it would be difficult to resist. After attempting the 4 states mentioned above, Gu Changqing began to attempt separation again.
For example, merging 30 divine infants.
Resonance of 30 divine infants, merging bloodlines of 30 divine infants, merging the primordial spirit of 18 divine infants.
After the attempt, Gu Changqing was incredibly shocked. It actually worked. However, although it was an overall improvement, the effect was greatly reduced. For example, merging 108 divine infants could raise Gu Changqing's cultivation directly to half a step into the immortal king. But if he only merged 30 divine infants, it could only elevate him to the peak of an immortal lord. Though the realm was lower, Gu Changqing still preferred this state without any weaknesses. In this state, even if I fully activate the blood spear, there should be no backlash. Gu Changqing stood tall. At this moment, he was in a comprehensive state, peak immortal lord, the realm of the colorless domain covering a radius of thousands of miles, black dragon patterns faintly emerging on his body, his dual pupils appearing pale silver under the sovereign state, extremely intimidating. Crimson light surged in his palm, the fierce weapon blood spear appeared. This time, Gu Changqing held nothing back, infusing his own magical power and resonating with it. Boom! The blood spear fully revived, the light of slaughter pierced the sky, directly pouring into Gu Changqing's body a vast, violent, and slaughtering power. Even Gu Changqing's current cultivation broke through the shackles, surging fiercely, reaching the peak of the immortal king. The blood spear is a supreme treasure that can autonomously absorb the source of the universe. It is the companion treasure left to Black Dragon by Black Dragon's father. Its growth potential is almost limitless. At this moment, the blood spear in Gu Changqing resonated without any reservations. As the blood spear gave Gu Changqing its source power, it also underwent transformation under the power of Gu Changqing's divine infant. Given time, the blood spear will acquire some of Gu Changqing's divine infant power, becoming even stronger. In this state, I can even fight half an emperor, and I can safely escape from an immortal emperor. Gu Changqing felt this state, and at this moment he finally felt like a strong person. Before, he had merely been an ant. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, a loud sound erupted from the vortex. Whoosh! Then, the figure of old Xiong, slightly disheveled, rushed out from within. Swish! The sky-cutting flying knife closely followed, both rushing out from inside. As old Xiong emerged inside the vortex, a gigantic, unmatched, gruesome, terrifying face manifested, twisting within the vortex, staring at old Xiong's figure and Gu Changqing. This is... Gu Changqing saw this scene, the sovereign's face tightening to the extreme, staring intently at the eerie and terrifying face in the vortex. Instantly, he witnessed a scene that shocked him greatly. In his line of sight, this face was actually formed by countless immortal emperor primordial spirits, and at the very core, there was a gray object pulsating like a heart, seeming to be the source of its power. This should be the lair of the strange creatures. I really didn't expect it to be here. Old Xiong arrived beside Gu Changqing, looking at that eerie face, and said in a deep voice, "This face contains the true source of the strange creatures. I just fought it and was unable to win. If I didn't have many tricks up my sleeve, I would have been left by it. It can't come out. There is a force of the great Tao sealing it within the vortex." Gu Changqing took a deep look, even seeing through the source of that vortex. Then how did the 108,000 main stars from the Vermilion Bird Star domain come here? Old Xiong hesitated. Gu Changqing scanned those 108,000 stars and said solemnly, "I don't know how they came, but I do know that the wills of these 108,000 stars have been drained. If there were more stars with such will, perhaps they could break the vortex seal. I see, no wonder the strange creatures are coming in such large numbers to invade the 5 great star domains. It seems they just want to unseal this vortex." Old Xiong said with a chilling feeling, "Within the vortex world, there is not just this terrifying face. In my perception at the time, there were more than a dozen of such auras coming. If I hadn't escaped quickly, they have already been left behind by them." This journey was so dangerous that Elder Xiong still feels lingering fear. There can be no more star domains falling. If they gain the will of any main star from another domain, this seal will be broken. Gu Changqing said seriously after a deep glance. Currently, the strange beings are using the Zhuke star domain as their base to launch attacks on the Qilin star domain. We must hurry back and inform them. Elder Qian's expression was solemn. How many strong ones like you are there in the 5 star domains? Is there anyone stronger than you? Gu Changqing asked, wanting to know more. Elder Qiong said, "The only one who can press me down is the master of the 5 star domains, who has 1 foot in the realm of the heavens. Besides that, I have basically no opponents." Gu Changqing said, "If you all couldn't defend the Zhuke star domain, could it be that you were still scheming against each other?" The various star domains have never been peaceful and wars often break out. How could they be of one heart? Elder Qiong sighed, "This time I return, I must meet the 5 star masters, hoping to persuade them to cooperate." Gu Changqing said, "The Zhuke star domain has fallen, and there's still the 5 star masters?" The Zhuke star master knew they couldn't defend it, so before it fell, they took a large group of powerful beings to retreat to the Qilin star domain. Elder Qiong put away the sky-slaying flying knife and looked at Gu Changqing, and then realized that at this moment, Gu Changqing was so unfathomable that even he couldn't see through him, and he was shocked, saying, "Young master, are you aware of how to use the 108 divine infants within you?" At this moment, Gu Changqing exuded an aura of unsolvable mystery, with not a hint of flaw present. Gu Changqing nodded. "If it weren't for your prompting, Elder Qiong, I really wouldn't have thought of using the divine infants this way." Elder Qiong smiled. "Good, once you grow up, you will definitely be our main force against the strange beings." Chapter 80, Ambush. The White Tiger Star Master. After Gu Changqing left with Elder Qiong immediately refined the folded space where humans and all races in this universe resided, and then took them away. This planet, this small universe, had nothing worth missing. Elder Qiong returned to the space node he had come from and crossed time and space back to the White Tiger Star domain. It took over 900 years to come, because constant positioning was needed. But returning didn't take that long. Around 400 years. In just a few decades, it would be time to arrive at the White Tiger Star domain. Boom! An unexpected change occurred. A face covered in boundless chaos suddenly blocked Elder Qiong's path. Ha! Elder Qiong's figure paused, his pupils rapidly shrinking. Roar! Before Elder Qiong could react, that strange face opened its mouth and emitted a roar that annihilated the boundless chaotic flow of time and space. The terrifying sound waves swept toward Elder Qiong like countless sharp swords. Damn it! Elder Qiong's expression was serious, and he shouted as he summoned his life treasure, the sky-slaying flying knife. The flying knife radiated immeasurable light and transformed into millions of miles in size, slicing through the incoming sound waves and heading straight for the strange face. Swish! The strange face's eyes, resembling black holes, suddenly shot out two beams capable of annihilating realms, needing the incoming sky-slaying flying knife. Accompanied by a loud bang, the boundless chaos trembled. Just as the sky-slaying flying knife split open the two beams of light, a spear shrouded in grey mist, filled with strange power, charged through the chaos like a killing intent. Elder Qiong's expression was more serious than ever, urging the sky-slaying flying knife to defend. With a clang, a terrifying force erupted, as if 100 billion supernovae were exploding, overwhelming everything. Buzz! Elder Qiong summoned a red large cauldron, with endless heavenly fire swirling, transforming into a fierce, brutal flame beast, heading straight for the strange face. Faced with this flame beast, the strange face showed a trace of apprehension in its eyes, and spat out a grey light. As the grey light emerged, an indescribable aura spread out. Is this the source of the heavenly Tao of 9 heavens and 10 earths? There are still many sources of the way of heaven. Old Qiong's eyes flashed sharply, and he could only watch helplessly as the grey light annihilated the giant beast of heavenly fire he had released. Whoosh! The grey light gave him no breathing space, piercing through with unmatched force. Damn it! Old Qiong's face turned ashen, stepping forth with the skystep technique, 9 steps merging into one, the vast power of skystep transforming into a giant foot reaching for the red light. There was a loud bang. In the face of that grey light, Old Qiong's strongest blow actually held for only a brief 10 breaths before shattering. In a moment of desperation, Old Qiong summoned all his power to block with the heavenly slaughter flying knife. Clang! Crack! This grey light, forged from the laws of heaven, was simply invincible. With one strike, even the heavenly slaughter flying knife spread cracks. Put! His life-saving treasure damaged, Old Qiong coughed up a mouthful of blood. I cannot linger in battle, this strange face is beyond my ability to defeat. Only a half-step into heavenly realm might have a chance to confront it. Old Qiong felt a chill in his heart, directly burning his essence, swiftly avoiding the strange face, and heading for the spatial node of the White Tiger Star region. Shush! Behind him, the grey light pursued relentlessly. Old Qiong unleashed all kinds of methods, throwing out imperial-grade treasures one after another to defend himself, looking quite desperate. This chase lasted for more than 10 years. Old Qiong was almost exhausted, reduced to skin and bones. No, I can't keep this up, I won't make it back to the White Tiger Star region. Old Qiong's murky gaze burst forth with a final glimmer of clarity, suddenly sending away the folded space where Gu Changqing and the others were, directly tossing it towards the spatial node of the White Tiger Star region, while he himself fled in another direction. However, the strange face that had been pursuing him all along revealed a chilling smile, its eyes bursting with brilliant grey light, racing toward that small space. No! Old Qiong's eyes reddened with rage, turning to resist. But it was already too late. With a thunderous boom, that small world was pierced through, and then engulfed by the chaotic space, disappearing completely. Ah! I will make you pay. Forbidden technique, soul reversal. At this moment, Old Qiong completely lost his reason, casting his clan's forbidden technique, followed by transforming into a colossal and fierce killing beast body. Roar! With a furious roar, even the way of heaven seemed to retreat. It was a fearsome beast covered in scarlet scales, with a row of horrifying bone spines on its back, and a head so menacing it defied description. It was a terrifying beast of great ferocity. Sky Step was unleashed. Its power was several times greater than before. The entire spacetime trembled, filled with its violent aura.
Under such overwhelming power, that gray light trembled, yet still surged forward to Old Xiong's face, aiming to pierce his head. Roar! Old Xiong let out a furious roar, and the true source power of the killing beast erupted from his gaping maw, transforming into a blood-red crystal-like light, colliding with the gray light.
With a clang, the two utmost powers collided, ripping through the chaotic spacetime around them. Die!
With the gray light restrained, a killing intent surged as Old Xiong lunged at the strange face. Roar! The strange face let out a roar, followed by countless chains of gray fog interspersing. Having burned his essence and used the forbidden technique, Old Xiong had stepped into half-step heavenly realm, fierce and invincible, swiping a paw forward and shattering those attacking chains of order. In the next instant, he lunged at the strange face. The strange face twisted and morphed into a giant beast that pressed down from the sky, engaging in a fierce battle with Old Xiong. The clash of half-step heavenly realms, the terrifying wave of laws, penetrated through this chaotic spacetime. Before long, a graceful figure walked across the river of space. She was enveloped in hazy fairy light, her appearance indistinct. But every step she took seemed like an instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, she arrived on this battlefield. Gazing at the two beasts locked in savage combat, the woman slowly raised her hand, and boundless imperial laws began to emerge. With the power of heaven and supremacy, it transformed into a mark of ice and snow, rushing through the air with a whoosh, piercing through the bizarre creature's head formed by a strange face beside the massive body of the elder Qiong. This strike was unparalleled. As the bizarre beast's head was pierced, its body and origin vanished in an instant. Xiong Tianying, what are you doing? A hazy woman instantaneously appeared not far from the wounded elder Qiong, who was bleeding profusely. It's a time of trouble, why are you running around? You even encountered a bizarre creature at the half-step heavenly realm hunting you, what exactly is going on? While speaking, she took out several healing holy medicines that had already become extinct, refining their medicinal power and directly injecting it into elder Qiong's body. With the supplement of the pills, elder Qiong returned to his human form. It seemed like all his blood had drained, he was just a little old man, now nothing but skin and bones, his aura extremely weak. Starmaster, my time is limited, this time I went out and found the lair of the bizarre creatures. Elder Qiong's expression was wilted, he summoned a strand of soul light and said, all my experiences from this journey are in this soul light. If Gu Changqing can still be alive, please take care of him when you meet him in the future. Chapter 81, Xuanwu Star Domain. The White Tiger Star Master did not speak, pulling the soul light into her brows to observe. After a moment, a somewhat surprised voice came out, there is actually such a monster, if it died in the chaos of time and space, that would be too unfortunate. If only I had fought harder. Elder Qiong shook his head, in the end, I was still afraid of death. With his current strength, the probability of survival is very high. If the Star Master encounters him in the future, I must ask you to take care of him a bit, I need to return to my ancestral land to see if there is anything that can prolong my life. Okay. The White Tiger Star Master nodded in agreement, saying, do you need me to take you? No need, I'm leaving. Elder Qiong shook his head and stepped into the void, moving away. Watching Elder Qiong's departing figure, the White Tiger Star Master murmured, the Qilin Star Domain must not fall, it seems I need to talk to those few. After saying this, she stepped into the river of space and left. Buzz. In a certain star domain. In a relatively remote starry sky. Suddenly, a rift in the void opened. Then, a bloodied figure stepped out from within. Huff. I managed to hold on, but I don't know how many people survived under my final protection. The one who emerged was Gu Changqing. Before him, his injuries were severe. His body was covered in many wounds, all from the terrifying strike of the bizarre face. Gray blood flowed from the wounds, this was the residual power from the bizarre face's strike that Gu Changqing had not yet managed to heal. The first thing Gu Changqing did after coming out. Regardless of where this place was, he immediately sat cross-legged, operating his cultivation method, origin, and divine infant, absorbing the divine essence of the universe to start healing. As his technique operated, the star river shook, and waves of vast and surging divine essence entered his body like whirlpools. Such abundant divine essence, it is nothing compared to that little universe. Feeling the divine essence flowing into him like rivers, Gu Changqing knew he had arrived at one of the 5 major star domains mentioned by Elder Qiong. 3 to 4 years later, Gu Changqing's injuries finally healed completely. He took off his blood-stained black dragon robe and changed into a clean one. I wonder how Elder Qiong is doing, I hope he can turn danger into safety. Gu Changqing sighed slightly, gazing at the vast starry sky, looking around and choosing a random direction to traverse the void. First, he needed to find a cultivation star with cultivators to understand which star domain this was. After traversing the void for 5 to 6 years, Gu Changqing finally encountered a cultivation star. This was a life planet with immense vitality, at least 10,000 times larger than Blue Star.
Surrounded by a celestial circle, inside there were powerful killing formations in a semi-awakened state. Outside the planet, 4 portals stood tall, leading into this planet. Because this cultivation star was governed by 4 cultivation forces. On each portal, Immortal Sword Sect, Shock Heaven Empire, Emperor Yang Holy Land, Jade Girl Celestial Sect. Gu Changqing arrived at the recently titled entrance of the Immortal Sword Sect. With a tall and imposing figure, wearing a black dragon robe with his chest partially exposed, his white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, free and unrestrained. His blood-red eyes appeared to hold the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, incredibly intimidating. Every cultivator passing by him wore a look of respect. Gu Changqing followed the crowd and stepped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a vast square. Let's go, the Immortal Sword Sect is summoning cultivators from all directions to support the Qilin star field. The Qilin star field must not fall, for the sake of our descendants, we must rush to the battlefield. I've heard that the lords of the 5 major star fields have gathered in the Qilin star field, ready to fight to the death against the bizarre creatures. With a collapsed nest, there will be no whole eggs. Even though I just stepped into the Earth Immortal stage, I am also willing to contribute to the 5 major star fields. Yes, I've heard the treatment from the Immortal Sword Sect is quite good. This time, I will join the Immortal Sword Sect to battle in the Qilin star field. The cultivators in the square talked in small groups as they prepared to leave, flocking to the teleportation array heading to the Immortal Sword Sect's mountain gate. From their discussions, Gu Changqing also learned that this place was the Xuanwu Starfield. Years ago, the 4 major star palaces of White Tiger, Xuanwu, Qilin, and Qinglong suddenly issued an order to cease all internal conflicts and put forth all efforts to combat bizarre creatures. Moreover, the lair of the bizarre creatures was also discovered. Located within were many half-step celestial beings, and once the Qilin star field was breached, their lair could be unsealed. This news spread widely. With the issuance of the 4 star fields decree, the world was stunned. All internal conflicts ceased that day, and numerous cultivation forces responded to the call, sending powerful fighters to the Qilin star field. They even called upon loose cultivators, offering generous rewards to join the battle. This was a battle of life and death. Not to mention Earth Immortals. Even great Ascension cultivators were rushing to the battlefield. Gu Changqing contemplated for a moment, wanting to follow the crowd to the Immortal Sword Sect, but in the end, he decided to find a place to seclude himself for a while. The Zijin Dan Ding was with him, and he still had quite a few medicinal pills available for cultivation. At least it could help him advance to the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Without hesitation, he found a place that rented out cave heavens, paid 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, rented a top-notch cave heaven, and entered seclusion to cultivate. With his current cultivation level, joining the battlefield would not change much. Instead of wasting time, with plenty of resources still on him, it would be better to deepen his cultivation first. Time passed, and 1,000 years flew by in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of Earth Immortals, a mere 1,000 years was just a snap of the fingers. During this time, the most powerful tribulation in this world would occur periodically on this ancient star of cultivation. Each tribulation arrived swiftly and departed even faster, causing many cultivators to arrive at the scene only to find that the one undergoing the tribulation had already vanished. Countless cultivators once believed that those who faced the tribulation had turned to ashes. But with the appearance of the strongest tribulations time and again, people began to be shocked, wondering what kind of being could progress so rapidly, breaking through the Earth Immortal stage every century, and facing the strongest 9-turn tribulation, moving through it quickly and safely. Too ridiculous. This mysterious person had already become a topic of conversation for countless cultivators on this ancient star of cultivation. For hundreds of years, the Immortal Sword Sect had been searching for this mysterious cultivator, wanting to recruit him into the sect. Even the neighboring Shock Heaven Empire, Emperor Yang Holy Land, and Jade Girl Celestial Sect sent strong individuals to seek him out. It was impossible for them not to be moved by such a prodigy. Yet that person completed each tribulation too swiftly, leaving them unable to react at all. More than 10 years later, Gu Changqing emerged from seclusion, having achieved the threefold Celestial Sovereign, his cultivation resources running low. Not enough to support his cultivation any longer. At this moment, Gu Changqing was quietly drinking alone in a tavern, listening to the chatter and discussions of the guests around him. He heard them discussing the most about a prodigy who could quickly overcome the most powerful heavenly tribulation in this world, speculating about his identity. Currently, I have run out of resources to cultivate. I should go to the Sword Sect and head to the battlefield with them. Listening to the conversations around him, Gu Changqing drained his cup of wine and then stood up to leave. Chapter 82, Sensation. To cross the star domain quickly relying on oneself, one must be at least at the Celestial Emperor level. A Celestial King could manage it as well, but it would take hundreds of years.
Therefore, many low-level loose cultivators, and those from forces without the capability of crossing star domains, could only head to traditions like the Sword Sect that possessed cross-domain teleportation arrays. Additionally, activating a cross-domain teleportation array consumes celestial crystals.
This is a rare commodity, imbued with celestial laws, each worth a fortune. But, to combat the strange beings, various traditions had to spend a fortune. The place where the Sword Sect is located. There are 36 floating islands like stars, shrouded in mist and surrounded by celestial light, with terrifying killing arrays lurking. Under the magnificent mountain gate, groups of cultivators could be seen coming and preparing to head to the battlefield in the name of the Sword Sect. In front of the mountain gate, there were attendants in the Sword Sect guarding the area, responsible for registering the cultivation information of the arrivals. There were more than 100 sect attendants setting up tables here. Cultivators queued in an endless stream. Gu Changqing arrived and joined the line.
Every day, tens of thousands of cultivators come here.
A star domain is indeed too vast, traveling for 100 years is not uncommon. After about half an hour or so.
Finally, it was Gu Changqing's turn. Sitting at the table was a female attendant with the power of a celestial lord, with a crystal ball for testing cultivation on the table.
Name? The female attendant looked up at Gu Changqing.
When she saw a man with an indescribably noble aura, exuding immense confidence and charm, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up.
Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing spoke lightly.
Whom?
The female attendant took out a sword order, entered Gu Changqing's name, and said, "Please test your cultivation."
Gu Changqing did not speak but placed his hand on the crystal ball, infusing a trace of magical energy. Buzz! As Gu Changqing's magical energy was infused, the crystal ball immediately erupted with 9-colored divine light, then buzzing sounds arose, reappearing 9 strands of divine light, while the crystal ball trembled more violently.
However, it seemed extraordinary, finally stabilizing in place.
With a hum, it projected a line of text in the void. Cultivation level, Celestial Lord 3rd Heaven.
Potential unpredictable.
What? When the female attendant saw the scene, she immediately gasped, looking up with a face full of disbelief, staring at Gu Changqing. My heavens, there is actually a being that makes the Sword Sect proud, and even the spiritual crystal cannot detect its potential.
What kind of background does this person have?
Hiss. This, could it be that he is the one who has quickly crossed the strongest heavenly tribulation every time for thousands of years? No kidding, it's very possible. The cultivators waiting in line behind saw this scene, their eyes wide open, staring in shock at Gu Changqing's tall and impressive figure.
Is there a problem?
Gu Changqing looked at the female attendant's shocked expression and said, My goal is to quickly head to the Qilin star domain.
If you can't do it, I can look elsewhere.
No problem at all, this is your sword order. In the future, when you kill enemies on the battlefield, it will record what level of strange creatures you have killed and the number. The female attendant came to her senses, quickly standing up to hand the token to Gu Changqing, smiling and saying, I will personally take you into the sect. 2 days later, we will send the new batch of cultivators to the Qilin star region. Gu Changqing nodded and followed her into the Immortal Sword Sect. Who knows this existence? A curious cultivator asked, to pass through the strongest heavenly tribulation so easily, and even the Immortal Sword Sect's spirit crystal cannot detect their potential, this is the first time I've heard of it.
A prodigy.
In the future, they will definitely be at the level of a Star Lord. If they don't die young, they might surpass the 5 major Star Lords and step into the true realm of Heavenly Sovereign.
My gosh, that truly is the realm of Heavenly Sovereign. Does this person really have such great potential? Excited discussions echoed around.
Before long, Gu Changqing was taken to a sword-shaped fairy island garden. In this garden, the mountains twisted and turned, and spiritual springs tinkled, with pavilions and towers standing tall. The female attendant brought Gu Changqing to a jade pavilion above the spiritual spring and respectfully said, Please wait here for 2 days, on the day after tomorrow the teleportation array will open, and someone will come to take you.
Gu Changqing slightly nodded and calmly asked, What is the current situation of the battle in the Qilin star region?
The latest battle report states that bizarre creatures are attacking the Qilin star region, Xuanya star cluster, Tianlan star cluster, and Yunhua star cluster on a large scale. Currently, the battle in the Xuanya star cluster is intense, and on the day after tomorrow, you will all be teleported to support there.
Do you know Qiong Tianying?
Gu Changqing wanted to know if he was alive or dead. After all, he had faced a strange presence back then.
The female attendant said, Are you talking about Senior Qiong?
For years ago, news came that Senior Qiong appeared in Yunhua star cluster and killed several bizarre immortal emperors. Then it was said that old wounds flared up, and he has not been seen since.
Gu Changqing nodded, Alright, that's none of your concern.
Okay, then I'll take my leave. After speaking, she hurriedly left, eager to report this news upwards. Being someone whose potential even their highest level spirit crystal could not detect, without a doubt, was the unparalleled genius who had rapidly passed through tribulations multiple times over the past 1,000 years.
The sect had been searching for him all along. Gu Changqing took out a cigarette and lit it. Even after becoming a cultivator, he still wanted this. Gu, don't you plan to use the Immortal Sword Sect's resources to cultivate? The voice of the Pill Furnace spirit rang in Gu Changqing's ears. For you right now, there is no bottleneck at all. In this era where bizarre creatures are rampant, someone like you has emerged. It feels like you were born for this calamity. How do you know? I haven't considered using their resources to cultivate. Gu Changqing replied calmly, trust me, soon someone high-ranking from this sect will come to see me. As for whether I was born for this calamity, who knows? As Gu Changqing expected. Before long, several figures descended from the sky. At the forefront was an old woman leaning on a cane. Behind her were three valiant middle-aged men and a beautifully dressed noblewoman. A half-emperor? Gu Changqing slightly used a bit of his master's eye ability and saw through their cultivation. The leading old woman was a half-emperor, but her lifespan was almost over. She had not many years left to live. Young friend, it's an honor to meet you. The old woman leaned on her cane and smiled at Gu Changqing, saying, for over 1,000 years, we have been searching for you. Who are you? Gu Changqing did not stand to greet but directly asked. As a third-layer immortal lord, it would be effortless for him to kill this half-emperor old woman if he entered the God-infant comprehensive state. The Immortal Sword Sect had 3 immortal emperors stationed, but 2 had gone to the battlefield, and the last was in closed-door cultivation. While the old woman and others were sizing up Gu Changqing was also observing them. The old woman smilingly said, I am the first supreme of the Immortal Sword Sect. May I ask which lineage you come from, young friend? Gu Changqing calmly responded, just a casual cultivator, no lineage. Oh. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those present stirred. The old woman smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. In that case, would you be willing to join the Immortal Sword Sect, young friend? We will dedicate all our resources to your training. Are you sure? Gu Changqing smiled slightly. The resources I need for cultivation are vast beyond your imagination. I fear that in just a few years, I could deplete all your foundations. Ha ha. A middle-aged man in a golden robe laughed and said, we will never be stingy with resources. If you truly possess such incredible talent, it means your potential is unprecedented. This man is named Emperor Jin, a celestial emperor at the 9th level, the current leader of the Immortal Sword Sect. Actually, I was preparing to head to the battlefield. Since you seniors are willing to take me in, I will not refuse. Gu Changqing smiled slightly. The situation at the front lines was tense. With his current strength, he could not influence the battlefield even if he went. It would be better to seize this opportunity to further enhance his cultivation. Do you truly wish to join the Immortal Sword Sect, young friend? Upon hearing Gu Changqing's agreement, the old woman smiled brightly like a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, good. I represent the entire sect to appoint you as our sect's young master. The ceremony will be held in 3 days. Young friend, throughout the past 1,000 years, you have undergone 10 tribulations. Have you encountered any bottlenecks now? A beautiful woman in palace attire stepped forward, her bright eyes constantly examining Gu Changqing. Young friend, you are now at the 3rd level of Celestial Sovereign, having broken through from the 3rd level of Earth Immortal in just 1,000 years. Truly, there has never been anyone like you, said another middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face filled with astonishment. I haven't encountered any bottlenecks yet, but I've run out of resources for cultivation and am preparing to go to the front lines to earn some war merits in exchange for resources, Gu Changqing said truthfully. No bottlenecks. The beautiful woman in palace attire said brightly, young friend, I have a time treasure that may assist your cultivation. However, there is a significant drawback. A time treasure? How does the time flow inside and outside? Gu Changqing asked, his heart stirred by the words. The woman in palace attire whispered, 1 year inside equals 1 day outside, but there is a significant drawback. If you cultivate inside for a year, you will consume 100 years of lifespan. Lifespan is the most valued thing for all cultivators, and in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this treasure has no use at all. But for someone like Gu Changqing, who had no bottlenecks in cultivation, it was a treasure of immense value. This isn't a drawback. I have plenty of lifespan, what I lack is time. Gu Changqing did not expect to encounter such a good opportunity on this journey. Have you made your decision to use it? The woman in palace attire said solemnly, that's lifespan, it would be a terrible waste. I have made my decision. Gu Changqing nodded and said solemnly, if these strange beings don't give me the time to grow, then I can only use my lifespan to gamble. Alright, then after your ceremony, come to my moon-cold palace. The woman in palace attire did not persuade him further. Emperor Jin said, young friend, since you are prepared to become our young master, follow me to Sword Immortal Island. Alright. Gu Changqing temporarily accepted their arrangement. If they provide enough resources later, Gu Changqing believed that after just 1 session of secluded cultivation, he could match the celestial emperors and have nothing to fear.
Sword Immortal Island is where the sect leader and the young master reside. The vast Immortal Island was surrounded by celestial light, with only 2 cave palaces standing tall. Emperor Jin personally took Gu Changqing to familiarize him with his cave palace and provided a few maidens before leaving. At this time, he had too many matters to attend to. Soon after, in 3 days, the Immortal Sword sect would welcome the news of a new young master, spreading like wings throughout the entire sect. Hundreds of thousands of disciples learned of this and were not surprised, for they already knew that someone had entered the sect whose potential could not even be detected by the celestial spirit crystal. However, those chief disciples who were hopeful of contending for the position of young master felt quite dismal upon hearing this news. A newcomer who suddenly emerged had directly extinguished their hopes. Feelings of unwillingness and resentment grew inexplicably. Gu Changqing, however, did not pay attention to this matter. He awaited the ceremony while focusing on his cultivation. But just the next night, a sudden urgent report came from the Qilin star domain. What? The Xuanya star cluster has fallen? In the main hall of the sect, the Golden Emperor, Jin Taiyuan, sitting on the master's throne, was startled by the report from below. How long has it been? The last message said everything was fine, right? How did it suddenly fall? What on earth is going on? The Tianrun tribe all betrayed us. The man on one knee in the center of the hall, with a grave expression, said, "These beasts suddenly turned against us, our immortal emperor was caught off guard, 2 fell, and several were heavily injured and fled, leading to the fall in less than a month." A group of beasts. Hearing this, 5 or 6 of the elders in the hall were furious, wishing they could immediately eliminate the Tianrun tribe. Why did they betray us? What benefits did those strange beings promise them? The beautiful woman in palace attire said calmly, "If even a dominating sect like the Tianrun tribe can be bought." At the end, she could not bear to imagine. As soon as this was said, there was a silence in the hall. The once furious elders now felt a chill down their spines. This battle will not be easy, there may be more tribes that will betray us. The woman in palace attire said another statement that chilled everyone. The crowd fell silent, not believing that the woman was merely talking nonsense. After a moment of silence, Jin Taiyuan said, "Even so, we cannot give up. What if that's how the situation trends? What if even the 5-star masters are swayed?" The woman in palace attire coldly analyzed, "If joining the strange beings means being safe and also allows for further cultivation, may I ask if everyone present would not be tempted?" Her words were heart-piercing, logical and reasonable, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Everyone, if we lose our cohesion, then there is no need to fight this war. My principle is that as long as the Xuanwu Star Palace still stands, we will fight to the end. I do not wish for our immortal sword sect to have any cowards." In this silent atmosphere, Jin Taiyuan said in a deep voice, "We are not without hope, Gu Changqing is our hope. With his potential, it is very likely he will achieve true heavenly sovereignty in the future, as long as we can afford him enough time." The woman in palace attire was the first to nod. Yes, Gu Changqing's potential is indeed rare throughout history. Even among the 5 current star masters, their potential is undetectable by the immortal spirit crystal. We can look forward to Gu Changqing's rise. Chapter 84, Bottleneck? Non-existent. The news of the Tianrun tribe's betrayal had not yet widely spread. Therefore, the battlefront remained relatively stable. But within the top sects and high levels of dominating sects that learned of this matter, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The Tianrun tribe was the undeniable dominant sect of the Xuanya star cluster in the Qilin star domain, ruling over 1,800 major cultivation stars. Such a gigantic force-turning traitor was undoubtedly a devastating blow. The 5-star palaces, upon learning this, were doing their utmost to suppress the spreading of information. Once this matter spreads, the morale on their side would be greatly affected. Gu Changqing learned about this from Jin Taiyuan, but he did not pay much attention to it. 3 days later, a grand ceremony to confer the young sect master was held. Gathering disciples and elders from across the sect, even the neighboring Hantian dynasty, Yumai Tianzong, and Dian sacred grounds sent strong participants to observe. Gu Changqing had no interest in this ceremony, he just made a brief appearance and then followed the beautiful woman, Yunyar, to her chamber. Yunyar's chamber was adorned with red and blue, exceptionally warm and cozy. Arriving here, along with the presence of the stunning Yunyar, gave a feeling of falling into a soft paradise. "Younger sect master, please wait a moment." Koldyar led Gu Changqing to the outer hall of her chamber, smiled slightly at him, then with a sway of her slim waist, stepped into her room with her long legs subtly visible beneath her skirt. Gu Changqing casually found a place to sit down and brewed a cup of tea for himself. A moment later, Long Yara walked out holding a red and blue treasure box. She wore a purple long dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, revealing a hint of unintentional charm. Her graceful figure was faintly outlined by the satin, appearing both noble and elegant, yet not lacking in seductive allure. Her abundant hair lightly draped over her shoulders, and every glance, every smile, emitted the unique charisma of a mature woman.
Young master, please don't laugh, this is my clan's treasured family heirloom. Although it seems useless, I don't want it out of my sight.
Long Yao placed the treasure box on the table beside Gu Changqing, her slightly bent body revealing a glimpse of spring.
Gu Changqing glanced over and nodded, now I just need the resources I asked for. I wonder when the clan master will deliver them.
With so many resources in spiritual herbs, it may take some time.
How about we practice together for a few days first?
Long Yao suddenly threw out a remark that caught Gu Changqing off guard.
Giggling. Just teasing you. Seeing Gu Changqing pause with his teacup, Long Yao laughed, over the years, I've also encountered a bottleneck. I've been stuck at the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor for nearly 10,000 years.
If I want to advance, I should find a cultivation partner.
Once, she was indeed a stunning beauty among the heavens.
Alone, she step by step cultivated to the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor, only she knows the hardship behind it. If there were a cultivation partner, during the mutual cultivation, both could share their insights, greatly aiding in breaking through the bottleneck. But the prerequisite was that the cultivation partner must be a higher realm or of the same realm. Therefore, choosing a cultivation partner is not something to be careless about. Gu Changqing's natural talent without bottlenecks made it impossible for Long Yao not to be moved. Gu Changqing smiled lightly, in the absence of a cultivation partner, Elder Ling could reach the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor in just tens of thousands of years, that talent is not weak at all.
What am I compared to young master?
Long Yao sat down beside him, marveled, breaking through 10 realms in 1,000 years, in the 5 major star regions, I've never heard of it. No matter your talent or your character, both move me greatly.
The last words were almost as bold as a confession.
Since the clan master needs so long to prepare the resources, if you trust me, I can help you. Gu Changqing also wanted to see how the mutual cultivation would work, but he surely didn't need it to break through, he was merely curious.
I naturally trust young master, but... Long Yao hesitated. But what? Gu Changqing asked lightly.
But, you are just helping me and not becoming my cultivation partner, right?
In the realm of cultivation, a cultivation partner can only be one. But a wife can be many.
For once you merge completely with the first cultivation partner, both body and soul resonate together, and it becomes impossible to resonate with anyone else. Long Yao was still somewhat afraid that Gu Changqing would abandon her after this mutual cultivation. After all, with his talent and potential, he could achieve the immortal emperor without a cultivation partner, even the legendary heavenly sovereign. And she, in this life, might only stop at the immortal emperor or even half-emperor, completely unworthy of him, unable to keep up with his pace. I am not the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it. If it weren't for your time treasure box being so invaluable to me, I wouldn't help you, this is a reward for you. Gu Changqing took a sip of tea, speaking softly, no matter what realm I reach, as long as you can gain insights from our mutual cultivation, I will accompany you.
Alright, then, shall we give it a try?
Upon receiving Gu Changqing's promise, a blush flashed across Long Yao's mature and charming face as she stood up and walked toward her boudoir.
Gu Changqing followed closely behind. The two entered one after another, and soon inside, faint sounds of breathing could be heard.
On a soft bed draped with light gauze, the scene was incredibly enchanting.
Their primordial spirits resonated in another dimension of space. Both sides validated each other's understanding of every realm.
When Long Yao completed her comprehension of Gu Changqing's insights from the Golden Core to the Celestial Lord Triple Heaven, she was immensely shocked. This guy's comprehension of the realm from the Golden Core to the Celestial Lord Triple Heaven actually saw through the essence of this realm's bottleneck, then broke through directly. At this moment, Gu Changqing also perceived Long Yao's bottleneck from the 8th heaven of the Celestial Emperor to the 9th heaven. Seeing the bottleneck that had stunted Yun Yar for nearly 20,000 years, Gu Changqing understood it from his perspective. At the same time, Yun Yar could also sense that Gu Changqing was comprehending her bottleneck. I wonder how long it will take him to break through my bottleneck that has held me back for nearly 20,000 years. Yun Yar felt quite expectant, and knowing it was not her turn, she returned to her body, embracing the joy brought by Gu Changqing. In the intense impact from Gu Changqing, it was her first time experiencing the feeling of being a woman.
Days passed in the blink of an eye.
On this day, while Yun Yar was entangled with Gu Changqing, her primordial spirit suddenly shook, and the bottleneck that had held her for nearly 20,000 years suddenly resonated with Gu Changqing's breakthrough insights. The excitement of about to break through, along with the sensation in her body, made her let out a scream that the maid outside could hear. Yun Yar quickly put on her clothes and dashed out like a flash of lightning.
Booming thunder roared.
In the next moment, boundless dark clouds gathered, signaling the arrival of her heavenly tribulation.
Chapter 85, Envy and Jealousy.
As Yun Yar left, Gu Changqing's consciousness returned to his body, looking at the moisture left by Yun Yar and silently muttering that it was quite indulgent, then expanded his consciousness to watch her face the tribulation. In this dual cultivation, he only gained physical pleasure with no other benefits, But it must be said that Yun Yar was indeed a beauty in the mortal world, and even her was irresistible.
Booming thunder echoed.
At the back mountain of the immortal sword sect, endless thunderclouds gathered, and purple lightning roared like an angry dragon. Yun Yar, wearing a purple long dress, her ample figure swayed gracefully, her mature and charming face still reflected a hint of red not yet faded. She summoned one royal-grade magic artifact after another, even preparing a half-emperor weapon to face the tribulation. This day had been waited for over 10,000 years, and now it had finally arrived.
Wow, that's the Supreme Yun, has she finally broken through? Congratulations to Supreme Yun, hoping she can safely cross this heavenly tribulation. Ha, our immortal sword sect is soon to add another celestial emperor of the ninth heaven.
At this moment, one celestial island after another lit up, with elders appearing, and upon seeing that the one crossing the tribulation was Yun Yar, their faces were filled with joy.
Booming.
At this moment, the first heavenly tribulation descended from the void, carrying the might to annihilate worlds, aimed at Yun Yar. Yun Yar let out a delicate shout, channeling her celestial emperor's power to resist it, allowing the first three heavenly tribulation thunders to strike her, purifying her body.
The first three thunders arrived extremely fast, the fourth was even more terrifying, a thunder that sought to annihilate everything crashed down.
Seeing this, Yun Yar urged a royal-grade magic artifact to block it.
Accompanied by a loud noise, the heavens and earth shook.
Using a royal-grade magic artifact as a price, she resisted the fourth heavenly thunder. This time, she was well prepared, throwing out one royal-grade magic artifact after another without hesitation. When the ninth heavenly thunder struck, she urged a half-emperor weapon to block it, comically safe as she passed through this heavenly tribulation. After the tribulation was over, Yun Yar's complexion was slightly pale, quickly flashing back to her palace. The Supreme Yun's realm has been stuck for nearly 20,000 years. After the young master visited her palace, she broke through her realm in just a few days.
This is a bit of an insider detail. A mighty middle-aged man hinted. Huang Taishong, do you mean they have become dual cultivation partners? An elder beside him shook his head, feeling it was unlikely, and said, the young sect master has only reached the third level of the immortal lord. Even if they are dual cultivating, what's the use? Taishong, you still underestimate the young sect master. With his unparalleled talent, do you think the bottleneck of the immortal emperor realm can stop him?
Huang Taishong said with envy, if Yun Taishong really becomes a dual cultivation partner with the young sect master, her future is limitless. The immortal emperor may not be far from her.
If I were a woman, it would be great. He was truly envious to the core. The conversation between the two Taishangs reached the ears of other elders. The young sect master is indeed extraordinary, breaking the bottleneck of the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor in just a few days.
I really admire this young sect master. Under his leadership, our immortal sword sect will surely reach new heights.
Ah!
I envy Yun Taishong so much. If I could become a dual cultivation partner with the young sect master, I wouldn't have to worry about bottlenecks in my cultivation at all. If only there could be many dual cultivation partners, I would do anything to climb into the young sect master's bed. Yun Taishong hasn't found a dual cultivation partner for so many years. She has really gained a lot. Thus, it wasn't long before discussions about Yun Taishong and the young sect master becoming dual cultivation partners spread throughout the entire sect. If only I could be young for another 100,000 years. Sighed the first Taishong of the immortal sword sect with envy and jealousy. About a week later, Jin Taihuang finally delivered the resources needed by Gu Changqing to Yun Yuer's sleeping chambers.
Changqing, these are 70% of our sect's resources.
I hope when you emerge from seclusion this time, you can give us a huge shock.
Jin Taihuang handed a sumi ring to Gu Changqing, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, I have to head to the battlefield soon.
I hope that by the time you come out of seclusion, your strength will surpass mine, so that even if I fall, it won't affect the immortal sword sect. Jin Taihuang placed great hopes on Gu Changqing, believing wholeheartedly in him.
Even the bottleneck of the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor could be easily broken.
Such insight is simply unbeatable. With so many resources backing him, he truly believed that Gu Changqing would emerge from seclusion at least at the immortal emperor level.
Gu Changqing nodded slightly, don't worry. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will definitely have the battle power of an immortal emperor.
By then, I will also head to the battlefield, and I hope to see you then, sect master. Good, with your words, I can go to the battlefield with peace of mind.
I'm off, you all stay busy.
Jin Taihuang glanced at Yun Yuer, who had been silent beside them, then left with a meaningful smile. After he left, Gu Changqing looked at her and said, let's cultivate together. Once you reach the peak of the ninth heaven, we can dual cultivate, and I will help you break the bottleneck into the half-emperor realm.
Okay.
Yun Yuer smiled enchantingly, showing 1,000 charms. Then, they headed to the secluded chamber, entering the time treasure box together to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, Yun Yuer came out to undergo the half-emperor tribulation.
This, only a year, how can she be undergoing tribulation again? My God! Is the young sect master really that extraordinary? Hiss. This. The young sect master is invincible. I truly envy Yuntai. She has been carried along this path, it's absurd. Watching the violent thunder falling from the sky, the entire immortal sword sect was in an uproar. Those chief disciples who were once hostile towards Chen Qingqing finally submitted at this moment. Especially a few of the saints. They turned green with envy for Yun Yuer. Could it be that their purple wasn't as good as hers? The only shortcoming they admitted was that they were not as charming and mature as her, with the last difference being cultivation level. After Yun Yuer achieved the half-emperor stage, she did not enter seclusion again. She arrived at the sect master's main hall. Yuntai, congratulations. This is the half-emperor realm. With Chen Qingqing around, the immortal emperor realm isn't far off. Jin Taiji, who was preparing to head to the battlefield these days, said with a face full of envy. This is my luck, and also my opportunity. Sect master, it seems that for a cultivator like me, who doesn't have a partner? It is my persistence that has brought me this chance. Yunyer smiled slightly and said, Sect master, when do you plan to go to the front line? Jin Taiji nodded, agreeing with Yunyar's words and said, I plan to set off tomorrow. Yunyar nodded and said, alright, we will go together then. The young sect master will need a long time and closed-door training this time. Since I have half-emperor strength now, I should contribute my part for the 4 major star domains. On the battlefield, I will need you, Yuntai, to take care of me. Jin Taihuang said to her with a fist salute and a smile. But the battlefield is dangerous, and I cannot say that I can remain unscathed. After Yunyer finished speaking, she left. Chapter 86, Breakthrough to Half-Step Heavenly Supreme. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had gone by. The Qilin star region, located in the center of the 4 major star regions, if one can take down the Qilin star region, they can directly launch an attack on the other 3 major star regions at the same time. Therefore, the Qilin star region must not be lost, otherwise, there will be no rear guard, and the flames of war will spread to the major star regions. The Xuanya star cluster has already fallen, and currently, strange beings are launching a large-scale attack on the Yunyu star cluster. The Yunyu star cluster has a total of 3 major battle zones. The first battle zone is the Star Thief main star battlefield. The second battle zone is the Blood Cloud main star battlefield. The third battle zone is the Kuan K main star battlefield. Boom! 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 At this moment, the Blood Cloud main star, a life planet a million times the size of the sun, had 23 of the 99 star cities in the vast outer space Emperor's Pass broken by strange beings, and they were vigorously attacking the 34th star city. This Emperor's Pass is absolutely incomparable to that built by the Immortal Clan. One is heaven, one is earth, there is simply no comparison. On this land, even an immortal emperor cannot break through this battlefield. To enter the Blood Cloud main star, one can only go through this guarding Emperor's Pass. Outside the 24th star city, above the 9 heavens, there were figures radiating the great power of the immortal emperor, attacking in all directions, with spells, Emperor Dao laws, and surging powers breaking through the sky. Above the 7 heavens, it was the place where half-emperor strongmen were fighting, with roaring, slaughtering cries, and angry shouts echoing throughout the heavens and the earth, as one half-emperor after another charged, tearing through space, fighting against countless strange beings. Sometimes, one could see the blood of strange beings or half-emperors' bodies falling down, dripping blood. But the most brutal belonged to the battlefield below the 6 heavens, where immortal monarchs, immortal kings, immortal lords, and earth immortals fought fiercely. Countless cultivators from the 5 major star regions collided and fought against dense strange beings, with bodies falling in pools of blood every moment. This was the 31st wave of impact launched by strange beings against the 24th star city. Every time they charged, they were fearless and savage. Right before their death, they would self-explode and take an enemy with them, incredibly brutal. Puff! On the Immortal Lord level battlefield, a blood-colored figure was invincible, holding a heavy Fong Tianhua halberd, swinging it skillfully, beheading groups of strange beings. If Chen Qingqing were here, he would definitely recognize this person. It was Yi Chen. Die for me! He roared to the sky, slaughtering with blood, courageous and invincible, like a blood-colored war god, each strike wrapped in vast power, unmatched. On the Immortal King battlefield of the previous heaven, there was also an unparalleled woman, surrounded by 36 flying swords, as if in a no-man's land, harvesting groups of strange beings. This woman was Xianyue Empress reincarnated, Xianyuan Lina, already a half-step immortal emperor. On the vast battlefield, corpses fell like raindrops, blood staining the void, horrifyingly tragic. Above the 9 heavens, in the chaotic void, the power of Heavenly Supreme rampaged, as Star Masters fought against the strange beings' bizarre faces. The 31st wave of impact launched by the strange beings was more violent than ever before, even deploying bizarro faces that only a half-step Heavenly Supreme could contend with. In this impact, they aimed to seize this star city.
In the vastness of deep space outside the Imperial Gate, endless gray fog swirled, and strange creatures emerged from it, joining the battlefield every moment. On the battlefield of the Eighth Heaven Semi-Emperor, a graceful figure in purple controlled a set of 81 immortal swords, unleashing a terrifying sword formation, fighting against more than 20 Semi-Emperor strange beings alone. This woman was Yun Yoer. With a cold expression, she held the sword tactics, and the sword formation acted like a cage, pouring out sword rolls like the Milky Way. This battle was exceptionally brutal. The strange beings attacked for over a year before they slowly retreated. During this time, countless cultivators came to support, and many cultivators fell, spilling their blood. Looking at the retreating strange beings, the surviving cultivators showed no joy on their faces, for they did not know when the next attack would come, nor whether they would survive like this again.
Do we really have a chance of winning this battle?
By now, many cultivators had begun to waver in their faith under wave after wave of strange beings' assaults. If they knew that after the strange beings died, their souls would return to some dimensional space to resurrect, they might feel even more despair.
It's been 1,000 years, have you come out of seclusion? Above the Eighth Heaven, Long Yaoer looked toward the Xuanwu star domain, whispering to herself.
Counting it, Gu Changqing, who was in the time treasure box, had been cultivating for over 30,000 years.
With his talent, what realm should he have reached? Long Yaoer dared not imagine. Whoosh!
At that moment, a graceful figure appeared not far in front of her.
Who are you? Why is there a source of someone I am familiar with within you?
The visitor was Xian Yuanlina, her delicate brows furrowing as she looked at Long Yaoer. She had been watching Long Yaoer for many years, and today she finally dared to confirm that the trace of source residue in this girl was undoubtedly Gu Changqing's.
Oh? Long Yaoer stared at the stunning woman in front of her with great interest, revealing a faint smile and asking, "What is the name of the person you know?"
Gu Changqing, Xian Yuanlina slowly replied.
Upon hearing this, Long Yaoer showed surprise and asked, "What is your relationship with him?" "What relationship?" Hearing the question, Xian Yuanlina was taken aback. Indeed. What was her relationship with Gu Changqing? The young master is currently my dual cultivation partner, you and he can't possibly have such a close relationship, right? Long Yaoer said somewhat proudly, half smiling. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanlina's expression immediately darkened, and she said, expressionless, "I am friends with him and had to part ways due to danger." "Where is he now?" "He is the future master of my immortal sword sect, what do you say?" Long Yaoer smiled lightly. "He should be coming out of seclusion soon, it won't be long before he arrives at the front line." "Since you are a friend of my young master, you are also my friend." "Humph. Who is a friend of yours?" With a cold snort, Xian Yuanlina left in displeasure. It was hard for her to accept that the dual cultivation partner she had chosen was taken by someone else, and the pain surged in her heart. "Yun Taishan, news came from within the sect yesterday that Changqing has come out of seclusion. However, all the accumulated resources of our sect for over 100,000 years were exhausted by him alone." At that moment, Jin Taihuang flew in, his face filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Long Yaoer expressed her joy. "Really? What realm did the young master come out of seclusion at?" Jin Taihuang, excited, rubbed his hands and said, "The news says that when Changqing came out of seclusion, a pressure of heavenly supremacy enveloped our 4 cosmic master stars. I don't know if it is half-step heavenly supremacy or if he has truly achieved heavenly supremacy." "What? The young master is at least half-step heavenly supremacy?" Long Yaoer gasped, her sexy little mouth slightly agape, her face filled with excitement and admiration, saying, "As expected of the young master, so powerful." Chapter 87, The Appearance of the Qilin Immortal Domain Ruins. The strange beings retreated after launching their 31st assault on the Yunyu star cluster, Blood Cloud Master Star Imperial Gate, and the 24th star city. On the battlefield stained with blood, the cultivators from the 5 major star domains were cleaning up the battlefield, searching for their fallen brothers, friends, and loved ones who had once fought alongside them. There was no joy of victory among the cultivators, instead, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. A few days later, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. Outside the once chaotic Star City, there was a stillness. Everywhere you looked, there were the bodies of strange beings piled like mountains. The surviving cultivators went to exchange their battle achievements for resources, either to cultivate or to flee out of fear of death. In particular, those who had survived multiple attacks from the strange beings began to develop a fear of dying in the next battle. Many of them left. They had come with high ambitions, but after enduring endless assaults from strange beings, those ambitions had nearly been worn away. Bang! 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 3 years later. A distant bell rang, echoing throughout the Qilin star domain. That's the sound of the Qilin Immortal Domain relic about to open. Damn it, how could the Qilin Immortal Domain relic open at this time? I hope the Qilin Immortal Domain doesn't open in the already fallen Xianya star cluster, otherwise, it will have nothing to do with us. As the distant bell echoed, the cultivators of the Qilin star domain felt both excited and worried. Buzzing.
After 3 days of ringing, in the Yunyu star cluster, 3,000 immortal years away from the blood cloud main star, a dazzling and blinding immortal light suddenly erupted in the starry sky. Its brilliance was so magnificent that it could be seen from anywhere in the blood cloud star cluster.
1 immortal year is the distance an Earth immortal needs to travel in 1 year without crossing the void.
But if crossing the void, it could be reached in 1 or 2 days. Under the dazzling immortal light, a gigantic portal, 1,000,000 zhang high, covered in runes and wrapped in immortal energy like a dragon, slowly appeared, suppressing the entire starry sky.
Oh my gosh! The entrance to the Qilin immortal domain relic has appeared in our Yunyu star cluster?
But the strange beings are attacking our blood cloud main star.
If the entrance appears here, doesn't that mean we have to fight fiercely against the strange beings to enter? Damn it, if only it had appeared behind us.
The cultivators in the blood cloud star cluster looked at that majestic and resplendent immortal gate, finding it hard to accept. Legend has it that the 5 major star domains were once each a realm of immortals, with a divine beast of heaven and supreme power guarding each one. But due to a great war, the 5 immortal domains were destroyed, lost in chaotic streams and no longer found. Yet, every few thousand years, they would appear once more. Within, countless resources left by the once powerful beings of the immortal domains remain, but it is very dangerous. A small mistake could result in being drawn into the chaotic flows.
Fortune and danger coexist.
But the emergence of the Qilin immortal domain relic at this time is definitely not a good thing. Whoosh! 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 On this day, atop the Blood Cloud Emperor's 24-star city, 5 hazy immortal lights gradually appeared, making it impossible to see their true forms. But from their outlines, it was clear that there were 3 men and 2 women. Without a doubt, these 5 were the strongest 5 star masters of the 5 major star domains. It really is the wrong time for it to appear. A cool voice said, filled with resignation. The speaker was the White Tiger Star Master. As the Qilin immortal domain comes into being, all the strange beings will likely be drawn here. It seems we will face a real bloodbath ahead. The Xuanwu Star Master spoke with a heavy tone. Whether to risk entering for a chance at true immortal supremacy or continue defending is a huge question. The Zhuke Star Master said softly, if we all go in, who will hold back the strange beings' advance?
It's really troubling. The Qinglong Star Master said solemnly, what should we do? Should we give up or charge in?
The Qilin Star Master said calmly, my suggestion is to give up exploring this emerging Qilin immortal domain relic. Once 1 or 2 people from us go in and are seen by the strange beings, perhaps they will launch a decisive battle. The White Tiger Star Master said coldly, we can give up, but we cannot just watch as the strange beings enter and issue their orders. Let's prepare for a major battle with the strange beings outside that immortal gate. The other Star Masters nodded, alright, but let's take this opportunity to test the depth of the strange beings. Once the opinion was reached, except for the Vermilion Bird Star Master, the other Star Masters drafted edicts back to their respective star palaces, urging the cultivators from various star regions to come over. In the Xuanwu Star region, in the Tenji Star Cluster, at the 4 Symbols Master Star, the Immortal Sword Sect.
3 years ago, Gu Chongqing had already exited his closed-door cultivation.
At the moment he exited, an unmatched mighty pressure of the Heaven Supreme enveloped the entire Tianji Star Cluster. Not long after this pressure emerged, the ancestor of the ruling Ling clan of the Xuanwu Star region, in existence at the peak of the Immortal Emperor, personally came to greet Gu Chongqing. This made the reputation of the Immortal Sword Sect overshadow the rulers of the area, dominating over more than 100 cultivation master stars in the Tianji Star Cluster.
A half-step Heaven Supreme represents the currently known peak.
Any orthodoxy that can produce a half-step Heaven Supreme can create an orthodoxy comparable to the 5 great star palaces. Upon learning that the Immortal Sword Sect had produced a half-step Heaven Supreme, countless cultivators from over 100 cultivation master stars of the Tianji Star Cluster flocked to join the Immortal Sword Sect. During this period, many scattered cultivators, including immortal kings and immortal emperors, also came upon hearing the news. Among them, there were several half-emperors and 1 immortal emperor, all of whom were scattered cultivators.
That was a half-step Heaven Supreme.
As long as they could listen to him explain the Tao a few times, the bottleneck that held them back for life might perhaps be broken. In these 3 years, Gu Chongqing explained the Tao a total of 4 times. Each time he lectured, there was not a single person absent from the entire sect. During his lectures, there were breakthroughs and bottlenecks on the spot. Even if one couldn't break through immediately, after returning to comprehend carefully, they could quickly break through.
Oh, the Kirin Immortal Domain ruins have emerged?
In the main hall of the sect, Gu Chongqing leaned against the seat of the sect master, his imposing gaze quietly fixed on an elder below, who had a crystal-like horn on his head. Having spent tens of thousands of years in the time treasure box, Gu Chongqing had completely shed the last trace of his youth. Tall and commanding, with a black dragon robe half open at the chest, his snow-white hair casually flowing down, his magnificent face exuded an imposing presence that did not require anger to impose, steady enough to clear the heavens as if they would crash down. Yes, senior, I just received the edict from the Xuanwu Star Palace and came directly to see you. The entrance to the Qilin immortal domain this time is outside the Blood Cloud Master Star for 3,000 immortal years. It is the front line of our battle against the strange beings. The content of the edicts from the 5 Star Masters is to summon all cultivators in the star region to have a major battle with the strange beings. The one reporting in the hall was the patriarch of the Ling clan, an existence at the peak of the immortal emperor, yet he felt trembling respect in front of Chen Qingqing and referred to him as senior.
Chapter 88, Heaven Supreme? In the cultivation world, strength is paramount.
If you encounter someone stronger, knowing what to call them is unnecessary, just respectfully call them senior.
Interesting. Chen Qingqing gently tapped his long fingers on the armrest, saying lightly, "In my name, summon all Earth immortals and above in this star cluster to the battlefield." The ancestor of the Ling clan hesitated and said, "Could you draft an edict, senior?"
He had seen the edict of the Xuanwu Star Master and wanted to compare which of their edicts was more powerful. Furthermore, he wanted a protective talisman. An edict from a half-step Heaven Supreme could at least withstand a casual strike from another half-step Heaven Supreme and could eliminate all immortal emperors. It was a refuge-like existence. With such a good opportunity, how could the ancestor of the Ling clan let it pass? Chen Qingqing glanced at him faintly, and the black dragon soul imprint on his brow rippled with a wave. Suddenly, in the void, a black decree slowly emerged, radiating unparalleled great power. "Take it," Chen Qingqing said lightly, and the decree flew to the ancestor of the Spirit Clan.
"Thank you, senior, for granting the decree." The ancestor of the Spirit Clan showed joy, bowed respectfully, and left with the decree. Only after leaving the Sword Immortal sect did he dare to sense just how terrifying the power contained within the decree was. As a wisp of his divine sense penetrated inside, he instantly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens! How can this decree contain such immense energy?" Compared to it, the Black Tortoise Star Master is like a firefly next to the bright moon. He just stepped into half-step Celestial Sovereign, how can he be so strong? With this decree, I fear I could severely injure a half-step Celestial Sovereign. The ancestor of the Spirit Clan was shocked, and suddenly thought of something that made his heart race. Could it be that he has truly achieved the rank of Celestial Sovereign? At this thought, the ancestor of the Spirit Clan was filled with terror. My heavens, since the 5 celestial domains collapsed due to a great battle, have we finally given birth to a true Celestial Sovereign? His heart raced wildly and he was extremely excited. What the cultivators in the 5-star domains needed most now was such an inspiring news. If the frontline cultivators, who were fighting fiercely, were to learn of this, it would surely boost their morale greatly. The ancestor of the Spirit Clan left with excitement, ready to rally the cultivators of the Celestial Polestar group with this decree. When he returned to the Spirit Clan, he immediately projected the decree given by Chen Qingqing through the Spirit Clan's projection altar to the entire Celestial Polestar group of 120 main stars. On this day, above the heavens of all main stars in the Celestial Polestar group, appeared a black decree that could suppress the universe and disrupt the 8 desolations, swirling with supreme great power. At the same time, the awe-inspiring voice of the ancestor of the Spirit Clan echoed. Near the Blood Cloud main star in the Qilin Star domain, the ruins of the Qilin Immortal domain have emerged. This old man, under the order of Celestial Sovereign Gu, the Star Master of the Sword Immortal sect, calls on all cultivators of Earth Immortal level and above in this star group to rush to the battlefield. Strange beings are coming fiercely, aiming to destroy our race. If the Qilin Star domain is breached, the flames of war will spread to our Black Tortoise Star domain. We must exhaust all our power to block these strange beings at the Qilin Star domain. Star Master Gu will soon arrive at the front lines to stop these strange beings from entering the ruins of the Qilin Immortal domain. I hope everyone can contribute. This grand voice swept across the Celestial Polestar group on that day. Is this really Star Master Gu's decree? It can't be fake, the Spirit Clan wouldn't dare make such a joke. Let's go, follow Star Master Gu and drive away the strange beings. Charge! 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 The great cultivation main stars of the Celestial Polestar group, along with cultivators who had been hesitant about joining the battlefield, all responded to Star Master Gu's call. In a hidden Orthodox sect, a cave deep in the ancestral land slowly opened. Hearing the movement, the waiting boy outside showed a look of surprise. Quickly stepping forward, he saw an old man with white hair and beard walk out. Master, why have you come out? Were you not in closed-door meditation to step into half-step Celestial Sovereign? The boy asked with confusion. The old man glanced at the disciple indifferently and replied, closed-door meditation doesn't necessarily guarantee my breakthrough, perhaps I need to go through a few life-or-death battles. As he spoke, he looked at the terrifying projection of the decree above the heavens and quietly said, this decree is even more profound than that of the Black Tortoise Star Master. Star Master Gu from the Sword Immortal sect has likely truly become a genuine Celestial Sovereign. If we do not respond to this call, it will not end well once the account is settled. Immediately summon all clan members who are at the Celestial Lord level and above, and follow me to the Blood Cloud Star group to engage in battle.
The Qilin star domain is the most important because the four major star domains of Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger cannot transport across domains. Only through the Qilin star domain can they be transported to the four great star domains on a large scale. Therefore, the three major star domains of Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu have become very important in the rear. I didn't add the previous text and was ridiculed for it, crying to death. Within the Tianji star group, there are many hidden sects that generally do not care about the survival of the outside world. But now, with Gu Qingqing's decree issued, one by one, the hidden sects with the peak of immortal emperors are emerging. Marching forth, the Blood Cloud Master Star will confront the enemies. A stream of light, large spirit ships breaking through the tranquility of deep space, all heading towards the four elemental main stars, using their interdomain teleportation arrays to rush to the front line. A few days later, through the four elemental main stars to reach the battlefield, the hidden sects, according to the statistics of the Immortal Sword sect, are no less than 12, all huge entities with peak immortal emperors presiding over them. When they arrived, their ancestors would go to meet Gu Qingqing, wanting to test whether he has truly stepped into the legendary Heaven Supreme. However, with their capabilities, how could they discern the depths of Gu Qingqing? But they did realize that this guy is even more unfathomable than the Xuanwu Star Master. They had all met the Xuanwu Star Master, and in comparison, they unanimously believed that Gu Qingqing is absolutely more powerful than the Xuanwu Star Master. This made them start to believe that Gu Qingqing indeed has achieved Heaven Supreme. With a Heaven Supreme appearing, the farcical beings of bizarre origin should come to an end. Heaven Supreme. Even the 5 Star Masters, despite obtaining the inheritance of the 5 sacred beasts, have stopped at half-step Heaven Supreme. How did he manage to do it? It's rumored that even the immortal spirit crystal can't detect his potential. He must be a being born of calamity. These ancestors of hidden sects gathered on their way to the battlefield, discussing with awe on their faces. At the same time, the news that a Heaven Supreme emerged from the Xuanwu star domain, known as Master Gu, is spreading across various star domains at an astonishing speed. Few people believe such statements upon hearing them. Within a few days, the message reached the frontline battlefield, in the ears of the 5 Star Masters of the Blood Cloud Master Star. Inside the central hall of the 24th star city of the Blood Cloud Master Star, named Tianguan, the 5 Star Masters gathered together and called upon Jin Taihuang to verify the truth of the rumors. Jin Taihuang stood at the center of the hall, chest out, and clasped his fists towards the 5 hazy figures seated above. Regarding whether our master is truly a Heaven Supreme, I do not know, but at the very least he is a half-step Heaven Supreme. If you do not believe, when he personally descends to the battlefield, you can test him. Chapter 89, A Twist, Is Gu Qingqing the Tao of Heaven? Jin Taihuang, neither humble nor arrogant, after all, he has the backing of a half-step Heaven Supreme. Afraid of what? Everyone says he is a Heaven Supreme. How would you, as the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, not know? The Xuanwu Star Master said indifferently. The sect only transmitted the news that when Master Gu emerged from seclusion, only the pressure of the Heaven Supreme enveloped the Tianji star group. Who could see through his true cultivation? If our master truly stepped into Heaven Supreme, even you 5 would probably not be able to perceive it. Jin Taihuang said confidently. This kind of feeling of not needing to bow and scrape is simply too exhilarating. Everyone says he is called Master Gu. Is he named Gu Qingqing? At this moment, the Baihu Star Master slowly spoke, his voice ethereal and vague. Oh? How does Star Master know our master's name? Jin Taihuang said with surprise. If it is him, whether half-step or true Heaven Supreme, it is not surprising. The Baihu Star Master said calmly, this child is extraordinary. I just hope he can arrive soon, as there have been large-scale bizarre beings appearing near the Immortal Alliance. Jin Taihuang, your matters are over here, you may leave. Junior takes my leave. Jin Taihuang clasped his fist and turned to leave with big strides. Friend Su, do you know Gu Qingqing well? After Jin Taihuang left, the 4 Star Masters looked towards the Baihu Star Master. I don't know him well. I have just seen a segment of his experiences. If I must describe this child, I can only use the term defying the heavens. The White Tiger Star Master said calmly, I do not know much more, but I look forward to his arrival on the battlefield, to personally experience his depths. Entering near the entrance of the Qilin Immortal Domain ruins, boundless grey mist surged, gathering countless eerie beings. Rolling and churning, covering an endless expanse of cosmic deep space. Buzz. At that moment, the black mist twisted, and an old man slowly emerged from it. He gazed at the distant Blood Cloud Emperor pass, revealing a faint smile, then shouted loudly. Fellow cultivators from various star regions, I am the ancestor of the celestial race, and I have now joined the so-called strange faction you speak of. They do not wish to exterminate the 5 major star regions as you imagine, they merely want to assimilate us and create a truly magnificent era. You must remember, we are indestructible. No matter how many times we die, we can be reborn after a period of time. Anyone who wishes to come over will have an infinite lifespan, never dying, escaping the control of the heavenly path. Why would I, a dignified celestial emperor at my peak, betray? Not because I fear death in battle, but because they can truly grant me immortality, allowing me to no longer worry about lifespan. For friends whose lifespans are nearing, if you come over, you will not need to worry about this. What I have said is absolutely no exaggeration. The cosmos' heavenly path can no longer control me, so I will not make any vows. Those who are willing to trust me are welcome to come. Let us create an immortal, indestructible, magnificent era together. The grand voice of the ancestor of the celestial race rang in the ears of everyone on the blood cloud main star. Furthermore, I will tell you a shocking secret. In fact, we were originally immortal, indestructible, and the culprit behind our loss of this is the heavenly path of this universe. Our goal is to free you from suffering, to escape the control of the heavenly path, and then punish the heavens together, to eliminate this cosmic heavenly path. Back then, why did the celestial tribe of the White Tiger Star region use all their strength to punish the heavens? Because they knew the inside story, otherwise, no one would seek their own destruction. Here, I will tell you an ultimate secret. After the celestial tribe's failure to punish the heavens, the cosmic heavenly path saw some threat in the ancestor of the celestial tribe at half-step heavenly sovereign. To eliminate this threat, it left behind a law to maintain cosmic balance and then reincarnated into some creature to cultivate. Here, we suspect the reincarnated being of the heavenly path is Chen Qingqing. Do you know how many years he has been cultivating? I will tell you, since his rise, even including when he practiced in a certain time treasure, it has not been more than 40,000 years. In just 40,000 years, have any beings heard of someone able to cultivate to half-step heavenly sovereign in such a short time? I will tell you, even in the era when the 5 major star regions still existed, there were no such prodigies. The 5 great sacred beasts back then were so against the heavens, and it took them 300,000 years to achieve half-step heavenly sovereign, and 1 million years to become heavenly sovereign. And the 5 current star masters have also taken 1 million years to achieve half-step heavenly sovereign, being stuck at this realm for 1 million years. And Chen Qingqing, what right does he have to cultivate to half-step heavenly sovereign, even heavenly sovereign, in less than 40,000 years? Furthermore, do you know what happened in the war that shattered the 5 major star regions? It was precisely the heavenly path that came out violently, clashing with the 5 great sacred beasts. What you are resisting now are the 5 great sacred beasts. After their physical bodies perished, their remaining souls fused together, opening up another path of cultivation, just to fight against the heavenly path. Now that the heavenly path has achieved success in cultivation, do you want to help the tyrant and continue to let it control your life and death? Our ultimate goal is to kill Chen Qingqing, then eliminate the trace of the heavenly path law he left behind, to create an immortal, indestructible, glorious era. You have all seen in ancient texts that in the era of the immortal domain, immortals were indeed immortal, right? It's just because of the emergence of the heavenly Tao that it shattered the 5 immortal domains, ruled over us, and set a lifespan for all beings. Heaven and earth are merciless, using all things as fodder. In the past, we could break through realms without risking our lives, but since the appearance of the heavenly Tao, it has restricted our growth, and we must destroy it. The secrets revealed by the ancestor of the celestial human race resonated in the minds of every cultivator on Blood Cloud Master Star like thunderclaps, regardless of whether they were true or false. In this moment, the entire Blood Cloud Master Star fell into silence, digesting the secrets spoken by the celestial human race. Their world views were completely refreshed. How much truth do you think there is in this? The Qilin Star Master contemplated. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Chen Qingqing's cultivation speed is indeed very strange, and the existence of the heavenly Tao aligns with what the ancestor of the celestial human race said, the Xuanwu Star Master said thoughtfully. If this is the ultimate truth, then it is terrifying, but truth and falsehood occupy equal parts. The White Tiger Star Master hesitated to speak. Roar! Suddenly, at this moment, 5 oppressive forces surged through the starry sky, and a terrifying roar echoed. Then, they saw shadows of the 5 sacred beasts manifesting amidst the grey mist, but they had lost their sacred solemnity, only endless grey mist rampaging around, with massive bodies twisting space as they appeared deep within the mist. Immediately after, 5 grand voices resounded. Do you all wish to follow us to destroy this heavenly Tao? From now on, as long as you become immortal, you can enjoy everlasting life. Chapter 90, Betrayal. The 5 sacred beasts manifested deep within the grey mist, seemingly connected as one, and they were not physical entities, yet their power was terrifying. The 5 star masters witnessed this scene, all appearing on the city tower, their gazes fixed on the 5 sacred beasts. At this moment, they could clearly feel the source within their bodies stirring, resonating with the 5 sacred beasts. This, it actually is the sacred beast primordial. How could it be? We've been fighting against the sacred beast primordial all along. It seems the ancestor of the celestial human race spoke correctly. They are not here to destroy us but to eliminate this heavenly Tao, and we've been opposing them. The 5 star masters looked at the sacred beast primordial, which should have been inviolable but now appeared so fierce, filled with anger towards the heavenly Tao of the universe. The Qilin Star Master knelt on one knee and shouted, "Welcome back, sacred beast primordial. I am willing to punish the heavens with you, bringing a bright and clear world back to heaven and earth." The 4 Star Masters, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon, upon seeing this, also knelt on one knee and shouted, "Welcome back, sacred beast primordial.
I am willing to punish the heavens with you, bringing a bright and clear world back to heaven and earth."
Their voices echoed in the ears of trillions of cultivators on Blood Cloud Master Star.
Is this really true?
If the 5 Star Masters have said so, it can't be false.
Damn it! I didn't expect such an inside story. What heavenly Tao? Let's eliminate it. Welcome back, sacred beast primordial. In this moment,
one by one, cultivators on Blood Cloud Master Star knelt, crying out in worship.
How could this happen?
Lamyara trembled, looking at the scene before her, feeling a chill run down her spine. If this matter spreads, Gu Changqing would inevitably become the target of all cultivators' attacks.
Enemies all over the world. This.
Xian Yuanlina fell silent, her feelings at this moment very complicated.
Your Majesty, do you think Gu Changqing really might be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? Yi Chen asked curiously. The Shura Empress smiled and said, "It's highly likely.
No living being can be as defiant as him. His rapid growth can only be explained this way."
Then he's going to be in trouble, with enemies everywhere, huh? Yi Chen revealed a look of schadenfreude. Punish the heavens. Punish the heavens. Punish the heavens. On the entire Blood Cloud Master Star, waves of voices calling to punish the heavens echoed. Damn it, how could this happen? Jin Taiwan's face looked gloomy.
Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the 2 ancestral immortals of the immortal sword sect flew over, one an immortal emperor of the 7th heaven.
A peak celestial emperor. Ancestor, what should we do? Jin Taiwan said with a bitter face. This is ridiculous.
We finally waited for the day of rise, yet it was shattered by that bastard from the celestial race. The first ancestor of the Sword of Immortality was furious, his face dark, looking like an exceptionally fierce old man as tall as a mountain. The world is against us, we cannot get involved. Immediately send the message back to the sect to Gu Changqing.
There is nothing more we can do. The second ancestor said calmly. Yun Taishan should have gone back by now.
Sigh, the opportunity to rise is gone, just like that, Jin Taiwang said helplessly.
At this moment,
countless cultivators soared into the sky, rushing towards the Imperial Pass to leave this planet, heading towards the area shrouded in grey mist. Leading them were 5 Star Masters.
If even they believed in this matter, what else could be doubted?
We'll leave first. The first Taishang of the Sword of Immortality thought for a moment and directly took all the cultivators of their sect to leave. The situation was still unclear, now was not the time to take sides. If Gu Changqing had already become a heavenly supreme, who could stop him?
If Gu Changqing was truly the manifestation of the Tao of Heaven, how terrifying would he be using the power of the Tao of Heaven as a heavenly supreme?
They hadn't let blood rush to their heads yet. Among them, many cultivators, like him, remained rational and chose to take advantage of the chaos to escape.
Standing in line now meant there would be no turning back in the future.
Xian Yuanlina also left, she always believed in Gu Changqing.
In the end, even if he was truly the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven, what difference did it make?
In her view, without the Tao of Heaven to maintain it, being an immortal would allow one to live forever.
Was there enough resource in this universe?
As more and more cultivators gathered, it was only a matter of time before resources would not be enough to distribute, and cultivators would fight over resources. The existence of the Tao of Heaven is both reasonable and unreasonable, it depends on how you view it.
A few days later, in the Sword of Immortality sect, Gu Changqing was giving a lecture.
Yun Yajio hurriedly rushed back, not paying attention to the million cultivators present, landing beside Gu Changqing, anxiously transmitting her thoughts, recounting everything that had occurred on the front line word for word.
However, after listening, Gu Changqing remained very calm and said lightly, "Actually, what they said is right.
I am the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven. I found that out when I broke through to half-step Heavenly Supreme."
Ah? Yun Yaju was shocked. The operation of heaven and earth, all things and spirits, need a balance, and the Tao of Heaven is this balance point.
Gu Changqing spoke indifferently, a world without order, where everyone could be immortal, cannot last long. I am here waiting for them to punish me. From start to finish, Gu Changqing remained calm, saying indifferently, even if I never appeared back then, other Taos of heaven would eventually descend into this world from the chaos.
You cannot escape this destiny.
At the moment he achieved half-step Heavenly Supreme, Gu Changqing finally understood why he could cultivate such a defiant divine embryo and why he possessed such exceptional talent. And why he would reincarnate. He could have reincarnated several more times, but the 5 sacred beasts returned, denying him the chance. Every divine embryo is the fruit of his path from one reincarnation. Reincarnation not only happened in this world, he had also reincarnated in other worlds.
The Tao of Heaven is ruthless, are you also ruthless now?
Yun Yajio looked at him, finding it hard to accept.
The Tao of heaven is ruthless, but I am not. I am still the same me.
Life and death separation is the law, no living being can escape this law.
Even the Tao of heaven will eventually fade back into chaos, and even chaos will one day disperse into nothingness.
No living beings or matter are eternal. Gu Changqing's words were not just for Yun Yajiao but for all the cultivators present. His voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a bell of the great Tao, plunging all cultivators into a deep state of enlightenment, and right there, some broke through their cultivation bottlenecks. Yunyar also felt a slight tremor in her spirit, with a swirl of Tao rhythms surrounding her, but she still resisted entering the state of realization and said, "What will you do next?" "Kill."
Gu Changqing quietly spat out a word, then calmly said, "If it weren't for the drama created by the 5 sacred beasts, or if they hadn't revealed my identity, I would have finished this life as a cultivator whose lifespan would also come to an end after I subdued them. You all want to punish the heavens for eternal life, while I am about to possess the power of the Chaos Tao, yet I never thought about reversing that and gaining an eternity of immortality through the Chaos Tao." Chapter 91. Everything is under control. Time passed in the blink of an eye, decades went by. After such a long time, Gu Changqing, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, and the words from the ancient ancestor of the heavenly clan had already spread throughout the great star domains. During this period, one after another, various clans joined the bizarre phenomenon.
Indeed, as the ancestor of the heavenly race said, under the assimilation of the bizarre origin, they truly felt no existence of lifespan, as if they had really gained immortality. In just a few decades, the number of bizarre beings had swollen to a shocking extent. In less than 50 years, 70% of the beings in the 4 great star domains had all immersed themselves in it. The remaining 30% were all observing. They had been paying attention to the Immortal Sword sect. Rather than paying attention to the Immortal Sword sect, they were more focused on Gu Changqing giving lectures. During these 50 years, Gu Changqing lectured as if it were just a day, in the square, in the high skies, everywhere one looked, it was densely packed with cultivators sitting cross-legged in realization. The number was simply too many, at least hundreds of billions, stretching across an immeasurable sky, wherever the sound could reach, there were cultivators occupying it. And surrounding Gu Changqing were those he was familiar with. Yunyar, Xian Yuanlina, Tang Yue, Gu Beichuan, Old Huang, Yilan, Tang Lin, Gu Jiaojiao, Zhu Kuang, and Xintaba. Upon learning that Gu Changqing was here, they all rushed over regardless of whether he was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Truly worthy of being the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, not changing expression even when Mount Tai collapses on top, the bizarre beings have already swept across the major star domains, and now they are spreading to the Xuanwu star domain. I'm afraid it won't take decades to reach here. He seems to be waiting for the bizarre beings to arrive, probably wanting to catch them all in one go. If he wins, those who have already been assimilated by the bizarre will likely face reckoning, and none will survive. He. So brainless, not leaving any backdoor to rely on the bizarre, we are indeed wise. Whether it was the cultivators listening to the lecture or those secretly observing, they all felt disdain for those who had early on allied with the bizarre. Time flowed like water, and 100 years quietly passed. Boom. Today, boundless gray fog enveloped. In an instant, it surrounded the entire 4 symbols main star. Is the final moment finally coming? The cultivators still in realization and those observing on this planet all wore serious expressions, one by one exiting the Immortal Sword sect. In a short while, everyone from the Immortal Sword sect had left, only those next to Gu Changqing remained. No other cultivator dared to stay behind. Whoosh! But just then, a hunched figure appeared before Gu Changqing. The visitor was none other than Old Xiong. He stared at Gu Changqing with intense eyes and said in a deep voice, "Why? Why?" Gu Changqing glanced at him blandly. "For you to commit treason, I left a bloodline for your slaying Heaven clan, shouldn't you be grateful to me?" What a clever scheme! Old Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "You transformed into a woman and delivered the last bloodline of the Black Dragon clan to me, just so I could protect him to become an immortal emperor, all for his immortal emperor origin, right?" "Correct, his parents also died by my hands. If it weren't for seeing his bloodline about to return to ancestry, he wouldn't have survived back then." Gu Changqing's expression was cold, and he spoke faintly. "If I allowed your slaying Heaven clan and the Black Dragon clan to continue existing, one day they might truly threaten me, but that no longer matters. I have no opponents now. Even other heavenly paths, or the path of chaos, are nothing but insignificant ants." He reincarnated to cultivate the 108 divine infants within him. Once the divine infants are formed, they will surpass everything. Ha ha, what a good scheme. It turns out everything was within your control. My appearance in that small universe was something you predicted long ago. Old Xiong laughed up at the sky. What is there to be sad about? Back then, your whole clan punished the heavens. I merely killed you all to protect myself. Did I really do something wrong? Gu Changqing looked at him expressionlessly. Yes, the victor is king, the loser is a bandit. There is no right or wrong.
Old Xiong shook his head. Can you help me break through to half-step Heavenly Sovereign? I want to fight for you with all my strength. Why? Shouldn't you be seeking revenge for your kin? Gu Chongqing looked at him. It's time and fate. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees, becoming some mindless ghost. Old Xiong's voice was deep, filled with boundless combat intent. It's rare to find a clear-sighted person in the world. Don't be fooled by those who have escaped my control, they've simply fallen under another heavenly path's control, becoming puppets without realizing it. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly and pointed into Old Xiong's forehead. Instantly, Old Xiong felt his spirit revive. Countless insights about half-step Heavenly Sovereign flooded into him. He swiftly moved to the side and sat cross-legged to comprehend it. Beyond the realm, countless strange cultivators were gathering within the vast grey mist. They slowly emerged from the mist, like alternative heavenly soldiers. Roar! Then, the distorted forms of the 5 holy beasts appeared, vast as stars, bursting forth from the grey mist, with immeasurable heavenly sovereign power threatening to annihilate everything. Heaven, did you ever expect this? The 5 holy beasts had lost their majesty, looking as fierce as hellish demons, hovering above the mist, staring fixedly at Gu Chongqing. Back then, you weren't able to just hide in the sewers and end your lives peacefully. Why did you choose to come out and cause trouble? Gu Chongqing looked up, his eyes opened and closed, revealing various order laws. The entire universe was roaring. Ha ha ha. Aren't you curious why we are still alive, able to escape your control? The 4 holy beasts' starry eyes were filled with mockery. Today marks your end. Why should I be curious? You are merely pawns used by other heavenly paths. Gu Chongqing stood tall and said lightly, because of your selfishness, countless beings will fall. You all seek immortality, wish for eternal life, and yearn to break free from the heavenly path's shackles? To me, it seems laughable. You will never go against the heavens. The Qilin Star Master shouted angrily, what's wrong with wanting to live forever? You heavenly paths are meddling fools, ruling over all beings from above, taking whoever you want. We don't need your dominance. Ask your holy beast overlord if you have truly broken free from the heavenly path's shackles. You just jumped from one pool to another. Gu Chongqing said with a sigh, Tianhui, are you not coming out? Do you want me to drag you out? Who is Tianhui? Hearing Gu Chongqing's words, both the cultivators in the grey mist and those on the 4 symbols main star were filled with curiosity. He. Yuan, long time no see. Then, a light laughter sounded. Suddenly, a grey-clad man stepped out from the twisted void. Gu Chongqing spoke indifferently, you've made my territory a mess while I was away. Do you wish to die? Ha ha ha. Brother Yuan, don't take offense. I just wanted to devour you so much. Today, let's settle this in a life and death battle. The grey-clad man laughed heartily, you look quite weak now, I'm afraid you won't even be able to withstand me without me lifting a finger. Chapter 92, The Final Battle End. Between the heavenly paths, there are circles as well. They also consume and grow stronger, seeking to break free from the control of the path of chaos. The appearance of the grey-clad man immediately caught the attention of all the cultivators present. Especially those who had joined the weird beings. Everyone showed signs of doubt. Could it be true as Gu Chongqing said, that they had merely jumped from this pool to another? Holy Beast Supreme, is this true? The 5-star lords looked at the 5 holy beasts, their faces full of suspicion. If this were true, what did they become? Were they merely pitiful beings toyed with and caught in a malfunction? Unable to escape the control of the heavenly Tao, why should they still be enemies with Gu Chongqing? Ha 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 ha. The 5 holy beasts laughed loudly, their voices shaking the chaos, slowly speaking, Tianhui, do you really think we don't know your ambitions? Do you think we would willingly become your pawns? This is all just your fantasy. Oh? Tianhui narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling faintly, what you mean is, you have already escaped my control? What do you think? The 5 holy beasts sneered, your heavenly Tao is not invincible, do you truly believe that no power can erase you? Just so happens, we have collected such power. Is that so? Then show it to me. Tianhui secretly felt it was bad, but he did not show it on his face. Still don't believe? Ah, today I will slay 2 major heavenly Taos. With a roar, the 5 holy beasts opened their enormous mouths, like black holes. As they opened their massive mouths, an indescribable aura spread out. Then endless dark purple mist enveloped the surroundings, like a tornado sweeping out from their mouths, instantly expanding, turning the grey fog-covered environment into purple mist that blocked the sun. A terrifying, unparalleled pressure that twisted both space and time swept out violently. Under this pressure, even Tianhui staggered, revealing a look of horror, shouting, this is the origin of the great ruins, you. Ha, are you scared? Are you in despair? The 5 holy beasts laughed heartily, their bodies turning completely dark purple, their aura rising violently, twisting into a tall man with 5 heads, standing atop the purple-black mist.
Meanwhile, the 5-star lords and countless cultivators within the mist also gained enormous benefits, their cultivation aura continuously surging.
How outrageous! How could you find the origin of the great ruins? This is the power of the great Tao that perished in the last chaos era. How could it still exist? Tianhui's eyes widened, fear etched upon his face.
This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your support of the heavenly Tao's power, how could we have entered that mysterious space, and how could we have achieved today's results?
The 5 holy beasts smiled slightly. You took me as a pawn, but weren't you our pawn too? Are you ready to die? Yuan, we made a miscalculation, shall we join forces to kill our way out? Tianhui's face turned ashen, looking toward the still calm Gu Changqing. Why should we join forces? Don't project your incompetence onto me. Let me eliminate this ant first, then I will settle accounts with you.
Gu Changqing snorted coldly, already arriving outside the realm. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the purple mist ravaging this space. You have made my territory into such a mess, you all deserve to die. Gu Changqing's expression was indifferent, the eye of the heavenly Tao slowly appearing above his head, and then gradually merging into his body. Boom! As the eye of the heavenly Tao entered his body, in that instant, Gu Changqing's cultivation level surged into the Tao Sovereign and did not stop there, charging forth like an unstoppable force. Finally, endless Tao light erupted from within him, transforming into billions of rules intertwining and bursting forth, his cultivation level in that instant achieving the Tao Sovereign. At this moment, he was shrouded in hazy Tao light, entering an unseen and obscure state, as if he no longer belonged to this plane of time and space, yet could still influence everything in this realm. How is this possible? Tianhui's eyes were about to pop out. Tao Sovereign, how did you achieve this level? The heavenly Tao is actually no different from all living beings. Mediocre people like you only think of devouring your kind to strengthen yourself. But I have found another path to grow to the extreme, a path that can escape the control of the chaotic Taos. Gu Changqing's voice was grand and majestic, like the sound of the great Tao, causing all spirits to tremble. It seemed that with just one word, he could destroy them, and whatever he said, the law would follow. How is this possible? Tianhui was disheartened, his face full of disbelief. He had schemed for so many years, only to be counter-schemed in the end, and the very existence he had plotted against didn't even take him seriously. There is nothing impossible. If not for your interference, I would never have thought of bringing out this kind of power. Like a dull-light body, Gu Changqing spoke indifferently. Everyone, disappear. Buzz. The law followed his words. The formless Tao intent instantly enveloped endless space. The 5-star masters, along with the countless cultivators and the purple mist, all vanished into ashes in that moment. They didn't even know how they died. Only the 5 holy beasts' fusion body in the purple mist, stumbling in their steps, desperately tried to resist, their faces full of horror. Returning abyss, destruction of the world. The 5 holy beasts were horrified, already scared out of their wits by Gu Changqing. They roared in anger, ready to use their strongest divine abilities. Destroy. Gu Changqing raised his eyes and slowly uttered a word. Ah! With a scream, the returning abyss origin within the 5 holy beasts dissipated, and in endless despair and unwillingness, their bodies turned to dust. Spare my life. The last remaining Tianhui fell to his knees, trembling violently as he kowtowed to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing said nothing, simply sweeping over him with a glance, and his body scattered like a speck of light, completely obliterated. The final battle. Gu Changqing gazed into the distance, then pointed to open the chaos and stepped in, ready for his final battle with the Tao of Chaos. Whether or not he intended to destroy the Tao of Chaos, as long as he summoned this power, the Tao of Chaos would never allow such an anomaly like him to exist. A life and death battle between them was inevitable. From this moment on. For the next several 100,000 years. The myriad worlds of the heavens were in turmoil, like a small boat in a violent storm, at any moment ready to be destroyed by the two beings battling in the chaos. For over 100,000 years, two supreme pressures beyond everything continued to shroud the heavens and myriad worlds. Whether it was a half-step heavenly supreme or a true heavenly supreme, or even the heavenly Tao itself, they all trembled, passing days as if they were years, fearing that the aftermath of these two unbeatable beings would annihilate them. Until 800,000 years later. The myriad worlds of the heavens gradually settled down. Has the winner been decided? Who lost, and who won? Many heavenly Taos and heavenly supremes let out a sigh of relief while feeling an immense curiosity. But the final result, they would never know. Many years later. A life-bearing planet called Earth appeared in the most remote area of the universe. It was a planet without spiritual energy, without cultivators. People worked early and late to earn a living and support their families. There was a new god corporation here, but the Gu Changqing who once lived in a mental asylum was no longer present. He had taken over the new god corporation long ago. His marriage with the Tang family had also been successfully carried out. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Supports the most popular Douyin, Kuaishou, and WeChat mini-program novel platforms. Search the shop on Taobao, Xiaozhu Bookstore. Now supports 2,000 plus platforms, with video novels available.
This document is only for readers' preview enjoyment. Please delete within 24 hours.
If you like the author, please support the official version.
Note, this work comes from the internet, and I am not responsible for it.
The content copyright belongs to the author.